When gazing upon others, I employ the technique of the dual pupil art. My name is Yin Huai. Remember it well. You annihilate my entire clan, brimming with arrogance. Yet the backlash shall befall you, for your fate is uncertain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the rebound system. This system can redirect all adverse effects onto others, ensuring the host remains untroubled. After the complete annihilation of the Yin clan, he was rescued by the Sword Immortal, and from that moment forth, he became the sole disciple of his exquisite master. Thus, Yin Huai embarked upon the path of invincibility. Years later, inquiries arose regarding Yin Huai. What prompted you to become a disciple of the Sword Immortal? Naturally, it is because my master is extraordinarily beautiful, yet I assure you, I am no wayward disciple. Chapter 1. The Sacrifice of the Entire Clan. You scoundrel! Who granted you the audacity to wed my woman? Clad in a resplendent red wedding gown, the ethereal Liu Ruyan, Yin Huai's wife, nestled in the embrace of another man, like a delicate bird. In stark contrast to this scene lay the scattered corpses. The entire Yin clan had been ruthlessly slain here. Meanwhile, Yin Huai lay dazed upon the blood-soaked ground, attempting to move. Despite exerting all his strength, he could only barely twitch a finger, as blood uncontrollably oozed from his body. His cultivation had been utterly devastated. The man beside Liu Ruyan, seeing Yin Huai's lingering gaze upon his woman, immediately prepared to strike him down. Liu Ruyan looked at Yin Huai with a pained expression, for he had shown her considerable care and had never forced her into anything. However, the marriage had been decreed by their elders, leaving him with no choice but to comply. Thus, she gently implored, "Yu Sheng, spare him this once. All of this is the fault of the elder of the Yin clan, and he bears no responsibility." Yang Yusheng could only forcibly suppress his urge to strike, responding coolly, "Very well, we have not seen each other for a year. Today is a day of great joy, so let him keep his wretched life." Initially, Liu Ruyan felt elated that Yang Yusheng heeded her request to spare Yin Huai, but her expression quickly shifted. The blush that had adorned her cheeks while nestled in Yang Yusheng's embrace drained instantly, leaving her pale. A year apart? Who then was the Yang Yusheng who had spent nights in lively conversation with her? Liu Ruyan contemplated inquiring, but she suddenly realized that should Yang Yusheng discover her entanglements with another, the consequences would be dire. The sight of the scattered corpses was a grim omen. Liu Ruyan forcefully suppressed her doubts, intending to ponder them later once this matter had passed, her beautiful face gradually regaining color. Meanwhile, Yang Yusheng's eyes glimmered with a hint of mockery. To spare Yin Huai? Such a notion was absurd. Even a child understands the necessity of eradicating roots to prevent regrowth. How could a noble scion, such as himself, commit such an error? His expression then hardened, coldly fixing his gaze upon Yin Huai. "You, boy, consider yourself fortunate today. Had it not been for Ruyan's sake, I would have ensured your suffering was beyond imagination. Today, I shall slaughter your entire clan as a form of retribution." Yin Huai was incensed to the point of laughter, swallowing the blood that threatened to spill forth, revealing his crimson teeth as he declared, "Ha ha! By your reasoning, all blame lies with my clan. Were it not for the Liu family's insistence on betrothing Liu Ruoyan to me, accompanied by the offering of a 9th-grade purple mushroom as a dowry, would I have ever cast my eyes upon this wretched creature? The sole purpose behind this is to exchange my Xianxia's earth fire lotus to extend her ancestor's life. And now she feigns superiority." Yang Yusheng was filled with indignation. "Impudent! How dare you insult my woman?" With that exclamation, Yang Yusheng, consumed by rage, unleashed a sword strike. A chilling blade of energy surged towards Yin Huai. At that moment, Liu Ruoyan unexpectedly intervened to parry the blow. Witnessing this scene, Yang Yusheng's fury intensified, and only after a moment did he forcibly suppress his wrath. Liu Ruoyan then, with a pitiful demeanor, implored, "Brother Yusheng, you promised to spare his life." Meanwhile, Yang Yusheng's expression darkened ominously, as he had already issued a decree of death against Yin Huai in his heart. He understood that this threat could not be allowed to linger. Just then, a voice resonated within Yin Huai's mind. Ding! Detection of the host in a perilous situation, with the entire clan facing extermination. Do you wish to bind the backlash transfer system? Yin Huai was momentarily taken aback, instantly awakening long-dormant memories. Yin Huai was originally a young entrepreneur on Earth, but due to excessive social drinking, he met an untimely demise and awoke in this new world. At that time, he had already possessed consciousness while still in the womb. Utilizing his family's connections and resources, along with his commendable cultivation talent, he broke into the divine concealment realm at the tender age of 18 and, under the family's arrangements, wed the ethereal beauty Lu Ruoyan. He was supposed to follow the archetypal trajectory of a novel's protagonist, basking in glory throughout his life. Yet he found himself in this dire predicament. Bind it. At this juncture, he had no recourse but to place his hopes in the system. He was acutely aware that Yang Yuxing would not let him off easily. This was a man of intellect. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully binding the system. You have received a starter gift package. Open the package. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Forbidden Sword Body, Ancient Abyss Demon Devouring Technique, and 2 low-level teleportation talismans. Yin Huai was filled with delight, astonished that the system had rewarded him with the Forbidden Sword Body. However, upon recalling the cultivation method for the Forbidden Sword Body, disappointment began to creep in. There was no time for further contemplation. He could only rely on the teleportation talismans to escape and devise a plan thereafter. Yang Yuxing, observing the fluctuating expression of Yin Huai, grew increasingly wary. Lu Ruoyan, believing him to have lost his sanity, expressed her sympathy. Yin Huai, I know you harbor hatred towards me, but I was compelled by my family to marry into the Yin family. Would it not be better for us to part amicably? Yin Huai gazed at Lu Ruoyan with disdain, his heart brimming with hatred, wishing he could slay this hypocritical woman immediately. But he was at the end of his strength and could only defer his vengeance for another day. Feeling Yin Huai's icy glare, Lu Ruoyan was suddenly beset by irritation. Part amicably? Have you not fully developed your brain? Lu Ruoyan, this enmity will not go unpunished. I shall come to claim your lives one day. Yang Yuxing immediately retorted, arrogant. A cornered dog dares to boast. He had long desired to eliminate Yin Huai, and the latter had unwittingly provided the opportunity. Thus he struck out with his sword. Under the terrifying blade energy, it seemed as if Yin Huai would be ground to powder in the next instant. Yet, Yin Huai crushed the teleportation talisman he had long held in his hand, vanishing from sight. Yang Yuxing was momentarily stunned before his rage erupted. Bring forth the men. Pursue him, regardless of life or death. Yes, as Yang Yuxing's command echoed, a throng of subordinates began scouring the vicinity for Yin Huai. They combed through every corner of the Yin residence, but found no trace of him. Unbeknownst to them, a mysterious figure had emerged from the Yin family's ancestral hall, carrying away a small bell radiating an ancient aura. Lu Ruoyan was troubled, her mind echoing with Yin Huai's final words, her emotions in turmoil. Yang Yuxing intended to escort Lu Ruoyan away, but at that moment, the patriarch of the Lu family arrived. Lu Ji regarded Lu Ruoyan with a complex expression, utterly taken aback to discover that his daughter was indeed Yang Yuxing's woman. Yang Yuxing, the most favored third prince of the Tianyu Empire, wielded immense power. Had they known this sooner, they would not have resorted to a marriage alliance to acquire the Yin family's Earth Fire Lotus. But now, it was too late. The Yin clan had been annihilated, leaving only the fate of the unknown Yin Huai. What waves could he possibly stir? I pay my respects to your highness. Yang Yuxing nodded in acknowledgement. Ruoyan, why did you never mention to me that you knew the third prince? Lu Ji inquired, perplexed. Lu Guan, looking bewildered, replied. Third prince? What third prince? Lu Ji immediately realized that Lu Ruoyan was entirely unaware of Yang Yuxing's identity. Yang Yuxing knew it was time to reveal the truth. No more pretense. I am a third prince. Upon hearing Yang Yuxing's explanation, Lu Ruoyan finally understood why he had so many formidable subordinates. Lu Ji's eyes glinted with suspicion, not regarding Yang Yuxing's identity, but rather pondering the deeper implications behind the complete extermination of the Yin clan. No matter how favored Yang Yuxing was, he could not easily command a force capable of obliterating a first-rate family within the Tianyu Empire. There was only one possibility, the Emperor's directive. But why? Lu Ji found himself perplexed, and after some contemplation, he resolved not to dwell on it further. The intentions of the Sacred Heart are inscrutable. Chapter 2. The Forbidden Sword Body. The Ancient Abyss Devouring Magic Attack. Lu Yan, you should follow the third prince closely from now on. Lu Ji glanced at Yang Yuxing, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Noticing her reluctance, Yang Yuxing said lightly, if there is something on your mind, Lu clan leader, do not hesitate to speak. Encouraged by his words, Lu Ji decided to express her request. Your Highness, may I inquire if I could borrow the infernal lotus from the Yin family? I assure you it will be returned promptly. Yang Yuxing waved his hand nonchalantly. Take it, it's yours. Lu Ji's heart soared with joy as she expressed her gratitude profusely. Lu Ruyan, standing nearby, gazed at Yang Yuxing with a tender look. She never anticipated that he was actually the third prince. Did this mean she would be considered a princess consort in the future? Such thoughts swirled in her mind until she recalled something. Was Yang Yuxing's claim of not having seen her for a year truly factual? In reality, she had encountered him numerous times over the past year, and everything that should have occurred had indeed transpired. Who was that person truly? The weight of Yang Yuxing's royal identity made Lu Ruyan feel a twinge of fear. If he were to uncover the truth, he might annihilate the entire Lu clan, including herself, in the blink of an eye. She resolutely thought to herself, this matter must never be disclosed. Heaven knows, earth knows, and I know. By a mountain brook, a youth lay beside the water, his eyes devoid of life. Yin Huai had been transported here by a teleportation talisman, and he was unaware of his surroundings. He stretched out his hand, feeling the icy waters, and much of his sorrow dissipated. Gradually, his gaze grew resolute. Even if my body is shattered, I shall avenge this grievance. Though he was a transmigrator, after 18 years of living with the Yin family, he had come to regard them as his own kin. Rather than a mere transmigrator, it would be more accurate to say he had been reborn. As he attempted to turn over, an excruciating pain coursed through his body. He smiled wryly, lamenting, how can I seek vengeance in this condition? At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Have you forgotten about me, host? It dawned on Yin Huai that it was the system's teleportation talisman that had saved him. Thank you, system. The system paused briefly before continuing. To mend your current body, you must integrate the Forbidden Sword Body, which will also restore your meridians, allowing you to cultivate anew, albeit from the beginning. Yin Huai pondered thoughtfully. He was aware of the Forbidden Sword Body, a legendary constitution documented in ancient texts, known for granting its bearer unparalleled cultivation prowess. However, this constitution harbored a fatal flaw. Its lifespan was merely half that of a typical cultivator. Moreover, the Forbidden Sword Body comprised 9 levels of taboo. Each level breached would have the lifespan yet again. A Forbidden Sword Body that had transcended all 9 taboos possessed immense power, capable of contending with cultivators 2 realms above its own. Beyond that, Yin Huai knew little, having gleaned this information from various records. Yet, he found himself with no alternative. To exact his revenge, he required formidable strength. Recalling the beginner's gift package awarded by the system, Yin Huai addressed it, let us merge. I have no way back now. The system chuckled lightly, do not worry about side effects, host. This system is a backlash transfer system, capable of diverting all backlash effects from the cultivation methods onto others. Yin Huai's heavy heart lightened instantly, and he exclaimed joyfully, really? I won't have to endure the backlash of the Forbidden Sword Body? Absolutely certain. Will you proceed with the integration of the Forbidden Sword Body? Integrate. As soon as he uttered the word, Yin Huai felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and he lost consciousness. After an indeterminate amount of time, his awareness gradually returned, accompanied by the system's voice. Ding. Congratulations, host. Integration of the Forbidden Sword Body successful. Details of the Forbidden Sword Body. Advantages. An extraordinary constitution from ancient times. Those who possess this body cultivate at an astonishing speed, requiring minimal resources, while significantly enhancing combat strength. Disadvantages. Severe backlash. Each level of taboo breached will have the lifespan again. Host, Yin Huai. Current constitution. First level of the Forbidden Sword Body. Backlash. Lifespan halved. Ding. Please select the target for backlash transfer. Yin Huai slowly rose, feeling his body restored to its former state, his spirits soaring. Right. How do I select the transfer target? Simply visualize the target's visage in your mind. Excitedly, Yin Huai contemplated who would bear the burden of his halved lifespan. A smile unconsciously creeping upon his lips. Lu Ruyan, let your brother Yuxing suffer in your stead. I shall eliminate all those around you, leaving you as isolated as I am. With a sinister chuckle, Yin Huai began to sketch Yang Yuxing's visage in his mind. Before long, the system confirmed the successful transfer of backlash. Ding. Backlash transfer successful. Target, Yang Yuxing. Current number of backlash targets, 1. Upon hearing this, Yin Huai eagerly inquired. Does this mean I can increase the number of backlash targets? Indeed, host. As your cultivation level rises, the number of backlash targets will increase accordingly. while the backlash effect remains unchanged. The effect remains unchanged. I find that exceedingly pleasing. By the way, the gift package also contained a cultivation method, did it not? Yin Huai asked with impatience. Although he could still practice his previous techniques, with the system's backlash effect available, he was no longer inclined to follow the conventional path. Yes, it is located within the system space. Yin Huai hastily opened the system space, discovering a scroll of scriptures floating in the air. Upon examination, he read, Ancient Abyss Devouring Magic, Imperial Level Technique, capable of absorbing cultivation from those at the Emperor level and below. Side effects of the technique. Absorbing another's cultivation may lead to instability, a fall in realm, or, in severe cases, total loss of cultivation, leading to madness and death by bleeding from the 7 orifices. Yin Huai's heart raced with excitement, unable to contain his enthusiasm. This was a truly unparalleled technique. Capable of absorbing even Emperor-level cultivation, it truly deserved its imperial classification. If I could absorb the power of an Emperor, wouldn't I become invincible instantly? Soon, Yin Huai regained his composure. It was naive to think that an Emperor would be easily absorbed. The prospect of absorbing an Emperor's power was far-fetched. He decided to take it step by step. As long as I absorb enough, I will eventually reach the Emperor realm. Hee. With a sly grin, he dismissed the concerns regarding side effects, as they would not be his burden to bear. After a bout of exhilaration, Yin Huai noticed the blood on his body and clothes had dried, causing him discomfort. He surveyed his surroundings and found himself still by the brook. It had been midday before his integration, but now dusk was approaching. Seizing the fading light, Yin Huai resolved to take a bath and cleanse his garments. In the distance, he spotted a cave where he could rest for the night. Gathering some dry firewood, he found that his meridians had healed, allowing him to perform some basic fire techniques. Thus lighting a fire was no problem. As the flames flickered to life, Yin Huai approached the brook to undress and prepare for his bath. Upon immersing himself in the water, he was startled to find that his once jet-black hair had turned a striking silver. The grief of his entire clan's annihilation had bleached his hair white. Chapter 3. 5 Levels of Qi Refinement, a Fortuitous Encounter? Yin Huai blinked in surprise, but continued to wash himself. His already fair complexion appeared even more radiant against the backdrop of his silver hair. With that handsome visage and those deep, luminous eyes, he appeared utterly extraordinary. In the Celestial Empire, within a secluded courtyard, Yang Yuxing was embroiled in a fierce battle with Lu Ruyan when he suddenly felt a wave of palpitations, followed by an overwhelming sensation of emptiness that caused him to collapse onto Lu Ruyan. Her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, exuding a vibrant allure that incited a desire to dominate her in that moment. Yet, Yang Yuxing seemed to have reached his limit. Feeling as though he had aged several centuries, his body drained of strength and breathless. He thought little of it, attributing his state to mere exhaustion, hastily concluding the encounter. Lu Ruyan, though disappointed, concealed her feelings and offered him comfort. Unbeknownst to Yang Yuxing, his lifespan had been halved. In a cave, the bear Yin Huai sat cross-legged, continuously channeling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his dantian. The ancient abyss demon absorption technique was operating at full throttle. The entire mountain range was engulfed in an impenetrable darkness, occasionally pierced by the roars of rare beasts. With a sharp sound resonating from within him, Yin Huai embarked once more on the path of cultivation. He had attained the first level of Qi refinement. His training was far from over. He continued to utilize the ancient abyss demon absorption technique to absorb spiritual energy. Soon, the night passed. Yin Huai finally opened his eyes and exhaled a cloud of turbid air. Sensing his newfound strength, he nodded to himself and mused. I've reached the 5th level of Qi refinement already. My progress is remarkable. I recall it took me half a year just to break through to the foundation establishment stage during my first cultivation. It seems the system's rewards have endowed me with exceptional aptitude. Here, in this place, I have achieved the 5th level of Qi refinement in a single night. He silently marveled at his fortune. The ancient abyss demon absorption technique required the absorption of others' cultivation to maximize its efficacy, suggesting he might have to embrace the identity of a demon cultivator. Recalling the uniqueness of the technique, he couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. He chose not to continue his cultivation, but rather exited the cave, pondering his whereabouts. He had heard the roars of the beasts last night, yet the system assured him that no creature would dare approach the cave, which allowed him to cultivate in peace. Now, he needed to contemplate his next steps. Joining a sect seemed unnecessary, as his technique destined him to a solitary existence. The demon domain would indeed be an enticing destination, but given his current strength, he would be nothing more than fodder there. Moreover, he was unaware of its location. It appeared he would have to first navigate out of this mountain range and take it step by step. Just then, a roar reverberated through the mountains. Before Yin Huai could gather his thoughts, a graceful woman came sprinting towards him. Instantly, a system prompt appeared before Yin Huai. Name, Bai Qingqing. Race, Xianbing White Tiger Clan. Realm, 3rd level of extraordinary. Description, possessing a formidable background, she might very well be the daughter of a great terror. Yin Huai couldn't help but scoff. That roar just now came from this white tiger? Observing her slightly flustered expression, he surmised that the white tiger was being pursued. He pondered. To be able to chase down a beast of the extraordinary realm, its cultivation must surely be at the sacred realm, right? Yin Huai promptly decided to conceal himself and hide, for he had just reached the 5th level of qi refinement. Even with extraordinary luck, he could not contend with someone of that caliber. The white tiger maiden, panting heavily, had just attempted to catch her breath when a lewd laugh echoed behind her. You little beast. You can't escape. Submit to becoming my steed. Ha ha. The white tiger's face turned pale, and she bolted to flee. But it was too late. A man had already blocked her path. The white tiger maiden was infuriated. This detestable man had pursued her all night, insisting she become his mount. If only she could overpower him, she would certainly take his head. Yin Huai's gaze shifted to the man before him, revealing his information. Name, Duan Qingfeng. Race, human. Realm, 8th level of extraordinary. Description, young master of Crescent Valley, with a penchant for beautiful women. Crescent Valley? It seems I am still within the heavenly sword sacred domain. The teleportation talisman did not take me far. As Yin Huai contemplated, the system chimed in. Ding. The host's current predicament has been detected, and the following options are presented. Option 1. Observe from the shadows, remaining indifferent, and wait for Bai Qingqing to be defiled by Duan Qingfeng before joining in, receiving a title reward. Only by entering the tiger's den can one catch the tiger cub. Wearing the title will enhance strength tenfold. Option 2. Become the hero and save the beauty. Step forward to drive away Duan Qingfeng, earning a 30-point favorability rating with Bai Qingqing. Option 3. As a true opportunist. Wait for both Duan Qingfeng and Bai Qingqing to be mutually injured before striking with a thunderous blow, absorbing all their cultivation and receiving the reward of ancient heavy eyes. What a clever phrase. Only by entering the tiger's den can one catch the tiger cub. Truly, you are the master of opportunism, system. After a moment of internal debate, Yin Huai chose option 3, while eliminating both would offend Crescent Valley and a powerful demon clan. The prospect of obtaining ancient heavy eyes was simply too enticing, an invincible legacy since antiquity, indicative of the technique's might. Furthermore, he needed a legitimate means to conceal his demon absorption technique, should it be leaked by someone with ulterior motives. Yin Huai would become a public enemy across the fallen immortal continent. After all, who wouldn't covet a technique that could enhance one's cultivation through the absorption of others? Ding. Congratulations to the host for a successful choice. Rewards can be claimed upon task completion. Yin Huai suppressed his excitement. His gaze fixed on the distant pair of one human and one beast. At that moment, Duan Qingfeng had sealed off all escape routes for Bai Qingqing. She was now trapped with no avenue for flight. Little white tiger, would you not prefer to be my steed? I am quite eager to experience the thrill of riding a steed in times of trouble and lounging upon it in times of leisure. You seem fair and lovely. I anticipate it will be quite delightful, Kikik. Bai Qingqing, filled with shame and outrage, longed to rend the man before her into 1,000 pieces. She was the esteemed princess of the white tiger's sacred king, yet here she was, subjected to such humiliation by a mere human. You despicable creature. If my father were to learn of this affront, he would not let you off lightly. Duan Qingfeng remained unfazed, dismissing her as an insignificant beast. For the demon race was already in decline. Even if her father possessed sacred king cultivation, he was not intimidated. After all, he was the young master of Crescent Valley, the son of a prominent force within the heavenly sword's sacred domain. As their verbal sparring escalated, they soon engaged in fierce combat. Despite Duan Qingfeng being at the 8th level of extraordinary, he was unable to subdue Bai Qingqing immediately. The demon race was known for its formidable physique, and Duan Qingfeng found it challenging to overpower her, but it was only a matter of time. Humph, I wonder how long you can hold out. Chapter 4. Yin Lao's successful bounty from a distance. Yin Huai scrutinized the battle between the two, pondering intently. It was customary for the young master of Crescent Valley to be accompanied by protectors, yet none had appeared thus far. The system, ever helpful, responded. Duan Qingfeng's protector is currently engaged with Bai Qingqing's protector elsewhere. The host need not worry. This seemed to present a golden opportunity. He decided to wait a bit longer. At this moment, the battle between Duan Qingfeng and Bai Qingqing had escalated to a fever pitch. Bai Qingqing revealed all her cards, even her true form. Yet she still could not defeat Duan Qingfeng. Meanwhile, Duan Qingfeng was also severely drained, clearly taken aback by Bai Qingqing's resilience. Seeing the dire situation, Bai Qingqing resolved to employ a forbidden technique and fight to the death. With a fierce cry, she shouted, "Roar, roar, roar. Tiger intent divine thunder." Suddenly, the realm around them was flooded with immense, thunderous energy. Following that, several bolts of divine lightning surged toward Duan Qingfeng. Duan Qingfeng could only strive to evade, his complexion growing increasingly pallid, and his fury becoming uncontainable. Damn it! How could you still unleash such a technique? Infuriating. Once I neutralize this move, I shall ensure your suffering is beyond compare. Evidently, Duan Qingfeng had underestimated the might of this divine power, suffering grievously from the divine lightning strike. Subsequently, he lay gravely injured and near death. At that moment, Yin Huai seized the opportunity and charged forward. As long as he could capture Duan Qingfeng in his weakened state, his cultivation would be swiftly devoured. Yin Huai grasped hold of the battered Duan Qingfeng and frantically activated the ancient abyss-devouring demon technique. Duan Qingfeng sensed his power dissipating. Yet with his spiritual energy completely exhausted, he could not break free from Yin Huai's grasp no matter how he struggled. Thus, he could only snarl in agony, "Let go. Release me, you scoundrel." Before he could utter a plea for mercy, Duan Qingfeng was drained to the point of becoming a mere husk. His skeletal remains collapsing into Yin Huai's hands. The once proud young master of Crescent Valley met his demise without even utilizing his trump card. Meanwhile, Yin Huai appeared invigorated, his complexion flushed with vitality. Ding! Host detected the consumption of an extraordinary 8th level cultivation, elevating cultivation to the 8th level of the opening Yuan realm. Would you like to transfer the backlash? Confirm transfer. Yang Yuxing. Yin Huai, fearing the arrival of Duan Qingfeng's protector, hastened towards Bai Qingqing, intent on dealing with her. At this point, Bai Qingqing was on the brink of death. Her forbidden technique, once invoked, would lead to mutual destruction, having depleted her internal spiritual energy entirely. Yin Huai found this divine technique intriguing, yet time was of the essence. Casting a glance at Bai Qingqing, he noted the intense desire in her shocked eyes as she exclaimed, "Kid, where did you acquire this technique? Share it with me. I wish to learn it." The ancient abyss-devouring demon technique was indeed astonishing. Just moments ago, Yin Huai had been at the 5th level of qi refinement, and upon devouring Duan Qingfeng, he had instantaneously ascended to the 8th level of the opening Yuan realm. Who wouldn't he covet such a technique? With a teasing glint in his eyes, Yin Huai listened as Bai Qingqing continued her reckless bravado. "Let me be frank. My father is the Lord of White Tiger Mountain, a powerful sage. If you impart this technique to me, I can make you my pet." After hearing Bai Qingqing's declaration, Yin Huai was left speechless. Any lingering guilt had vanished. Subsequently, as Bai Qingqing's horrified gaze remained fixed upon him, another lifeless body joined the scene. Before he could even examine the corpse, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Detecting the approach of a powerful entity, expected to arrive within 10 breaths. No time. We must retreat. Yin Huai swiftly shattered the teleportation talisman once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for devouring an extraordinary 3rd-level cultivation, elevating cultivation to the 2nd level of the divine travel realm. Backlash has transferred automatically to Yang Yuxing. Just after Yin Huai's departure, a tremendous aura descended upon the corpses of Duan Qingfeng and Bai Qingqing. A figure materialized from the void, followed by a furious roar. Who has slain the young master of Crescent Valley? Damn it! I shall ensure your flesh is ground to dust. This individual was none other than Duan Qingfeng's protector, the esteemed elder of Crescent Valley. After dispatching Bai Qingqing's protector, he had rushed here at breakneck speed, only to find he had arrived too late. He meticulously surveyed the lingering traces of energy around him, committing the essence to memory, vowing, "No matter who you are, I have etched your presence into my mind. I shall make you pay dearly." With that, his form gradually faded away. With Duan Qingfeng dead, he had no choice but to personally report to the leader of Crescent Valley. After fleeing, Yin Huai had altered his aura, rendering him untraceable even to those of saintly cultivation. He could only report the truth to the leader of Crescent Valley. Meanwhile, at the moment of Bai Qingqing's demise, far away in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the Lord of White Tiger Mountain was seething with rage. "Dare you slay my beloved daughter? I shall see you ground to dust. Send word." A group of imposing demon clan figures stepped forward. "We heed the Lord's command. We know not which rogue has slain Qingqing, but I care not what methods you employ. You must find this person. Life or death, I promise a great reward." Yes. Yes. At this moment, the true instigator, Yin Huai, was in a cave meticulously sorting through his recent gains, unable to suppress the grin on his face. He had not anticipated the ancient abyss-devouring demon technique would be so effective, allowing him to leap across 4 realms to attain the cultivation of the divine travel realm. Heh. It won't be long before I exact my revenge on Xiang Lu Ru Yin and the Tianyu dynasty. System, where's my Zhongtong? Yin Huai recalled the system's reward. Ding! Congratulations, Host, for extracting the ancient Zhongtong. Would you like to fuse it? Reflecting on his previous actions, ensuring there were no oversights that might lead to being hunted down, he resolved to fuse it here. Fuse it. Ding. The ancient Zhongtong fusion is commencing. Expected to complete in 1 day. Yin Huai sat cross-legged, patiently awaiting the successful fusion. Meanwhile, Yang Yuxing, feeling dissatisfied with his performance, had taken a moment to rest and was now laboring diligently. Suddenly, the backlash from Yin Huai's system transfer struck him. Chapter 5. Yang Yuxing encounters backlash once more. Yang Yuxing, who had previously maintained a stable foundation in the second level of the divine concealment realm, felt it suddenly become unstable, with signs of his cultivation beginning to plummet. Alarmed, Yang Yuxing immediately withdrew and sat down to stabilize his realm. Lu Ruyan, watching from the side, was left stunned. Does anyone understand? Yang Yuxing's efforts proved fruitful. After half a stick of incense's time, his cultivation finally fell to the 9th level of the divine travel realm. In a fit of rage, Yang Yuxing could not contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ruyan was taken aback, feeling the sticky blood on her skin, her stomach churning, yet she held her composure through sheer willpower. She then feigned concern and gently asked, "What's wrong, Brother Yuxing? Have you encountered a mishap in your cultivation?" At this moment, Yang Yuxing was equally bewildered, unable to fathom the situation. My foundation was undoubtedly robust. How could my realm suddenly plummet? How strange. Before he could ponder the matter further, he felt that unsettling sensation return. Frightened, Yang Yuxing hastily resumed stabilizing his realm. Yet, it was to no avail. This time, he could only hold on for 2.5 minutes before he once again spewed forth a mouthful of blood, collapsing unconscious. His cultivation plummeted to the 7th level of the divine travel realm, leaving him as fragile as a wisp of smoke, as if a mere breath could extinguish him. Seeing the dire situation, Lu Ruyan did not delay in donning her clothes and urgently cried for help. Before long, Yang Yuxing was rushed in and protected. An elderly man, furrowing his brow as he examined Yang Yuxing, muttered, "Impossible. How could this happen?" Soon, Yang Yuxing's mother arrived, her expression one of urgency. Inquiring of the elder examining her son, "What has happened? What is wrong with Yuxing? How could his realm suddenly plummet?" The elder bowed respectfully before responding, "Lady Zhou Shufei. Upon my diagnosis, the third prince not only faces a decline in realm, but has also sustained internal injuries to his organs. As for the cause, I have yet to ascertain. According to Miss Lu's account, the third prince experienced this instability during intimate relations. Such a phenomenon is unheard of." Zhou Shufei listened, wide-eyed. Instability during intimacy? What on earth is this? At this moment, the elder's voice resonated once more. However, there was no need for concubine Zhou to fret, for the third prince's condition was no longer dire. He merely required additional medicinal pills to consolidate his realm and some rare herbs from heaven and earth. Within 3 days, he would surely improve. Nevertheless, since the issue stemmed from intimate relations, it would be prudent for concubine Zhou to advise the third prince to abstain from such activities for the time being, allowing the elder to further investigate the cause of this ailment. Upon hearing that Yang Yuxing was in no grave danger, concubine Zhou regained her composure and sighed in relief. She then acquiesced to the elder's counsel. After the elder departed, she turned her gaze toward Lu Ruyan, scrutinizing the enchanting woman before her. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, an unsettling feeling lingered in her heart, a strong aversion towards Lu Ruyan. Unable to fathom the reason, she attributed it to a mother-in-law's inevitable disapproval of her daughter-in-law. Subsequently, she did not cast blame on Lu Ruyan, but merely advised her to take good care of Yang Yuxing before leaving to seek precious herbs from the emperor for her beloved son. Within the heart-nurturing palace of the Tianyu Empire, a middle-aged man clad in resplendent imperial robes sat regally upon the dragon throne, diligently reviewing memorials. Standing beside him were 2 maidens, fanning him gently. This man was none other than the current emperor of the Tianyu Empire, Yang Yan. At that moment, an elderly eunuch entered and discreetly interrupted Yang Yan's work. "Your Majesty, concubine Zhou requests an audience." Yang Yan sat upright and waved his hand, signaling for the maidens to withdraw. "Let her in." Shortly thereafter, concubine Zhou entered the heart-nurturing palace. "I pay my respects to your Majesty. Rise. What brings you here, my beloved consort?" Concubine Zhou approached Yang Yan from behind, her delicate hand resting upon his shoulder as she began to massage him. "Your Majesty, our son's cultivation has plummeted. He has now descended to the 7th level of the divine wandering realm. Your profound cultivation, do you know the reason for this?" Yang Yan furrowed his brow slightly. Yang Yuxing was his most cherished prince, with a solid foundation in every realm. Such a situation should not have arisen. He spoke slowly. "Did the esteemed physician Wang Tianzi not diagnose the cause?" Concubine Zhou promptly replied, "Indeed, your Majesty. Physician Wang also found it peculiar, as he has never encountered such a case. He merely suggested administering some rare herbs to stabilize the realm and believes that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, recovery will occur within 3 days. In that case, please retrieve some high-grade rare herbs from the Imperial Treasury to send to our son. I suspect your stock is running low, Yang Yin said evenly, yet concubine Zhou's heart soared with joy. The treasury was filled with countless treasures. Her son would be saved, she thought. At this juncture, Yang Yin seemed to recall something and casually inquired, "By the way, has our son brought back that Lu family daughter, Lu Rian?" Concubine Zhou, preoccupied with thoughts of the treasury, answered absently. Yang Yan's gaze flickered with a hint of lewdness before he remarked seriously, "Very well. You may go and select rare herbs for our son." Concubine Zhou hurriedly bowed, her expression remaining composed. "Yes, your majesty, I take my leave." Once concubine Zhou had departed, Yang Yin transformed into a beam of light and vanished from the heart-nurturing palace. Meanwhile, Yang Yuxing remained in a state of unconsciousness, with Lu Rian devotedly attending to him. She had sent away the servants. She needed to ensure that Yang Yuxing fell deeply in love with her, as this would allow the Lu family to rise to the ranks of a first-rate family. Should she assist Yang Yuxing in ascending to the throne, she could become the empress, envied by all in the heavenly sword sacred region. With these thoughts, she instinctively pressed her thighs together, her face flushed with excitement. Just then, a figure abruptly appeared in the room. Lu Rian was startled and, with a wary gaze, demanded, "Who are you? How dare you intrude upon the prince's chambers?" "I am your Yuxing brother, Rian, do you not remember?" Upon hearing this slightly hoarse voice, Lu Rian froze in place, her expression one of utter astonishment. After a moment, her countenance shifted, and she angrily rebuked, "How dare you impersonate His Highness the Third Prince? Do you wish to be exterminated along with your entire clan?" The man beside her smirked beneath his mask at her words and continued, "I still prefer the gentle and virtuous Lu Rian. Furthermore, Rian, you wouldn't want Yang Yuxing to discover that you have lost your purity, would you?" Hee. Lu Rian's pupils constricted, and her back was drenched in cold sweat. She finally understood that the person before her was the one who had been masquerading as Yang Yuxing for over a year. A multitude of thoughts rushed through her mind. Yet she ultimately yielded. She recognized that she had no other choice. The enigmatic figure before her was far beyond her ability to eliminate. Moreover, they were in this secluded garden, surrounded predominantly by imperial experts. Any misstep could expose the truth about both her and the stranger. Should that occur, it would spell doom for her family, as the Lu clan would undoubtedly face annihilation. Chapter 6. The Ancient Dual Pupils. What do you intend to do? Why masquerade as my Yuxing brother to deceive me? Lu Rian's tone was laced with exasperation. The figure in black shook his head, refusing to answer her query. His raspy voice resonated once more. "I have mentioned before that I favor the gentle and virtuous you, not the combative version before me." Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the man, Lu Rian felt both fear and embarrassment. Clearly, she recalled the experiences they had shared over the past year. Before Lu Rian could utter a word, the man in black stepped forward and enveloped her in his embrace. Lu Rian's body tensed, her face flushing once again. The man in black then leaned in to inhale the scent of her delicate neck through his mask, a familiar aroma. With that, he effortlessly scooped Lu Rian into his arms. The two swiftly found themselves on the bed where Yang Yuxing was recuperating. Lu Rian, flustered and anxious, protested, "No. Yuxing will wake up." The man in black waved his hand, casting a binding spell upon Yang Yuxing. He then removed his mask, revealing a wicked smile. "He won't awaken now. No, please." If Yang Yuxing were to awaken at that moment, he would discover that the man before him was none other than his most respected father, the emperor of the Tianyu Empire, Yang Yan. The following day, in the Yunluo mountain range, the fusion of the ancient dual pupils had reached its final stages. Yin Huai suddenly opened his eyes, and his aura surged dramatically. His eyes appeared to be unraveling the world, and the phenomenon of the dual pupils' emergence manifested above the Yunluo mountain range. The dual pupils open the heavens. The celestial king descends upon the 9 heavens. Since ancient times, those with dual pupils have never known defeat. This was the formidable legacy forged by the dual pupils. Simultaneously, the strange occurrence in the Yunluo mountain range drew the attention of various factions, particularly the 2 dominant forces within the heavenly sword sacred region, the Tianyu Empire and the Xian Dao sect. Naturally, other first-rate powers also focused their gaze upon this mountain range. Who is it that has awakened the ancient dual pupils? Since ancient times, those with dual pupils have never known defeat. This child's future is limitless. I must recruit him as my disciple before others do. Many who shared this sentiment hastened toward the Yunluo mountain range. The Yunluo mountain range? Isn't this where Fenger fell? Could this person be responsible? At this moment, the head of the Duan family in Biyun City gazed contemplatively towards the Yunluo mountain range, murmuring softly. Earlier, The protector of Duan Qingfeng had conveyed the news of his fall to the family head. Such exceptional talent. If you are indeed the one who has slain my son, you must not be allowed to live. With that, he vanished from sight. In the Tianyu dynasty, Yang Yan's gaze was profound as he looked towards the Yunluo mountain range. Speaking quietly, ancient Zhongtong, a remarkable physique, I desire it. With a wave of his hand, an elder clad in purple appeared within the hall. Go and retrieve this person Zhongtong for me. Yes. At this moment, within the Yunluo mountain range, the Lord of the White Tiger Mountain was watching the anomalies with fury. It was this person who had slain my beloved daughter. Come, let us eradicate this foolish human together. Kill, kill, kill. Meanwhile, Yin Huai remained oblivious to the tumult he had caused. Soon, the world within his pupils had completed its calculations, and his cultivation had concurrently broken through to the 5th level of the Divine Wanderer realm. The fusion was finally complete. Before he could relax, the scene before him left him utterly dumbfounded. An anomaly? How could there be an anomaly? Ding. The emergence of the ancient tone always heralds an anomaly. Remain calm, host. Yin Huai was rendered speechless. Then why was there no anomaly with the previous Forbidden Sword body? Ding. The Forbidden Sword body also has its own anomaly, but it appears quite apocalyptic. To prevent the host from becoming an enemy of the entire fallen immortal continent, the system has automatically suppressed the manifestation of the anomaly. Moreover, the physique has also been concealed. Except for the Emperor, no one at lower realms can peer into the host's Forbidden Sword body, lest they suffer a backlash. Yin Huai was left in utter astonishment. He never expected the Forbidden Sword body to be so monstrous, capable of turning him into a public enemy of the entire continent. Putting that aside, the immediate priority was to flee. Hastily, Yin Huai made his way out of the mountains. Just after his departure, a stunningly beautiful woman with an ethereal presence appeared in the void. Clad in a flowing white gown, she resembled a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Ancient Chongtong, 5th level of the Divine Wanderer realm. Impressive. With that, her exquisite form vanished from sight. On the other side, just as Yin Huai was about to leave the Yunluo mountain range, he sensed an overwhelming pressure surging towards him from behind. Yin Huai wore a perplexed expression. Must they be so swift? System, do we have the previous teleportation talismans? Give me 10 or 8 of them. Host, could you possibly be any more shameless? In light of the host's current predicament, the system is launching a product exchange service. No need for 99.98, nor 998. Just 98 high-grade spirit stones will allow you to take home a low-tier teleportation talisman. A must-have talisman for robbery and murder. You deserve it. Yin Huai's face darkened immediately. Enough of this self-promotion. My clan has been annihilated. Where would I find spirit stones? I barely had time to loot corpses yesterday before I fled. How unfortunate. The system's voice echoed softly. Alas. Very well. This system shall grant you a teleportation talisman. However, I shall demand interest once you obtain spirit stones. Fine, fine. Do as you wish. Escaping is of utmost importance. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have borrowed a low-tier teleportation talisman with a monthly interest of 10. Hearing the system's announcement, Yin Huai nearly stumbled in shock. You're worse than a loan shark. The system's voice chimed in again. A small business, honest and fair, host. Do not tarnish anyone's reputation without cause. Just then, an enraged roar erupted. You human vermin. You are the one who killed my daughter, are you not? If you willingly hand over your Zhongtong, I can grant you a swift death. As the words fell, a figure emerged from the void. The Lord of the White Tiger Mountain. Yin Huai fixed his gaze upon the opponent, gripping the teleportation talisman tightly, unperturbed. Since they had not attacked immediately, he could afford to banter. In life, one must relish the moment before all else. With this thought in mind, Yin Huai feigned ignorance. Old dang, which of your daughters are you referring to? Do not slander me without evidence. The Lord of the White Tiger Mountain bellowed angrily. You brat, you seek death. Seeing the adversary about to strike, Yin Huai interrupted the incantation. Old dang, I must say, your daughter is quite alluring, haha. The Lord of the White Tiger Mountain immediately erupted in rage. You sharp-tongued human brat. Today, you shall surely die. Just as Yin Huai was about to shatter the teleportation talisman, a terrifying sword energy surged towards the Lord of the White Tiger Mountain. The Lord's face turned pale with fear as he attempted to defend against the attack. However, the sword energy was too formidable. With his status as a Saint King, he could not withstand it. Boom. With a colossal explosion, the Lord of the White Tiger Mountain fell on the spot. The mountains behind him were razed to the ground. Yin Huai stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Such terrifying sword energy. What cultivation level must the person wielding it possess? At that moment, a breathtaking figure also emerged in the void. Her skin was as fair as snow, her bright eyes and white teeth shone brilliantly, and her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her bare feet treading upon the void. Her gaze fixed intently on Yin Huai, appraising him from head to toe. Pleased by his astonished expression, she maintained an icy demeanor. Sensing that she bore no ill intent, Yin Huai gradually relaxed. However, he still tightly gripped the teleportation talisman, prepared to flee at the slightest hint of danger. His eyes roamed over the enchanting woman, his heart involuntarily quivering. What a beautiful celestial being, those long legs. Those delicate feet. Recalling the woman's earlier sword energy, Yin Huai quickly suppressed his thoughts, adopting a demeanor of propriety. At that moment, the woman spoke. You may set down what you are holding. Yin Huai was slightly taken aback. He anticipated that she would see through his trump card. Chapter 7. Becoming a disciple of the Xianxiao Sword Immortal. He then bowed slightly and expressed, Thank you, esteemed elder, for your assistance. May I inquire your name? Yin Huai will surely repay you in the future. You are Yin Huai, the son of the prominent Yin family of the Tianyu dynasty? Indeed. I see. Yin Huai's face was filled with confusion, unsure of her meaning. The woman seemed to grasp something and nodded. The family's destruction, the sudden graying of hair overnight, and the awakening of the Zhongtong in extreme sorrow and rage. It all makes perfect sense. I am the Xianxiao Sword Immortal. Do you wish to become my disciple? Yin Huai was momentarily stunned. To be honest, he had considered joining a sect upon acquiring the ancient Zheng. He never expected this to be the Xianxiao Immortal of the Sword Dao sect. Yin Huai's heart raced with astonishment. Having offended both the Crescent Moon Valley and the Tianyu dynasty, joining a sect was indeed a wise choice. Even if he sought revenge, strength was paramount. Joining a sect would allow for better growth. Moreover, the Xianxiao Sword Immortal was a quasi-emperor level powerhouse renowned throughout the heavenly sword sacred domain, and the Sword Dao sect was a formidable force capable of co-governing the domain alongside the Tianyu dynasty. As these thoughts raced through Yin Huai's mind, he hesitated no longer. Who could refuse the opportunity to be taught by an unparalleled beauty, especially one of such exceptional strength? I am willing. I pay my respects to my master. With that, Yin Huai performed a formal bow of apprenticeship. The Xianxiao Sword Immortal's eyes sparkled with delight as she nodded approvingly. Since you have become my disciple, I shall grant you a token of apprenticeship. Saying this, she handed him a storage ring. Yin Huai's expression brightened as he examined its contents. Even though he once held the title of the young master of the Yin family, he could not help but be awestruck by the grand gesture of the Xianxiao Sword Immortal. Within the storage ring lay a veritable treasure trove, replete with millions of high-grade spiritual stones, a dozen sacred herbs, and even an imperial herb. The remaining items consisted primarily of talismans, designed to enhance one's combat prowess. Observing the delighted expression on Yin Huai's face, the Xianxiao Sword Immortal's brows arched slightly as she smiled and said, But that is not all. As a sword cultivator, this sword has accompanied me for many years, and today, I bestow it upon you for your protection. With that, she produced a sword, entirely silver white, emanating a chilling radiance, and presented it to Yin Huai. This sword, named Yue Shui, is a quasi-imperial weapon. Even if you can only harness a fraction of its power now, it is sufficient to vanquish those in the Saint Realm. Yin Huai was deeply moved. He had not anticipated that his enchanting master would be so generous, even gifting him a quasi-imperial weapon. It is worth noting that in the current fallen immortal continent, the highest grade of weaponry is the Extreme Path Imperial Weapon, which serves as the ultimate treasure of all factions, akin to a nuclear deterrent. In battlefields where imperial weapons seldom appear, a quasi-imperial weapon is the most formidable armament. Moreover, he found the name of the sword quite appealing, and he expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, master. I shall diligently cultivate and will not disappoint your nurturing. The Xianxiao Sword Immortal smiled with satisfaction. As for the affairs of the Tianyu dynasty and the Crescent Moon Valley, I cannot assist you greatly. However, it is impossible for them to infiltrate the Xian Dao sect and take you away. Therefore, you must grow rapidly to seize control of your own destiny. Do you understand? My disciple? Yin Huai recognized that his master was applying pressure from these factions to spur his growth. As long as he could temporarily secure himself within the Xian Dao sect, he held no fear of them. I understand, master. Thank you, and I will certainly cultivate diligently. Well, your temperament is commendable. Come with me, she said, and with that, the Xianxiao Sword Immortal tore through the void, leading Yin Huai into it. As soon as they departed, a wave of terrifying pressure descended upon the area. Damn it, someone has gotten there first, lamented a voice. What a pity. The ancient heavy pupil, such a promising seedling. Yet, we arrived too late. Who could have moved so swiftly? Infuriating. From the aura present, it was likely that they were from the Xian Dao sect. Upon hearing this, the previously vociferous elder fell silent. He had not expected that a powerful figure from the Xian Dao sect would intervene. Alas, it seems this child is fated to be beyond my reach. With that, the group of powerful beings departed, including those sent by Yang Yan, their leader wearing a grim expression as he pondered how to report to the emperor. Meanwhile, Far away in the Tianyu dynasty, upon hearing this news, Yang Yin paid it little mind. A mere heavy pupil, if I cannot possess it, neither shall the Xiandao sect. He commanded, relay my edict to closely monitor this child, and should he emerge from the Xiandao sect, capture him. As you command, Your Majesty. This news quickly reached Lu Rian's ears, and she inexplicably recalled the vanished Yin Huai. Her woman's intuition told her that the one awakening the ancient heavy pupil must be Yin Huai. Surviving such a situation, awakening the heavy pupil did not seem insurmountable. I truly do not wish to kill you. Yet why can you not simply remain a useless being? Sighed Lu Ruyan, resuming her cultivation. Within the Xianxiao Peak Hall of the Xiandao sect, the leaders of the various peaks gathered, and at that moment, the sect leader arrived. Seeing this, Yin Huai performed a respectful bow. Greetings, esteemed elders. Greetings, sect leader. Sect leader Zhao Jili nodded with a smile. Indeed, exceptional talent and striking appearance. His gaze then turned towards the Xianxiao Sword Immortal. Sister, is this the lad who awakened the ancient heavy pupil in the Yunluo mountain range? The Xianxiao Sword Immortal's frosty countenance betrayed no emotion as she nodded. Yin Huai stood by, surveying the scene with curiosity. At that moment, several elders began to argue. This child should become a disciple of my Luanxia Peak. We need a male disciple. Sister, your words are mistaken. He belongs with my Baiyun Peak, which has produced an immortal. So what if you've produced an immortal? You are not an immortal yourself. I say he is more suited to Qianlong Peak. Nonsense. I believe Wuxin Peak would be a better fit for him. The Xiandao sect is divided into 7 peaks, each peak master possessing formidable strength, ranking among the divine and quasi-imperial realms. Luanxia Peak, led by Master Shangwan Feifeng, known as the Luanxia Elder. Baiyun Peak, led by Wei Yang, known as the Baiyun Elder. Piaomiao Peak, led by Wang Zhe, known as the Piaomiao Elder. Qianlong Peak, led by Ji Rulong, known as the Qianlong Elder. Wuxin Peak, led by Li Zichang, known as the Wuxin Sword Immortal. Xianxiao Peak, led by Lin Yuran, known as the Xianxiao Sword Immortal. Wujia Peak, led by the sect leader and peak master, Zhao Jiuli, known as the Wujia Great Emperor. In the midst of the chaotic scene, Zhao Jiuli could no longer contain himself. Silence. Look at yourselves. Do any of you resemble the leaders of your peaks? Enough of this. This child shall take my tutelage. What? Exclaimed the others. Sect leader. You wish to personally take him as your disciple? Ah, it seems this child is fated to be beyond our grasp. At this moment, the Xianxiao Sword Immortal finally spoke. Have you forgotten that I am the one who brought him back? And sect leader, you do not intend to snatch him from me, do you? Zhao Jiuli's expression twitched, and he looked slightly astonished. Sister, are you suggesting you intend to take him as your own disciple? What? Sister, you have never taken personal disciples before. Are you really going to take a disciple today? Although Zhao Jiuli felt regret at missing the chance to gain a disciple, he was relieved that Lin Yuran had finally decided to accept one. It is known that Lin Yuran had never taken a disciple until now, while others had already selected their best inheritors. Xianxiao Peak was still without one. As the sect leader, Zhao Jiuli was naturally anxious. He had attempted to persuade her multiple times without success. Since my sister has found a disciple now, we shall not compete with her. Indeed, what the sect leader says is true. Sister has finally chosen a disciple. We shall concede to her. Lin Yuran, however, remained unfazed and replied, the disciple I wish to take, none of you can snatch away. The gathered individuals understood Lin Yuran's temperament and did not press the issue further, merely exchanging awkward smiles. Seeing his master's assertive demeanor, Yin Huai silently applauded her in his heart. Chapter 8. Breakthrough to the Divine Concealment Realm. Yin Huai was astonished to learn that Lin Yuran had never taken a disciple before. He, Zhao Jiuli chuckled awkwardly and, along with the others, quickly departed from Xianxiao Peak. Lin Yuran soon arranged for Yin Huai's residence. After expressing his gratitude once more, she took her leave. Yin Huai then immersed himself in his cultivation. Although his progress was not as swift as that of others, he could not afford to rampage within the Xiandao sect. At that moment, in the hall of the Wujia Peak, Lin Yuran arrived. Zhao Jili greeted her. Sister, do you have further matters to discuss? Lin Yuran simply stated. Yin Huai is the young master of the Yin family. Instantly, Zhao Jili recalled the recent incident in which the Yin family was exterminated within the Tianyu dynasty. The other peak masters had not departed either. They were engaged in discussions about other matters when they caught wind of this news. So it seems this Yin Huai lad is destined to become an enemy of the Tianyu dynasty, remarked Ji Rulong, the Qianlong peak master, with a face full of indignation. The Tianyu dynasty is too tyrannical. Do they truly believe they dominate the heavenly sword's sacred domain alone? The other peak masters were equally indignant. They had heard about the origins of the situation, which stemmed from the arrogance of the third prince of the Tianyu dynasty. Not only had he seized another's fiancée, but he had also annihilated their entire clan. Master, what shall we do if news of Yin Huai reaches those from Tianyu? inquired Wang Zhe, the master of the Piaomiao Peak. The others also turned their gaze toward Zhao Juli. Zhao Juli remained impassive, replying coldly, "Humph. Our disciples of the Xian Dao sect shall not be oppressed by them. If Yang Yin chooses to feign ignorance, that may be acceptable, but should he persist in his machinations, I shall ensure he learns who truly reigns over the heavenly sword's sacred domain. As for matters concerning the younger generation, junior sister, you must have devised a plan already." With that, he cast his gaze toward Lin Yuran. Lin Yuran nodded in affirmation. Zhao Juli continued, "Yang Yin harbors considerable ambition. Sooner or later, our Xian Dao sect will cross paths with them. Given Yin Huai's innate talent, should he develop further, he is destined to ascend to the throne. It will then be a time of upheaval for the heavenly sword's sacred domain." The others were deeply moved by Zhao Juli's commanding words, astonished by his high regard for Yin Hui. At that moment, those gathered in the council sensed a disturbance from Xianxiao Peak. A surge of sword energy erupted, as if it sought to sever all that exists. Following this, the aura of the divine concealment realm radiated from the chamber where Yin Hui was cultivating. Zhao Juli and the others were taken aback. What kind of sword energy is this? I have never encountered its like before. How is it that this young man possesses sword energy even upon breaking through to the divine concealment realm? Truly peculiar. Though Lin Yuran maintained a serene expression, her astonishment matched that of the others. Zhao Juli's pupils widened in shock, his excitement palpable. However, recalling his position as sect master, he stifled his exhilaration and calmly stated, "I had not investigated thoroughly before. It seems this is one of the 10 ancient body types, the legendary forbidden sword body. Ranked second." The peak masters were astounded, their faces betraying disbelief. What? This is the forbidden sword body. No wonder it is accompanied by protective sword energy. Zhao Juli elaborated, "Indeed, such a physique naturally cultivates at an accelerated pace and requires minimal resources, unlike the other 10 body types, each of which demands an immense amount of resources to reach maturity." The others were elated at this revelation. Even Lin Yuran could not help but display a rare smile. Zhao Juli then shifted his tone. "However, the forbidden sword body bears a fatal flaw. Each time a taboo is broken, one's lifespan is halved. There are 9 taboos in total. Breaking all 9 would render even the legendary immortal as insignificant as an ant. This is why it ranks second on the list of physiques. Were it not for the backlash on lifespan, the forbidden sword body would undoubtedly claim the top spot. In terms of cultivation speed and resource consumption, even the first-ranked physique, the innate chaotic holy body, pales in comparison." Peak Master Li Zichong marveled. No wonder it is regarded by the name of taboo. Such a physique is indeed rare in the world. If he were to take me as his master, and I were to impart my sword techniques to this young man, paired with his forbidden sword body, he would undoubtedly be invincible. Sensing Lin Yuran's cold glare beside him, Li Zichong hastily added, "Junior sister, please do not misunderstand. I was merely expressing admiration, and your sword techniques surpass mine by far. I believe Yin Hui would surely flourish under your guidance." The others exchanged knowing glances, rolling their eyes silently. Lin Yuran, however, began to worry for Yin Hui. The possession of such a physique could be both a blessing and a curse, and the future was uncertain. Zhao Juli detected the concern in Lin Yuran's eyes and continued, "Everyone, I believe that with Yin Huai's talent, it is entirely possible for him to break the 9 taboos. Moreover, he possesses the ancient heavy pupils. I once came across a record in an ancient text concerning the forbidden sword body." The others looked at Zhao Juli with curiosity. He went on, "It is said that if one with the forbidden sword body breaks the 9 taboos and advances further to create a unique 10th taboo, they may shatter the curse of lifespan and gain immeasurable longevity." Upon hearing this, the council chamber fell into a profound silence. After a long pause, Lin Yuran finally spoke. "Is what you say true?" Zhao Juli, hesitant to make any guarantees, replied, "I have indeed seen such records. However, I must caution that no one with the forbidden sword body has yet managed to break the curse of lifespan. Therefore, this method may or may not be feasible. If Yin Hui reaches the level of breaking the 9 taboos, perhaps he could achieve it. At the very least, I have never heard of anyone with a forbidden sword body also possessing another physique. With Yin Huai's ancient heavy pupils, the future looks promising." Listening to Zhao Juli's ambiguous response, Lin Yuran fell silent once more. Sensing the atmosphere grow tense, Zhao Juli changed the subject. "All right, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. By the way, since Yin Hui is now your direct disciple, junior sister, and possesses exceptional talent, why not allow him to participate in the competition for the title of Daozi? With 3 years remaining until the title is determined, applying some pressure on Yin Hui would benefit his rapid growth, increasing the likelihood of him breaking through his limits in the future." The others nodded in agreement. Seeing everyone turn their attention toward her, Lin Yuran realized they were deferring to her judgment. After some contemplation, She ultimately agreed, recognizing it was for Yin Huai's future. Meanwhile, amidst their discussions, Yin Hui had successfully broken through. What a pity, he murmured. The breakthrough in my realm did not bring about any backlash on my physique or techniques. Otherwise, I could have shifted it. His expression turned regretful. Suddenly, he appeared to remember something and slapped his forehead. Ah, I have already joined the sect. I can definitely explore places like the library pavilion to find some good techniques. Joy lit up Yin Hui's face. Typically, sects have regulations. Places like the library pavilion are considered core secrets of the sect and cannot be entered casually. He decided to inquire with his master before proceeding. Yin Hui initially intended to consolidate his cultivation, but upon realizing he could transfer his unstable foundation, he deemed it unnecessary to exert himself in solidifying his realm. This was also a prompt from the system he had just received. Has the transfer already been confirmed? Well done, system. Yin Hui expressed gratitude. He felt a marked difference. The sense of instability following his breakthrough to the first level of the divine concealment realm had stabilized after the system's transfer. Truly miraculous. Of course, the system's products are always of the highest quality. With that, Yin Hui decided to explore Xianxiao Peak, as it would be his long-term residence in the future, and familiarizing himself with it would be beneficial. Chapter 9. Lin Yuren's Ultimate Technique, the Grass Character's Sword Technique. Yin Hui traversed Xianxiao Peak from top to bottom, marveling. The scenery here is truly splendid. It is serene and devoid of crowds. At that moment, a melodious and enchanting voice reached his ears. I favor tranquility, which is why Xianxiao Peak is almost deserted and no one dares to trespass here. Following this, the exquisite figure he was familiar with appeared before him. Yin Hui bowed respectfully, Master. Indeed, well done. You have broken through to the divine concealment realm so swiftly. As Lin Yuran recalled Yin Huai's possession of the forbidden sword body, her beautiful eyes shimmered with concern. Her tone softened, no longer cold, as she gently continued. Have you encountered any difficulties in your cultivation? Feel free to share them with your teacher, and I shall elucidate them for you. Although Lin Yuran refrained from directly inquiring about his forbidden sword body, she had resolutely resolved in her heart to discover a solution. Feeling the warmth of Lin Yuran's concern, Yin Huai's heart swelled with gratitude. He then voiced his current shortcomings. Master, in terms of cultivation, I find little that I do not understand. However, I seem to lack some offensive techniques at present. Indeed, it was true. Very well. Let us proceed. Today, I shall impart a sword technique to you, and we shall assess your comprehension. Soon, the two returned to the main hall of Xianxiao Peak. Master, is there a place within the sect where cultivation techniques are stored? I wish to peruse them, but I am unsure of the prerequisites, Yin Huai inquired. Lin Yuran began to explain slowly. Indeed, there is. At Wuji Peak, within the Hall of 10,000 Methods, the sect houses nearly all its cultivation manuals. Outer disciples may enter the hall once a year, inner disciples once a month, and direct disciples of each peak master may enter without limitation. If you wish to familiarize yourself with the sect, take this token, and you shall gain entry. As she spoke, she handed him a black golden dragon pattern token. Yin Huai smiled at Lin Yuran. Thank you, Master. Lin Yuran nodded and sent a stream of light into Yin Huai's brow. This is my renowned technique. The Grass Character's Sword Technique, one of the 10 fierce arts, unparalleled in offense. Practice diligently, and if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask your teacher. Yin Huai was momentarily stunned, deeply moved. He had not anticipated that so soon after becoming her disciple, Lin Yuran would bestow upon him such a treasured art. This was a technique coveted by all within the Heavenly Sword's sacred domain. The Grass Character's Sword Technique, as its name implies, when cultivated to its zenith, could sever the fabric of time and space with but a blade of grass. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Yin Huai expressed his thanks once more, to which Lin Yuran waved her hand dismissively. As master and disciple, there is no need for such formalities. Yin Huai resolved silently in his heart to repay Lin Yuran in due course. Lin Yuran continued, there is another matter, as my direct disciple. You are now eligible to compete for the title of Daozi. In 3 years, the sect will hold a grand competition for direct disciples, and the one who secures first place shall become the Daozi. The Daozi is regarded as the heir of our Immortal Path sect, destined to oversee the sect and will receive preferential access to all sect resources. If you wish to vie for this position, you may begin your preparations. Yin Huai's expression revealed his bewilderment. He had not expected to be eligible for the Daozi position upon his arrival at the Immortal Path sect. Reflecting on the need for the sect's support in seeking vengeance against the Tianyu Empire, he realized that becoming the Daozi would symbolize the authority of the Immortal Path sect. As a representative of the sect, he could not allow himself to be bullied easily. Contemplating this, he felt compelled to pursue the Daozi title. With determination in his gaze, he declared, Master, I will not bring you shame. A radiant smile graced Lin Yuran's face. I believe in you. At merely 18, you possess the cultivation of the divine concealment realm. In 3 years, you will surely step into the sacred realm and compete with the other direct disciples. Go forth and cultivate diligently. Yin Huai expressed his gratitude once again. Thank you, Master. I shall take my leave. Upon returning to his quarters, he intended to practice the grass character sword technique. He mused, surely the Hall of 10,000 Methods does not possess such a treasure? Soon, Yin Huai entered a meditative state, beginning to comprehend the grass character sword technique within his sea of consciousness. For ordinary cultivators, the content could be described as obscure and difficult to grasp, making it nearly impossible to cultivate. However, Yin Huai experienced no such confusion, endowed with a forbidden sword body. He possessed an innate understanding of swordplay, rendering him incapable of failing to learn any technique. Meanwhile, far away in the Tianyu Empire, Yang Yuxing's circumstances were far less favorable. The negative effects stemming from Yin Huai's unstable breakthrough to the divine concealment realm were now being transferred to him by the system. Just as Yang Yuxing had awakened, his realm, already precarious from the previous backlash, plummeted further under the weight of another round of negative effects, causing him to faint on the spot. At that moment, Lu Ruyan, who was beside him in a state of ecstatic delight, was startled. She had thought Yang Yuxing was about to awaken, while Yang Yan, in a state of agitation, looked upon his son's unconscious form with even greater fervor. The atmosphere was filled with a cacophony of chaotic sounds, quite melodious in its own right. Before long, a fragrant incense had burned down, and Yin Huai successfully cultivated the grass character sword technique to its initial stage. Surrounding him, sword energy surged forth, exuding an extraordinary might. Lin Yuran, observing Yin Huai's rapid mastery of the technique, wore an expression of disbelief. How can this be? He has entered the initial stage so swiftly? Is the forbidden sword body truly so extraordinary? She recalled that when she had obtained this technique years ago, it had taken her over a month to reach the initial stage. With a wry smile, Lin Yuran shook her head, choosing to divert her attention from Yin Huai to avoid further discouragement. Delighting in the exceptional nature of the grass character sword technique, Yin Huai felt elated. He believed that even with merely the foundational level of the technique, he could slay extraordinary beings with a single stroke. This was the enhancement in combat power bestowed by divine abilities. If combined with the forbidden sword body and his dual pupils, even those in the sacred realm would find themselves challenged. The dual pupils were currently his most vital means of confrontation and required careful cultivation. Yin Huai contemplated his future training direction, setting clear objectives. He must cultivate the dual pupils and practice the grass character sword technique. For now, he decided to visit the Hall of 10,000 Methods in search of some backlash techniques. He could not allow Yang Yuxing to remain too comfortable. If he wished to secure the Daozi title, it would not be an easy feat, requiring full utilization of the system's backlash function for rapid growth. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and a mischievous smile played upon his lips as he rose to head towards the Hall of 10,000 Methods. Before long, guided by Lin Yuran's directions, he arrived at the hall. Although the sect imposed strict requirements for entry, many cultivators were queuing outside the hall. The Immortal Path sect had a vast number of disciples. Even though outer disciples could only enter the hall once a year, the daily influx of visitors was staggering. Chapter 10. Triggering the System Selection Task. Yin Huai thought that as a direct disciple, it shouldn't be an issue to cut in line. So he approached the elder responsible for registration without waiting his turn. The surrounding disciples watched in curiosity. Who is this brother? Doesn't he know that he must queue to enter the hall? I don't recognize him, but it seems he isn't wearing the disciple's robe. Is he a newcomer? How brazen. Humph. He'll soon learn when the elder scolds him and he has to return to queue. The onlookers regarded Yin Huai with a mix of skepticism and amusement. Unfazed, he approached the elder. The elder glanced at Yin Huai and, upon realizing he did not recognize him, was about to reprimand him for skipping the line when he noticed Yin Huai producing the token given to him by his master. The elder's eyes widened in surprise. Regaining his composure, he quickly gestured for Yin Huai to enter without further delay or registration. Yin Huai tucked away the token and stepped inside, inwardly marveling at the advantages of being a direct disciple. At this moment, the eager disciples, anticipating a spectacle, were filled with curiosity. A few disciples positioned nearer the front had already discerned the insignia and could not help but exclaim in astonishment. It was, astonishingly, the emblem of Xianxiao Peak. Could it be that this individual is a direct disciple of the legendary Xianxiao Sword Immortal? Given that he bore the insignia of Xianxiao Peak, it seemed highly probable. Yet, hadn't the Xianxiao Immortal always refrained from accepting disciples? Has she now begun to take students? This implies I should return and prepare diligently. If I were to join Xianxiao Peak, it would surely propel me to great heights. Just you? Dream on. It is not so simple to be accepted by the Xianxiao Immortal. The crowd pondered this as well. Otherwise, Xianxiao Peak would not have remained without a disciple for so many years. This person truly is fortunate to have gained acceptance under the immortal's tutelage. Alas, how enviable. However, trouble was brewing for him. The inner sect disciple, Yi Chun, had long aspired to become a disciple of the Xianxiao immortal but had been rebuffed, now that she was accepting disciples. It was inevitable that Yi Chun would be displeased. He might even challenge this individual. One could only wonder if this newcomer could withstand a confrontation. For Yi Chun was an extraordinary talent at the 8th level of the divine concealment realm, and at merely 25 years of age. The future indeed holds promise. In my estimation, this person must possess some degree of skill. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen by the Xianxiao Sword Immortal. I find myself rather eager for a duel between the two. At this moment, Yin Huai had already entered the Hall of 10,000 Methods, which was divided into 3 tiers. Outer sect disciples were permitted to select techniques only from the first tier. Inner sect disciples could choose from both the first and second tiers. Outer sect disciples were limited to taking away 1 technique at a time, while inner sect disciples could take 2. Direct disciples, however, were free to select from all 3 tiers. Theoretically, this was the case, though it was rare for direct disciples to choose multiple techniques at once. After all, one cannot bite off more than they can chew. Many individuals learn 1 technique at a time, and those with higher talents might manage to take away 2 at most. Yin Huai felt a sense of novelty as he surveyed the surroundings, seeking out those techniques with backlash effects. After considerable time searching the first tier, he found very few techniques with backlash. Only 1 or 2 were available. Although the backlash effects appeared formidable, they offered little enhancement to one's own capabilities. At best, they might serve to annoy Yang Yuxing, but that would be of no practical use. Therefore, Yin Huai decided against learning them and proceeded to the second tier. At the entrance to the second tier, an elder was stationed to oversee registration. Upon seeing Yin Huai approach, he exhibited no particular curiosity. For while inner sect disciples were fewer than outer sect disciples, there were still many. Each day, thousands of inner sect disciples ventured to the second tier. Shortly thereafter, upon Yin Huai presenting the insignia, the elder cast him a more scrutinizing glance before permitting him to pass. As the scene shifted, Yin Huai found himself in the second tier, where the number of disciples was considerably less than in the first tier. Nevertheless, the space remained vast, rivaling the first tier, with countless techniques and martial arts on display. After a considerable time, he finally stumbled upon a technique that seemed quite promising, the Lukuei Cannon. The first page of the technique stated, to practice this divine art, one must castrate oneself. Should one refrain from self-castration, they shall first lose their hearing. Blood shall flow from the 7 orifices, and then madness shall ensue. In simple terms, the backlash of this technique could lead to the destruction of the 7 orifices at best, or at worst, result in one becoming a mindless fool. Of course, this was the consequence of not self-castrating while cultivating. Despite the immense backlash potential of the Lukuei Cannon, the combat power it could bestow was not to be underestimated. Yin Huai gazed at the technique in his hands, his lips twitching slightly. He had not anticipated encountering a fantastical version of the evil slaying sword manual. After briefly examining it, he set it aside, as he had no intention of cultivating it, even if he could transfer the backlash, should he ever employ this technique. Others might mistakenly believe he had undergone self-castration, thus compromising the dignity of being a direct disciple of the Xianxiao Sword Immortal. If he were to embarrass his master, he might even face dire consequences. Recalling the moment Lin Yuran had slain the White Tiger Mountain Lord, a shiver ran down Yin Huai's spine. After a lengthy search, Yin Huai finally discovered what he sought, a collection of alchemical formulas, akin to a small anthology of recipes. He diligently noted down the formulas that possessed backlash effects. Among them were the Explosive Flame Pill, the Divine Concealment Pill, the 5 Elements Pill, and the Mirror Shattering Pill, all of which exhibited backlash effects. The Explosive Flame Pill, when consumed, could enhance combat power tenfold, yet its side effects would lead to a decline in realm stability. The Divine Concealment Pill, a potion for the Divine Concealment Realm, could elevate one's realm by a minor level, but again, the side effect was an unstable foundation. The 5 Elements Pill allowed one to harness the powers of the 5 elements and master their principles, yet the success rate of comprehension was exceedingly low. An excessive consumption could damage one's primordial spirit, leading to mental fatigue. The Mirror Shattering Pill, a peerless elixir suitable for use from chi refinement to transcendence, could facilitate a breakthrough of one minor realm with just one pill, but the side effects included an unstable foundation and a precarious realm. The effects were undeniably potent, and Yin Huai felt a surge of excitement. Unfortunately, he lacked the alchemical skills to concoct them himself and would need to seek assistance from others. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Host's intentions detected. A selective task is now being issued. Option 1. Challenge the Immortal Pavilion in 10 days and pass the 4th trial, with a reward of a 10,000-fold increase in alchemical comprehension and the holy artifact. The Inch of Heaven and Earth Furnace. Option 2. Challenge the Immortal Pavilion in 15 days and pass the 4th trial, with a reward of a 1,000-fold increase in alchemical comprehension and 10 white orchid fruits. Option 3. Challenge the Immortal Pavilion in 20 days and pass the 4th trial, with a reward of a 100-fold increase in alchemical comprehension and 1,000 various spiritual herbs. Gazing at the options before him, Yin Huai fell into deep contemplation. All 3 choices would be advantageous for him. The Immortal Pavilion. He had heard of it from a cousin in his family. It was said to be an important reference for assessing a disciple's talent in the Tao of immortality. Rumor had it that the trials within the Immortal Pavilion were exceedingly rigorous, and a moment's carelessness could lead to a brush with death. Of course, the rewards after clearing the trials were also quite generous. Not only would one be recorded on the Immortal ranking, but they would also receive blessings from the entities within the Immortal Pavilion. Those who were blessed often experienced a significant boost to their combat power with terrifying effects. The specifics, however, remained unclear to Yin Huai. He would need to inquire further. Chapter 11. Celestial Fragments of Flowing Light. Rapidly advancing one's strength through alchemy is indeed a splendid method. After all, it is not I who will suffer from the instability of foundation after consuming these pills. Yin Huai did not make an immediate choice, intending to first consult his master about the Immortal Pavilion before deciding. After all, the system had not mandated an immediate decision. Quietly noting down the necessary alchemical formulas, Yin Huai resolved to proceed to the 3rd tier, as he had yet to find a suitable technique. The elder stationed at the registration for the 2nd tier was a rather attractive female elder. Upon seeing Yin Huai approach, she displayed great curiosity, for she was familiar with the prodigies who could enter the 3rd tier, yet Yin Huai was a newcomer to her. Without further ado, Yin Huai presented the Xianxiao peak insignia, prompting the female elder to suddenly realize. After completing her registration, she allowed Yin Huai to enter. Surely, he would find a fitting technique with backlash effects in this tier. Observing the emptiness of the 3rd tier, Yin Huai muttered to himself, not a single person in sight. He then chuckled to himself. Naturally, as a direct disciple, each master serves as the best hall of 10,000 methods, imparting the strongest techniques. And thus they would naturally look down upon this hall of 10,000 methods. Not wishing to dwell on this thought, Yin Huai began to explore. The 3rd tier was replete with various techniques and martial arts, and soon enough, Yin Huai discovered a technique that was absolutely suited to him. Celestial Fragments of Flowing Light. A low-grade sacred sword technique. Utilizing one's own vital essence to propel sword techniques, the higher the vital essence, the greater the power of the swordsmanship. Comparable to the martial arts of quasi-emperors. However, a person's vital essence is finite. Frequent usage of the Celestial Rift Flowing Light technique may deplete it, leading to a decline in one's realm, weakening of mental faculties, and in severe cases, even death. The ability to rival quasi-emperor martial arts is indeed remarkable. Yin Huai felt a surge of joy and, recalling the backlash, a wicked smile crept across his lips. The consumption of vital essence is not easily replenished. Far away in the Tianyu dynasty, Yang Yuxing felt a chill run through his body, even though he had yet to awaken. You must endure. Do not let me toy with you so easily, Yang Yuxing. After circling around, he selected several normal techniques to enrich his repertoire, which included a fist technique and a body technique, the 9 turns Overlord Fist, and the heavenly Peng 9 steps. These 2 divine techniques also reached the lower grade of the holy tier. Truly, it is no surprise that they belong to one of the dominant forces in the heavenly sword sacred domain. Holy tier martial arts are indeed rare even across the entire sacred domain, although they may not be as potent as the Celestial Rift Flowing Light. They are sufficient for my current strength in the Holy King realm. With a sigh of admiration, Yin Huai decided not to search further and left the 10,000 Methods Pavilion. Upon returning to Xianxia Peak, he eagerly commenced his cultivation. A night passed, and he had mastered the Celestial Rift Flowing Light, achieving proficiency that transcended mere first glimpses and minor accomplishments, arriving instead at the pinnacle of perfection. Recalling the system task triggered yesterday, Yin Huai resolved to first consult Lin Yuran regarding the matters of the Immortal Pavilion. Within Lin Yuran's palace on Xianxia Peak, he called out, "Master, are you present? I have a matter to inquire about." Soon, Lin Yuran's melodious voice resonated, "Enter." She revealed a smile that seemed slightly less aloof, which struck Yin Huai as peculiar. Noting this, he refrained from further comment and continued, "Master, I wish to venture into the Immortal Pavilion. May I know what conditions are required?" Lin Yuran appeared quite surprised, not expecting Yin Huai to wish to enter the Immortal Pavilion so soon after his arrival. After a brief pause, she responded, "The Immortal Pavilion is divided into 9 tiers, each tier representing a different level of strength. With your current prowess, passing the second tier should suffice, but to advance to the third tier, further refinement will be necessary. Lin Yuren's words were straightforward. She was not one to beat around the bush. Yin Huai's heart tightened at the realization of the Immortal Pavilion's formidable challenges. Yet the system had only just triggered a task, and he was determined to see it through. He quietly assessed his current capabilities and recognized substantial room for enhancement, particularly with the grass character sword technique and the heavy pupil, which held great potential for improvement. Resolving this, he inwardly declared, "System, I choose one. I shall complete the challenge within 10 days." Yin Huai was resolute. Not to mention the tenfold enhancement in alchemical comprehension, he was also eager for the alchemical furnace. "Master, I understand. I shall attempt to enter after 10 days. Lin Yuran hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided against voicing her concerns. She did not wish to undermine Yin Huai's confidence. If he could not succeed, he could always try again. She encouraged him. "Very well, I believe in you. Dedicate these days to your cultivation, and should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult me." "Thank you, Master." After discussing a few more matters regarding cultivation, Yin Huai took his leave. Upon returning to his dwelling, he resumed his training, intent on maximizing his capabilities by refining the grass character sword technique to perfection. Though he had only just grasped its fundamentals, with his understanding of swordsmanship, he believed it would not be overly difficult to reach the next level within 5 days, even accounting for a minor accomplishment along the way. 5 days later, a terrifying sword aura erupted, and a nearby hill was obliterated. Who would have thought the grass character sword technique to be so profound, achieving a significant level of mastery in just 5 days? If others heard Yin Huai's thoughts at that moment, they would surely be left speechless. To express dissatisfaction at mastering a top-tier technique in just 5 days? It should be noted that the grass character sword technique, despite lacking a formal rank, could serve as a primary offensive method at any level of cultivation. The grass character sword technique was sufficient for now. It was time to develop the heavy pupil. Yin Huai sat down on the ground, activating the heavy pupil and beginning to comprehend its intricacies. He observed subtle changes occurring within his pupils. The world within them repeatedly evolved, cycling through creation and destruction. As Yin Huai's mastery of the heavy pupil deepened with the world's evolution, a few days passed in the Tianyu dynasty. As their relationship deepened, Lu Ruyan and Yang Yan grew increasingly familiar with one another. They also discovered that Yang Yuxing's ability to obliterate the Yin family had been facilitated by Yang Yan's covert support. He had sent only the most elite individuals to assist Yang Yuxing, all while a powerful deity watched over them. However, Yang Yan was astonished that Yin Huai managed to escape under such circumstances. This realization intrigued Yang Yan, yet he did not dwell on it. One day, after finishing their training, Lu Ruyan lay in Yang Yan's embrace, radiant and alluring. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke, "Your Majesty, do you recall the individual who awakened the ancient heavy pupil in the Yunluo Mountains? Have they been captured?" Yang Yan's expression remained calm, betraying no thoughts. "There is no harm in telling you. That individual has joined the Immortal Path sect." Lu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback, continuing, "They have joined the Immortal Path sect. Your Majesty, do you know who that person is?" Only then did Yang Yan regard Lu Ruyan with a hint of interest, gently lifting her chin and inquiring, "What? Are you quite interested in this individual?" Chapter 12. The Power of the Heavy Pupil. Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed, and she quickly replied, "Your Majesty jokes. My heart belongs entirely to you. I merely recalled Yin Huai, who escaped that day, and wondered if the one who awakened the ancient heavy pupil is he." Yang Yan laughed heartily, rising with a commanding presence. "Do not speak of that boy. He has been rendered useless and poses no threat. Even if he awakens the ancient heavy pupil, I shall not fear him. I will instruct my servants to provide you with some rare treasures so that you may improve your cultivation. If you absorb them all, you should at least reach the Holy Realm and have some means of self-defense." As Yang Yan's assertive words resonated, Lu Ruyan's face blossomed with delight. Her gaze fixed intently on him. After a pause, Yang Yan continued, "However, you have reminded me, since this boy could escape the eyes of a deity, he must possess some hidden cards. It is prudent to eliminate him entirely to avoid any disturbances to us." The annihilation of the Yin family was orchestrated by him, and he was willing to pay any price to ascend to that supreme realm. A flicker of coldness flashed in Yang Yan's eyes. Lu Ruyan said nothing further, as she sensed that if Yin Huai truly rose to prominence, her fate would surely be dire. She smiled sweetly, playfully teasing Yang Yan. Meeting your Majesty was indeed the greatest fortune for Ruyan. With no means to repay him, she could only. Yang Yan watched the scene unfold before him. The extinguished flames ignited once more, followed by a lecherous grin. "What is it you wish to offer?" Lu Ruyan remained silent, displaying a captivating expression as she beckoned Yang Yan with a finger. In an instant, He lunged at her like a ravenous wolf. "Your Majesty, be gentle." The two began to indulge in a passionate embrace, while the unfortunate Yang Yuxing remained in a deep slumber, seemingly incapable of awakening. During this period, Yang Yin was not overly concerned, despite the fact that he was his most cherished prince. He was aware that the prince knew too much. Some secrets could only be preserved by the dead. Subsequently, he could also bring Lu Ruyan into the harem, though it would lack some excitement. 5 days later, atop Xianxiao Peak, a young man clad in white suddenly opened his eyes, and a beam of white light shot forth from his left eye. A terrifying energy swept through the surroundings, exuding a faint aura of world-destroying power. The boy was none other than Yin Huai, who was cultivating the dual pupil technique. As the blinding radiance dissipated, his aura returned to tranquility. The world within his pupils continued to evolve autonomously, even without deliberate practice. The power of the dual pupil would gradually enhance itself. Yin Huai could not help but marvel. Truly, it was the ancient dual pupil. If cultivated to perfection, it could potentially open the heavens and even manifest a true world within his gaze. The destructive power emanating from his left eye was indeed formidable. Comparable to a strike from a Saint King, alas, it consumed an immense amount of energy and could not be used continuously. Sensing the rich vitality within his right eye, Yin Huai felt a surge of joy. Surely, the ability of this right eye was related to healing, though he was uncertain of its extent. It was time to conduct an experiment. With that thought, Yin Huai directed a divine light from his left eye onto his right hand. In an instant, his palm was pierced through, causing him to grimace in pain. He then activated the life force from his right eye to heal his hand. Before long, Yin Huai's right hand transformed from a gruesome mess to its original state. The excruciating pain also vanished. Yin Huai's face lit up with uncontainable joy. He had not anticipated the life force within his right eye to be so potent, healing his hand in less than 10 breaths. It seemed that in battles, should he sustain non-fatal injuries, he could utilize the life force of his right eye for recovery. Destruction from the left eye, vitality from the right eye. Was this the essence of the ancient dual pupil? At this moment, Yin Huai was overwhelmed with delight, as the names of these two extraordinary abilities emerged in his mind. World-destroying divine light. Rejuvenating spring. After assessing his own cultivation, he realized that with the enhancement of the dual pupil, his realm had ascended to the second level of the divine concealment realm. Though he had not exerted full effort to elevate his realm, he had still achieved a notable advancement, which was quite advantageous. With 10 days having passed, it was time to challenge the Immortal Pavilion. The system's grand prize awaited. He chuckled mischievously before departing from Xianxiao Peak. The earlier scene of Yin Huai experimenting with the dual pupil was closely observed by Lin Yuran, who remained hidden. Her frosty countenance revealed little change, yet a discerning eye could detect the fondness and joy she harbored for Yin Huai. However, upon recalling Yin Huai's circumstances, her gaze turned cold, her red lips parting slightly. "Yang Yin, I hope you do not seek your own demise." With that, she stealthily followed Yin Huai. During these 10 days, rumors circulated wildly within the Immortal Path sect. Many disciples had learned of a newly arrived direct disciple atop Xianxiao Peak. However, 10 days had elapsed, and aside from those who had seen Yin Huai at the Hall of 10,000 Laws, the rest were filled with curiosity about him. At this moment, a crowd of disciples gathered before the Immortal Pavilion, engaged in lively discussion. Who is attempting to enter the Immortal Pavilion? Yi Chun. You don't know this? Yi Chun, the one who refused the invitation from the unfeeling Sword Immortal, insisting on becoming a disciple of the Xianxiao Sword Immortal? Indeed, it is said that his 5-element sword body has already reached the minor completion stage. Today, he must be confronting the Immortal Pavilion to fulfill his agreement with the Xianxiao Sword Immortal. At this point, a curious disciple interjected, "Agreement? What agreement?" The other disciple looked at him incredulously. "You don't know?" When Yi Chun joined the Immortal Path sect, he sought to become a disciple of the Xianxiao Sword Immortal. However, the Immortal said she would only accept one direct disciple, and Yi Chun did not meet her criteria. And then Yi Chun asked what the criteria were. But the Immortal did not elucidate, only directing her gaze toward the Immortal Pavilion. Yi Chun assumed he needed to challenge the Immortal Pavilion to meet the standards, so he promptly requested to enter. Unfortunately, while Yi Chun possessed a 5-element sword body, he could not fully unleash its power, stopping at the second level. The disciple sighed in regret. What happened afterward? Afterward, Yi Chun, unwilling to accept defeat, vowed to break through the second and even third levels of the Immortal Pavilion within 5 years, aspiring to reach the 4th level strength. He also expressed his hope that the Immortal would take him as a disciple at that time, but it seemed she had nothing to say and simply departed. Since then, Yi Chun had remained in the inner sect without a master. The group of disciples, oblivious to the truth, came to a sudden realization. The earlier disciple remarked, "If Yi Chun fulfills his agreement today, Will he still be able to become a disciple of Xianxiao Peak? I heard that the Xianxiao Immortal has already accepted a disciple. That remains uncertain. It depends on how the Immortal chooses. Just then, a resounding chime echoed from within the Immortal Pavilion. Dong, dong, dong. Chapter 13. Task triggered again. As long as someone challenges the Immortal Pavilion, a progress projection will appear outside. At that moment, someone exclaimed, "Look, Yi Chun has passed the second level of the Immortal Pavilion." The disciples turned to witness the truth. The earlier bell had indeed signaled a successful challenge. Before long, Yin Huai arrived at the front of the Immortal Pavilion, astonished to see the throng of disciples. What is going on? So many people are here to challenge the Immortal Pavilion? A few female disciples nearby took notice of him. Wow, what a handsome man. Just look at his charming face paired with that flowing white hair. It's simply breathtaking. Oh my, I can hardly bear it. Several female disciples gasped, their legs instinctively tightening. One of them, gathering her courage, approached him. "Junior brother, these people are not here to challenge the Immortal Pavilion. They merely came to watch the spectacle." Yin Huai, having overheard the earlier conversation, feigned calmness. "I see. Thank you, senior sister, for clarifying. Could you please guide me on how to enter the Immortal Pavilion for the challenge?" The female disciple, with bright eyes and a radiant smile, possessed a graceful figure. While she might not be considered exceedingly beautiful in the cultivation world, she could easily be regarded as one of the most stunning stars on Blue Planet. Yin Huai had been in this world for 18 years and had grown accustomed to it. Initially, he found it intriguing, but given his circumstances, he could only observe. After beginning his cultivation, his interest waned. Yet, he could not help but recall the breathtaking beauty of his own master, who was truly extraordinary. At that moment, the curious female disciple asked, "Junior brother, are you new to the sect? You do seem unfamiliar." Yin Huai replied, "Yes, senior sister. Might I trouble you to introduce me to the Immortal Pavilion?" Just then, several female disciples observing from a distance could no longer contain themselves and rushed forward. "What is your surname, junior brother? How old are you this year, junior brother? Do you have a partner, junior brother?" In an instant, a lively atmosphere enveloped Yin Huai as numerous female disciples surrounded him. Yin Huai's lips twitched, inwardly exclaiming, "As a young man venturing into the world, one must protect oneself." The earlier female disciple, blushing, spoke up, "Junior brother, if you wish to challenge the Immortal Pavilion, you only need to register with the elder on duty there. I can take you there." Yin Huai glanced around and noticed the number of people encircling him was subtly increasing, sending a shiver down his spine. He hurriedly responded, "Yes, yes, senior sister, please lead the way." The female disciple let out a soft laugh, noticing Yin Huai's embarrassment, yet she refrained from commenting, leading him towards the elder in charge. The surrounding male disciples glared at the sight of Yin Huai being surrounded by a throng of charming female disciples, their displeasure evident. But they could do nothing about it. After all, none could rival his handsomeness, and they could only spit in contempt. Can good looks fill one's belly? It's mastery that holds true significance. One male disciple scoffed. Upon hearing this, the female disciples rallied against him, nearly rushing to tear him apart. Seizing the opportunity, he fled in disarray. Naturally, Yin Huai had no time to spare on such a passerby. He simply wished to escape the encirclement. Soon, they arrived at their destination. And after expressing his gratitude, Yin Huai hurriedly proceeded to register. As per usual, he produced the Xianxiao Peak token. The elder glanced at it, his eyes widening in astonishment, yet he soon spoke, "Very well. However, there is currently someone challenging within the Immortal Pavilion. You may either wait for them to emerge or return tomorrow." Curiosity piqued, Yin Huai pondered why each elder displayed such surprise upon seeing his token. And upon hearing the elder's words, he replied, "Then I shall wait for the disciple to emerge." The elder nodded, offering no further commentary. Yin Huai's mind began to whirl. Could it be that this token bestowed by his master carried some additional significance? Why else would these elders react with such astonishment? Regardless, he would inquire with his master later. Just then, a resounding bell echoed from within the Immortal Pavilion, louder than before. "Bong, bong, bong." Another disciple exclaimed, "Look, Yi Chun has passed the third trial of the Immortal Pavilion." Indeed, does this mean he can join the ranks of the Xianxiao Sword Immortal's disciples? Certainly. With such strength, he's nearly on par with the personal disciples of the other peak masters. Yin Huai's expression shifted to one of intrigue. This individual sought to become his master's disciple? The female disciple beside him then recounted the events leading up to this moment. It was only then that Yin Huai understood. So that was it. Although he had only recently become Lin Yuren's disciple, he was aware that given her character, if she had not expressed interest in accepting Yi Chun as a disciple at that time, she likely would not do so now. Disregarding the ongoing discussions among the disciples, Yin Huai silently awaited Yi Chun's emergence from the trials. Before long, a young man clad in a green Dao robe, appearing to be in his 20s, stepped out. It was Yi Chun, who had successfully completed the challenge. His gaze instinctively turned towards the Xianxiao peak, his heart racing with anticipation. Surely, this time he would be able to take her as his master. But then he recalled recent rumors that Lin Yuran had already taken on a disciple. His expression hardened. No matter who you are, I must defeat you. I will prove to her that I am the most exceptional. Just as he was about to leave, Yin Huai stepped forward into the Immortal Pavilion. Noticing Yin Huai, Yi Chen furrowed his brow. Challengers of the Immortal Pavilion were typically renowned prodigies within the sect, and he recognized most of them, except for the unfamiliar face of Yin Huai. Recalling recent gossip, he pondered aloud. Which peak are you from? I don't believe I've seen you before. Yin Huai turned to face him, revealing no intention of concealing his identity, and replied calmly, I am Yin Huai, a direct disciple of Xianxiao Peak. This declaration struck Yi Chen like a thunderclap, jolting him into awareness. Regaining his composure, Yi Chen's demeanor turned hostile as he coldly remarked, You are the disciple just accepted by the Xianxiao fairy? Unfazed, Yin Huai recognized the bitterness in Yi Chen's gaze and responded, Indeed. At that moment, the other disciples, who were preparing to leave, seemed to have stumbled upon a sensational piece of gossip, halting in their tracks to observe the two. A spectacle was unfolding. They hadn't anticipated that this individual was the newly accepted disciple of the fairy. What was his name again? Right, Yin Huai. He is so handsome, I adore him. Instantly, a multitude of female disciples took notice of Yin Huai's striking features. Will they actually fight? Yin Huai has only just become a disciple. He surely cannot be Yi Chen's match. I beg to differ. The Xianxiao Sword Immortal only accepts the most gifted individuals as disciples. Surely, he must possess extraordinary talent to have caught her eye. Concern rippled through the crowd of female disciples. Such a handsome face, should it be marred? It would be a great misfortune. At this juncture, Yi Chen spoke, Humph. I was just looking for you. Since you have come to me, do you dare to battle? I wish to see if you are worthy of being a direct disciple of the Xianxiao Sword Immortal. Just then, a voice from the system echoed. Ding. Selective task triggered. Option 1. Accept Yi Chen's challenge and decisively teach him a lesson. Reward. Divine Fire, 9-colored Divine Fire. Option 2. Accept Yi Chen's challenge and lose. Reward. 1 good person card, which grants you favor from others. Option 3. Reject Yi Chen's challenge and kneel to repent. Reward. Sacred Artifact, Ninja Turtle Shell. Yin Huai gazed at the options before him, utterly speechless. What is this? A turtle shell? What would I even do with a turtle shell? Silently resolving, he thought. I choose option 1. Ding. Victory in battle confirmed. Rewards dispatched. Just in time for his alchemical studies, the 9-colored Divine Fire sounded quite prestigious. It would surely be a valuable asset. Suppressing his inner excitement, Yin Huai maintained a calm demeanor as he declared, You will soon discover whether or not I am worthy. Chapter 14. Breaking the Void Finger. At that moment, the elder guarding the Immortal Pavilion waved his hand, and a martial stage materialized to the left of the pavilion. The elder's voice then resonated, Proceed to the martial stage for the duel. Yin Huai and Yi Chen exchanged glances, transforming into streaks of light as they entered the stage. The rules of the Immortal Dao sect were few, yet they strictly prohibited infighting among disciples. Even in the event of grievances, battles must remain restrained, lest one be expelled from the sect. As the two stood upon the martial stage, the crowd below swelled, a sea of eager onlookers. Each person speculated on who would emerge victorious in this clash. Yi Chen's eyes gleamed with malice as he coldly regarded Yin Huai, declaring, You will surely lose within 10 moves, boy. It would be wise for you to withdraw from Xianxiao Peak. Yin Huai, displaying an expression of impatience, retorted, You've prattled on long enough. With that, he summoned the semi-imperial weapon gifted to him by Lin Yuran. Yue Shui? Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Is that not the semi-imperial weapon of the Xianxiao fairy, Yue Shui? The Sword Immortal clearly dotes on this disciple. It is truly enviable. Yi Chen, consumed by jealousy, felt his vision redden as he gritted his teeth. What of the semi-imperial weapon? I will not lose. With that, Yi Chen drew his sword and unleashed a series of sword techniques, accompanied by a low chant, surging towards Yin Huai. 5 elements, sword slash. Swish, swish, swish. The terrifying sword energy rushed towards Yin Huai in an instant. Unflustered, Yin Huai executed his own sword technique, grass character sword. Bang! The 2 streams of sword energy collided. And in the blink of an eye, the 5 elements sword slash was shattered by the grass character sword. The scene fell into an astonished silence, as the onlookers were left dumbfounded by the unfolding spectacle. The energy unleashed by the 2 sword energies was formidable enough to rival that of a practitioner in the sacred realm. Yi Chen wore a face of disbelief. That last move was his signature sword technique, not the most powerful, but certainly among his top-tier skills. Impossible. How could a mere practitioner of the divine concealment realm withstand my 5 elements sword slash? He then glanced at Yin Huai's sword and understood the reason. It must be attributed to the quasi-emperor weapon. Otherwise, he would never have been able to counter my attack. Cursed be it. That should have been mine. At this moment, those with discerning eyes had already recognized Yin Huai's extraordinary prowess. Though wielding a quasi-emperor weapon, he had not even summoned its energy, indicating that he had deflected the attack solely with his own strength. Some elders had already identified the technique Yin Huai had just executed, the grass character sword technique. To think he could master the renowned skill of the Xianxiao Sword Immortal so swiftly, he truly is a genius. Just then, Yi Chun initiated his second round of assault, determined to seize victory over Yin Huai with unyielding momentum. Unhurriedly, Yin Huai parried each of Yi Chun's attacks, while simultaneously honing his own swordsmanship. Finally, after several rounds, Yin Huai decided it was time to conclude the playful sparring. With a fluid series of swift strikes, he unleashed the grass character sword technique, its inherent offensive aura surging towards Yi Chun. Yi Chun inwardly exclaimed, "This is his full strength? Impossible. I am in the transcendent realm. How could I be defeated by someone in the divine concealment realm? Oh, break through." After a fierce struggle, Yi Chun finally found the moment to unleash his most powerful strike. "Let my strongest sword vanquish you." Gold generates water. Water generates wood. Life is eternal. The 9 life swords. Go. A torrent of terrifying sword energy erupted forth, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. Such a fearsome sword technique. Even a practitioner in the sacred realm might struggle to withstand it. Yi Chun is incredible. No wonder he is a prodigy endowed with the 5 elements sword body. At this moment, excitement radiated from Yin Huai's face. "Now this is getting interesting. Allow me to show you my technique." With that, Yin Huai raised his hand and struck with a sword. The grass character sword radiance. In an instant, the sword energy he unleashed transformed into a sprout, radiating brilliant light while exuding an overwhelming aura of destruction. Boom! Thunderous roars echoed as the martial stage was enveloped in sword radiance. Moments later, as the radiance dissipated, only Yin Huai remained standing, while Yi Chun had been violently sent flying by the earlier explosion, now lying on the stage, spitting blood. "You have lost." Yin Huai spoke in an even tone. The expressions of the gathered disciples could easily be turned into memes, their mouths agape in disbelief. Finally, someone broke the silence. "Yi Chun has actually been defeated. That terrifying sword strike could not even withstand Brother Yin Huai's onslaught. Unbelievable. How could Brother Yin Huai, merely in the divine concealment realm, defeat Yi Chun in the transcendent realm? Genius cannot be measured by realm alone. That divine sword technique would have vanquished even a practitioner in the sacred realm. Indeed, it should be noted that Brother Yin Huai had been holding back. If it were a life or death battle, the power of that technique would have undoubtedly escalated. Wow. Brother Yin Huai is so handsome and powerful. I wish to marry him. Get away. Brother Yin Huai belongs to me." "What do you mean yours, you shameless hussy?" Yin Huai chose to ignore Yi Chun further, turning to descend the martial stage and head towards the immortal pavilion. As he entered, it took a long while for Yi Chun to recover. After violently coughing up blood, he left with a face full of resentment and anger. The crowd had shifted their focus away from him, now intent on observing Yin Huai within the immortal pavilion, eager to see how far he could advance. Yi Chun had already cleared the 3rd level. Might Brother Yin Huai directly pass the 4th? It's hard to say, based on their earlier fight. While Brother Yin Huai is indeed stronger, the difference is not vast, and the 4th level of the immortal pavilion is no easy feat besides. Apart from a few candidates for the Tao Child, it seems no one has managed to clear the 4th level. That's right. Speaking of which, Brother Yin Huai is the only direct disciple of the Xianxiao Sword Immortal. Will he be able to participate in the Tao Child competition 3 years from now? That seems likely, although with his current strength, the odds of victory appear slim. Indeed, the other candidates are already in the Sacred King realm. There are still 3 years left. We shall see then. I am somewhat looking forward to it. Yes, the competition for the position of Tao Child will surely be fierce. At this moment, within the immortal pavilion, Yin Huai was contemplating a divine finger technique. Only by reaching a certain level of comprehension could he proceed to the next stage. Darkness enveloped Yin Huai, as if time had ceased, plunging him into an abyss of endless shadows. He activated the ancient abyss-devouring demon technique, repeatedly contemplating the finger technique in his mind. The void-breaking finger, a quasi-emperor level technique. As the name suggests, it breaks all illusions. Uncertain how much time had passed, Yin Huai finally opened his previously shut eyes. With a single point of his finger, a terrifying energy that seemed capable of shattering all things shot forth into the distance. However, under the suppression within the immortal pavilion, this energy swiftly dissipated. The void-breaking finger, a remarkable technique, truly worthy of being a quasi-emperor level divine skill. Yin Huai felt both joy and surprise. as he had already mastered this technique to its pinnacle. Chapter 15. Ascending the Golden List, bestowing the peaceful chaos technique. Once again, he was unsure how much time had elapsed. Why had he managed to cultivate this quasi-emperor level divine skill to perfection so quickly? At that moment, a voice resonated within the immortal pavilion. Congratulations, Challenger. You have successfully passed the first level's comprehension test. As you have mastered this divine skill to perfection within just 10 days in the immortal pavilion, your comprehension is extraordinary. Subsequent levels will no longer feature comprehension tests. Only combat tests. 10 days in the immortal pavilion? So the flow of time here is different from the outside world? The voice within the immortal pavilion seemed to take a liking to Yin Huai, responding, indeed, 1 day outside equates to 240 days within the immortal pavilion. Would you like to commence the combat test? Yin Huai then realized. No wonder it felt as though he had been cultivating for quite some time. Begin. As soon as Yin Huai spoke, numerous luminous points suddenly emerged from the surrounding darkness. Subsequently, 10 humanoid puppets at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm surrounded him. Interesting, puppets to test strength. Suddenly, all 10 puppets unleashed their techniques simultaneously, charging at Yin Huai. Perfect timing to test this move. Celestial Gap, Flowing Light. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, Yin Huai executed the Celestial Gap, Flowing Light, slicing through the surroundings. With a resounding bang, the 10 puppets were sent flying. Clang. The backlash was automatically redirected to Yang Yuxing. Yin Huai nodded in praise of the system. Meanwhile, within the Celestial Empire, the unconscious Yang Yuxing spat out another mouthful of blood with a cry, clearly unable to withstand the repeated torment. Looking back at Yin Huai, he had successfully passed the first trial of the Immortal Pavilion. Congratulations on passing the first trial of the Immortal Pavilion. Would you like to proceed to the next level? Yin Huai immediately replied, yes. With that, a beam of white light shot forth from the darkness, radiating a dazzling brilliance, yet still failing to illuminate the surrounding gloom. As Yin Huai vanished into the blinding light, upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in a transformed environment, no longer shrouded in darkness, but surrounded by a throng of people. The center of this gathering was a martial arts arena, where 2 figures were engaged in combat. Upon activating his Zhongtong, Yin Huai discerned that the combatants were none other than Wei Yang, the master of Baiyun Peak, and Wang Zhe, the master of Piamiao Peak. However, they appeared as their younger selves, both possessing merely the cultivation of the Kaiyuan realm. The 2 exchanged blows with remarkable ferocity, their terrifying prowess sweeping across the entire arena. Unbeknownst to him, Yin Huai became engrossed in their captivating duel. After an indeterminate number of exchanges, a careless move from the master of Baiyun Peak, Wei Yang, sent him hurtling through the air. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Zhe pursued him relentlessly, culminating in a fierce confrontation that ultimately left Wei Yang defeated. His form dissipated within the arena. At that moment, Yin Huai felt a jolt through his body, and the next instant, he found himself standing within the arena. Confronted by the menacing Wang Zhe, Yin Huai grasped the gravity of the situation. It seemed he was to defeat the victor of this clash. But what significance lay in witnessing their youthful duel? Just then, the youthful Wang Zhe unleashed his divine abilities, charging at Yin Huai. A torrent of formidable techniques surged forth, compelling Yin Huai to once again employ the celestial flow of light. A vast wave of sword energy swept towards the young Wang Zhe, decisively overcoming him once more. Suddenly, a realization struck Yin Huai. The earlier battle between the 2 had served to illuminate their weaknesses, thus facilitating his victory. Would this signify his success in overcoming the trial? At that moment, the voice within the celestial pavilion responded, congratulations, Challenger. You have successfully passed the second trial. Would you like to proceed to the next challenge? Yin Huai felt a surge of joy. Having succeeded was enough. Yes, he affirmed. In an instant, the blinding light reappeared, and he vanished once more. Outside the celestial pavilion, a crowd of disciples stood in astonishment. Quick! How astonishingly swift! They exclaimed. From the moment Yin Huai entered the celestial pavilion, he had taken over an hour to complete the first trial, yet the second had been surmounted in less than 3 minutes. Was the second trial truly so effortless? No way, I must give it a try. They insisted. Turning their gaze back to Yin Huai, they saw he had already arrived at the third trial of the celestial pavilion. In this round, only one individual appeared, and fortuitously, Yin Huai recognized him, Li Zichang, the master of Wuxin Peak. Moreover, he was at the pinnacle of the Shenzong realm. As the second individual in the sect to be hailed as a sword immortal, Li Zichang's innate talent and strength were indisputable. His Wuxin sword art had reached an unparalleled zenith, and apart from Lin Yuran and the sect leader Zhao Juli, no other peak master could rival him. A smirk crept across Yin Huai's lips as he mused. Finally, things are becoming interesting. At that moment, Li Zichang spoke. Young Yin Huai, Your ability to summon me indicates that you have indeed gained the Celestial Pavilion's recognition. However, to triumph over me, you still lack a certain refinement." Hearing these haughty words, Yin Huai inwardly scoffed, realizing that even in his youth, the Sword Immortal had an air of arrogance. Clearing his throat, Yin Huai maintained his composure and replied, "Arrogance is not my intention, Senior Li. Please, bestow your guidance." Li Zicheng's lips twitched in surprise, his expression momentarily faltering. "You insolent brat," he retorted. With that, he unsheathed his sword and immediately unleashed the Wuxing sword art. Swish, swish, swish. 3 terrifying yet profoundly mysterious sword energies surged towards Yin Huai with remarkable velocity. Not daring to be careless, Yin Huai promptly executed the grass character sword art. The grass character sword. Swish, swish. The 2 streams of sword energy clashed violently, emitting flashes of white light as if performing electric welding. With a resounding boom, both combatants staggered back 3 steps. Li Zicheng erupted in hearty laughter. "Good lad. You have remarkably cultivated the grass character sword art to such a degree, truly worthy of possessing the forbidden sword body." He paid no heed to Yin Huai's astonished expression and launched another attack. Yin Huai was indeed taken aback. The forbidden sword body was a secret even his master had not divulged. How could Li Zicheng discern it so effortlessly? Yet, the current circumstances demanded his full attention. The renewed assault from Li Zicheng was imbued with tremendous offensive power, warranting utmost caution. Yin Huai shouted, "Grass character sword radiance." A beam of sword light shot rapidly towards Li Zicheng. Li Zicheng narrowed his eyes in surprise. But Yin Huai was not finished. He swiftly followed up with the celestial flow of light. Li Zicheng reacted hastily, bellowing, "Wuxing sword art. The heartless prevails over the heartfelt, the decisive strike." This was the most potent move of the Wuxing sword art, powerful enough to defeat even a 9th-level transcendent cultivator. Yet, Yin Huai's 2 techniques evidently surpassed it. The energies collided with a thunderous roar. After a protracted moment, the sword radiance dissipated, and blood trickled from the corner of Li Zicheng's mouth. Coughing heavily, he burst into laughter. "Well done, well done. In terms of swordsmanship, your talent indeed surpasses mine. As for this trial, consider it past." With that, Li Zicheng's form gradually faded away. At this juncture, the voice within the celestial pavilion rang out once more. "Congratulations. You have defeated a renowned figure of the celestial pavilion and secured the 10th position on the golden list. You have been granted the celestial pavilion's bestowed technique, the Pingwan Ju." A stream of spiritual light surged into Yin Huai's consciousness. As he sensed the genuine existence of the Pingwan Ju within his mind, he was taken aback. It was a technique on par with the grass character sword art. What extraordinary origins did this celestial pavilion possess to harbor such treasures? Yin Huai murmured in astonishment. What is the golden list? Why does being on the list confer such blessings? Did Yichen also ascend the golden list? Yet his strength seemed rather ordinary. As if sensing his confusion, the mysterious voice within the celestial pavilion responded again. Chapter 16. The Advancement of the Forbidden Sword Body. The golden list of the celestial pavilion is the most prestigious ranking within the Xiandao sect, with those listed receiving blessings. Whether the golden list test is activated depends on the challenger's strength. The Xiandao sect has not conducted a golden list test in a millennium. Yin Huai suddenly comprehended. So that means the last time the golden list test was conducted, it must have been during the era of Sword Immortal Li and my master. Indeed. The voice within the celestial pavilion confirmed patiently. Meanwhile, outside the celestial pavilion, the atmosphere was abuzz with excitement. As Yin Huai triumphed over Li Zicheng and secured his place on the golden list, the phenomenon of the golden list's emergence swept across the entire Xiandao sect. A voice resonated throughout the sect, proclaiming, "The rankings of the golden list have changed. Congratulations to the listed Yin Huai." As the voice faded, a golden scroll illuminated the skies above the Xiandao sect for all to behold. What? The golden list has reappeared. After a millennium, someone has once again ascended the golden list. Who is Yin Huai? Why have we never heard of him in the sect? How could you not know? Brother Yin Huai is the direct disciple of the Xianxiao fairy. Ah, I see. The fairy's first disciple is indeed a prodigy. How impressive. Look, Brother Yin Huai has actually surpassed Sword Immortal Li, claiming the 10th spot on the golden list. Hiss, hiss. The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply at the sight before them. Could it be that our sect of immortals is about to produce another Sword Immortal? It is evident. Is it not? Brother Yin Huai is destined to at least attain the status of a quasi-emperor. Hiss. Some disciples who had not witnessed the scene at the Immortal Pavilion exchanged whispers among themselves. Meanwhile, those situated in front of the Immortal Pavilion stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Yi Chun, who had already departed, resolved to strive diligently, aiming for a rematch with Yin Huai in the future. Turning back, he noticed the peculiar alteration in the golden rankings. How infuriating. I shall not concede so easily. With a fierce glare directed at the Immortal Pavilion, he swiftly turned and departed. At this moment, outside the Immortal Pavilion, Lin Yuran, who had previously worn a frigid expression, revealed a hint of a smile. She was aware of Yin Huai's extraordinary talent and was not surprised by this outcome, yet she felt a surge of joy for him. Meanwhile, at the Wuxing Peak, Li Zicheng awoke from his meditation, a smirk forming as he chided, "This brat. He's riding on my coattails to fame." Subsequently, he averted his gaze from the Immortal Pavilion and returned to his cultivation. Now, within the Immortal Pavilion, Yin Huai was addressed. "Congratulations, challenger. Do you wish to proceed to the next level for a challenge?" Indeed, another flash of white light enveloped him, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself within the 4th level of the Immortal Pavilion. The surroundings transformed once more, now saturated with a palpable aura of slaughter, as if inhaling even a breath of its murderous energy could plunge one into madness. Yin Huai felt this oppressive atmosphere weighing heavily upon him, stirring a sense of unease within. It seemed that a mere spark could ignite the nameless fury smoldering in his heart. Suddenly, a figure lunged toward him, and Yin Huai remained entirely vigilant. The moment the silhouette emerged, he discerned its intent and swiftly executed the Tianping 9 steps to evade the assailant's attack. Having failed, the figure vanished once more. Yin Huai's brow furrowed, the agitation within him intensifying. He could only remind himself to remain composed and began to contemplate. Judging by the strength exhibited by the figure during the ambush, their cultivation must be at least at the saintly entry level. Moreover, it was likely that they were also a prodigy listed on the golden rankings. Yin Huai analyzed the situation meticulously, refusing to underestimate his opponent. He activated his reincarnation eyes, searching for the figure's whereabouts. As he did so, the world within his eyes underwent a rapid evolution. Reincarnation eyes activated. Instantly, the earlier silhouette found no place to conceal itself and was revealed to Yin Huai. Realizing she had been discovered, she ceased her concealment and stepped into view. Although Yin Huai had anticipated this moment, he was still taken aback by her identity. With a slight gasp, he offered a respectful bow. "Master." The figure before him was none other than the youthful Lin Yuran. In this moment, her appearance bore a touch of innocence yet remained elegant, her exquisite face still radiating beauty that could rival the heavens. Yin Huai gazed at the Lin Yuran before him, momentarily lost in thought, only to feel the surrounding murderous aura intensifying within him, prompting him to snap back to reality. Lin Yuran then spoke, "Do not be distracted. Let us engage in battle." With that, she summoned forth an immortal sword identical to the one wielded by Yu Weishue and launched an attack. Yin Huai's face flushed with embarrassment as he assumed a defensive stance. However, the youthful Lin Yuran was exceedingly fierce. Employing the grass character sword technique with remarkable finesse and leveraging her superior cultivation, she pressed Yin Huai back relentlessly. A wave of sword energy swept past, forcing Yin Huai to retreat several steps. Lin Yuran's voice rang out suddenly, "Do not disappoint me. Where are your skills? I am no longer your master." With her sharp rebuke, Yin Huai awakened to the realization that he had treated her as his master, resulting in a less aggressive approach and merely a defensive posture. This was indeed his oversight. Steeling himself, Yin Huai resolved to take the challenge seriously. The system's rewards could only be claimed upon passing the 4th level of the Immortal Pavilion. With a low shout, Yin Huai declared, "Grass character sword." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Waves of sword energy erupted forth, seemingly aiming to cleave through all existence. Lin Yuran's expression shifted to one of admiration, and her immortal sword began to dance vigorously as she fought with all her might. The two engaged in a fierce clash using the grass character sword technique, with Yin Huai being heavily suppressed, seeing no glimmer of hope for victory. It was evident that her earlier restraint was now stripped away, revealing Lin Yuran's full strength. At that moment, however, Yin Huai's forbidden sword body reacted. The surrounding murderous aura was drawn into his body by the autonomously functioning forbidden sword body. Following this, he heard a sound akin to something shattering within him. Boom. A sudden clarity washed over Yin Huai's mind, dispelling the previous sense of heaviness and unrest. Lin Yuran, for her part, refrained from making another move, instead patiently awaiting Yin Huai's next action. At this juncture, he heard the system's voice. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have shattered the 1st level of the forbidden sword body. The backlash has been automatically redirected." Huh, was it that simple to break through? Yin Huai had intended to inquire about how to dismantle the forbidden sword body after finishing his trials in the Immortal Pavilion, yet unexpectedly, he had unintentionally broken through a level of restriction. Feeling the surging energy within him, Yin Huai was invigorated with fighting spirit. Although the advancement of the forbidden sword body did not enhance his cultivation directly, his combat prowess experienced a substantial and rapid increase. Once more, he unleashed the grass character sword technique, now infused with the flow of celestial light, charging towards Lin Yuran. Previously, Yin Huai had been influenced by the surrounding murderous aura, fixated on defeating Lin Yuran through the grass character's sword technique alone. However, he had now come to realize that competing solely with that technique was futile. He possessed other means. He need not rely solely on this one method. Chapter 17, Golden Rankings, 3rd place. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword energy crisscrossed with fervor. And at this moment, Yin Huai's combat strength surged dramatically, allowing him to suppress Lin Yuran through the synergy of his sword technique. Reincarnation, eyes activated. Annihilation, divine light. Suddenly, a terrifying divine light shot forth from Yin Huai's left eye. With the activation of his reincarnation eyes, he followed up by executing the grass character's sword technique, forcing Lin Yuran into a position where she could not evade, leaving her with no choice but to confront the attack head-on. With a thunderous roar, Lin Yuran could not withstand the overwhelming energy and was sent flying backward. Yin Huai's heart tightened. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward to catch her. In that instant, the youthful Lin Yuran leaned against him, her form beginning to dissipate. Yet, one could still faintly discern a blush gracing her cheeks. Yin Huai, his expression tense, steadied her, seemingly oblivious to the nature of the trial, and hurriedly inquired, "Master, are you all right?" "I am sorry." Lin Yuran shook her head, forcing herself to regain composure. "It is nothing. This is merely a fragment of my consciousness left within the immortal pavilion." She then rose from his embrace, appearing nonchalant as she remarked, "You performed admirably. You have passed this round." Though Lin Yuran's words remained sparse, the approval in her eyes was unmistakable to Yin Huai. Soon after, her figure completely vanished from his sight. "Congratulations, challenger. You have successfully passed the 4th challenge. Do you wish to proceed to the next level?" Upon hearing the voice from within the immortal pavilion, Yin Huai snapped back to reality from the recent events surrounding Lin Yuran's disappearance. No, what a jest. It was already this challenging at the 4th level. And the guardian of the 5th level would undoubtedly possess even greater strength. Before his own combat prowess reached a level where he could contend with the Holy King, he had no desire to seek out suffering. The voice within the immortal pavilion seemed to be aware of Yin Huai's thoughts, continuing, "Congratulations. You have defeated the formidable 4th-tier champion of the immortal pavilion, elevating your ranking on the golden list to 3rd place. You have been bestowed with the 9-character secret of the immortal pavilion. Go." A beam of divine light surged into Yin Huai's consciousness, filling him with exhilaration. To his astonishment, it was the secret of movement. With this technique, his speed would be significantly enhanced. Alas, he lamented, the Heavenly Rock's 9 steps he had just mastered would soon become obsolete. Yin Huai mused with delight. Meanwhile, outside the immortal pavilion, the disciples of the immortal Tao sect were in an uproar. "Heavenly Bodhisattva, senior brother Yin Huai has truly passed the 4th trial and ascended to 3rd place on the golden list. It is said that anyone who makes it onto the golden list receives blessings from the immortal pavilion. I wonder what treasures senior brother Yin Huai has received. The blessings from the immortal pavilion must be extraordinary. I can't help but envy him to tears. Oh dear, how can the disparity between people be so vast? I want the blessings from the immortal pavilion too. Time to wash up and sleep. Everything is possible in dreams." The throng of disciples was abuzz with excitement, while Lin Yuran, suspended in the void, wore a less than natural expression. Earlier, in an effort to enhance Yin Huai's strength, she had shared her consciousness with the immortal pavilion. She was acutely aware of everything that had transpired within. Remembering the sensation of lying in Yin Huai's embrace caused her cheeks to flush once more, rendering her exceptionally beautiful. Shaking her head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, Lin Yuran departed hastily, as she was not keen on seeing her own disciple at that moment. Meanwhile, within the Boundless Peak, the sect leader Zhao Juli had witnessed the entire scene unfold. He remained composed, though admiration and fondness were evident in his gaze. "What a remarkable young man. Is this the fabled forbidden sword body?" he mused, followed by a sigh. "Alas, the side effects of this constitution are too severe. If only the curse could be broken, the immortal Tao sect could very well fall into my hands." With that, he ceased his attention and vanished from Boundless Peak. Turning his gaze back to the exterior of the immortal pavilion, numerous disciples had gathered, eager to catch a glimpse of Yin Huai's true form. Before long, Yin Huai emerged, and the looks in the eyes of the female disciples turned utterly frenzied. Shrieks erupted. "Ah, senior brother Yin Huai is so handsome. I want to bear your children. Senior brother, come and pull me." Startled, Yin Huai's body trembled, and he awkwardly smiled at the throngs of disciples greeting him before swiftly departing. It was only upon returning to Xianxiao Peak that he finally felt at ease. The women of the cultivation world were indeed quite mad. Soon, he thought of his own master, and he murmured, "My master is truly wonderful, beautiful, mature, and charming. I adore her." Suddenly recalling something, he shook his head vigorously. No, I must not be so rebellious. I am a righteous gentleman. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in, ahem. I can attest that you are indeed a righteous gentleman. Yin Huai replied, isn't that so? With my impeccable reputation, how could I possibly engage in treachery against my master? Congratulations, host, on completing the selective task and receiving a reward of a 10,000-fold enhancement in alchemical comprehension. Sacred artifact, boundless universe furnace. Remembering the system task triggered during his earlier battle with Yi Chun, which rewarded him with the 9-colored divine fire, already seamlessly integrated into his being. Yin Huai couldn't help but exclaim, Yi Chun is truly a good person. Now everything is in place, and I can begin alchemy. Producing an alchemical formula, Yin Huai resolved to start with the divine concealment pill, as it would directly elevate his cultivation level. His current realm was still too low, otherwise he would have breezed through the Immortal Pavilion trials. With this thought, Yin Huai commenced the refining process. He had all the necessary herbs for the divine concealment pill, stored in the spatial ring given to him by Lin Yuran when she accepted him as her disciple. Arranging the herbs and retrieving the alchemical furnace, he carefully examined the formula. With confidence, he unleashed the 9-colored divine fire, enveloping the boundless universe furnace. Following the prescribed order, he added the herbs one by one, the 9-colored divine fire shifting and transforming. The flames of 9 colors danced in harmony. At this moment, Yin Huai wore a relaxed expression, effortlessly controlling the divine flames in his hands, unlike the cautious demeanor of other alchemists. Had anyone else witnessed this scene, they would have fled in terror. For alchemy is no simple feat. A moment's carelessness could lead to an explosion, while refining ordinary pills may be manageable. Attempting to concoct higher-tier pills could result in devastating consequences, ranging from the loss of cultivation to the peril of life itself. However, Yin Huai harbored no such concerns. His alchemical comprehension heightened 1,000-fold. At this point, not a single soul on the entire fallen immortal continent could rival his aptitude for alchemy. Although he was currently unable to refine some high-level pills due to his cultivation, once his realm ascended, he would naturally be capable of doing so. Yin Huai couldn't help but murmur, my cultivation is still too low. Time flew by, and before he knew it, a loud explosion erupted from the furnace. Yin Huai's expression brightened. It worked. He swiftly gathered the divine flames and opened the furnace lid. Instantly, a fragrant aroma wafted forth. Inside the furnace lay 9 divine concealment pills, exuding an enticing fragrance. Swallowing hard, Yin Huai eagerly retrieved them and consumed them all at once. Chapter 18. Cultivation Breakthrough to the 9th Level of Divine Concealment. The potency of the pills surged through Yin Huai's entire being, propelling his cultivation to the 3rd level of Divine Concealment. Gazing at the remaining 8 pills, he swallowed them all without hesitation, as any backlash would not affect him. As he absorbed every last pill, his cultivation soared once again, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of Divine Concealment. Meanwhile, within the Tianyu dynasty, Yang Yuxing was hanging by a thread. Since Lu Rian had become involved with Yang Yan, she had seldom visited Yang Yuxing, preoccupied with revelry. Especially since Yang Yuxing had remained in a coma. Even the most renowned physicians within the dynasty had been unable to diagnose his condition. Today, as Yang Yan was occupied with state affairs, Lu Rian thought to pay a visit to Yang Yuxing, considering he was the one who had brought her into the palace. However, upon her arrival, her heart dropped at the sight. Yang Yuxing was now bleeding from all 7 orifices, his cultivation entirely extinguished, barely clinging to life. Lu Rian's face turned pale as she hastily called for help. Soon, Yang Yan arrived, and the royal consort was in tears, crying, Your Majesty, you must save our son. Yang Yan's expression grew serious as he reassured her, My beloved, do not panic. Let us first ascertain what the physicians have to say. At that moment, an elderly physician approached, kneeling before Yang Yan, and spoke, Your Majesty, the 3rd prince's ailment is exceedingly peculiar. In my many years of practice, I have never encountered anything like it. Nonsense. It must be your lack of skill. How could a young man of such profound cultivation succumb to illness? The royal consort, Zhou Shufei, retorted angrily. The physician's face turned pale with fear as he quickly replied, Consort, please quell your anger. There is truly nothing I can do for the 3rd prince. If I must suggest a possibility, it seems as though he has ingested some foundationally damaging pills, coupled with the practice of techniques that have backlash effects. As it stands, the 3rd prince has lost all his cultivation and is likely to perish. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shufei's fury flared, and she immediately lunged forward, intent on killing the physician. Yang Yan did not intervene, allowing Zhou Shufei to vent her frustrations. Before long, a lifeless body lay on the ground. The physician had been beaten to death by Zhou Shufei. Suddenly, Yang Yuxing coughed up blood once more, crimson gushing forth. And then his eyes rolled back, his neck twisting at an unnatural angle with a sickening crack. Yang Yan's expression turned cold as he waved his hand, signaling for someone to carry Yang Yuxing away. No matter who you are, since you dare to target my celestial empire, I shall ensure you are reduced to ashes. He scoffed, turning away and ignoring the wailing Zhou Shufei. Lu Rian, witnessing the scene, dared not linger and hurriedly followed suit. Shortly thereafter, within Yang Yan's palace, Lu Rian knelt behind him, gently massaging his shoulders. After a long moment of contemplation, Lu Rian finally spoke. Your Majesty, what do you suppose is the cause of Brother Yuxing's affliction? Yang Yan replied coolly, I do not know, but there is certainly something amiss. Someone must be targeting him. Although I cannot discern the nature of this power, it must have its limitations, otherwise he would not have met such a wretched end. Lu Rian was taken aback, surprised that Yang Yan had deduced such a conclusion. Then, in your Majesty's view, who might this individual be? Yang Yan's gaze narrowed, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes as he coldly proclaimed, whoever it may be, once I uncover their identity, I shall annihilate their entire lineage. With that, Yang Yan turned and forcefully pushed Lu Rian down, closing in upon her. Lu Rian let out a soft moan, surrendering to Yang Yan's advances. Meanwhile, after Yang Yuxing's demise, Yin Huai received a system notification. Ding. The backlash has automatically transferred. Ding. The target of the backlash is deceased. Please select a new target for the backlash effect. The current number of backlash targets has increased to 2. 3 consecutive notifications echoed in Yin Huai's mind, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Dead. How fragile could he be? Upon glancing at the list of backlash targets, Yang Yuxing's name had turned dark, confirming his death. Reluctantly, Yin Huai had to select new targets. At last, he could add another victim. Whom should he choose? After some contemplation, Yin Huai resolved to claim 2 victims from the Lu family. So be it. Let them atone for Lu Rian's sins. An image of a man and a woman slowly formed in his mind, and as Yang Yuxing's name faded away, it was replaced by 2 resplendent names, Lu Ji and Wang Kaiwa. These 2 were indeed Lu Rian's parents and indirectly responsible for the downfall of the Yin family. A sinister smile crept across Yin Huai's face as he mused, I shall eventually eradicate the Lu family. This is merely a prelude. After assessing his own cultivation level, which was robust and unwavering, Yin Huai sighed. It's a pity that the Divine Concealment Pill can only assist in breaking through to the 9th level of Divine Concealment. Otherwise, those 8 pills alone would have sufficed for me to ascend to the extraordinary realm. After indulging in some self-pity, Yin Huai decided to continue refining other types of pills, with the Shattering Mirror Pill piquing his interest the most. The Shattering Mirror Pill could be utilized from the Qi refinement stage to the extraordinary stage, provided he had sufficient materials. He could potentially leap to the 9th level of the extraordinary realm in one go. Unfortunately, he was short on materials, lacking several key ingredients. He would need time to gather them. However, Yin Huai did not intend to rush his breakthrough. His current shortcoming lay not in his realm, but in his mastery of divine abilities. With the Shattering Mirror Pill, he could elevate his realm through a plethora of pills. Yet the increase in combat power would not rival the thorough mastery of divine abilities. After some thought, Yin Huai refined 10 explosive flame pills and 1 5-element pill before pausing. The explosive flame pill could enhance combat power, albeit with some side effects. But did Yin Huai concern himself with side effects? The 5-element pill, on the other hand, was regarded as one of the most lackluster pills in the fallen immortal continent. Consuming it could assist in comprehending the power of the 5 elements, albeit with a low success rate. Typically, those who managed to comprehend it soon thereafter met their demise, as the 5-element pill inflicted severe damage to the soul and could even result in idiocy. Thus, this pill was not particularly popular. Yet, it was precisely what Yin Huai needed, as it could significantly enhance his combat strategies and power. Mastery of the power of laws was a skill reserved for those at the Sacred King level. Should he grasp it now, he would stand a fighting chance against Sacred Kings. The explosive flame pills could serve as mere snacks, but he currently had enough materials for only 1 5-element pill. Clearly, one was insufficient to master the power of laws. He would need to refine more. Consequently, Yin Huai decided to visit Qingtang City, combining leisure with purpose. Today is free. Let us indulge in music. With that, he departed his residence, intending to inform Lin Yuran first. Although Qingtang City fell under the jurisdiction of the Celestial Dao sect and was generally safe, who could say if there might be someone as cunning as him lurking in the city? Chapter 19. Indulging in music. Before long, Yin Huai arrived outside Lin Yuran's palace. Is master present? Lin Yuran had sensed Yin Huai's arrival, her heart fluttering momentarily before she quickly composed herself. Channeling her energy, she opened the palace doors. Yin Huai entered, once again captivated by Lin Yuran's exquisite figure, instantly recalling the sensation of holding the youthful Lin Yuran in his arms on the 4th level of the Immortal Pavilion. A ripple of emotions surged within him, but he quickly suppressed it, feigning nonchalance as he spoke. Master, I wish to visit Qingtang City and procure some cultivation resources. Lin Yuran maintained a calm demeanor, yet fleetingly recalled the warmth of his embrace in the immortal pavilion. Observing his ethereal presence and bright smile, her heart raced. Adopting a serious tone, she replied, "Very well. It is important to balance work and leisure. You may go." After bidding farewell, Yin Huai turned to leave. But Lin Yuran called out to him, "Wait a moment." She then handed him a jade pendant, saying, "This pendant contains the power of my full strike. If you encounter anyone bullying the weak, show them what you are capable of." With that, she vanished without waiting for a response. Yin Huai, pleasantly surprised, expressed his gratitude once more. "Thank you, Master." In Qingtang City, Yin Huai, clad in the Taoist robe of the Celestial Tao sect, strolled through the bustling streets. Taking in the sights, Qingtang City appeared to be more prosperous than Lingyuan City, the latter of which had once been the residence of the Yin family, under the jurisdiction of the Celestial Empire. After making some inquiries, Yin Huai headed straight for the largest brothel in the city. Outside the Xiaoxiang pavilion, Yin Huai paused, and beside him stood a young man in blue attire, engaging him in lively conversation. "Brother, you are a disciple of the Celestial Tao sect, are you not?" "I am Qian Duo, the young master of the Qian family in Qingtang City. Since we have crossed paths, why not enjoy some music together?" Yin Huai's lips twitched slightly. He had not expected such familiarity from this individual. Nevertheless, he did not refuse, as he intended to enter regardless. The two men entered the Xiaoxiang pavilion, where the matron promptly approached them with a broad smile. "Oh, young Master Qian, back to see Miss Fei Yuan again, I see. Please, come inside." Qian Duo replied. "Arrange a larger private room for us, and ensure we are not disturbed." The matron beamed with delight, promptly responding, "Of course, young Master Qian. We have the Tianzi private room available. It is our largest." "Yes, please summon Miss Fei Yuan to the Tianzi private room," Qian Duo commanded, leading Yin Huai upstairs. "Esteemed brother, may I inquire about your honorable name?" queried Yin Huai, who displayed no pretensions as he responded, "Yin Huai." Qian Duo chuckled softly and continued, "It appears this is your first venture beyond the sect, dear Yin Huai. How about I escort you for a leisurely stroll around Qingtang City later?" Sensing that he might have come across as overly enthusiastic, Qian Duo quickly added, "I apologize, Yin Huai. I feel an inexplicable camaraderie with you. My family, the Qin clan, is under the auspices of the Xian Dao sect, and our kin have maintained amicable relations with them for generations. Upon noticing your sect robe, I was compelled to make your acquaintance." Yin Huai's expression bore a hint of surprise, taken aback by the rapid flow of Qian Duo's words. "No worries. I recently joined the Xian Dao sect, and this is indeed my first excursion beyond the gates. I would be delighted to explore Qingtang City, should you be so kind." Yin Huai sensed no malice in his counterpart, and recalled that the Qian clan had long been favorable towards the Xian Dao sect, often sending promising descendants to study there. Qian Duo burst into laughter, waving his hand dismissively. "Not a bother at all. Today, as we share this delightful encounter, all expenses at the Xiaoxiang pavilion shall be on me." "Thank you for your generosity, Qian brother," Yin Huai replied without hesitation, recognizing that Qian Duo's affability likely stemmed from a perception of his status. After all, the sect's robes were distinctly different for outer disciples, inner disciples, and those favored as direct students. Given the Qian clan's amicable ties with the Xian Dao sect, it was improbable they would fail to recognize the robe of a direct disciple. Each member of the Qian clan was acutely aware of this, cautious not to offend any disciple of the Xian Dao sect inadvertently. As their conversation unfolded, a knock resonated through the door of the private room, followed by the voice of the brothel's matron. "Young Master Qian, Miss Fei Yuan has arrived." Qian Duo's face lit up with joy, but mindful of Yin Huai's presence, he tempered his expression. Yes, please come in." The matron then ushered in a graceful and enchanting young woman, whose beauty was reminiscent of blooming flowers. "Fei Yuan, my dear, I have missed you dearly," Qian Duo exclaimed, nearly drooling at the sight of her. Fei Yuan giggled sweetly. "I have missed you too, young Master Qian." Qian Duo's excitement soared, while Yin Huai observed, somewhat bemused, as Qian Duo seemed on the verge of losing his composure. Recognizing the moment was ripe for him to excuse himself, he said, "Qian brother, I shall not intrude any longer. Farewell. Do not leave yet, Yin brother. I summoned Miss Fei Yuan merely to enjoy some music. Let us share a drink together." Qian Duo implored. Yin Huai, somewhat taken aback, politely declined. No, I shall procure another private room so as not to disturb you, Qian brother." Seeing no point in prolonging the conversation, Qian Duo acquiesced, eager to be alone with Fei Yuan. He smiled awkwardly. "Thank you, Yin brother." "Matron, please arrange a private room for my brother Yin. The expenses will be on my account," Qian Duo proclaimed grandly. The matron beamed with delight. "Certainly, young Master Qian." Enjoy yourselves. With that, she exited the room alongside Yin Huai. Moments later, the matron returned, opening the door to a private room. Young master, your room is ready. Do you have a preferred lady? She inquired, already recognizing Yin Huai as a disciple of the Xiandao sect, her demeanor decidedly obsequious. Yin Huai pondered for a moment before asking, which of your performers is the most skilled? The matron's smile widened. Young master has exquisite taste. The finest performer here is none other than Miss Xinghua. She quickly added, however, Miss Xinghua only offers her artistry, not her companionship. What say you? Very well, I shall have her, and please bring me a table of food and drink, Yin Huai instructed. Of course, young master. Please wait a moment, she replied before retreating. Shortly thereafter, the matron returned with a captivating young woman, her lips crimson and teeth pearly white, as Yin Huai savored the wine. Though it paled in comparison to divine spirits, it was still considered fine in the mundane realm. Young master, this is Miss Xinghua. Enjoy your conversation. I shall take my leave, the matron announced. Yin Huai waved her off and took another generous sip of his drink. Chapter 20. The Saintess? Once he finished his drink, Yin Huai lifted his gaze to scrutinize the enchanting lady before him. Her figure was alluring, and her fox-like eyes glimmered seductively. She spoke softly, young master. What tune would you like me to play for you? Observing his Xiandao sect disciple robe, Xinglo mused internally, a direct disciple of the sect? His eyes seemed to hold the wisdom of the world. Could he possess a double pupil? Indeed, it must be a double pupil. Who would have thought the sect would recruit such a gifted prodigy? He is rather handsome as well, giggling to herself. Yin Huai was slightly taken aback by Xinglua's beauty, noting she was perhaps only slightly less striking than his own master. In the vast expanse of the Tianjin sacred domain, she would surely rank highly. Not wishing to dwell excessively, Yin Huai straightforwardly replied, please play your best piece. I am open to anything. Seeing Yin Huai's earnest demeanor, Xinglua felt an impulse to tease the newcomer. She sauntered closer, gently lifting his chin with her delicate hand, her voice sultry and beguiling. Young master, aside from music, would you not fancy engaging in something more intriguing with me? Yin Huai shivered slightly, inwardly thinking, a temptress. She seeks to disrupt my resolve, maintaining an impassive countenance. He replied coolly, you misunderstand, my dear. I am merely here for the music. Xinglua giggled, her enchanting laughter mingling with the alluring fragrance that enveloped her. Young master, I assure you, I am a respectable lady. However, should you insist, I would be willing to indulge you. As an 18-year-old lad, how could Yin Huai withstand such a challenge? Just as he felt himself faltering, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Host, are you certain you do not wish to investigate her identity? Yin Huai paused, pondering the inquiry. Investigate her identity? Could this woman possess another persona? System, please probe her details. The system responded swiftly, revealing Xinglua's information before his eyes. Name, Su Duo. Identity, Saintess of the Xiandao sect, disciple of Zhao Jiuli. Realm, first stage of ascendance. Physique, celestial star body, Dao bone. Recent developments. Following a breakthrough to the ascendant realm, she decided to venture out for leisure, aiming to experience life and ensnare a few scoundrels for the greater good. Yin Huai was taken aback, realizing she was indeed a saintess of high standing, endowed with a remarkable physique. No wonder she attained such a title. Wait, ensnaring scoundrels for the greater good? Am I now her target? No. She must have recognized my Xiandao sect robe and is purposefully toying with me. Having discerned her intentions, Yin Huai managed to regain his composure. At that moment, he was even more surprised by the system. Yunzi, why does this information seem so comprehensive? Have you evolved? Host, there was a minor bug in the previous information display, which has now been rectified. Very well. At this moment, Yin Huai's gaze towards Su Duo suddenly turned suggestive. Are you teasing me? He chuckled. With a swift motion, he grasped Su Duo's delicate hand, pulling her to sit directly in his lap. A lewd smile graced Yin Huai's face as he gently tilted Su Duo's chin. Since Miss Xinglua has such intentions, then I shall no longer feel lonely amidst this beautiful scenery. Gone was Su Duo's earlier composure. She momentarily froze, her eyes flashing with panic as she forced a smile. Young master is jesting. I did not mean it that way. What I meant was to accompany you with some music. Internally, she cursed. How infuriating. He actually embraced me, as she attempted to rise. Yin Huai was not about to let her escape so easily. His large hand lingered on her snow-white, translucent leg, and he softly inquired, are you unwilling? Su Duo trembled, her entire being tensing as if she might retaliate at any moment. What a lecherous man, he dares to touch me. Yin Huai sensed he had reached a boundary and, with a hint of disinterest, remarked, if the lady is unwilling, then let us simply enjoy the music. Feeling as though she had been granted a reprieve, Su Duo hurriedly extricated herself from Yin Huai's embrace. Confusion engulfed her. Why did he let her go so easily? A man in such a situation should not behave like this. With her doubts lingering, She scrutinized Yin Huai once more. Yet all that remained in his gaze was a teasing glimmer, devoid of the previous lewdness. Realizing what had transpired, Su Duoduo puffed up her cheeks in indignation. Young master is truly wicked. Yin Huai laughed heartily, and the two shared a silent understanding, moving on to officially enjoy the music. After bidding farewell to Su Duoduo, Yin Huai exited the Xiaoxiang pavilion, only to encounter Qian Duoduo, who appeared exuberant. Brother Yin, where are you headed? Yin Huai replied. I am off to procure some spiritual herbs for alchemy. Qian Duoduo expressed mild surprise. I didn't realize you were an alchemist as well, Brother Yin. I know a street that specializes in spiritual herbs, and I happen to need some as well. Allow me to guide you. Yin Huai smiled. Intrigued by Qian Duoduo's affable nature, he gestured his agreement, and the two set off together. On the way, Yin Huai decided to investigate Qian Duoduo for safety's sake. System. Gather information on him. Ding. Received. Name. Qian Duoduo. Identity. Young master of the prominent Qian family. Realm. Divine escape realm. Physique. Mortal body. Recent developments. Due to strict supervision by the Qian family head, Qian Duoduo neglected his cultivation and was confined. He has just escaped and subsequently met Yin Huai of the Xiandao sect. It seemed he had overthought it. Qian Duoduo was merely friendly. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Yin Huai observed that this street lay in the eastern part of Qingtang City, bustling with activity, indeed a prime location. After swiftly acquiring all the necessary spiritual herbs, including 20 portions for the 5 elements pill, he felt satisfied, especially since this street had run out of related herbs. Otherwise, he would have prepared even more. Not lingering on the matter, he gathered his items and prepared to return to the Xiandao sect. After bidding Qian Duoduo farewell, Yin Huai departed as dusk fell. As he neared the sect's gate, he keenly sensed the remnants of a battle nearby. Immediately, he felt a surge of caution and swiftly moved towards the site of the conflict. To dare fight outside the Xiandao sect, the assailants must hold significant status. He mused. Soon, he spotted the combatants, though the details were obscured. Activating his heavy pupils, he pierced through the darkness and recognized one of the besieged individuals. Su Duoduo? Why is it her? He promptly commanded, System, retrieve information on the opponent. Ding. Name, Su Duoduo. Identity, Saintess of the Xiandao sect, disciple of Zhao Jiuli. Realm, first layer of Saint Realm. Physique, celestial body of the starry heavens, Dao Bone. Recent developments. Ambushed on her way back to the sect, the attackers were prepared, and Su Duoduo found herself in peril. There were 4 assailants, all at the 9th layer of Saint Realm. The fact that Su Duoduo managed to contend against 4 9th layer cultivators without immediate defeat was a testament to her extraordinary talent. Yin Huai observed quietly, not in haste to intervene. His gaze shifted to the 4 9th layer opponents, and their information was revealed. Name, Guzhua. Identity, member of the prominent Gu family in Qingtang City. Realm, 9th layer of Saint Realm. Physique, spiritual body. Recent developments, under the command of Knight Lingyun, a direct disciple of the Xiandao sect's Misty Peak, tasked with the assassination of Saintess Su Duoduo to seize her Dao Bone. The same details applied to the other 3, Gu Yu, Gu Qian, and Gu Ho, all quadruplets from the Gu family, with identical physiques. Just then, one of them launched a sneak attack on Su Duoduo, sending her crashing back. Yin Huai contemplated his trump cards. With his current strength, subduing all 4 would be somewhat challenging. However, with the explosive flame pill, a little assistance would suffice. In case of unforeseen circumstances, he still had the jade pendant given by Lin Yuran. It could save her. Yin Huai then shot forth, his sword gleaming brightly in the darkness, radiating a resplendent light. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 4 sword energies swept toward the Gu brothers. The assailants looked alarmed, realizing, oh no, has someone from the Xiandao sect arrived so swiftly? As they hesitated to escape, Yin Huai seized the moment to reach Su Duoduo's side, asking, are you all right? Su Duoduo coughed up blood, her turbulent spiritual energy gradually calming. Thank goodness, thank you, friend. She then looked up at Yin Huai, her expression one of surprise. It's you? Feigning ignorance, Yin Huai replied, Miss, do you recognize me? The current Su Duoduo bore little resemblance to the starry beauty from the Xiaoxiang pavilion. Now, her beauty surpassed even Lin Yuran's, and her injured state only heightened her vulnerability. Evoking a sense of pity, through her captivating fox-like eyes, she drew one in, compelling them to desire her completely. Regaining her composure, she hastily sought an excuse. Apologies, my friend, for my boldness. You bear a striking resemblance to a dear departed acquaintance of mine. Yin Huai chuckled softly. Offering a healing elixir with a gentle tone, consume this and leave the rest to me. He then turned his gaze toward the group, swallowing 10 explosive fire pills. Su Duoduo accepted the potion, her charming face flushed. Without hesitation, she ingested the healing pill and turned her beautiful eyes toward Yin Huai. At that moment, the four brothers of the Gu family regained their composure, realizing that only Yin Huai, a mere ninth level of the divine concealment realm, stood before them. A careful inspection of their surroundings revealed no ambush, igniting their anger. Guzwa bellowed, "You insolent brat! How dare you meddle in affairs beyond your grasp? Are you courting death?" The other three wore expressions of fury, preparing to speak when suddenly, Yin Huai's combat prowess surged, brandishing his quasi-imperial weapon and charging toward them with fierce intent. His assault was relentless, with sword energy radiating like a battle god, forcing the four to retreat in disarray. Guzwa felt a sinking sensation. Such strength could not belong to an ordinary individual. Noticing Yin Huai's disciple robe, he felt a wave of dread and immediately transmitted a warning to the others. "We must combine our efforts to repel this boy, then retreat swiftly. Elder brother? Must we be so cautious?" "Silence. This lad is a direct disciple of the immortal Dao sect. His presence here is no coincidence. We must withdraw." Realizing the gravity of the situation, the others fell silent, conceding to the plan. Yin Huai appeared to discern their intentions, with a flourish of his sword. He shouted, "Grass character sword radiance." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For dazzling sword lights seemed poised to cleave the heavens, their power formidable. The brothers' faces blanched in terror. "Impossible. You are merely in the divine concealment realm. How can you wield such might? I refuse to accept this." "Oh, damn it." In an instant of confrontation, the four brothers of the Gu family were sent flying, leaving trails of crimson mist in their wake. Duo, utterly astonished, had initially planned to recover and assist, but was taken aback by Yin Huai's terrifying prowess. Truly a prodigy. The grass character sword technique. Has the Xianxiao Sword Immortal taken him as a disciple? Filled with curiosity, she scrutinized Yin Huai with increasing interest. Yin Huai, disinclined to engage in needless banter, advanced to deliver a finishing blow to the Gu brothers. Suddenly, Guzwa, half kneeling, launched himself at Yin Huai with a surge of divine power. Divine fiend palm. Duo, witnessing this, felt her heart tighten, urgently warning, "Be careful." Yin Huai narrowed his eyes, immediately activating his Zhongtong, heavy eye. A destructive force shot forth from his left eye as Guzwa charged at him with blinding speed. Now unable to evade, with a fierce expression, he roared, "Then let us perish together." Boom. Guzwa's divine ability struck Yin Huai squarely, while the annihilating force of the Dongtong pierced through Guzwa's skull. The remaining three brothers cried out in anguish, "Elder brother! Elder brother! Elder brother!" Guyu glared at Yin Huai with fury. "You wretched brat! Oh, you seek your own demise." With that, he charged at Yin Huai. But the other two hastily restrained him, deciding to strike together. Only then might they have a sliver of hope. Unfazed, Yin Huai summoned the life force from his right eye to heal his recent injuries, fully recuperating in the blink of an eye. The three brothers felt their spirits plummet. How is this possible? What kind of ability is this? Duo's expression shifted to one of shock, followed by sudden realization. So it is the ancient Zhongtong. No wonder he was accepted as a disciple by the Xianxiao Sword Immortal. At this moment, Yin Huai coldly stated, "You still have the opportunity to reveal the identity of your instigator, and I will grant you a swift end." Guyu immediately retorted, "Arrogant, presumptuous little brat. Do you truly believe you have us cornered?" The three exchanged glances, simultaneously producing and swallowing a pill. Instantly, their auras surged, even stronger than before. Anticipating this, Yin Huai unleashed the heavenly rift flowing light, seemingly disregarding any backlash. After three sword energies were released, he bellowed once more, "Void breaking finger." With another three-finger technique, the brothers of the Gu family, no, the three remaining brothers, yelled defiantly and unleashed their own attack, Divine Fiend Palm. As Yin Huai felt the surge of spiritual energy within him, he activated the Zhongtong's power once again. His left eye emitted 3 beams of destructive force, and the Gu brothers could only watch in despair. No. With anguished cries, the renowned Gu family quartet met their demise. Yin Huai glanced back at Duo, silently storing the 4 corpses into his storage ring. These 4 would prove invaluable to him. He chuckled to himself, reveling in the spoils of this encounter. Duo, observing from the side, was taken aback. This new junior brother certainly exhibited a fierce demeanor. He did not even spare the corpses. She pondered silently. Chapter 22. Return to the sect. After collecting the bodies, Yin Huai approached Duo at a measured pace. Coming back to reality, Duo smiled warmly and inquired, "Thank you, junior brother. May I ask your name?" Previously, at the Xiaoxiang Pavilion, she had neglected to ask for his name, seizing the opportunity to do so now. Yin Huai replied, "Yin Huai." Duo continued, "Are you a disciple of Xianxiao Peak?" Yin Huai nodded, then feigned curiosity. "Indeed, I recently joined the sect. How may I address you? Senior sister?" Su Duo had no intention of concealing her identity and responded, Su Duo. They exchanged pleasantries. And Yin Huai noted the striking contrast in Su Duo's demeanor. As a saintess, her speech was that of a refined lady. Yet as the courtesan of the Xiaoxiang pavilion, every smile and frown captivated the heart. He couldn't help but inwardly muse, which is her true self? Just then, a terrifying pressure descended upon them. You insolent wretch, prepare to die? An extraordinarily formidable divine power surged toward them. Su Duo's expression stiffened. The newcomer possessed unfathomable strength, far beyond their capability to resist. Yin Huai, however, remained composed, murmuring, Alas, it seems my master must intervene. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying sword light erupted from the jade pendant in Yin Huai's possession, slicing toward the elder. The elder's face contorted in fear as the sensation of impending doom filled his mind. His divine ability was effortlessly shattered by the sword light, which then surged toward his face. Before he could react, the elder was obliterated, reduced to nothingness. Yin Huai's mouth twitched in dismay as he lamented, Oh no, not like this. He had not anticipated the life-saving strike bestowed upon him by Lin Yuran to possess such overwhelming power, leaving not even a trace behind. How was he to collect the body now? Given the elder's formidable prowess, he must have been at least in the void respect realm. Should he have devoured the elder's cultivation, he might have directly ascended to the Saint King realm. Yin Huai gazed longingly at the spot where the elder had just stood, muttering, Alas, such a pity. Fortunately, there remained 4 corpses of those at the 9th layer of the sacred realm, and the elder's storage ring was also left behind. So it's not a total loss, Yin Huai consoled himself. At this moment, Su Duo stood in stunned silence. She recognized the sword light from just moments ago. It was unmistakably the grass character sword technique of the Xianxiao Sword Immortal. What astonished her was that the Xianxiao Sword Immortal would grant Yin Huai such a life-saving strike. After all, as a holy maiden, even Zhao Juli had not bestowed upon her such a protective measure. This clearly indicated the extent of the Xianxiao Sword Immortal's favoritism towards Yin Huai. Yet, as she gazed at Yin Huai, who had just lamented, she was left in a state of perplexity. It seemed as if he had lost some grand opportunity. However, recalling Yin Huai's earlier act of collecting the corpses, she surmised that perhaps the bodies held some value for him. Dismissing her thoughts, she approached him and said, Junior brother, we owe you a great deal. That was incredibly perilous. Yin Huai waved his hand and picked up the elder's remaining storage ring. At that moment, information about the elder appeared before his eyes. Name, Gu Yuan. Cultivation, half-step divine sovereign. Identity, 3rd elder of the Gu family. Recent developments, under the command of Yi Lingyun, he was tasked with ambushing Su Duo. The 4 brothers of the Gu family acted on their own accord, believing that they alone could subdue Su Duo. Upon learning of the demise of the 4, Gu Yuan hastily descended, seeking to remedy the situation, only to be slain by Yin Huai's hidden card. Yin Huai understood the implications. No wonder he arrived late. He was clearly someone who overestimated himself, he mused. He then handed Su Duo the storage rings of the Gu family members, saying, Sister, these are the storage rings of those 5 individuals. By the way, why did they attempt to ambush you? Naturally, Yin Huai could not disclose their identities outright, so he subtly informed Su Duo. Su Duo, equally bewildered, inspected the storage ring but found no useful clues, only some cultivation resources. The elder's storage ring contained several valuable items, yet as a holy maiden, she had encountered numerous treasures and did not pay it much heed. She then returned it to Yin Huai, stating, I will continue to investigate this matter. You may keep the cultivation resources, junior brother. Were it not for your timely assistance, I might not have made it today. Yin Huai did not decline. Indeed, there were some medicinal herbs within that could aid him in refining the breakthrough pill. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Huai continued, Sister, do you know anything about the techniques those individuals employed? Su Duo paused, reflecting on the opponent's moves during their confrontation, and an overwhelming fury ignited within her. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, How dare the Gu family, a mere first-rate clan, attempt to assassinate this holy maiden? They seek their own demise. Noticing that she had grasped a crucial piece of information, Yin Huai added, The Gu family, being a mere first-rate clan, would certainly not dare to oppose the sect of Immortal Path. Moreover, as you are the holy maiden, it stands to reason that there must be others behind this. Upon hearing his words, Su Duo's pupils constricted, but her expression soon softened as she replied, Thank you for the reminder, junior brother. We should return. I must report this to my master. Yin Huai nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the sect of Immortal Path. Before long, they arrived at the sect. Su Duo turned to Yin Huai with a smile, inviting, Would you care to accompany me to Wujifeng, junior brother? Her expression turned alluring as she added, It would also allow me to properly express my gratitude for your life-saving intervention. Yin Huai silently thought, what a temptress, but maintained a composed demeanor as he replied, Sister, there is no need for such formality. As fellow disciples of the sect of Immortal Path, it is only right. I must return to report my safety to my master, so I shall take my leave for now. Su Duo, visibly disappointed, could only murmur, very well then. I shall seek you out again later, junior brother. Yin Huai acquiesced and flew towards Xianxiao Peak. He was now eager to enhance his strength. Recent opportunities had been plentiful, yet many had yet to be transformed into actual power. He had yet to cultivate the tranquil chaos technique needed to refine pills. And there were also 4 corpses of those at the 9th layer of the sacred realm. Soon, Yin Huai returned to his dwelling, and shortly thereafter, a graceful figure appeared before him. She was as breathtaking as ever, resembling a celestial being untouched by mortal affairs. Lin Yuran regarded Yin Huai with a furrowed brow. Sensing the energy within the jade pendant had dissipated, she inquired, Little Huai, have you used the jade pendant? Despite having seen Lin Yuran countless times, Yin Huai was momentarily entranced. Upon hearing her address him differently, he was further taken aback. I do not wish to be a rebellious disciple, but my master calls me Little Huai. Regaining his composure, Yin Huai recounted the events involving the Gu family. Lin Yuran's expression darkened, her lovely face ablaze with righteous fury. What audacity! A mere void sovereign dares to court death. With that, Lin Yuran vanished from sight. Chapter 23. Lin Yuran's Fury. Zhao Juli arrives. Yin Huai was still processing her abrupt departure. What could Master be up to now? Surely xianxiaaudiobooks going to settle accounts with the Gu family? Meanwhile, at Wujifeng, Su Duo had gone directly to Zhao Juli to relay the ambush by the Gu family. Master, thanks to junior brother Yin Huai, I narrowly escaped a dire fate. Zhao Juli was immediately enveloped in a surge of fury, coldly stating, there must be a scheme behind this. The Gu family is merely the blade in this matter. His expression then calmed, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. This lad, Yin Huai, is quite observant. Thankfully, you are unharmed, Duo. However, the Gu family has no reason to exist any longer. Since they have chosen to oppose my sect of Immortal Path, they should be prepared for annihilation. With a cold snort, Zhao Juli was just about to set out to seek justice for his disciple when he noticed Lin Yuran charging out of the sect, radiating a murderous aura. What is this? Zhao Juli mused. Su Duo, observing Zhao Juli's perplexed expression, curiously asked, Master, what is the matter? Zhao Juli's expression turned peculiar as he looked at Su Duo and replied, It seems your master aunt has gone to exact revenge for you. Su Duo was left utterly confused. Master aunt? Which master aunt? Could it be Lin master aunt? Realization dawned upon her. Only Yin Huai's master could have learned of the news so swiftly. Moreover, it was likely not for her revenge, but rather to defend the new junior brother. Contemplating this, Su Duo felt a wave of astonishment. Just who is this junior brother, to be so favored by Master Aunt Lin? At this moment, Zhao Juli turned to Su Duo and said, You should return and cultivate diligently. I will go seek justice for you. With that, he tore through the void and vanished. Su Duo, seeing this, disregarded it and returned to her dwelling to begin her cultivation. In Ping'an City, the Gu family. The night had grown deep. Yet the Gu family found it impossible to sleep. Lin Yuran's palm obliterated the entire Gu family, as several ancestral elders fled desperately, filled with terror. Once they recognized Lin Yuran's identity, their expressions shifted to one of panic, and a leading elder stammered, Fairy Lin, what brings you to our humble abode at this late hour? It was no wonder he feigned ignorance. Lin Yuran was notorious for her ferocity and few words. There had once been a holy son from a sect who foolishly pursued her. Of course, this misguided holy son had failed to recognize Lin Yuran's true identity. However, that did not prevent him from provoking her verbally, and soon after, his entire sect was annihilated by Lin Yuran single-handedly with her sword. After this incident, no one dared to provoke her again. Naturally, the cultivators brave enough to pursue Lin Yuran vanished without a trace, a testament to Lin Yuran's ferocity. At this moment, the patriarch of the Gu family couldn't help but curse inwardly. Who was the fool that offended this ancestor? Damn it! Lin Yuran's expression remained calm. Yet her voice was laced with murderous intent as she declared, The Gu family's Gu's Wasi brothers intended to kill my disciple. Today, I demand an explanation, otherwise death awaits. With a shift in tone, she added, By the way, if anyone reveals the instigator behind this, they may live. Upon finishing, the scene fell into an eerie silence, and the patriarch of the Gu family was left utterly dumbfounded. Weren't the Gu brothers attempting to ambush the saintess Su Duo? How did this involve her disciple? Could it be that Su Duo had become Lin Yuran's disciple as well? Such a notion seemed improbable. Filled with confusion, the patriarch of the Gu family nervously inquired, May I ask, esteemed fairy, Who is your illustrious disciple? Yin Huai. The patriarch's bewilderment deepened. Who is Yin Huai? Someone. Please explain what has transpired. Seeing his reaction, Lin Yuran lost her patience. With a graceful motion of her hand, a precious sword materialized. Moments later, the sword's aura wreaked havoc, the power of the laws surging forth. After a while, when one glanced in the direction of the Gu family, it was evident that casualties were rampant, with only a handful of elders still alive. It was worth noting that among them were elders of the divine sovereign realm. Yet none could withstand Lin Yuran's onslaught, showcasing the terrifying nature of her strength. The leading patriarch of the Gu family, his eyes bloodshot, cried out in anguish, "Lin Yuran, you fiend, how have we offended you to deserve the slaughter of my entire clan?" Upon uttering these words, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Overwhelmed by grief and rage, the remaining elders were equally distraught, their eyes wide with despair. Lin Yuran showed no signs of reaction, merely repeating, "Name the instigator behind this, and you may live." The elders exchanged glances, realizing that with their kin all but wiped out, they had to survive to restore the Gu family. Revenge is a dish best served cold. The leading patriarch of the Gu family spoke up. "We are unaware of your disciple Yin Huai and have never sent anyone to assassinate him." He then looked at Lin Yuran earnestly, his expression betraying no hint of deceit. However, he indeed concealed their plot against Su Duoduo. Just as Lin Yuran was about to take decisive action, a rift appeared in the void. Zhao Juli stepped forth, his aura sweeping across the surroundings, exuding an imposing presence. If Yin Huai were present, he would certainly remark, "This is quite the formidable pressure." At this moment, the patriarch of the Gu family was engulfed in terror. Although he had felt fear upon encountering Lin Yuran, the guilt-ridden thief in him nearly knelt before Zhao Juli. Stammering, he muttered, "I have met the esteemed Emperor Wu Wuji." Zhao Juli immediately let out a cold snort. "Humph. Guzhan, how dare you? You seek to assassinate my disciple? Are you tired of living?" The patriarch's very soul trembled, unable to utter a coherent word. It was known that Zhao Juli was an emperor, the very embodiment of authority in this realm of the celestial sword. No one dared to defy the emperor's will. The Gu family was merely a first-rate power. Had they not been incited by Yi Lingyun, they would never have dared to undertake such a reckless venture. The patriarch's heart cried out in despair. Wasn't it said that this matter would never be disclosed? Wasn't it promised that my Gu family would be protected? How could this be? Suddenly, a spark of realization struck him as he recalled Lin Yuran standing nearby. The failure of their plan was undoubtedly linked to her disciple. But now that he knew this, what would it do? The patriarch of the Gu family felt a wave of desolation wash over him. It seemed as if all strength had been drained from him, and he spoke in resignation, "It is my Gu family's own folly. Let the emperor decide our fate." With that, he collapsed onto the ground. Zhao Juli's gaze turned icy as he reiterated, "Who is the instigator behind this? You must understand that the Gu family still has collateral branches and numerous disciples scattered afar. Speak, and they may live, otherwise, death awaits." The patriarch's face reflected despair as he could only respond truthfully. It was Yi Lingyun, his direct disciple, who instigated this. He covets the Dao bone within the Saintess, believing that only in this way can he secure victory in the Dao Child contest. At that time, he would also elevate the Gu family members to high positions within the Dao sect. Thus, my Gu family. After finishing, the patriarch seemed to have been drained of all energy. At that moment, Zhao Juli's cold gaze fixed on him, discerning that the words spoken were indeed the truth. With a casual wave of his hand, the remaining elders of the Gu family were reduced to mere ashes. Chapter 24, Yi Lingyun's Demise. "It appears some little scoundrels harbor ill intentions," Zhao Juli murmured, then turned to Lin Yuran, his expression softening into a smile. "Junior sister, what brings you here?" Lin Yuran replied coolly, "They bullied my disciple, so I came." Zhao Juli felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had not anticipated that after taking on disciples, Lin Yuran would become so protective. Soon, the two returned to the celestial Dao sect, heading straight for the mysterious peak. Wang Zhe, the master of Mysterious Peak, was curious about their unexpected visit. Upon seeing Zhao Juli's fierce demeanor, he was taken aback. It was well known that Zhao Juli remained unflappable in the face of adversity. Thus, this display suggested something significant had transpired. Contemplating this, Wang Zhe spoke up. "What has happened, Sect Master?" Meanwhile, Yi Lingyun, who was cultivating on Mysterious Peak, suddenly felt a wave of trepidation. He promptly halted his cultivation to prevent himself from going astray. A tremendous surge of power bore down upon him, and in an instant, he was summarily seized. The scene shifted, and upon recognizing Zhao Juli before him, his face paled dramatically. Internally, he cursed, "Damn it! Why is the Sect Master here? Could it be that my plan has failed? Impossible." As he pondered strategies, Wang Zhe was the first to inquire, "Sect Master, what is the meaning of this?" Zhao Juli snorted coldly, "Humph. You ought to ask this rascal. I must say, your audacity is remarkable, attempting to seize Duoduo's Dao bone for your own use. Who taught you such folly? As Zhao Juli's words fell, a thunderous realization struck Yi Lingyun's mind. Wang Zhe, equally bewildered, couldn't help but ask, what? Sectmaster, you say this rebellious disciple seeks to claim Duoduo's Dao bone? Zhao Juli then recounted the events that had transpired. With each revelation, Wang Zhe's expression darkened. And by the end, his gaze toward Yi Lingyun was filled with murderous intent. Finally, having grasped the entire situation, Wang Zhe unleashed a furious roar at Yi Lingyun. You vile disciple, how dare you? At this moment, Yi Lingyun felt as though his heart had turned to ash. He never anticipated that his scheme would be exposed, especially by the new disciple of the Xianxiao Sword Immortal. That was a life-saving technique wielded with the full power of the Xianxiao Sword Immortal. He had never possessed such a safeguard granted by Wang Zhe. The more he contemplated, the more enraged he became. Rebellious disciple, speak. Why would you commit such a heinous act? Only then did Yi Lingyun turn to Wang Zhe, his eyes devoid of the earlier fear, replaced instead with frenzied laughter. Why? It is all because of you. Had you not lavished all resources upon Chu Yan, how could I have ever coveted the Dao bone? She is already the saintess. Yet you still favor her so. Is the position of the Dao child not more important than that of the saintess? Wang Zhe, having listened to Yi Lingyun's words, gazed upon that familiar yet strangely alien visage, momentarily rendered speechless. After a long while, Yi Lingyun finally vented his grievances about Wang Zhe's perceived injustices. With a deep sigh, Wang Zhe looked at Yi Lingyun, his expression intricate. Ah, do you truly believe I have allocated all resources to Yena? Yi Lingyun, with a visage full of madness, retorted. Is it not so? Wang Zhe shook his head, retrieving a storage ring and tossing it to Yi Lingyun. I have told you before, the path of cultivation is not solely about ascending realms. It is also about cultivating the heart and understanding all things. Your rapid ascent in cultivation is alarming. Although your realm is the highest among all the candidates, can you genuinely claim your strength is unmatched? Your physique, your divine abilities, and many means to enhance your combat prowess have yet to be diligently cultivated. Thus, I have reserved some cultivation resources for you, intending for you to break through your physique so that you may subsequently ascend realms. At that time, you may have hope for the position of Daozi. Upon hearing Wang Zhe's words, Yi Lingyun screamed in desperation, enough. What nonsense about doing this for my benefit? It is all drivel. At any rate, I can no longer attain the position of Daozi. Just kill me. Wang Zhe sighed and shook his head, finally turning to Zhao Juli. Sectmaster, this wayward disciple is now yours to deal with. Wrongdoings must exact a cost. Zhao Juli nodded, aware of Yi Lingyun's character, who was usually gentle and kind. Never expecting such a turn of events, Lin Yuran also couldn't help but reflect upon her own disciple, contemplating that since she had taken only one apprentice, she must cherish him doubly and focus on his character development. Yin Huai would undoubtedly become her most exceptional disciple. Zhao Juli patted Wang Zhe on the shoulder, sighing once more before casting a cold gaze at Yi Lingyun, declaring, a disciple as ungrateful as you, even if spared, would pose a calamity. I shall grant you your wish. With a mere glance, Yi Lingyun was reduced to ash. In that instant, Wang Zhe appeared aged, and just as Zhao Juli intended to offer words of comfort, a graceful figure approached him. Greetings, Sect Master. Greetings, Master Lin. Greetings, Master. What has transpired? The woman, enchanting in stature, exuded grace with every gesture. Her features were exquisite, rivaling Su Duoduo, only slightly less than Lin Yuran. With a perplexed expression, she observed the disheartened Wang Zhe and grew anxious. Master, what troubles you? Wang Zhe smiled gently at her, his tone warm. Yenner, why are you not resting at this late hour? Where are you off to? He then shifted the conversation. Are you planning to sneak out of the sect again to frolic? Noticing her master's despondency, Chu Yan feigned innocence as if caught in the act of escaping, pleading pitifully. Master, I was wrong. I won't sneak out. Let me stay and chat with you. Wang Zhe nodded, his countenance unexpectedly gentle. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Juli and Lin Yuran bid farewell and departed. After their departure, Chu Yan accompanied Wang Zhe for a while, and gradually, his mood improved. Observing this, she expressed her curiosity. Upon learning that Yi Lingyun had acted out of jealousy toward her, Chu Yan could not help but feel regret. My junior brother is so foolish. Alas, with his talent, he had a significant chance of seizing the position of Daozi. How could it come to this? Never mind that wayward disciple. As for the Daozi contention, there may be a shift now. Even if that wayward disciple obtains the Dao bone, he likely cannot contend. At this moment, Chu Yan grew curious. Master, who could command such high regard from you? Wang Zhe shook his head, continuing, you have not seen him, but he is the disciple taken by your master Lin. Chu Yan was aware that Lin Yuran had finally accepted a disciple. though she had not inquired into the individual's strength. Wang Zhe then recounted Yin Huai's recent exploits, mentioning how he single-handedly slayed 4 ninth-layer experts from the Gu family. Even with her prestigious upbringing and exposure to prodigies, Chu Yin was astonished by Yin Huai's innate talent. Chapter 25. Breaking the third forbidden level of the sword body. Unbeknownst to her, Yin Huai was diligently cultivating a top xianxiafan. He retrieved the corpses of the 4 Gu brothers, emulating the villains from novels, and with a sinister laugh, prepared to activate the ancient abyss-devouring demon technique to absorb them. At that moment, a system voice resounded, ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a selective quest. Option 1. Hand over the 4 corpses to Lin Yuran to gain the title of Heavenly Demon and attract the Demoness artifact. Option 2. Absorb the 4 corpses to break through realms, obtaining a sacred artifact, the Azure Light Sword. Option 3. Absorb the 4 corpses to break through the forbidden sword body, acquiring the Extreme Path Emperor weapon, the Human Emperor banner. Yin Huai stared blankly at the first option. Heavenly Demon title? Attracting the Demoness? System. Is this how you test your subordinates? Which subordinate could withstand such a trial? I choose option 3. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 10,000 Human Emperor banner. Immediately, a small banner-like weapon appeared in Yin Huai's hand. Observing its peculiar appearance, he inquired, System, why does this Human Emperor banner emit black light? Shouldn't it be radiant gold? The system replied, what black light? That is the primordial purple chi. It merely appears somewhat darkened. Yin Huai nodded in suspicion. An Extreme Path Emperor weapon, another trump card in my arsenal. I can hardly wait to encounter the Celestial Empire. He stored the Human Emperor banner and no longer hesitated, activating his technique to absorb the residual energy from the corpses. In a short while, the once plump corpses had transformed into desiccated remains. With a wave of his hand, he summoned 9 colored divine flames to incinerate the 4 corpses entirely, leaving not a trace behind. Reflecting on his current methods, Yin Huai mused, my means of erasing corpses are increasingly reminiscent of demonic cultivators. At that moment, the forbidden sword body within him absorbed all the energy, causing an extraordinary phenomenon atop xianxiafan. A projection of an ancient god and demon materialized in the void, and with a single swing of its sword, unleashed an incomprehensible might, as if no one could withstand such a strike. This sword suppressed all. Lin Yuran, just returned to xianxiafan, stared in astonishment at the sword in the void, as if a thunderclap had sounded in her mind. Soon, the phenomenon dissipated, but Lin Yuran found herself immersed in enlightenment. Zhao Juli had intended to return to Wujifeng directly, but considering that Yin Huai had saved Su Duo, he thought to reward him with resources, only to witness the spectacle. Though he did not attain enlightenment himself, he greatly benefited from the sword just witnessed. Looking at Lin Yuran, he couldn't help but exclaim, truly, a remarkable disciple. Each one more extraordinary than the last. This lad has shattered the 3rd forbidden level so swiftly, it is simply unprecedented. Zhao Jili pondered over the ancient texts he had perused and realized that no forbidden sword body had ever achieved such rapid breakthroughs as Yin Huai. Now, he found himself deeply intrigued by Yin Huai and resolved to return shortly to meticulously peruse those ancient texts. At this moment, Yin Huai was equally perplexed by the extraordinary phenomenon unfolding before him. What the hell? Breaking taboos leads to such anomalies? Ding. Indeed, host. A friendly reminder. The target of your backlash has perished. Furthermore, congratulations on breaking the 3rd taboo. The number of backlash targets has increased. Upon inspection, Yin Huai confirmed that the number of targets for backlash could indeed be augmented by 3. The names of the 2 individuals, Lu Rian's parents, had already turned black. He couldn't help but murmur, I never anticipated that the backlash would be so intense these past few days. Lu Ji and his wife perished so quickly. What a pity. After much contemplation, Yin Huai settled on the optimal choice for the backlash target. The emperor of the Tianyu dynasty, possessing the cultivation level of an emperor, would surely endure the side effects for a considerable duration, wouldn't he? He chuckled sinisterly. Even if discovered, I have the human sovereign banner and my master. It poses little issue. Without hesitation, he promptly added Yang Yan's name to the system, followed by the names of 2 elders from the Lu family. Completing these actions, a wicked smile crept across Yin Huai's lips. Just then, Lin Yuran awakened from her epiphany, her eyes gleaming with brilliance. Subsequently, a sword manifested in her hand, and she unleashed a strike. The sword radiated an overwhelming aura, intertwined with tendrils of chaotic energy. Zhao Juli's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of this sword. This chaotic energy. My junior sister has actually comprehended such a divine ability. Sensing the commotion, Yin Huai hastily emerged from his dwelling. Utilizing his dual pupils, he swiftly pinpointed the source of the sound, and there it was, the terrifying sword strike from Lin Yuran. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Master is truly formidable. A wave of joy washed over Yin Huai. The stronger his master, the more confidence he possessed. Before long, he reached Lin Yuran and Zhao Juli. Zhao Juli was presently congratulating Lin Yuran. Junior sister, congratulations. You have comprehended an unparalleled divine ability. Lin Yuran's previously frosty demeanor finally softened as she smiled gently. She then turned her gaze toward Yin Huai, who, realizing the moment, also offered his congratulations. I pay my respects to the sect leader. I pay my respects to my master. Congratulations, master. Lin Yuran's gaze turned gentle, her expression imbued with warmth as she replied, Xiao Huai, thank you. If you desire anything, do not hesitate to tell me. Your master shall provide. Yin Huai was left bewildered, unsure of why his master was expressing gratitude toward him. Zhao Juli, observing Yin Huai's perplexity, chuckled. You, just now, when you broke the third taboo of the sword body, it manifested a natural phenomenon. Allowing your master to comprehend this divine ability, it is indeed thanks to you that your master has advanced further. Yin Huai suddenly grasped the situation and scratched his head with a smile. That is merely due to my master's extraordinary comprehension. The disciple dares not take credit. Then, he recalled that the sect leader had mentioned the taboo sword body. Well, he is an emperor. He can see through my constitution. Lin Yuran then remembered the backlash effect of the taboo sword body and considered that although Yin Huai had broken yet another taboo, his lifespan would only diminish further. The joy of acquiring a divine ability was thus somewhat dampened. She retrieved a storage ring and handed it to Yin Huai, saying, Xiao Huai, within this is a collection of elixirs and treasures I have procured to replenish your lifespan. Use them for now. The elixir of immortality is exceedingly rare. I had intended to gather more before giving them to you, but since you have broken another taboo, use these first, and I shall bring you more when I find them. Yin Huai stared blankly at the storage ring Lin Yuran offered him, his eyes gradually reddening. His voice became hoarse as he replied, Master, to be able to take you as my mentor is the greatest fortune of my life. Lin Yuran stepped forward, affectionately ruffling Yin Huai's hair, her voice soft as she said, with your master here, focus on your cultivation. I will find a way to assist you with the taboo sword body. Chapter 26, The Care for My Master. Since the destruction of the Yin family, Yin Huai felt for the first time the warmth of concern. Lin Yuran bore no obligation to seek out these treasures for him, regardless of the location. Items that could extend lifespan possessed immense value, and Lin Yuran had undoubtedly paid a considerable price. The more he pondered this, the more anxious he became. His gaze toward Lin Yuran grew resolute, and he spoke, Master, I have a way to resolve the backlash caused by the taboo sword body. You need not go to such lengths. Zhao Juli chimed in cheerfully, You rascal. I happen to have some elixirs to replenish lifespan as well, though alas, no elixirs of immortality. Make do with these for now. As he spoke, he tossed another storage ring to Yin Huai. Gratitude surged within Yin Huai. Thank you, sect leader. Thank you, master. I will cultivate diligently and will not disappoint your expectations. Lin Yuran nodded. Yin Huai's assertion of being able to resolve the backlash from the taboo sword body was interpreted by her as mere bravado, not wanting to burden her or deplete her resources. Consequently, Lin Yuran's gaze filled with even more concern and admiration for Yin Huai's character. Zhao Juli also held great fondness for Yin Huai's disposition, deeming him the best candidate for Dao. All right, you two can have your conversation. I shall take my leave. With that, he departed from Xianxiao Peak. At this moment, Yin Huai curiously inquired of Lin Yuran, Master, what brings the sect leader to Xianxiao Peak? Lin Yuran promptly recounted the matter concerning Yi Lingyun. Yin Huai's lips twitched, his thoughts musing. I merely gave a hint, yet the sect leader is so protective. The two did not employ spiritual energy and simply strolled around Xianxiao Peak, with Yin Huai occasionally raising questions regarding cultivation, to which Lin Yuran patiently responded. However, soon, Yin Huai's thoughts strayed from cultivation. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Lin Yuran's delicate feet. He then noticed that Lin Yuran was still barefoot, and as she walked, her ethereal dress occasionally revealed her fair, smooth, long legs. A surge of restlessness coursed through Yin Huai, compelling him to suppress his tumultuous feelings. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. This is my master, I must not cross the line. Sensing Yin Huai's silence, Lin Yuran, who was not adept at engaging in conversation, found herself at a loss for words. If Yin Huai were not her disciple, no one would dare to approach within 3 feet of her. Thus, an odd atmosphere enveloped them, but it did not linger for long, as they soon returned to Lin Yuran's hall. After bidding farewell, Yin Huai hastily returned to his own cultivation. He feared that remaining alone with his master would lead him to reveal his inner turmoil. Meanwhile, within the Tianyu dynasty, Lu Rian's eyes were red, tears brimming, while Yang Yin comforted her beside. Your Majesty, how could my parents have fallen without reason? I am now parentless, sob sob sob. If Yin Huai were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly burst into laughter. Yang Yin gently soothed her, reassuring, "Ruyan, you still have me. Do not grieve too deeply. The deaths of Lu Aiqing and her husband are rather suspicious. I shall investigate thoroughly and avenge them." Lu Ruyan lay in Yang Yan's embrace, weeping and expressing her gratitude. Meanwhile, Yang Yan pondered the cause of the demise of Lu Ji and his wife. According to the examination conducted by the imperial physician, both individuals succumbed to death due to the depletion of their lifespans. Furthermore, it appeared they had previously practiced a technique that possessed adverse repercussions, leading to their demise. Yang Yan found himself increasingly perplexed, and suddenly, a moment of clarity struck him. No, the death of their offspring must have been a consequence of the backlash from the technique. What on earth was happening? The more he pondered, the more unsettling it became. They held esteemed positions and had access to myriad techniques, so why would they choose to cultivate such a perilous method with severe backlash? It was exceedingly peculiar. After much contemplation, unable to uncover any threads of understanding, Yang Yan resolved to cease his musings. Yet, he was abruptly aware of a change in his long-stagnant cultivation. His power had inexplicably regressed slightly. Though it had no significant impact, his keen senses detected it. He instantly rose to his feet, causing Lu Ruyan to tumble onto the bed in surprise. Impossible. How could this be? Lu Ruyan ceased her weeping and inquired with concern, "Your Majesty, what troubles you?" Yang Yin did not respond, but instead sat cross-legged, commencing an internal examination of his condition. After a flurry of activity, he found nothing amiss, and his expression darkened considerably. Strange, too strange. How could a fragment of my power vanish into thin air? Could it be due to my recent lack of cultivation? It was not that Yang Yin failed to connect his situation with his esteemed son S. Rather, he was so confident in his own prowess that he could not fathom anyone having the ability to unsettle him. Ultimately, he attributed this phenomenon to his insufficient cultivation, concluding that stagnation in practice inevitably leads to regression. A month later, the Pinghuan Ju proved itself to be a technique of formidable renown, rivaling the grass character sword technique. Its destructive power was even more potent. Yin Huai was greatly thrilled, for this added yet another weapon to his arsenal. Throughout the past month, Yin Huai had dedicated himself solely to mastering the Pinghuan Ju, successfully reaching a state of unparalleled proficiency, just a step away from complete mastery of this sword art. Next, he intended to cultivate the xianxia. With this secret technique, his speed would be unmatched. Such is the allure of cultivation, which can render one oblivious to everything else. Yin Huai planned to continue his seclusion. However, he had not been entirely absorbed in his practice during the month, for he had a captivating master to attend to, and it was necessary to pay her daily respects. It was not merely for the sake of propriety. Rather, Yin Huai found that gazing upon Lin Yuran brought him immense joy. Within this month, rumors swirled through the ranks of the Xian Dao sect. The news of Yi Lingyun's demise spread swiftly, prompting numerous disciples to speculate about the cause. Soon, Zhao Jiuli also revealed Yi Lingyun's crimes. What? This scoundrel dared to covertly harm the holy maiden. He is utterly despicable. Who would have thought that Yi Lingyun, who usually appeared so virtuous, could commit such vile acts? Thankfully, the holy maiden was unharmed. Yi Lingyun truly deserved death. You have all been deceived by Yi Lingyun. I have long found him disagreeable. If he were not a favored disciple, I would have reported him ages ago. Several disciples remarked disdainfully at this belated critic. Zhao Jiuli seized the opportunity to assert his authority, boldly declaring that henceforth, anyone who dared to harm a fellow disciple would face dire consequences. Su Duoduo was also searching for Yin Huai, but felt a flicker of disappointment upon discovering his absence, a sentiment she herself was unaware of. Subsequently, the incident was quelled, and the disciples returned to their usual tranquility. Throughout the past month, Su Duoduo had thought of Yin Huai almost daily, yet she could not access Xianxiafang to find him. You despicable junior brother, having saved such a beauty as me, shouldn't you present some conditions? How could you vanish for so long? Infuriating. After silently cursing, Su Duoduo resigned herself to the situation. Chapter 27. The Fallen Emperor. 3 months had swiftly passed. On this day, after completing his training, Yin Huai once again visited Lin Yuran's chamber to pay his respects. Lin Yuran was astounded by the aura emanating from Yin Huai and inquired, "Xiao Huai, how have you made such rapid progress in your cultivation?" Indeed, after 3 months of diligent practice, Yin Huai had ascended to the 9th layer of the transcendental realm. During this time, he had taken to concocting several mirror-breaking pills and 5 elements pills as if they were mere candies, resulting in swift breakthroughs. Regarding his combat prowess, the Pinghuan Ju, grass character sword technique, and xianxia had all reached a pinnacle of mastery. With the elevation of his cultivation, the potency of his techniques had also grown exponentially. were it not for the ineffectiveness of the mirror-breaking pills in facilitating a breakthrough to the Saint Realm. Yin Huai might have even achieved that level. During this visit, he intended to inform Lin Yuran of his readiness to break into the Saint Realm. Lin Yuran's expression turned grave, yet she could not perceive any signs of instability in Yin Huai's cultivation. Instead, it appeared remarkably solid, piquing her curiosity. Yin Huai smiled and reassured her. Master need not worry. I understand the importance of a solid foundation, and my breakthrough will unfold naturally. Lin Yuran nodded. That is excellent. Given your current rate of advancement, it is merely a matter of time before you catch up to Long Outyin. The competition for the Daozi position is full of promise. Yin Huai keenly picked up on the significance of her words. Long Outyin. Who is that? Lin Yuran explained. Long Outyin is the sect leader's eldest disciple and the unquestionable frontrunner among the candidates for the Daozi position. Yin Huai mused internally. This world has its own Long Outyin. He wouldn't he also have a crooked mouth, would he? Lin Yuran continued. His cultivation is at the Saint King level, but I believe you will eventually surpass him. Hearing Lin Yuran's encouragement filled Yin Huai with elation. With his current combat strength, he felt he was more than a match for someone at the Saint King level. Nonetheless, being known as the prodigy Long Outyin, he would not underestimate his opponent. In the end, it would depend on who possessed the superior skills. Master, do not worry, I will not disappoint you. I will secure the Daozi position. Lin Yuran gazed at Yin Huai's confident demeanor, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Master, I have emerged from seclusion to share good news with you. Yin Huai smiled and continued, I am prepared to break into the Saint Realm. Lin Yuran was taken aback once more, exclaiming in astonishment, so soon. Then a thought struck her, and she cautioned, Xiao Huai, you should hold off on your breakthrough for now. I was initially concerned that your current strength might not suffice for entering that relic. But I did not expect you to be ready to break into the Saint Realm so quickly. In that case, you must visit the Qingqing Mountain relic in 5 days. Yin Huai inquired with curiosity, relic? Indeed, there is a relic at Qingqing Mountain, which opens once every 100 years. When the Emperor Chunfeng ascended, he opened a sliver of the celestial realm's gate, but subsequently, the spiritual energy was depleted, leading to his fall. Thus, there is a significant possibility that the relic contains a legacy. However, in thousands of years, no one has managed to locate it. If you can obtain it, it would greatly benefit your entry into the Saint Realm. Even if you do not acquire the legacy, remnants of the celestial energy that overflowed from the celestial realm during Emperor Chunfeng's breakthrough still linger within the relic. If you can absorb that celestial energy to break through to the Saint Realm, you will undoubtedly gain immensely. Were it not for the fact that only those at the divine concealment to Saint King levels are permitted entry, people from all over the fallen immortal continent would likely flock to it. Yin Huai's face registered surprise. Master, does one need to ascend to break through beyond the Emperor level? Lin Yuran had not anticipated Yin Huai would pose such a question, but she answered nonetheless, naturally. The highest realm attainable in the fallen immortal continent is the Emperor level. I have yet to hear of anyone breaking through beyond that. Yin Huai nodded. The path to the realm of emperors lies still far beyond your reach, but would you care to explore the ruins of Qingqing Mountain? Lin Yuran did not impose upon Yin Huai. Rather, she sought his opinion, to which Yin Huai naturally assented. The highest realm permitted within the ruins is the Saint King realm, and given his current prowess, safeguarding himself would certainly pose no difficulty. Lin Yuran promptly escorted Yin Huai to Wuji Peak. Upon learning that Yin Huai intended to enter the ruins, Zhao Juli did not exhibit surprise. Instead, he appeared to have anticipated it. With a cheerful demeanor, Zhao Juli remarked, I had initially considered sending Duoer to inform you, but since you are here, it is fortuitous. The selection for the ruins has long been arranged, and you are included. This revelation took Yin Huai aback. Already arranged? Lin Yuran was equally astonished, as Zhao Juli had not previously mentioned this matter to her. Zhao Juli then laughed heartily. Ah, the name of the forbidden sword body once resounded throughout the universe. Moreover, you possess the ancient heavy eyes. Such a prodigy must not be overlooked in the arrangements for the ruins. This is the perfect opportunity for you to establish the name of Yin Huai, and I hope you shall not disappoint your master and this emperor's expectations. Instantly, a surge of battle intent ignited within Yin Huai. Indeed, after traversing this realm for 18 years, it was high time for the name of Yin Huai to resonate across the entire fallen immortal continent. Zhao Juli, with an approving expression, continued, We shall depart in 5 days. Prepare yourself well, and I shall have Duoer notify you. By the way, the ruins of Qingqing Mountain are of great significance. Besides our Xiandao sect, those from the Tianyu dynasty shall also enter. Exercise caution. In addition to our heavenly sword sacred domain, the 2 paramount forces from the Tianmong sacred domain shall also be present. Duoer will introduce them to you. At that moment, Su Duo entered Zhao Juli's grand hall. Disciple pays respects to master. Zhao Juli nodded and said, "You arrived just in time. I have matters to discuss with your uncle Lin. Take Yin Huai and show him around Wuji Peak, and explain the specifics regarding the Qingqing mountain ruins." Upon entering, Su Duo had already noticed Yin Huai, and a flicker of unacknowledged joy crossed her eyes. "Yes, master." Afterward, she turned to Yin Huai with a cheerful smile. "Junior brother, let us go. I will introduce you to the particulars of Qingqing mountain." Lin Yuran observed Su Duo's warm demeanor towards Yin Huai, and an inexplicable discomfort flickered within her, unnoticed by herself. Yin Huai also turned to Su Duo, greeting her with a smile. "It has been a while, senior sister." Su Duo, with a hint of melancholy in her tone, replied, "Junior brother, you remember it has been a while. You promised to come and play with me, yet I have not seen you." Yin Huai's face turned awkward as he sheepishly responded, "Well, I was busy with my cultivation recently and just finished my closed-door training. Please do not hold it against me, senior sister." Su Duo's laughter was melodious, and although she intended to tease Yin Huai further, she suddenly recalled her master's presence and promptly restrained herself. Leading Yin Huai outside, Lin Yuran's gaze remained fixed, intensely observing the two departing figures. Chapter 28. The oncoming storm outside the main hall of Wuji Peak. Yin Huai and Su Duo conversed as they walked. "Senior sister, I heard the sect master mention that many forces will be attending the Qingqing mountain ruins." "Indeed. This is a site of an emperor's fall, and it may contain information pertaining to the immortal realm. For the premier forces, there is no greater temptation than the prospect of ascending to the immortal realm. Which forces are involved, and what is their strength?" Su Duo continued. "As far as I know, nearly all notable forces from our heavenly sword's sacred domain will be present, and even some rogue cultivators will join. The foremost powers among them are undoubtedly our Xiandao sect and the Tianyu dynasty. By the way, junior brother, you must exercise caution around the Tianyu dynasty. They are adversarial towards us and will surely seek to eliminate members of the Xiandao sect." A glimmer of ferocity flashed in Yin Huai's eyes, quickly replaced by composure. "Understood, senior sister." Su Duo smiled as she affectionately ruffled Yin Huai's hair. His expression turned awkward as she continued, "I heard that not long ago. The third prince of the Tianyu dynasty perished, so I assume they will dispatch the crown prince to lead this time." Yin Huai had indeed heard of this crown prince, but had never met him. Thus he inquired curiously, "What is his cultivation level?" "A year ago, I encountered him in a secret realm, and he was already at the 8th level of the Saint Entry realm. By now, he must have broken through to the Saint King realm." Su Duo seemed to recall something and turned to assess Yin Huai's cultivation, her expression turning to one of shock. "Junior brother, I hadn't noticed earlier, but you are now at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm?" Yin Huai nodded. "But you were only at the Divine Concealment realm 4 months ago? A complete breakthrough of a major realm in just 4 months." Yin Huai scratched his head and replied, "It was merely luck." Su Duo inwardly marveled, truly an anomaly. She was aware of Yin Huai's formidable combat prowess. Even in the Divine Concealment realm, he could contend with those in the Saint Entry realm. Now, his strength would undoubtedly be even more formidable. Fortunately, she had not been idle. Over the past few months, she had elevated her own realm to the 4th level of the Saint Entry realm, ensuring her safety within the ruins. Yin Huai also recognized this fact and silently acknowledged that the Xiandao sect truly deserved its status as a top-tier force. The speed of the Saintess's breakthroughs was something he could never hope to match without exceptional circumstances. Returning to the matter at hand, Su Duo continued introducing Yin Huai to the leaders of various forces. The Tianmong Sacred Domain will only have 2 top-tier forces participating. Other smaller factions are prohibited from entering our sacred domain to explore the ruins. Yin Huai understood, as this situation was quite common. Typically, a sacred domain is dominated by its own top-tier forces, who would certainly not permit outsiders to meddle unless one possessed the means to negotiate. As far as I know, the 2 premier forces from the Tianmong Sacred Domain are the Huangwu Academy and the Sun God Palace. This time, 4 outstanding individuals from the Huangwu Academy will attend, all of whom are prodigies from the Academy's heavenly ranking. The strongest among them is Jiang Yujie, ranked 3rd, and he has already reached the Saint King realm. The Sun God Palace will send 5 holy sons, all of whom are exceptionally powerful, with the strongest, Wu Lingkong, also having attained the Saint King realm. Yin Huai nodded silently, committing their names to memory. Su Duo then spoke with concern, "Junior brother, should you encounter these individuals, exercise extreme caution. The saying that below the Saint King realm, all are but ants is not mere rhetoric. There is an insurmountable chasm between the Saint Entry realm and the Saint King realm. At this level, one has already mastered the power of laws. If you enter their domain of laws, your combat ability will be significantly suppressed." Yin Huai was not overly concerned. Once he reached the Saint Entry realm, he would find battling these Saint Kings quite effortless. Nevertheless, he expressed his gratitude for Su Duo's concern. Thank you, senior sister, I am aware. By the way, who is the strongest among our Xian Dao sect members attending this time? Su Duo smiled. That would naturally be senior brother Long Outyin, who is also at the Saint King realm. As for the other candidates for discipleship, although they too are at the Saint King realm, their combat strength still falls short of senior brother Long. Then, as if recalling something, Su Duo offered an awkward smile. Certainly, this does not include you, junior brother. With your capabilities, should you break through to the Saint King realm, the position of Daozi would undoubtedly be within your grasp. Yin Huai, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and bewilderment. He never expected Su Duo to possess such a contrasting demeanor, so starkly different from her previously enchanting and alluring self. He couldn't help but retort, Sister, isn't he also a disciple of the sect leader like you? Do you not support his ascension to Daozi? Su Duo replied with a gentle smile, suddenly halting her steps to turn to Yin Huai, leaning in with a captivating tone. Compared to him, I hold greater faith in you, dear junior brother. Feeling the alluring fragrance wafting from her, Yin Huai's cheeks flushed crimson, and he awkwardly chuckled, Sister. You flatter me. Su Duo giggled, reaching out to affectionately ruffle Yin Huai's hair. So adorable, she remarked before continuing on her way. Yin Huai silently mused. What a bewitching spirit. The two meandered through the Wuji Peak, after which Yin Huai bid farewell to Su Duo. Junior brother, see you in 5 days. Goodbye, sister. With that, Yin Huai hurriedly departed. The primary reason for his swift exit was Su Duo's intentional teasing after she had detailed the circumstances of Qingqing Mountain. At his youthful and spirited age, he found it hard to resist such temptations. He vowed to take the initiative next time. Returning to Xianxia Peak, Yin Huai gazed at the 5 elements pill in his hand, exclaiming in frustration, after consuming so many, I have yet to comprehend a shred of the 5 elements laws. Could this be a counterfeit? Is it utterly ineffective? Whether it was effective or not remained unknown to Yin Huai, but the 2 elders of the Lu family were well aware. After enduring the backlash from the pills over this period, their lives now hung by a thread. Their breaths faint. As for Yang Yan, his cultivation was too advanced. The backlash had minimal impact on him, though he had sensed a slight regression in his cultivation and a corresponding diminishment of his mental acuity. However, he could not ascertain the cause, which only served to heighten his irritability, leading him to frequently berate the ministers in court. In the Yangxing Palace, Yang Yin regarded a young man before him, his recent irritability finally subsiding. Well done, Fanner. You have successfully broken through to the 3rd level of the Saint King realm. I am quite assured to have you lead this expedition to the Qingqing Mountain ruins. The young man was none other than Yang Fan, the crown prince of the Tianyu dynasty. Father, I have heard news of the celestial realm within the ruins. I shall surely seek it out for you. Yang Yin nodded appreciatively. You have a good heart, Fanner. The reason I summoned you is to impart a matter of importance. The young master of the Yin family has recently joined the Xian Dao sect. You are adept in your actions, should an opportunity arise in the ruins. Be sure to eradicate him completely. Yang Fan's gaze hardened. Rest assured, Father. If that person does not appear, it is well and good. Should he manifest in the ruins, I shall ensure his demise. Good. Return and prepare thoroughly. Do not let your guard down. Yes, Father. Chapter 29, The Loss of Wisdom. Soon, 5 days had passed. At the Xian Dao sect, over 100 disciples gathered in the sect's plaza. A glance around revealed all were of extraordinary cultivation, selected from the inner sect for this expedition. At the forefront stood the 6 direct disciples and 2 holy maidens, including Yin Huai. There were originally to be 7 direct disciples, but due to the reckless actions of Yi Lingyun from the Miao Miao Peak, 1 was now absent. At this moment, a young man clad in a crimson robe, strikingly handsome, approached Yin Huai with a smile. Greetings, junior brother. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Tian, a direct disciple of Wuxing Peak. I have often heard my master speak of you, and I am delighted to finally meet you. The other direct disciples turned their attention towards them. Yin Huai was somewhat taken aback. According to the tropes of novels from his previous life, someone should typically be confronting him at this juncture. Instead, this individual wished to make his acquaintance. Out of courtesy, Yin Huai responded, Senior brother Yi. Yi Tian continued, Junior brother, I have heard you have successfully navigated the 4th level of the Celestial Pavilion and even defeated the projection of my master. We should have a sparring session sometime. Certainly. Yi Tian regarded Yin Huai with admiration. Despite the latter's cultivation being merely extraordinary, he did not underestimate him. The prowess of Li Zichang was well known, and as his foremost disciple, Yi Tian understood that Yin Huai's ability to defeat Li Zichang indicated he was indeed extraordinary. This was why Yi Tian found Yin Huai so intriguing. The other direct disciples also displayed expressions of realization. They had all heard of Yin Huai's exploits. Although they had each traversed the Celestial Pavilion, none had made it to the Golden List. and thus they were all curious about Yin Huai. As fellow disciples of the Xiandao sect, the direct disciples offered symbolic greetings to Yin Huai. At this moment, Su Duo approached Yin Huai, introducing the others. This one clad in black is Xiao Ming, a direct disciple of Luoxiao Peak. The one beside him is Qin Wu from Baiyun Peak. On the left is Ji Feng from Qianlong Peak. And this individual before us is my senior brother, Long Outyin. You are already acquainted with Yitian. Yin Huai nodded in acknowledgement. Initially indifferent towards Yin Huai, Long Outyin wore an aloof expression, but upon noticing his junior sister's familiarity with Yin Huai, his brows furrowed, though he chose not to voice his thoughts. At that moment, a woman adorned in a red and white interspersed gown, with an exquisite visage and graceful figure, approached. With a smile, she addressed Yin Huai. You must be junior brother Yin Huai. Su Duoduo's face lit up with delight upon seeing her. Sister Yenner, you have arrived. Chu Yan's voice was gentle, tinged with slight remorse as she said, I have yet to apologize to you regarding the matter of junior brother Yi. Su Duo dismissed it, recognizing that this incident was not Chu Yan's fault. With a cheerful wave of her hand, she replied, Sister Yenner, what are you saying? That was Yi Lingyun's doing. It has nothing to do with you. Only then did Yin Huai realize that she was indeed the senior sister of Yi Lingyun. Chu Yin then presented a jade pendant to Yin Huai, explaining, should you encounter peril within the secret realm, you may use this jade pendant to summon me. You saved Duo from Yi Lingyun's grave mistake. As a disciple of our master, I ought to express my gratitude. Yin Huai, slightly astonished, accepted it, acknowledging, thank you, sister. As fellow disciples of the Xiandao sect, it is only proper. Curiously, he then inquired about the information of the others. Long Outyin, Saint King Realm, 4th layer. Physique, Celestial Tyrant Body. Yi Tian, Saint King Realm, 3rd layer. Physique, Innate Sword Body. Ji Feng, Saint King Realm, 3rd layer. Physique, 5 Elements Body. Xiao Ming, Saint King Realm, 2nd layer. Physique, Yin Yang Body. Qin Wu, Saint King Realm, 2nd layer. Physique, Great Wilderness Battle Body. Good heavens, all possess extraordinary physiques. One even has the Celestial Tyrant Body. Long Outyin is indeed unparalleled, living up to his name. Yin Huai thought to himself. Just then, a middle-aged man descended from the skies. The visitor was none other than Li Zichong, the master of Wuxin Peak, known as the Wuxin Sword Immortal. Clearing his throat, Li Zichong began to speak. Ahem, allow me to guide you to the ruins of Qingqing Mountain. A few days ago, after Lin Yuran and Yin Huai visited Wuji Peak, Zhao Juli had expressed a desire for Lin Yuran to lead the expedition, but she declined. With no alternative, we had no choice but to let Li Zichong take her place, as it would be inappropriate for the sovereign emperor to personally intervene. Subsequently, the group embarked on their journey aboard a colossal flying vessel. Unbeknownst to them, a white figure flickered through the void. At this moment, a considerable crowd had already gathered outside Qingqing Mountain, comprising various sects from the Heavenly Sword Sacred Domain, as well as some independent cultivators. The people from the Tianyu dynasty had arrived early, with the leading old eunuch standing beside Yang Fan, his expression inscrutable. Accompanying Yang Fan were 3 princes and 3 princesses, all eager to enter the ruins. One of the princes inquired, Elder brother, how much longer until the ruins open? I can hardly contain my anticipation. Yang Fan, his face devoid of expression, retorted, what are you so anxious about? Quietly wait. Chastened, the prince lowered his head and fell silent. At that moment, a massive flying vessel materialized in the void. Yang Fan's gaze shifted to the newcomer, his understanding deepening. As the vessel came to a halt, around 100 cultivators descended from it. Is this the Heavenly Sword Sacred Domain? It appears rather impressive. Is this truly the site of the ruins? It seems rather unremarkable. He mused. The old eunuch's gaze then fixated on a middle-aged man among the newcomers, his eyes icy. The man chuckled. Ah, old eunuch. It has been a century since we last met, and you still draw breath? The old eunuch sneered. You have not perished either, Bai Lishi. Bai Lishi continued to smile. It must be because I purified you back in the day that you have lived so long. You ought to be grateful, old eunuch. Ha! This remark nearly provoked the old eunuch to violence, his expression darkening. Yang Fan then addressed him. I shall deal with his disciple in the ruins. Do remain calm. Gradually, the old eunuch managed to suppress his rage. Had it not been for Bai Lishi severing his wisdom root back in the day, he would not have remained stuck at the divine sovereign realm. Bai Lishi observed the old eunuch's gradual calmness with a mocking gaze, his expression tinged with disappointment. He had hoped to provoke a reaction, to display his prowess before his disciples, but the old eunuch had not taken the bait. Nevertheless, his words had already stirred a commotion among his disciples. Is it true? Mr. Bai Lishi actually severed that man's wisdom root. Look at him. His face has turned ashen. Ha ha. Laughter erupted among the crowd, nearly reigniting the old eunuch's suppressed fury. Chapter 30. Arrival of Various Factions. Do you people from the Huangwu Academy seek death? Yang Fan declared, abandoning his previously low profile with a chilling tone. You dare to repeatedly provoke the Tianyu dynasty, thinking our dynasty is without defenders? He then unleashed his oppressive aura towards the disciples of Huangwu Academy. Bai Lishi, being of the older generation, refrained from intervening. At that moment, a young man clad in white from Huangwu Academy stepped forward, emanating a similar oppressive force. Humph! You dare speak so brazenly with such meager strength. The young man's aura surged, forcing Yang Fan back 2 steps. His face darkened as he coldly replied, Zhang Yujie, you seek your own demise. With that, Yang Fan prepared to strike, his earlier counsel to the old eunuch to endure forgotten. Zhang Yujie regarded him with disdain, having long found the Tianyu dynasty's prince insufferable. He was ready to engage in battle. Zhang Yujie was the 3rd-ranked prodigy on the heavenly rankings, and this prince was surely doomed. If it weren't for the 2 individuals on the rankings who exceeded the ruins realm limits, he could easily crush this fool with a single blow. The assembled princes glared furiously at the people from Huangwu Academy. Elder brother, beat them senseless. How dare these commoners defy us? Indeed, go for it, elder brother. At that moment, another flying vessel appeared in the void, marked with the emblem of the Sun God Palace. The newcomers were indeed from the Sun God Palace. Oh, what a lively gathering. Are we on the verge of a clash? Bai Lishi, you've certainly progressed. Come to flaunt your might on someone else's territory? The crowd looked up to see a middle-aged man descending alongside a group of young disciples. Bai Lishi regarded the man with amusement. Xikongzhen, how I conduct my affairs is not for you to meddle in. Do you wish to experience my iron fist once more? Xikongzhen maintained an impassive expression and replied coolly, I had no intention of interfering, but your incessant provocations are unbearable. Do you think I am still the same as before? With that, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted. Several independent cultivators gasped in shock. A quasi-emperor. This individual is actually at the quasi-emperor level. The Sun God Palace has sent such a powerful figure to protect their disciples. Truly a top-tier force. Their foundation is astonishing. It is known that breakthroughs become increasingly challenging as one progresses. Yet this individual has achieved the quasi-emperor realm in such a short time, evidently having come across remarkable fortunes. However, Bai Lishi remained unfazed. The Sun God Palace and Huangwu Academy had historically been at odds, much like the Tianyu dynasty and the Xiandao sect. Bai Lishi disdainfully remarked, a mere quasi-emperor is nothing special. It seems everyone can attain that level. He then unleashed another formidable wave of pressure, causing some of the smaller factions to tremble in fear. Let us hope that your clash does not bring collateral damage. Someone lamented. Xikongzhen's previously unperturbed demeanor finally shifted, his expression darkening. He had sacrificed much to surpass Bai Lishi in breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm, intending to surprise his rival today, only to find that Bai Lishi had also made a breakthrough. Cursed be this fate. Just as the tension between the two escalated, Yang Fan's gaze returned to Zhang Yujie. You are quite impressive. In the ruins, you'd best pray not to cross paths with me, or you shall meet your doom. Zhang Yujie remained unfazed, dismissing Yang Fan's threat. Who can't speak boldly? The key is whether it holds any weight. Yang Fan, witnessing Zhang Yujie's disregard, clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He vowed that in the ruins, he would ensure that Zhang Yujie paid dearly. It had been ages since anyone dared to challenge him so openly. At this juncture, the contest of wills between Bai Lishi and Xikongzhen reached its conclusion, with Xikongzhen once again being forced down. Bai Lishi continued to taunt, if you lack skill, practice more. Do not stand before me without the strength to back it up. Xikongzhen's blood boiled with rage. He longed to engage in battle immediately. Yet with the ruins about to open, this was the priority. Just then, a strikingly handsome young man beside him intervened. Forgive my audacity, but today is a contest for our younger generation. It would be wise for you, Senior Bai, to refrain from overshadowing us. Upon hearing this, Bai Lishi's expression darkened. Was this not a veiled insinuation of his age? What an insufferable brat. However, he found it unnecessary to bicker with the junior, letting out a cold snort as he turned away. Within his heart, Xikongzhen's fury had finally subsided somewhat. At that moment, the young man from the Sun God Palace directed his gaze towards Zhang Yujie, a smile gracing his features as he spoke. Brother Yujie, it has been many years, yet you remain as impressive as ever. Zhang Yujie replied coolly, Wu Lingkong, after all this time, your hypocritical nature remains unchanged. Wu Lingkong burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Ha! Brother Yujie, you misunderstand me. Over the past 3 years, I have missed you dearly. Whenever I think of you, I simply cannot eat or drink. It truly gives me a headache. Zhang Yujie sneered, choosing not to respond. He knew this fellow all too well. He was undoubtedly harboring a grudge and seeking revenge. 3 years prior, during the Sacred Domain Grand Competition, Wu Lingkong had suffered defeat at Zhang Yujie's hands. Not receiving a reply, Wu Lingkong shifted the topic. By the way, the relics are about to begin, yet where are the people from the Xiandao sect? I have missed brother Ao Tian as well. At that moment, a voice cleaved through the air, proclaiming, I have arrived. Yin Huai glanced at Long Ao Tian, whose smile stretched nearly from ear to ear, and found himself attempting to mimic the expression, though he regrettably discovered he could not. Internally, he scoffed, marveling at how someone could manage such a peculiar grin. Upon hearing the newcomer's voice, Wu Lingkong could barely contain his excitement. If there was one person he wished to suppress upon his emergence, it was undoubtedly Long Ao Tian. For 3 years ago, during the Sacred Domain Grand Competition, Long Ao Tian had successfully defeated Jiang Yujie, securing 5th place. While he himself had ranked 7th, he was determined to reclaim his lost glory and wash away his humiliation. Soon, Yin Huai and the others descended. Just as Yin Huai's gaze shifted towards the Tianyu dynasty, a wave of overwhelming murderous intent surged forth, fixating on the opposing forces as he meticulously memorized each figure. Yang Fan had intended to probe Long Ao Tian's strength, but suddenly felt a surge of murderous intent directed at him, swiftly pinpointing Yin Huai's location. A peculiar smile spread across Yin Huai's face as he raised his hand, mimicking the action of slitting a throat. In that instant, Yang Fan was incensed. How dare you, a mere mongrel, provoke the crown prince? He bellowed, launching a divine technique towards Yin Huai to teach him a lesson. Su Duoduo's attention remained fixed on Yin Huai. Upon witnessing his provocation towards Yang Fan, her curiosity piqued. Unexpectedly, Yang Fan struck first, and in a moment of panic, she channeled her power to shield Yin Huai from the attack. Chapter 31. Initial display of brilliance. Li Zicheng naturally observed this scene, opting not to intervene in the affairs of the younger generation. Yang Fan's actions drew the attention of those present, who redirected their gazes towards him. With a cold tone, Yang Fan declared, You little brat, weren't you quite arrogant? What skill is there in hiding behind a woman? Yin Huai stepped forward, while Su Duoduo looked on with worry. What a pity she did not come, he remarked cryptically, leaving the crowd puzzled. At this moment, someone finally recognized Yin Huai. The prince who had been standing beside Yang Fan exclaimed in surprise, It's you, the little wild dog of the Yin family. Upon hearing the insult directed at Yin Huai, Su Duoduo's anger flared, preparing to retaliate, but Yin Huai halted her with a gesture. Sister, allow me to handle this. Su Duoduo gazed at Yin Huai, seeing a side of him she had never witnessed before. At that moment, Yin Huai exuded an intense aura. His eyes locked onto the Tianyu dynasty, like he was gazing upon a horde of corpses. Noticing Yin Huai's unusual demeanor, Su Duoduo's expression turned anxious. Prior to their acquaintance, he had been in seclusion, and she could not fathom why he reacted so strongly to the members of the Tianyu dynasty. Just then, Yin Huai unleashed a divine technique towards the prince who had insulted him. What appeared to be a casual strike concealed immense power, startling everyone present. After all, in terms of cultivation, Yin Huai was merely at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm, yet this seemingly effortless move held such formidable might. Yang Fan, incensed, shouted, You dare act boldly in front of the crown prince. He then summoned a divine technique. As the two techniques collided, the onlookers were left astonished. Is this truly a casual move from the extraordinary realm? Surely I am not dreaming. The crown prince of the Tianyu dynasty could not gain the upper hand. This person is terrifying, Wu Lingkong observed with keen interest. At this juncture, Yin Huai spoke. What pitiful cultivation can possibly withstand my wrath against those I wish to eliminate? With that, he activated his double pupils, emitting a fearsome aura. Suddenly, a black luminescence erupted from his left eye. Destruction. The prince targeted by this energy was instantly stricken with terror. Should this attack connect, it would spell his demise. Brother, save me. Yang Fan, too, was taken aback, realizing that his opponent possessed the ancient double pupils. There was no time for contemplation. He did not care whether Yang Yong lived or died, but he could not allow anyone to be slain before him. His dignity was at stake. Dragon Emperor Seal. Yang Fan rapidly formed hand seals, creating a dazzling display. In an instant, the Dragon Emperor seal struck fiercely against the black luminescence, yet it produced no effect whatsoever. Before Yang Fan could express his shock, Yang Yong, standing behind him, had already been reduced to ashes by the force of destruction. In his final moments, Yang Yong could hardly believe that his idol had failed to protect him, leaving him to perish with resentment. The old eunuch, upon witnessing Yang Yong's demise, became infuriated. You little mongrel, you seek death. With that, he unleashed a divine technique towards Yin Huai. Before the devastating technique could reach Yin Huai, Li Zicheng intervened with a single sword strike, dispersing it. Old eunuch, if you dare to bully the weak again, you shall not leave Qingshan Mountain today. The threat was palpable. The old eunuch, feeling the terrifying pressure of Li Zicheng, seethed with rage. How could he explain Yang Yong's death to Emperor Yang Yan? Realizing there was no hope of vanquishing Yin Huai, he was forced to relent. Finally, someone regained their composure and exclaimed, "It is the ancient double pupils. One of the 10 great physiques. My heavens, that Prince Yang Yong was at the 9th level of the sacred realm and was dispatched in a single move. The double pupils have never known defeat. This is no exaggeration. Our Tianjin sacred domain has gained another remarkable prodigy. Did you hear Yang Yong claim he was the young master of the Yin family? That explains his deep-seated hatred for the dynasty. What is going on? You are from the Tianjin sacred domain, yet you are unaware of this? I was in seclusion until recently." The crowd tacitly avoided discussing the old eunuch's bullying, as they had no backing and wished to survive a little longer. Su Duo, too, was astonished, never having anticipated Yin Huai's strength to have escalated to such heights. Just months prior, they had struggled to defeat adversaries at the 9th level of the sacred realm, yet now Yin Huai could effortlessly vanquish those of that caliber. Moreover, Yang Yong was a prince of the Tianyu dynasty, possessing undeniable strength even in combat against higher realms. Calming her excited heart, Su Duo gazed at Yin Huai with eyes brimming with curiosity. At that moment, the discussions among the scattered cultivators reached her ears. The entire Yin family was annihilated? Only Yin Huai had escaped death? So that was the case? He bore such a deep-seated grudge. Su Duo murmured to herself, her gaze towards Yin Huai softening even further. At this juncture, Yang Fan finally reacted, his fury igniting. "Young master of the Yin family, you are quite remarkable. If I do not take your head today, I, Yang Fan, am unworthy of being the Prince of Tianyu." Yin Huai sneered disdainfully, his voice cold as ice. "Do not be hasty. Tianyu has inflicted pain upon my family, and I shall repay it 1,000-fold." He then cast a mocking glance at his opponent, saying, "As for you, I'm afraid you won't live to see that day. How unfortunate." He then turned his icy gaze towards the old eunuch. "You will pay for your words today." With that, Yin Huai silently replaced one of the targets of his system's backlash with the old eunuch. "Humph. You can only speak once you manage to survive from the ruins." Yang Fan could only unleash threats. He had no confidence in defeating Yin Huai with a single blow, especially with Li Zichang guarding him. So there was no need to waste energy. Once in the ruins, he would have his own methods to deal with him. What was initially a simple task to kill Yin Huai had now transformed into a desire to brutally torture him. Only then could he regain the face he lost today. Long Out Yin, who regarded everyone with disdain, felt a slight tremor upon seeing Yin Huai possess the ancient heavy eyes. Yet, it merely piqued his curiosity without stirring much interest. He believed himself to be invincible in this era. Even with the ancient heavy eyes, Yin Huai would not be his match. Zhang Yujie, in contrast, found himself intrigued by Yin Huai. Based on his experience, he surmised that Yin Huai must be hiding some strength. How interesting. I wonder who will ultimately claim the position of Daozi in the Xiandao sect. Beside Zhang Yujie, a strikingly beautiful young woman moved swiftly to stand before Yin Huai. Her red lips parted, her tone somewhat aloof as she declared, "Your strength is commendable. I wish to challenge you to a duel." Chapter 32, The Ruins Open. Yin Huai was slightly taken aback, pointing to himself as he asked, "Me?" The cold beauty responded with a blank expression, "Yes." Yin Huai inquired, "Why?" The cold beauty continued, "You are quite strong, and I wish to test my skills against you." Hearing this, Yin Huai felt a twinge of awkwardness. Recognizing that she bore no malice, merely a warrior's spirit, he chose not to take offense. Su Duo, observing the woman whose beauty rivaled her own, quickly discerned her identity. She then decided to tease her, saying, "Luo Qinghan, don't you usually treat everyone with disdain?" Luo Qinghan remained unfazed, her gaze fixed on Yin Huai, filled with combat fervor. Seeing that the other woman ignored her, Su Duo couldn't help but feel vexed. At that moment, a beam of golden light suddenly descended from the peak of Qingqing Mountain. The immense energy, a formidable aura, enveloped the mountaintop. Everyone turned their attention to it. "It's here. The ruins are about to open. This time, I must break through to the extraordinary realm. Here I come." Soon, the golden light dissipated, revealing a colossal golden gate atop the mountain. As the massive door slowly opened, a rich aura of spiritual energy surged forth. Such dense spiritual energy. I feel a slight loosening in my cultivation at the 9th level of the divine concealment realm. Truly, this is an extraordinary ruin that opens once in a century. At this moment, Li Zichang gathered the members of the Xiandao sect and cautioned, "The ruins have opened. Remember, the opening lasts only 3 months. After 3 months, you must exit or you will be trapped until the next opening. I will wait for you here. Go." The crowd nodded in understanding. Yin Huai turned to Luo Qinghan and remarked, "The ruins have opened. Let's save our battle for another time." Luo Qinghan, seeing no other option, nodded in agreement and returned to her position at the Huangwu Academy. With the ruins fully opened, people from various factions began to enter. Yin Huai cast a wicked smile at Yang Fan and the others. He planned to pull off something grand. If everyone from the Tianyu dynasty perished within the ruins, surely that old emperor would be furious. Yang Fan immediately issued a fierce threat. Kid, this prince will make your life a living hell. With that, Yang Fan led his group into the Golden Gate. Yin Huai and his companions followed closely behind, leaving only the leaders of various factions at the scene. By Li Shi and Li Zichong, having a good relationship, began to engage in casual conversation. Inside the ruins, upon entering, Yin Huai was transported to a valley. He scanned his surroundings and found no one else. It appeared that this ruin was vast, with so many people entering. It was surprising that no one had been teleported to the same location as him. He then set off to explore the valley. Based on his experiences from novels in his past life, he believed there must be treasures hidden within the valley. After what felt like an eternity of flying, he finally discovered a treasure trove. The spiritual energy within the ruins was already denser than outside, but this particular area radiated even more. Yin Huai quickly concluded that there must be some treasures inside. Before long, he spotted the source of the treasure. In the depths of the cave, he noticed liquid dripping from a fissure above. Curious, he approached to investigate. System, what is this? System scanning. Ding. Scan complete. This is premium earth heart essence. It can be used for alchemy or consumed directly, possessing the ability to extend one's lifespan. He had never encountered premium earth heart essence before. While it was of little use to him, he couldn't leave empty-handed. At that moment, the system's voice spoke again. Friendly reminder. The host can break the fissure to see what lies beyond. Yin Huai wasted no time. He unleashed a spell to shatter the stones obstructing the fissure. With a resounding crash, he looked up to see a large hole above him. With a swift motion, he flew upward. It turned out there was more space above the fissure. Once inside this new space, Yin Huai immediately spotted a pool filled with earth heart essence. My goodness, so much. This would drive many old geezers wild. To those aged practitioners, treasures that could extend one's lifespan were invaluable. Yin Huai estimated that the essence here was sufficient to concoct hundreds of premium longevity pills. A single premium longevity pill could extend a person's lifespan by a century. 100 of them equated to 1,000 years of life. Such temptation was enough to incite even the mightiest of emperors to commit murder and theft. However, Yin Huai was not overly excited. Instead, he contemplated that he could gift some to his master or refine them into pills to sell. That was also a good plan. Contemplating this, Yin Huai collected all the heart spirit due into his storage ring. Subsequently, he departed from the valley. He recalled that when Su Duo had introduced him to this relic, she had mentioned some details and opportunities within. The most significant opportunities in the relic were the three great trials: the Sword Gate, the Ancient Burial Gate, and the Primordial Gate. It was said that these three formidable trials were exceptionally challenging, and every prodigy who emerged from them later became a person of great renown, with the lowest among them achieving the God's sovereign realm. Yin Huai harbored no concerns about reaching the God's sovereign realm. Rather, he was intrigued by how much his combat prowess could be enhanced. After all, he desired to obliterate the denizens of the Tianyu Empire with overwhelming force. The relic was abundant in people, providing ample opportunities for his human sovereign banner and the ancient abyss-devouring demon technique to come into play. With a peculiar chuckle, Yin Huai decided to first investigate the Sword Gate and see if any members of the Tianyu Empire were present, as he intended to invite them to reminisce within the human sovereign banner. At that moment, the Sword Gate was crowded with numerous cultivators, the majority of whom were sword cultivators, as the name itself suggested a connection to the sword. Just then, a newly arrived cultivator turned to a nearby companion and inquired, "Why are you not entering?" The addressed cultivator, filled with indignation, replied, "It's all because of the fifth Prince Yang who, relying on his profound cultivation, intends to monopolize the Sword Gate. He even declared that we cannot enter until he emerges. Otherwise, he will ensure our suffering is beyond imagination." Upon hearing these words, the other cultivator was equally furious. How outrageous. This relic does not belong to him, yet he acts so tyrannically. We would simply be facing our own trials. How could that affect him? He treats us as if we are not even human. Before long, Yin Huai soon arrived at the Sword Gate, whereupon he was immediately recognized by those nearby. It's him, the young master of the Yin family. Excitement rippled through the crowd as they anticipated the unfolding drama. Confident that Yang Hu would not be a match for Yin Huai, many had long held a grudge against Yang Hu, and now they eagerly awaited his comeuppance. Truly, the heavens had opened their eyes. Upon hearing Yang Hu's name, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Yin Huai as he leisurely approached the entrance of the Sword Gate. At the entrance stood 10 guards loyal to Yang Hu. "Kid, know your place and get lost. The fifth prince is not someone you can offend." One guard, filled with disdain, blocked Yin Huai's path, while the others looked on in shock, sensing the gravity of the situation. Yin Huai had already displayed a portion of his strength before entering the relic, and yet this guard dared to impede him. Disregarding the warning, Yin Huai summoned the sword, Yue Shui, and unleashed a sweeping arc of sword light. Imbued with a chilling aura, the guards, though at the Holy Realm level, quickly met their demise, unable to even muster a defense. The guard who had initially obstructed Yin, who suffered the most gruesome fate, bisected by the sword light. The remaining cultivators present fell into stunned silence, gasping in disbelief as they witnessed the slaughter. 10 Holy Realm experts were slain by a single strike? Am I dreaming? How outrageous! What level of power does the young master of the Yin family possess? They were unable to comprehend, yet were profoundly shaken. In a remarkably nonchalant manner, Yin Huai collected the corpses into his storage ring, for they represented valuable resources for his ascent in strength. The onlookers, now filled with terror, whispered among themselves. He even spares not the corpses. Is he planning to desecrate them later? The desire for vengeance against the extermination of his clan seemed all too reasonable in light of this revelation. With that thought, the crowd unanimously expressed their agreement. Yin Huai, indifferent to the reactions of others, entered the sword gate alone. With Yang Hu easily dispatched, confronting the trials took precedence. As golden light enveloped him, Yin Huai found himself in an unfamiliar environment. A voice, tinged with age and devoid of emotion, echoed in his ears. The first trial of the sword gate commences. Yin Huai was momentarily taken aback. So soon? Before he could voice his thoughts, a phantom materialized before him. Vigilantly, he recalled Su Duodwa's words. The sword gate consisted of 99 trials, each more arduous than the last. Moreover, within the confines of the sword gate, only sword techniques could be employed, other divine abilities were rendered useless. The last time the relic was opened, the best performer had reached the 98th trial, falling just short of completion. Even so, that individual had swiftly grasped the essence of sword intent shortly after leaving the relic, gaining profound insights. Understanding how to confront the phantom, Yin Huai drew Yue Shui and unleashed a sweeping surge of sword energy, dispersing the phantom in an instant. The emotionless voice resounded once more. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the first trial of the sword gate. The second trial commences now. Yin Huai remained vigilant, refusing to let his guard down. Meanwhile, outside the sword gate, Yang Hu had emerged only to find his guards missing. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, a cultivator mustered the courage to approach him and stammered, "Your Highness, I have urgent news." Yang Hu exhibited a look of disdain, yet the disappearance of his guards left him feeling uneasy, prompting him to respond. "What is it you wish to say?" "The young master of the Yin family has arrived and has killed all of your guards," the cultivator reported. Fury surged within Yang Hu. Damnable wretch! How dare he provoke the Tianyu Empire? He is courting death. The cultivator continued, "Your Highness, may I follow you? The young master of the Yin family is exceptionally ruthless, even leaving no corpses of your guards unscathed." Yang Hu scrutinized the cultivator. "7th level of the extraordinary realm. You may serve as my follower, albeit barely." He then instructed, "Keep a close watch on Yin Huai's every move. I will summon assistance. Should he emerge, detain him." The young cultivator's face paled. He had witnessed Yin Huai's combat prowess firsthand and doubted he could hold him back. Regret washed over him. Anticipating the young man's thoughts, Yang Hu reassured him, "Fear not. Just delay him until I arrive, and your rewards will be substantial." With no other option, the young cultivator reluctantly agreed. Yang Hu, his expression darkened, produced a communication device given to him by Yang Fan to contact the other princes. While Yang Fan was in a secret realm and unable to receive Yang Hu's communication, the second prince Yang Zaisu and the second princess Yang Qingcheng, along with the third princess Yang Qinghua, received Yang Hu's plea for help. Before a stone tablet, Yang Zaisu sneered contemptuously, "The fifth is truly useless. He cannot even handle a mere dog of the Yin family. What a waste." Without further thought, he resumed his contemplation of the stone tablet, but still relayed his location to Yang Hu. Upon learning of Yang Zaisu's location, Yang Hu hurriedly made his way there. Without his guards, he felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability and was eager to find his second brother. Shortly thereafter, Yang Hu arrived at Yang Zaisu's location, where he vehemently denounced Yin Huai's heinous actions, seeking the support of his elder brother. Yang Zaisu paid no heed, and instead jested, "Old fifth, with all your prattle, are you not simply seeking my assistance?" Yang Hu offered a sheepish smile and could only nod in acquiescence. He was well aware of his second brother's cunning, although outwardly less formidable than Yang Fan. He possessed a profound depth of strategy, leaving one to wonder what other tactics he might wield. "If you wish for my aid, it comes with conditions," Yang Zaisu stated. Yang Hu had anticipated this outcome and replied, "Second brother, speak freely. I shall face any peril without hesitation." Yang Zaisu let out a hearty laugh, but his demeanor quickly shifted as he coldly declared, "I require your unwavering allegiance." At this proclamation, Yang Hu was momentarily taken aback, a surge of indignation rising within him, yet he stifled his inquiries, saying, "Second brother, have you gone too far?" Yang Zaisu turned his head away, his tone laced with mockery. Yin Huai's strength is unfathomable, and our Tianyu dynasty harbors a vendetta against him. You have already caught his attention. Do you truly believe that, unprotected, you can withstand his onslaught? He continued, "As long as you are loyal to me, I shall ensure your survival, whether within these ruins or beyond. Should I ascend to the throne one day, I will bestow upon you wealth and honor." The revelation left Yang Hu astounded. He had never imagined that Yang Zaisu harbored such grand ambitions, daring to covet the throne while Yang Fan still held the title of crown prince. Yang Hu had never entertained thoughts of contesting the crown, fully aware that he would be utterly outmatched. After a lengthy contemplation, Yang Zaisu's reasoning struck him as sound. Alone, he would inevitably perish at Yin Huai's hands within these ruins. Since he had no desire for the throne, he might as well follow Yang Zaisu, at least to survive and find a way out of the ruins. After a fierce internal struggle, Yang Hu resolved his decision. "From this day forth, my life belongs to you, second brother. Direct me eastward, and I shall not venture west." Yang Zaisu erupted into another hearty laugh, clapping Yang Hu on the shoulder. "Fear not, fifth brother. From now on, I shall protect you. I vow to avenge you against Yin Huai. However, this young man's strength is indeed formidable. It would be prudent to eliminate him through others' efforts." Yang Hu nodded, recalling the disquieting prowess of Yin Huai's mysterious dual pupils when they had previously encountered him near Qingqing Mountain. If he had dared to provoke him then, he would have met a dire fate. With this in mind, Yang Hu inquired, "Second brother, what should we do? I have heard that father has issued a decree to our elder brother to slay Yin Huai. If we could accomplish this, father would surely reward you handsomely." Yang Zaisu's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "Patience. Let us observe the unfolding of events." He then beckoned to a guard who approached, and Yang Zaisu whispered a few words into his ear. Upon finishing, the guard swiftly departed into the distance. Yang Hu was perplexed but chose to remain silent. Recognizing the wisdom and discretion, the scene shifted. Within the sword gate, Yin Huai had already breached the 89th level. Gradually, he grasped the rules, and through combat with the phantoms, his mastery of the sword path grew increasingly refined. As he dispatched the phantom before him with a single strike, he mused, "This is merely the 89th level, yet the sword techniques of the phantoms have reached an unparalleled height. What lies ahead?" In a concealed space within the sword gate, an elderly man clad in black, with white hair and a white beard, had just concluded watching Yin Huai's previous battle. A smirk crept across his lips as he murmured, "What an intriguing young fellow. All his sword techniques have reached an extraordinary level. Quite perceptive, let me test you." Then, a familiar, aged voice echoed in Yin Huai's ears. "The 90th level of the sword gate, your trial begins." With that, a new figure materialized before Yin Huai. Unlike the previous phantoms, this one appeared almost real, devoid of the earlier ethereal quality. Furthermore, it radiated an overwhelming battle intent, seemingly eager for combat. Yin Huai chuckled, "I shall oblige you." The two immediately engaged in battle. Yin Huai executed his various sword techniques with remarkable proficiency, unleashing them one after another. The figure, however, met these assaults with remarkable composure. Yin Huai remained vigilant, attacking while observing the opponent's methods. Just then, the sword in the figure's hand sprang to life, deftly parrying Yin Huai's strikes, before unleashing a wave of sword energy. Yin Huai's expression shifted slightly. "Sword intent. That makes sense. Aside from my understanding of sword intent, my accomplishments in the sword path are on par with any practitioner of the same realm." This was indeed the case. The sword techniques Yin Huai had mastered were among the pinnacle within the heavenly sword's sacred domain, unmatched in power. Coupled with his profound comprehension of the grass character sword technique and the peaceful disorder technique, he realized that to triumph over him in this realm, one must wield sword intent. Feeling the figure's power surging under the influence of sword intent, Yin Huai's lips curled into a slight smile. "Now this is interesting. Grass character sword technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Heavenly gap, flowing light." After a series of combined techniques, the figure remained unscathed. Yin Huai's gaze deepened as he defended against the figure's assaults while contemplating a strategy to break the impasse. Fortunately, his physical prowess was formidable, and the figure could not yet overcome him. Is the grass character's sword technique ineffective? How can I defeat this opponent? He then attempted to utilize the peaceful disorder technique to see if he could gain the upper hand, but the figure remained steadfast. Observing the old man in the concealed space as he watched Yin Huai reveal his trump cards, he remarked, "This kid has mastered so many extraordinary sword techniques. If I weren't still somewhat formidable, I would likely have been overwhelmed by now. Given this, I cannot allow him to pass this level so easily." With that, the elder formed seals in the air, murmuring incantations. The figure confronting Yin Huai experienced another surge in momentum, as if absorbing the energy from Yin Huai's recent attacks. Yin Huai's expression turned to one of astonishment. Then, he was astounded to discover that the figure had unleashed a technique he was intimately familiar with. What? The peaceful disorder technique, but imbued with sword intent? Damn! As the figure's sword energy approached, Yin Huai hastily implemented the walking character secret to evade. This move could easily shatter his current physical defenses. He could not afford to be careless. Fixing his gaze firmly on the figure, he recalled the recent sword intent-infused peaceful disorder technique, and a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Of course, if I also master sword intent, I can easily pass this level. Thus, rather than confront the figure head-on, Yin Huai chose to rely on his exceptional comprehension to perceive each of the figure's sword techniques. Utilizing the walking character secret, he deftly navigated the battlefield, evading the figure's strikes with ease. The old man in the concealed space observed this scene, his lips twitching slightly. Where did this little rascal come from? Such a lack of martial ethics. While he muttered his complaints, his eyes shone with admiration. It was, in fact, thanks to the sword gate's unique mechanism that Yin Huai's full power could be somewhat restrained. Otherwise, the figure controlled by the elder would not have lasted long against Yin Huai's complete might. Moreover, the 99th level of the sword gate would likely not impede Yin Huai's progress. Fortunately, relying solely on sword techniques, they could still impose some limitations on him. Time swiftly elapses as the elder gazes at the projection, where Yin Huai is subtly grasping the essence of sword intent, a satisfaction blooming upon his visage. Indeed, it was worth the expenditure of the last of his means to animate this phantom. At that moment, as Yin Huai observes the grass character's sword technique manifested by the shadow, the sword intent emanating from it pierces through his mind, as though he has grasped a fleeting insight. Subsequently, the aura of sword intent radiating from him intensifies. With a smile gracing his lips, Yin Huai exclaims, "Huh? At last, I have discerned this fragment of sword intent. It is time for you to witness the true might of the grass character's sword technique." With that declaration, he strides forth, forming seals in the void, and bellows, grass character's sword radiance. A brilliant light illuminates the entire space. The sword intent-laden grass character's sword radiance sweeps across, dispersing the shadow into nothingness. The elder, hidden within the secret space, chuckles while chiding, "This lad, truly heartless. He has dismantled the bridge after crossing it." Nevertheless, he muses, "It is time for me to make an appearance." Yin Huai, who had been anticipating the next trial, suddenly perceives a shift in the surrounding space. Upon opening his eyes, he finds himself transported to a realm of breathtaking beauty. As he surveys his surroundings with curiosity, a phantom of an elder materializes before him, prompting Yin Huai to prepare for battle. "Young man, congratulations on passing the trial of the sword gate," the elder declares. Yin Huai, slightly perplexed, responds, "Passed? But was I not just at the 90th trial?" The elder explains, "That was merely an elevation of difficulty I imposed to test you. With your current prowess, there is nothing left in the sword gate to challenge you." After a moment's contemplation, Yin Huai accepts this explanation. "Senior, if that is the case, what is the opportunity for passing the sword gate?" The elder, stroking his beard with a smile, replies, "Have you not already received it?" Yin Huai ponders and quickly realizes, asking, "You mean the sword intent?" The elder affirms, "Indeed. However, I possess another opportunity, one of a personal nature. Should you choose to take me as your master, I shall impart it to you." Yin Huai hesitates to acquiesce immediately. Lin Yuran has treated him with great kindness, and he has no desire to seek another master. Although he is intrigued by the elder's offered opportunity, he understands that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Thus, he states, "Senior, I already have a master and do not intend to take another." The elder nods, having anticipated his refusal, and continues, "If I am not mistaken, your physique is likely the taboo sword body, ranked second among the 10 ancient body types. Am I correct?" Yin Huai had expected this, sensing the elder's mysterious aura. It is not surprising that he can discern his taboo sword body. Noting Yin Huai's silence, the elder, intrigued, gazes into his eyes and adds, "Possessing a taboo sword body while also harboring an ancient heavy pupil. How fascinating. By the way, I too am a wielder of heavy pupils." At this revelation, Yin Huai is taken aback, astonished that the elder shares his trait. He scrutinizes the elder closely. Within the elder's pupils, the evolution of worlds occurs at an accelerated pace, dazzling like the starry river, captivating him with an irresistible allure. At that moment, a ray of brilliance emanates from the elder's pupils, transforming into energy that surges into Yin Huai's heavy pupil. Although he initially considers evading, his heavy pupil appears to crave this power, and thus, he refrains from any reaction. "This is the last vestige of energy from my consciousness heavy pupil, bestowed upon you, lad. If your heavy pupil can fully absorb this energy, its potency will double." Upon hearing this, Yin Huai bows respectfully and expresses, "Thank you, senior. However, I am yet to learn your name, and I am immensely grateful." He keenly senses his heavy pupil undergoing unprecedented changes, far more pronounced than those he experienced during solitary cultivation. It is evident that his heavy pupil is indeed accelerating in strength. Regardless, he resolves to express his gratitude, aware that one must acknowledge kindness received. As he contemplates what requests the elder might have, the elder's voice carries a tinge of nostalgia as he reminisces. "My name? It has been ages since anyone inquired. The next time we meet, you shall know." With those words, the elder's figure gradually dissipates. Surprised by the elder's ambiguous response, Yin Huai solemnly bows once more as he witnesses the elder's impending disappearance. The elder, smiling, leaves behind his final words, "Lad, strive with all your might to break the curse of the taboo sword body. You are the most promising one." With that, the elder vanishes completely. Yin Huai is left with a tumultuous heart, astonished that the elder departed without making any demands. The opportunity granted to him by the elder, if placed in the realm of the fallen immortal continent, would incite fierce contention among quasi-emperor level powers. Even a great emperor would covet it. For he clearly senses that the energy within the elder's heavy pupil, if bestowed upon anyone, would suffice to birth a new heavy pupil. This is a coveted treasure that countless individuals desire, and the elder so casually gifted it to him. In truth, Yin Huai feels somewhat overwhelmed by this unexpected boon. The prospect of meeting again, he finds himself weary of such riddles. With a sigh, he resolves to depart from this place. The energy within his heavy pupil can be refined in due course. With a thought, Yin Huai reappears outside the sword gate. Though the elder has disappeared, the sword gate remains open, allowing cultivators to enter and engage in trials to comprehend sword intent. Just as Yin Huai prepares to leave, a figure blocks his path. "You cannot leave." "Oh, why not? You have slain the 5th prince's guard. He will not let you go unpunished." The figure is the very cultivator previously instructed by Yang, who to impede Yin Huai. With a cold smirk, Yin Huai draws his sword and strikes. The cultivator's expression shifts dramatically, fear coursing through him. This strike he cannot withstand. In a flash of sword light, a head tumbles to the ground. The nameless cultivator perished. Never expecting Yin Huai would strike without hesitation. Ignoring the lifeless form, Yin Huai collects the remains and departs the sword gate. Outside the burial ancient pass, a throng of people gathers, all fixated on the grand screen in the void. Yang Ziyu and Yang Hu have also arrived at this location. At this moment, whispers circulate among the crowd. "I wonder if His Highness the Crown Prince will obtain the legacy of Emperor Chenfeng. I believe it is quite likely. After all, His Highness possesses the undying Dragon Emperor physique, an extraordinary talent, making the acquisition of the legacy seem inevitable." The crowd fervently flatters Yang Fan. Hearing these words, a flicker of malice passes through Yang Ziyu's eyes, though he quickly masks it, standing there with an air of indifference. The burial ancient pass, where, in years past, Emperor Chenfeng communicated with the gates of the celestial realm, tragically failing his ascension and meeting a woeful end. This has rendered the burial ancient pass the greatest opportunity aside from the ancient pass. Every century, countless individuals flock here, seeking to inherit the legacy of Emperor Chenfeng. Yet all have invariably failed. Yang Ziyu does not believe Yang Fan will be the one to succeed. Not far from the burial ancient pass, in a secluded grove, Yin Huai discards the corpse he had previously collected. Subsequently, a series of fluid, seamless maneuvers left only a handful of desiccated corpses upon the ground. While the Emperor's banner welcomed several new brothers, Yin Huai chose not to utilize the cultivation of these individuals to enhance his own prowess. Lin Yuran had previously stated that absorbing the spiritual energy of the celestial realm to break through into the saint realm would yield significant benefits. Thus, Yin Huai decided to channel the essence of these corpses into the forbidden sword body to shatter its restrictions. Before long, the forbidden sword body had absorbed all the energy. Yet it failed to break the 4th taboo. How could so much extraordinary cultivation not breach the 4th taboo? The system's voice resonated within Yin Huai's mind. "Ding. Host. The system has been updated. You may now view your personal panel to ascertain the progress of the forbidden sword body's taboo breaking." Yin Huai was quite astonished. Has it auto-corrected a bug once more? Without further thought, he focused his mind, and his personal panel materialized before him. Host, Yin Huai. Age, 18. Current realm, extraordinary 9th layer. Physique, forbidden sword body, ancient heavy eye. Lifespan, 2,999 years. Technique, ancient abyss swallowing devil art. Divine powers, annihilating divine light, springtime, rejuvenation. Walking character secret, 9 revolutions, overbearing fist, celestial pung s 9 steps, void breaking finger. Sword techniques, grass character sword technique, peacekeeping technique, celestial rift flowing light. Weapons, you haven't snowed yet, Emperor's banner. After reviewing the panel, Yin Huai could not help but express his frustration. System. Did you not mention that the cultivation resources for the Forbidden Sword body are minimal? How is it that after devouring so much extraordinary cultivation, my progress only reached 5? Ding. In simple terms, your Forbidden Sword body is currently transitioning from the introductory stage to the minor success stage, thus necessitating a greater expenditure of resources. Moreover, even should the host break the Forbidden Sword body to the 9th layer, the resources required would merely suffice to elevate the first-ranked innate chaotic holy body to the minor success stage. At this stage, your progress in advancing the Forbidden Sword body to the brink of minor success is already remarkably swift. Upon hearing this, Yin Huai understood. It seemed his progress was indeed commendable. If he could review the detailed information of talents like Yang Fan and Long Outyin, he would discover that they had yet to attain their own minor success stage. If he were to annihilate the entirety of the Celestial Edict dynasty, perhaps he could finally break through the 4th taboo of the Forbidden Sword body. Contemplating this, Yin Huai resolved to strike with great force this time, intending to surprise Yang Yan. For prudence's sake, he would first break through to the Saint Realm. Speaking of which, his master had mentioned that the site of the fall of Emperor Dustwind seemed to be at the ancient burial pass, where celestial spiritual energy likely resided. With this thought, Yin Huai transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the spot, leaving behind only a few corpses as evidence of his passage through the forest. At the ancient burial pass, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Yang, who led the guards of Yang Zaisu, alongside Su Duo and Chu Yen, in a standoff. Hee. I was just pondering where to find you insignificant fish of the Celestial Dao sect, and here you are, delivered right to my doorstep. Yang, who proclaimed arrogantly. Yang Zaisu observed the scene without intervening. Su Duo coldly retorted, with mere pawns like you, do you think you have the right to oppose us of the Celestial Dao sect? Huh. Although Chu Yen remained silent, her gaze was imbued with murderous intent. The Celestial Edict dynasty had long been at odds with the Celestial Dao sect, and this was not a recent development. Though the Celestial Edict dynasty currently held the numerical advantage, Su Duo and her companion were not without assistance. As they were accompanied by 20 inner disciples of the Celestial Dao sect, Yang, who turned to Yang Zaisu, seeing that he did not intervene, waved his hand, and the guards surged forward. In an instant, the two sides were embroiled in combat, while other cultivators observed from a distance. Yang Zaisu's gaze was icy as he fixated on Chu Yen, a surge of killing intent brewing within him. The undying divine phoenix body should not exist in this world. As he pondered how to eliminate this threat discreetly, he seemed to sense something and shifted his gaze elsewhere. There, he spotted Bai Li Mu Chun observing the battle from a distance, his expression one of keen interest. Soon, Yang Zaisu devised a plan and directly transmitted his voice to Bai Li Mu Chun. Brother Bai Li, I hope you are well. Bai Li Mu Chun was taken aback for a moment before locking his gaze on Yang Zaisu's position, quickly realizing it was a message from him. The two were acquainted, and their relationship was amicable, each possessing some understanding of the other. Curious as to why he was being contacted at this moment, Bai Li Mu Chun inquired, "What is it, Brother Yang?" Without hesitation, Yang Zaisu responded, "I wish to request your assistance, Brother Bai Li. If you can slay Chu Yen here, I shall owe you a great favor." Bai Li Mu Chun, intrigued, pondered the implications. Though the Sun God Palace and the Celestial Edict dynasty had an ambiguous relationship, it had not yet reached the point of united enmity. Thus, he declined, "Brother Yang, you jest. My meager strength may not be of assistance to you. Furthermore, your own prowess is not lacking. You should have no trouble dealing with Chu Yen." Yang Zaisu inwardly cursed but maintained his composure, continuing, "Brother Bai Li, I have my reasons for not being able to act. If you help me eliminate Chu Yen, I can owe you a favor, even assisting you in attaining the position of the son of the Sun God Palace." At these words, Bai Li Mu Chun's heart raced. The allure of the sun's position was boundless. After a moment's pause, he was tempted but questioned, "How do I know what you claim is true?" Yang Zaisu then revealed a smile, recognizing his gamble had paid off. He understood the irresistible allure the sun's position held for the saints of the Sun God Palace. "If you doubt my sincerity, I can offer you the Thunder Hammer as a token of goodwill." Bai Li Mu Chun was convinced. The Thunder Hammer was a quasi-imperial weapon, a rarity he possessed only one of. Yang Zaisu was certain to have only this singular quasi-imperial weapon, marking it as a genuine offer. Even if Bai Li Mu Chun chose not to assist him in attaining the sun's position afterward, a quasi-imperial weapon in exchange for a single action was a worthwhile trade. Indeed, as for Yang Zaisu's reasons for not being able to act, Bai Li Mu Chun could somewhat speculate, but chose not to pry further, as it was of no concern to him. With this in mind, Bai Li Mu Chun did not hesitate long and agreed, "All right, given your sincerity, I shall intervene this once." Yang Zaisu smirked internally, maintaining a pleasant demeanor as he casually tossed a storage ring to Bai Li Muchun. Upon glancing at the thunder hammer within the storage ring, Bai Li Muchun's heart leapt with joy, and he promptly accepted it. After casting one last look toward Yang Zaisu, he stealthily moved toward the center of the battle involving Su Duo and the others. Chu Yan, possessing a cultivation of the second layer of the Saint King realm, was nearly invincible on the battlefield. In a brief span, she had already claimed the lives of dozens from the Celestial Edict dynasty, most of whom were at the Saint realm. Yet, under her might, barely 5 rounds would pass before they succumbed, were it not for the advantage in numbers and Yang Huai's first layer Saint King realm. Along with a mysterious figure in a black robe of the same layer holding her at bay, she would have dispatched these Saint realm guards with a single palm strike. Additionally, she remained cautious of Yang Zaisu, who had yet to make a move, leaving her perplexed. As such, she could only divide her focus to keep an eye on him. Pseudo Duo found herself ensnared, and although she possessed the prowess to combat at a higher tier, the individual entangling her was no insignificant adversary. Clad in a black robe, after their exchange of blows, Pseudo Duo discerned the identity of her opponent. With cultivation at the 9th heaven of the sacred realm, you must be Wang Wei, the one with the true dragon physique by Yang Zaisu's side. Wang Wei did not deny this, his voice slightly hoarse as he remarked, "The holy maiden Pseudo has a keen eye. The true dragon physique is renowned among physical constitutions, allowing its bearer to battle across tiers with the ease of breathing. Fortunately, bolstered by the dual enhancement of the Zhou Tian star body and the Dao bone, Pseudo Duo was able to contend. Had it been an ordinary individual, they would have perished long ago." With a cold snort, Pseudo Duo charged once more at her opponent. Heavenly Calamity Light, Starfall. 2 of her innate divine abilities struck towards Wang Wei, who immediately responded with a murmured incantation. True Dragon Technique. The 3 divine abilities collided with explosive intensity. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, Chu Yan's attention was diverted by Pseudo Duo, and a beam of sword light surged towards her from behind. Sensing the imminent danger, Chu Yan swiftly dodged. But Yang Hu seized the opportunity to unleash another divine ability in pursuit. Chu Yan's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated that the previous black-robed figure had concealed his true strength, capable of engaging at a higher tier. With Yang Hu's divine attack unavoidable, Chu Yan unleashed a palm strike. Divine Emperor Seal. Her hand shattered the divine ability Yang Hu had just employed. Chapter 37. Yin Huai takes action. Before Chu Yan could regain her composure, the black-robed man's sword light surged once more. This strike seemed to have preemptively predicted Chu Yan's landing, precise and ruthless. The earlier forced use of the Divine Emperor Seal had caused her blood to surge, and now she could not afford to suppress it, only able to continue evading. Whoosh! Just as she dodged the sword light's assault, a terrifying divine ability struck her. Yin Yang Oblivion. Bang! With a dull thud, Chu Yan was sent hurtling backward. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, her complexion turned visibly pale. Her gaze fixated on the spot from which she had been ambushed. There! A young man donned in black and white appeared, his expression resolute. It was none other than Bai Li Muchun. He smiled slightly and said, "Holy Maiden Chu, I truly apologize. Would you believe me if I said this was an accident?" Pseudo Duo also noticed this perilous scene and immediately exerted herself to drive back Wang Wei before swiftly moving to Chu Yan's side. "Sister, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Chu Yan's blood was still surging, and without uttering a word, she merely nodded at Pseudo Duo to indicate she was fine. The remaining disciples of the Immortal Dao sect quickly gathered around. Pseudo Duo, filled with rage, exclaimed, "Bai Li Muchun, you seek death, daring to ambush my sister." Bai Li Muchun shrugged dismissively, responding, "I have long heard of Holy Maiden Chu's reputation, and today I felt a bit restless, wishing to spar. Who could have guessed Holy Maiden Chu would be so weak as to be unable to withstand even my strike?" Upon hearing this, Pseudo Duo's fury intensified, and just as she was about to retort, a familiar voice echoed, "Restless? Wishing to spar? Then allow me to test this move of mine." Pseudo Duo's expression brightened. She recognized it was Yin Huai's voice. At this moment, Yin Huai's figure materialized before Pseudo Duo and the others, his white hair flowing in the wind, enhancing his ethereal presence. A flicker of harshness flashed in Yang Zaisu's eyes. It seemed that for now, he could not eliminate Chu Yan. He immediately conveyed a message to Yang Hu, Wang Wei, and the other black-robed individual. "The situation has changed. Do not act yet. Let Bai Li Muchun test Yin Huai's strength." The 3 immediately ceased their extraneous movements, regaining their composure. Just as Bai Li Muchun was about to speak, Yin Huai made his move. Word secret. In an instant, Yin Huai was nearly face-to-face with Bai Li Muchun. The latter retreated at breakneck speed. Yet Yin Huai pursued relentlessly. Void Breaking Finger. A massive finger manifested in the void, forcefully descending upon by Li Muchun. The latter, incredulous, exclaimed, "This is impossible. You clearly possess only extraordinary realm cultivation. How can you wield such formidable divine abilities?" Yin Huai paid no heed. The void-breaking finger was a quasi-emperor level technique. Even if Yin Huai could not unleash its full might, its power was beyond question. Without allowing Bai Li Muchun further contemplation, he executed his innate divine ability. Yin Yang Oblivion. Boom. The two divine abilities collided, unleashing a terrifying energy that swept outward. The onlookers, some scattered cultivators, were immediately sent flying by the residual force, leaving only those of slightly stronger cultivation capable of withstanding the impact. Bai Li Muchun was propelled back several miles, blood surging within him. Meanwhile, Yin Huai stood elegantly in the void. The disparity in their strengths was unmistakable. Seeing Yin Huai in his current form, Duo's heart raced. She gazed at him as if he radiated starlight. My junior disciple is truly formidable, capable of subduing Bai Li Muchun of the Sacred King realm. It seems he has been holding back at Qingcheng Mountain. Chu Yan's reaction was more conventional. Her face was a picture of astonishment. She had previously suggested that Yin Huai seek her help in difficult times, unaware that the slap to her face would come so swiftly. Is this the extent of a Sacred King's strength? Are you still feeling restless? As Yin Huai's words dripped with sarcasm, Bai Li Muchun nearly lost control of his surging blood. Not speaking? It seems you are still restless. Allow me to scratch that itch for you. With that, Yin Huai produced a quasi-emperor artifact, gliding towards Bai Li Muchun. Internally, Bai Li Muchun cursed vehemently. You little, I cannot speak. Curse you. In the blink of an eye, Yin Huai appeared before Bai Li Muchun, who had finally managed to suppress the tumult within him. Warily eyeing Yin Huai, he discreetly summoned his spiritual power, preparing for combat. He believed he had been careless earlier and must reclaim his dignity now. Yin Yang life and death decision. Grass character sword technique. A surge of astonishing sword intent swept through the surroundings, greatly amplifying the power of the grass character sword technique. Swish, swish, swish. Bai Li Muchun felt the sword intent more acutely than anyone present. He could hardly believe that someone so young as Yin Huai could master sword intent. It was utterly inconceivable. Yet, the unfolding battle left him no time for further thought. His only option was to find a way to escape this place. With the sword intent unleashed, he no longer dared to hope for victory over Yin Huai. Survival was all that mattered. Yin Huai, however, was not to be underestimated. He accelerated his assault with his sword. Yang Zaisu, observing Yin Huai's overwhelming prowess, was consumed by an inferno of rage, his expression darkening. How could this young man possess such an extraordinary talent for the sword? Surely, he must possess other extraordinary constitutions. He had yet to employ his dual pupils. Did he have a special physique that aided his sword cultivation? No. If I act now, I will only expose my trump card. How infuriating. As Bai Li Muchun faced defeat, Yang Zaisu's conviction solidified. Yin Huai undoubtedly had undisclosed methods. Grass character sword light. With a fierce shout from Yin Huai, a blade of sword intent coalesced into a small blade of grass, slashing towards Bai Li Muchun. No, I am the holy son of the Sun God Palace. You shall not kill me. With that proclamation, Bai Li Muchun transformed into a cloud of blood mist and swiftly fled at an incredible speed. Yin Huai stood there, momentarily stunned. Damn it, the slogan sounds rather juvenile. It turns out to be merely a pretext for retreat, doesn't it? Little brat. After a moment of jest, Yin Huai swiftly shifted his gaze towards the members of the Tianyu dynasty. You must be feeling quite restless. Allow me to alleviate your itch. With that said, disregarding the fearful expressions of Yang Hu and the others, he directly locked onto his target with his dual pupils. Yang Zaisu, unwilling to linger, immediately employed a secret technique to flee. His two black-robed followers were abandoned. Yang Hu, suppressing his fear with anger, bellowed, I am the fifth prince of the Tianyu dynasty. How dare you, a wretched cur, defy me? My father will not let you go unpunished. However, the only response he received was Yin Huai's low murmur, annihilation divine light. Just moments ago, the system had informed Yin Huai that his dual pupils had completed their evolution, their power now doubled. As Yin Huai unleashed his dual pupils, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Everyone present felt the terrifying might of this divine ability. With a sweep of divine light, Yang Hu and the others fell, their courage to resist utterly extinguished. Among the Tianyu dynasty, only Yang Zaisu survived. Chapter 38. The Conspiracy of Yang Zaisu Exposed. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away at the Zhonggu Pass, a figure appeared. I shall uncover what other secrets you hold. Yin Huai. The man scoffed before vanishing once more. At the Zhonggu Pass, Su Duo approached Yin Huai with a radiant smile. Little junior brother, you're quite formidable now. When we return to the sect, could you enlighten your elder sister? Su Duo, adorned in a delicate pink and purple robe, exuded an elegant charm, her fox-like eyes alluringly gazing at Yin Huai. Yin Huai offered an awkward smile, internally dubbing her a fairy. If elder sister does not mind, your junior brother shall gladly impart my knowledge. Su Duo's heart soared with joy, and she continued, it's settled then. You mustn't be as dismissive as last time. You promised to come find me when you had time, yet you never did. Yin Huai could only mask his embarrassment with laughter. He had been too engrossed in his cultivation to recall such matters. At the same time, Chu Yin, having consumed some healing elixirs, felt significantly better. Observing Su Duo's demeanor, she could not help but tease, little junior sister, you truly forget your elder sister when a handsome boy is around. Just a moment ago, you were concerned for me, but now you're all about little junior brother. Chu Yan's complexion had regained some color, though the earlier attack had left her severely wounded. Her beauty was nearly on par with Su Duo, and in her injured state, she appeared even more pitiable. Her peach blossom eyes sparkled with emotion as she smiled at Su Duo. Su Duo blushed slightly and retorted, elder sister, you only tease me. I am not like that at all. She then stepped forward to link arms with Chu Yin, softly pleading, elder sister, I was wrong. Please don't let me embarrass myself in front of little junior brother. Chu Yan's eyes sparkled with mirth, and she ceased her playful banter. Turning to Yin Huai, she earnestly expressed her gratitude. Junior brother, thank you for your assistance. Without you, I might have perished today. As she pretended to bow in respect, Yin Huai hurriedly stepped forward to support her. Elder sister, we are of the same sect. There is no need for formalities. If I were ambushed, I am certain you would come to my aid as well. Chu Yan's cheeks flushed slightly, as she had never experienced physical contact with any male before. At that moment, as Yin Huai held her delicate hand, a hint of color returned to her pale face. Strangely, she felt no aversion to this contact. Unable to comprehend, Chu Yin attributed it to Yin Huai's handsome features and the fact that he had saved her. Of course, should you require any resources or have any issues in the future, do not hesitate to seek me at the Piao Peak, Chu Yin added, retrieving a pill from her storage ring. I perceive that you are on the verge of breaking through to the Saint Realm. This breaking Saint pill is a token of my gratitude. At this moment, Su Duo exclaimed in surprise, elder sister, you haven't used this pill yet? I thought you had consumed it when you broke through to the Saint King realm. Chu Yin smiled. I encountered no bottleneck during my breakthrough, so I saved this pill. I never anticipated it would come in handy for little junior brother. It seems fate has intertwined our paths. After some modest refusals, Yin Huai accepted the pill upon seeing Chu Yan's resolute demeanor. He did not receive it in vain. He immediately activated his dual pupils to lock onto Chu Yan. Spring blossoms in abundance. Before their eyes, Chu Yan's injuries visibly healed at an astonishing pace. Her internal injuries also mended rapidly, leaving her in awe. Little junior brother, your dual pupils are truly remarkable. Had I relied on elixirs, my injuries would have taken at least 2 days to heal. I never expected your dual pupils to cure me in an instant. I owe you another favor, elder brother. Yin Huai chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Elder sister, there's no need to be so formal. We ought to assist each other as fellow disciples. With that, Chu Yin refrained from further expressions of gratitude, secretly vowing to help Yin Huai gain some opportunities in the ruins as repayment. At that moment, Su Duo leaned in closer, her voice sultry and melodic. Little junior brother, you're being so attentive. You wouldn't want to pursue Chu elder sister, would you? She's not easy to court. If you seek my affection, I am much easier to win over. Taken aback by her bluntness, Yin Huai found himself at a loss for words before declaring with righteous indignation, elder sister, you must not tarnish my reputation. My heart is pure. I harbor no romantic feelings for Chu elder sister. A glint of mischief flickered in Su Duo's eyes as she leaned in closer, her breath fragrant. Oh really? So you have no feelings for me either? Feeling the enticing aroma wafting towards him, Yin Huai's cheeks flushed. Noticing his reaction, Su Duo ceased her playful teasing. Focusing on Yin Huai's eyes, her curiosity piqued. Little junior brother, your eyes seem even more captivating than before. Before them, Yin Huai's pupils shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, the distinct features of his dual pupils now subtle. This transformation rendered him even more extraordinary and handsome. Nevertheless, the immense energy contained within his pupils remained, as evidenced by his recent ability to vanquish Yang Hu and the others. Yin Huai did not conceal the truth, responding, I encountered some fortuitous circumstances at the Sword Gate Pass, which enhanced my dual pupils. Su Duo's expression shifted to one of understanding. No wonder Yin Huai's strength had surged so dramatically, and he had comprehended the sword intent. She then spoke with a serious tone, little junior brother. Bai Li Mu Chun is the saint son of the Sun God Palace, second only to Wu Ling Kong in status. We have offended him, so you must exercise caution. The Sun God Palace is vengeful. Bai Li Mu Chun will not let this matter rest. As Yin Huai prepared to respond, Chu Yin interjected with concern, "Indeed. Li Mu Chun suffered a loss at your hands, little junior brother. He will undoubtedly seek an opportunity for retribution during the upcoming expedition to the ruins. You must be vigilant. Perhaps we should explore together, the three of us." Yin Huai merely smiled, replying, "Rest assured, sisters, he will not survive much longer." The two exchanged surprised glances. Su Duo inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Yin Huai wore a mysterious smile, explaining, "The sword technique I just employed has a contingency plan. Fear not, Li Mu Chun poses no threat. What piques my interest more is why he would take action against us. Have you had any prior conflict with him?" Upon hearing this, both Su Duo and Chu Yin shook their heads. Yin Huai's expression turned contemplative. It is indeed peculiar. Li Mu Chun evidently seeks to bring harm to senior sister Chu. What could be the reason behind this? Chu Yin reflected for a moment, recalling that the strike was indeed aimed at her very life. Furthermore, there was Yang Zaisu, who possessed at least a third-tier Saint King cultivation, yet chose to abandon Yang Hu and the others, a decision that raised suspicion. Suddenly, Chu Yin remembered that she had been wary of Yang Zaisu earlier, but seeing that he had no intention of attacking, she had dismissed her concerns. Suddenly, Chu Yin grasped the crux of the matter. "I understand now. Yang Zaisu intends to use a knife to kill." Yin Huai gazed at Chu Yin with curiosity and inquired, "Why?" Su Duo also realized the implication, her excitement palpable. "So that's it. Yang Fan has long coveted senior sister S' undying divine phoenix body. If he succeeds, Yang Fan's strength will undoubtedly achieve a qualitative leap. Yang Zaisu chose to employ treachery precisely to prevent Yang Fan from obtaining senior sister S' undying divine phoenix body. He desires the position of crown prince." Upon hearing this, Yin Huai comprehended the situation. It was unexpected that Yang Zaisu could be so cunning. Fortunately, he recognized this early on. Yin Huai silently called upon the system. "System, please adjust the backlash target to Yang Zaisu. As long as this scoundrel lives, my heart will remain uneasy." "System, who exactly is the cunning one here? We will settle accounts with Yang Zaisu once we emerge. Ladies, let us proceed into the burial ancient pass." "Indeed. Let us go," Su Duo responded. Chu Yin added, "I overheard some cultivators mention that it seems Yang Fan has also entered the burial ancient pass." Yin Huai's expression turned cold as he remarked, "Perfect. The Tianyu dynasty does not require a crown prince. For every one I kill, another shall take their place." Upon hearing Yin Huai's words, both Su Duo and Chu Yin were momentarily taken aback, only to be gradually infused with the confidence radiating from Yin Huai. Su Duo found herself increasingly intrigued by Yin Huai. Chapter 39, Backlash. Soon, the trio of Yin Huai entered the burial ancient pass. Unlike the Sword Gate Pass, the burial ancient pass resembled a secret realm. It is said that during the time of the Dust Wind Emperor's failed ascension, he exhausted his final means to create this secret realm to select a successor to inherit his legacy. Upon entering the burial ancient pass, the trio did not separate but instead searched together. They encountered numerous opportunities, quickly gathering a considerable amount of sacred herbs. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery began to shift unexpectedly. The previously expansive space constricted, and thick fog enveloped them. Within the mist, low rumbling growls echoed, as if a colossal beast lay in wait. Yin Huai observed the fog with keen interest, stating, "It appears there are still opportunities to be found." No sooner had he spoken than a gigantic three-headed demonic hound lunged from the mist. It exuded an aura of malevolence, its crimson eyes fixed intently on the trio. Sensing the strength of the three-headed hound, Yin Huai was slightly taken aback. Could it be a demon king? Su Duo remarked, "A beast of the demon king realm? This should be a simple task for our junior brother. The demon king realm is roughly equivalent to the human saint realm. However, the defensive capabilities of demon beasts far surpass those of humans." Yin Huai smiled, choosing not to respond, and directly locked his gaze onto the demonic hound with his reincarnation eye. Annihilation Divine Light. The three-headed demonic hound collapsed with a resounding crash, dissipating into specks of spiritual light. Truly, the ancient reincarnation eye possesses the power to vanquish a demon king realm beast with a single strike. Chu Yin could not help but exclaim in admiration. Yin Huai understood fully that had it been his previous reincarnation eye, it would have taken a dozen attacks to defeat this demonic hound. It was only after absorbing the reincarnation eye power from the elder at the Sword Gate Pass that his eye underwent a transformation. At his current strength, even a 6th-tier Saint King would suffer grievous injury from a single blow. Just then, the fog began to dissipate, revealing a path leading deeper into the realm. Could this be the route to the legacy of the Dust Wind Emperor? Yin Huai mused. Su Duo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Indeed. This is the very path. I thought we would have to search for ages. I didn't expect it to appear so quickly. Let us hasten." Yin Huai and Chu Yin nodded in agreement as the trio marched onward together. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the end of the path. Before them stood a magnificent palace, its grand doors sealed tightly, adorned with ancient and mysterious runes. Yin Huai stepped forward and reached out to touch the runes. A surge of powerful energy instantly coursed through his body. Images of the Dust Wind Emperor's past cultivation flickered in his mind. It appears this is a trial. Only by passing can we unlock the doors, analyzed Chu Yan. Just as the trio prepared to seek a means of resolution, numerous puppet guardians surged forth from the surroundings. Each guardian was tall and imposing, wielding sharp blades, exuding an aura of danger. Be cautious, these puppets may prove formidable, Su Duo warned. Whether they are easy to deal with or not, we shall soon find out, Yin Huai retorted, drawing out the sword Yue Shui, his intent radiating fiercely. Calm the chaos technique. Swish, 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 the sword energy surged, filling the air with a chilling atmosphere. As the sword energy struck the puppets, their surfaces glimmered with a golden light, effectively neutralizing the attack. Interesting. Seeing this, Su Duo and Chu Yan unleashed their own formidable techniques. Celestial Star Technique. Indestructible Palm. Yet, their attacks still failed to breach the puppets' defenses. How can this be? Chu Yan exclaimed, bewildered. Reincarnation Eye activate. Surrounding Yin Huai. The power of the Reincarnation Eye coalesced as his gaze locked onto the puppets. Soon, he discerned their vulnerabilities. Just then, the puppets began to retaliate. Aware that they could not break through the defenses, Su Duo and Chu Yan opted to evade and maneuver. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Huai hastily consumed an explosive flame pill, his energy surging dramatically. Celestial Light of the Void. Let us see just how resilient your shell is. A radiant stream of light struck one puppet squarely in the head. The puppet's head exploded instantaneously. It collapsed to the ground. Observing this, Su Duo and Chu Yan quickly realized that the puppet's weakness lay in their heads. They began to unleash their respective abilities in concerted attacks. Yin Huai relentlessly employed the Celestial Light of the Void, expending it as if it were of no consequence. He had used his Reincarnation Eye excessively and decided to conserve energy for the time being. After all, the Celestial Light of the Void was fueled by his own essence. The backlash would not affect him. Meanwhile, not far away at the ancient pass, Xianxiasu pondered how to deal with Yin Huai. Suddenly, he felt a portion of his essence dissipate, sending shockwaves of alarm through him. What is happening? Yet, in response, his essence continued to drain rapidly. In mere moments, he realized that his essence had diminished by half. Frightened, he promptly settled into meditation to recover. Outside the ruins, at the foot of Qingqing Mountain, the elderly eunuch of the Tianyu dynasty, previously deep in meditation, suddenly sensed a portion of his essence flowing away, and it was a continual loss. The elderly eunuch mused, what is happening? I am already a broken shell of a person. How can my essence continue to drain? Strangely, the elderly eunuch could only meditate and recuperate. Unlike him, Xianxiasu was not so fortunate. The elderly eunuch's high cultivation allowed him to withstand the loss, while Xianxiasu, with his mere Saint King realm cultivation, could not endure the reckless consumption by Yin Huai. In the realm of the Celestial Dynasty, Yang Yin and Lu Ru Yin were engaged in a delightful exchange. Just 3 minutes into their conversation, Yang Yin felt a sudden tightening at the crown of his head. Internally alarmed, he thought, oh no. Lu Ru Yin, taken aback, wondered, is it over already? Maintaining a facade of concern, she remarked, your majesty must be fatigued. Perhaps you should rest for a while. Yang Yin, however, paid her no heed and instead channeled his divine powers to introspect. He soon discovered that his essence was gradually depleting. While not immediately perilous, the timing coincided with a critical moment, leaving him unable to withstand it. How could this happen? Hadn't he been free from such peculiar sensations just days prior? No, he had to uncover the truth. He then gazed at Lu Ru Yin and declared, I have matters to attend to today. I shall not accompany you further. With that, he vanished. In a secluded hall, Yang Yin materialized, clutching a small, ancient bell infused with an aura of antiquity. From his palm, he released a wave of vibrant crimson energy, which was swiftly absorbed by the bell. A wicked smile curled at the corners of his lips. The Yin family, humph. The scene shifted to Yin Huai and his companions, who had finally eradicated all the puppets, bringing an end to Xianxiasu's torment. Although he had survived, he had lost nearly half of his life force, and his cultivation had plummeted to the first level of the Saint King realm. At that moment, the grand doors of the hall slowly creaked open. It's finally opened. Su Duo exclaimed joyfully. Just then, a figure darted inside. Thank you. Once I obtain the legacy of the Dust Wind Emperor, I shall consider leaving you a complete corpse, Yin family brat. With this parting remark, Yang Fan vanished from their sight. Chu Yan furrowed her delicate brows. This fellow has grown stronger once again. Chapter 40. The Dust Wind Emperor. Duo continued. That despicable character dares to pluck the fruits. Yin Huai chuckled, replying, who knows who is truly harvesting? With that, he led the duo toward the doors. Meanwhile, he mused to himself. This young fan possesses some skill to shield my perception, even evading my dual pupils. However, Yin Huai was not overly concerned. With his current prowess, Yang Fan was hardly a threat. The scene transitioned again as Yin Huai entered into an abyssal space. Noticing that Duo and Chu Yin had vanished, he contemplated quietly. It appeared that this place was a personal trial, thus their assistance was unnecessary. Activating his dual pupils, the surroundings came into focus. Suddenly, an attack surged from behind him with astonishing speed. Maintaining his composure, Yin Huai executed the secret technique of movement, evading the onslaught in the nick of time. At that moment, a middle-aged man in another realm paused slightly. Damn, I forgot this kid has dual pupils. He muttered. Let us see how formidable your skills truly are. With that, the middle-aged man rapidly formed seals with his hands. Wind, fire, and infinite, heed my command. Simultaneously, Yin Huai distinctly sensed another attack approaching from behind. Imbued with the force of law, secret technique of movement, Yin Huai deftly dodged the divine attack, only to witness it morph into a blazing fireball that charged at him once more. The murderous intent within it caused even his current physique to tremble. Once more employing the secret technique of movement, Yin Huai chose to evade the impending threat. However, astonishingly, the divine attack reversed course and came back, this time at an even swifter pace. Yin Huai's lips twitched in irritation. You think you can push me around, do you? Enough of this. Chaos dispersing formula. Sweep across the 8 realms. Sword light erupted, and a radiance akin to the blazing sun condensed into a sword shadow, enveloping him with overwhelming sword intent. Soon, the fireball, infused with the power of law, collided directly with Yin Huai's sword shadow, unleashing a dazzling display of light. To Yin Huai's astonishment, the fireball, rather than being extinguished, appeared to absorb energy from his sword shadow, even siphoning some of the sword intent. What the hell? This youngling plays dirty. Yin Huai couldn't afford to be careless. If the fireball absorbed his sword intent, he would be in grave trouble. Without further hesitation, he focused intently and unleashed his sword techniques. Heaven's rift flowing light. Heaven's rift flowing light. Heaven's rift flowing light in. As if impervious to backlash, Yin Huai desperately activated the Heaven's rift flowing light. Meanwhile, Yang Zaisu suffered the consequences. His cultivation declining further, his complexion resembling that of a pig's liver. No, a wretched, anguished roar reverberated through the mountains. In the secret realm, witnessing his attacks being absorbed by the fireball, Yin Huai's calm demeanor began to fray. What in the world is this? It seems ordinary attacks cannot subdue it. Rather, they bolster its own energy. Regaining his composure, he pondered his next strategy. The middle-aged man observed Yin Huai's reckless attacks in astonishment. Damn, is this kid trying to kill himself? I recall that technique has a backlash. Why is he so heedless in employing it repeatedly? It's strange. Are the youth of today truly this abnormal? He noticed that Yin Huai's essence was not depleting, showing no signs of backlash, which piqued his interest even more. It seemed this young man surpassed the others considerably. Very well, let me see if you are worthy of receiving my legacy. He quickly formed seals again, his speed dazzling. Wind, fire, and thunder all converge upon me. Command. In an instant, a stream of light surged towards Yin Huai, imbued with terrifying energy and a dense force of law. Just as Yin Huai contemplated activating his dual pupils, a new attack unexpectedly struck from behind. Furious, he inwardly cursed. If this is how the Dust Wind Emperor selects his successors, I can already ascertain he was quite the schemer in life. No sense of martial ethics. Despite the complaints, the situation at hand required resolution. With no time to spare, he executed the secret technique of movement, dodging the incoming attack, and bellowed, dual pupils, activate. Annihilation divine light. 2 beams of divine light shot forth from Yin Huai's eyes, exuding an aura of terror. Grass character sword radiance. Following this, the grass character sword radiance encircled the annihilation divine light, amplifying the power of both techniques. The fireball and the stream of light, unperturbed, charged headlong into the fray. Boom. Boom. The explosive sounds echoed throughout the entire space. The fireball, clearly unable to absorb the terrifying energy within the annihilation divine light, was instantly dispersed, transforming into sparks that vanished into the darkness. Meanwhile, the starlight surrounding the stream of light dimmed slightly. The middle-aged man, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but twitch his lips in surprise. After a prolonged silence, he sighed. Well, it seems the wielder of dual pupils is indeed extraordinary. I cannot fathom how such a constitution garners favor from the heavenly Tao. My legacy has found a worthy recipient. With a wave of his hand, the stream of light returned to his grasp, subtly trembling as though frightened by something. The middle-aged man chuckled, chiding him. A pitiful creature. With a flick of his hand, a sudden surge of thought swept through him. On the other hand, Yin Huai, witnessing the disappearance of two powerful manifestations, grew increasingly vigilant. He was convinced that the Emperor of Dust and Wind must be a cunning character, likely poised to launch a surprise attack. Just then, he felt an overwhelming energy sweep over him. The scene before him shifted once more. From the previous dark void, he found himself in an opulent hall, lavishly adorned and exuding an air of grandeur. Yin Huai nodded to himself, thinking that the Emperor of Dust and Wind was indeed one to flaunt his status. At that moment, a robust voice resonated through the air, accompanied by a magnificent aura of celestial light. A strikingly handsome, angular middle-aged man materialized before Yin Huai. Young man, your talent is commendable. Although it pales in comparison to mine, you are barely worthy of receiving my legacy. The encounter began with an air of superiority. Yin Huai's lips twitched, and he replied with a facade of composure. May I inquire your esteemed name, Venerable One? The middle-aged man chuckled heartily. I am the Emperor of Dust and Wind. Though tens of thousands of years have passed, I trust my name still resonates throughout the fallen immortal continent. Ha! Yin Huai felt a flush of embarrassment and replied, Ah, indeed, Venerable One. Your name is well known across the continent. Who does not recognize the might of the Emperor of Dust and Wind? Ha! Their banter created a harmonious atmosphere. After a prolonged exchange of laughter, the Emperor of Dust and Wind finally spoke. By the way, lad, I find you quite pleasing to the eye. How about becoming my disciple? Chapter 41, The Saint King Realm. Without hesitation, Yin Huai promptly declined. I regret to inform you, Venerable One, that I already have a master. The Emperor of Dust and Wind inquired with curiosity. Oh, who is your master, and what is their cultivation level? Yin Huai replied without delay, my master is Lin Yuran. At the quasi-emperor level, the Emperor of Dust and Wind appeared contemplative, suddenly recalling something. Is that girl from the Celestial Dao sect? Yin Huai was taken aback that someone so ancient as the Emperor of Dust and Wind would know his master, yet he confirmed, yes, Venerable One. Ah, I see. That girl indeed possesses remarkable talent. I have often heard the old fellow Lan Sangyu speak of her. What a pity. Yin Huai's heart jolted. Lan Sangyu was an elder of the Celestial Dao sect, rumored to have long since passed away. The fact that the Emperor of Dust and Wind recognized him, coupled with the cryptic "what a pity," raised questions in Yin Huai's mind. Daring to inquire, he asked, might I ask, Venerable One, what do you mean by that? You have not fallen, have you? How could my master be a source of pity? The Emperor of Dust and Wind regarded Yin Huai with keen interest, responding, no one in this world has the power to bring about my demise. It is simply that my current circumstances are unique, preventing me from appearing in the fallen immortal continent. Yin Huai's expression shifted to one of realization. He had not anticipated that such an ancient figure was still alive. As for your master, since you are unaware, I suggest you inquire directly with her. I, as an old man, shall refrain from meddling. Anxiety stirred within Yin Huai. He understood well how much Lin Yuran cared for her, yet from the Emperor's words, it was evident she was concealing something. Was it related to her cultivation? He pondered deeply. What could be the cause of such pity? It was entirely his fault. Had he known, he would have had the system check on his master's status. He had never done so out of respect for Lin Yuran. Soon, Yin Huai resolved to set aside his worries and instead asked, from what you imply, does that mean the ancestors of my Celestial Dao sect are still alive? The Emperor of Dust and Wind nodded affirmatively. Naturally, their situation is quite similar to mine. Shifting the conversation, he added, regarding your forbidden sword body, I cannot resolve the issue of lifespan backlash. You must rely on yourself. However, there is a piece of information that should pique your interest. It is said that if the forbidden sword body can break through the 10th forbidden, the previously lost lifespan will be restored, and your cultivation will advance further. As for the specifics, I cannot say. But you, young man, are quite peculiar. Perhaps you truly possess the ability to break the 10th forbidden. Yin Huai contemplated this revelation. It turned out there was such a secret to the forbidden sword body. Immediately, he communicated with the system. System, is what he said true? Yet, the system remained unresponsive, as if it had vanished entirely from his consciousness. Curiosity piqued. Yin Huai noted that the system usually responded promptly, but now it was silent. He speculated that this silence was somehow connected to the Emperor of Dust and Wind. Perhaps the latter had means to perceive the system. Observing Yin Huai's momentary distraction, the Emperor of Dust and Wind assumed he was feeling disheartened and remarked, all right, this is merely a fragment of my consciousness, and time is limited. Since you are a member of the Celestial Dao sect, I shall not insist on you becoming my disciple. I can bestow you this opportunity. But upon your ascension to Emperor, you must agree to fulfill a certain task for me. Only then will I grant you this chance. Yin Huai snapped back to attention, silently acknowledging that this was indeed the correct approach. He promptly replied, "I shall do my utmost to fulfill it." The Emperor of Dust and Wind offered a mysterious smile. "Rest assured, for you, it shall not be difficult." Intrigued, Yin Huai pondered further, but without the Emperor revealing more, he refrained from asking. "Well then, I see you are about to break through to the Saint Realm. This opportunity is perfectly suited for you." With that, the Emperor of Dust and Wind waved his hand, and Yin Huai found himself in a mystical pool of spiritual essence. He could distinctly sense the potent energy contained within. No, to be precise, it was not merely spiritual energy, but celestial energy. This was a treasure seized from the gates of the celestial realm long ago, and utilizing the energy in this pool to break through to the Saint Realm would render his physique unassailable. The breakthrough would also be remarkably swift. It all depended on how far he could advance. "Now, practice on your own. I shall guard you," declared the Emperor of Dust and Wind. Yin Huai bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Venerable One." With that, he shed his garments and entered the pool. The Emperor of Dust and Wind raised an eyebrow. "I never specified that you needed to remove your clothing, did I? What a peculiar generation of youth we have." He then vanished from sight, leaving Yin Huai to his own devices. Had Yin Huai heard this remark, he would have undoubtedly spat out a mouthful of blood, indignantly denouncing the Emperor's behavior. Once submerged in the pool, waves of celestial energy enveloped him, propelling his cultivation swiftly to the first layer of the Saint Realm. Yet he did not halt there. The celestial energy coursed through every inch of his skin, traversing his entire being, cleansing him thoroughly. This sensation brought Yin Huai unparalleled bliss, a look of ecstasy gracing his features. First layer of the Saint Realm, second layer of the Saint Realm, third layer of the Saint Realm, fourth layer of the Saint Realm. By the time he reached the ninth layer of the Saint Realm, the celestial energy in the pool was nearly depleted. It should suffice for a breakthrough to the Saint King Realm. He would press on without hesitation. The commotion of such a significant breakthrough was evidently substantial, causing the entire pool to stir. The Emperor of Dust and Wind observed this scene, rendered speechless. The forbidden sword body was indeed monstrous. Other physiques could only manage to break through 5 minor realms within the Saint Realm. What a feat! Yet this young man was audaciously crossing over an entire major realm. Truly a rarity. Fortunately, utilizing this celestial energy for the breakthrough would not destabilize his foundation, prompting the Emperor to merely admire from afar. However, upon contemplating the backlash of the forbidden sword body, envy dissipated. Observing that the lad had already turned gray-haired, I found little to covet. Yin Huai's breakthrough did not take long. A resounding thud echoed within him. He had achieved the first level of the Sacred King Realm, success. Gazing at the meager remnants of celestial energy in the immortal pool, Yin Huai resolved to absorb its energy to hasten the progression of the 4th level of the forbidden sword body. Waves of celestial energy surged once more into Yin Huai's being. Emperor Qinfeng stood agape, utterly astonished. This lad truly disregards his own life. Is he so audacious as to defy the curse and shatter the taboo? After deliberation, Emperor Qinfeng concluded that Yin Huai's actions might not be entirely misguided. If one intends to dispel the curse of the forbidden sword body, it is indeed prudent to break the taboo as soon as possible. He wondered if this lad could truly ascend to the rank of emperor. Surely, his investment would not go to waste? Contemplating this, Emperor Qinfeng's gaze towards Yin Huai became increasingly approving. Meanwhile, Su Duo and Shu Yin, having endured their trials, also found opportunities within the immortal pool crafted by Emperor Qinfeng. Their realms were rapidly advancing. Chapter 42, Breakthrough Complete. At this moment, disciples from the 4 great immortal level powers had nearly congregated at the ancient fortress. Long Outyin looked down with disdain at the gathered crowd. The opportunities of the ancient fortress are mine for the taking. Any who dare contest may step forward. The disciples of the Sun God Palace scoffed in response. What an insufferable expression. He merely boasts due to his higher cultivation. Long Outyin paid no heed to their petty remarks. To him, they were but insignificant insects, unworthy of his attention. Wu Lingkong observed the scene, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Brother Outyin still radiates such vigor. Coincidentally, I've made some gains recently. Let us engage in a friendly spar. Long Outyin cast him a sidelong glance, replying coolly, very well. With that, Wu Lingkong ascended to the battle platform within the ancient fortress. The platform was known as the place of greatest opportunity. Any who stepped upon it could challenge others. The last one standing would be blessed by the ancient fortress. On the platform, both warriors released their formidable auras in unison. Long Outyin's presence, embodying the 9th level of the Sacred King Realm, instantly dominated the arena. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. What? How has Long Outyin reached the 9th level of the Sacred King Realm? Are you not aware? Long Outyin obtained significant opportunities at the burial ancient fortress. Although he did not receive the blessings of Emperor Qinfeng, he emerged with a rapid increase in strength. Before the crowd could continue their discourse, some began to notice Wu Lingkong's cultivation as well. Gasp! Wu Lingkong has also broken through to the 9th level of the Sacred King realm. This promised to be an exhilarating match. Wu Lingkong flashed a wicked smile, knowing that his own breakthrough had occurred at the burial ancient fortress, but he possessed additional opportunities that had allowed him to barely reach the 9th level. Long Outyin remained expressionless, paying no mind to Wu Lingkong's presence. As an enigmatic voice echoed from the platform, the two warriors clashed. Jiang Yujie from the Desolate Academy observed eagerly from the sidelines. Although Wu Lingkong is treacherous, his strength cannot be underestimated. I wonder if Long Outyin will face any difficulties? He was acutely aware of Wu Lingkong's character, extremely cunning and resourceful. Though he had once narrowly defeated him in battle, he suspected that Wu Lingkong possessed other untapped abilities. While he outwardly dismissed him, he remained cautious, regarding him as a potential threat. On the battle platform, Long Outyin unleashed a powerful punch, transforming it into a colossal shadow to overwhelm Wu Lingkong. Sang Tian Baquan. Wu Lingkong remained unfazed, responding with composure. Six Paths Reincarnation Palm. A massive shadow of a palm, imbued with the essence of the 6 paths of reincarnation, countered Long Outyin's attack. Boom, boom. Following 2 thunderous crashes, both warriors emerged unscathed. Long Outyin displayed a hint of surprise, prompting him to adopt a more serious demeanor. Jiang Yujie mused to himself. It seems this lad has further refined his mastery over the reincarnation body. Beside him, a young woman named Lung Xinyun remarked, "This rogue is advancing in strength at such a rapid pace. He may not be far from the son of the Sun God Palace." Jiang Yujie turned to her, smiling. "Xinyun, have you ever encountered that son?" Lung Xinyun shook her head, saying, "No, but I have heard tales of his formidable strength. However, it may not be excessively overwhelming." Jiang Yujie replied, "I have witnessed him in action once. I can only say that at this stage, aside from Long Outyin, others fall significantly short." Lung Xinyun expressed her astonishment. Nearby, Luo Qinghan and another female disciple from the Desolate Academy furrowed their brows upon hearing this. Intrigued, Lung Xinyun asked, "What level of cultivation does that son possess?" Jiang Yujie recalled, responding, "I cannot say for certain now, but 3 years ago. He appeared to be at the 9th level of the Sacred King realm. He may have since breached the Void Sovereign realm. The Sun God Palace protects him well. No one knows the specifics. However, his physique is extraordinarily unique, surrounded by chaotic energy." Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghan coldly interjected, "A chaotic body." The mention of this physique startled everyone. It is known that those with the chaotic body are formidable, having achieved extraordinary feats throughout history. This constitution is favored by the heavens, allowing for effortless cultivation and abundant opportunities. Furthermore, some have even ascended to the immortal realm due to this physique. A phenomenon from ages past, even predating Emperor Qinfeng's era. Sensing the atmosphere grow tense, Jiang Yujie jovially announced, "Haha, even if the sun possesses terrifying talent, our Desolate Academy is not without its own exceptional prodigies. Let us focus on the battle between Long Outyin and the others." With that, the group redirected their attention to the battle platform, where the combat was fierce, filled with dazzling displays of divine abilities. The burial ancient fortress, after a period of cultivation, Yin Huai finally completed the absorption of the celestial energy within the immortal pool. The progress of the 4th level of the forbidden sword body had reached 20. He then raised his gaze to the sky, where the figure of Emperor Qinfeng reappeared, speaking, "Do not look further. This relic naturally shields against heavenly perceptions. So your tribulation shall not arrive just yet. However, having crossed an entire major realm, the lightning tribulation will likely be formidable. Proceed with caution." Yin Huai's expression turned thoughtful. "Very well, my time is limited, and I entrust my legacy to you. It is advisable to accept it only after you exit. I shall not elaborate further. But my legacy involves certain secrets of the fallen immortal continent. There will be those within the immortal Dao sect who will assist you." With that, Emperor Qinfeng's ethereal form began to gradually dissipate. After bowing, a grayish orb materialized in Yin Huai's hand. "Young one, until we meet again. Farewell, esteemed elder." With that, Emperor Qinfeng vanished, and Yin Huai had obtained the final inheritance. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the palace itself began to slowly dissolve. Moments later, Yin Huai observed the complete disappearance of the palatial scenes, only to find himself outside the tomb of ancient Gu. Accompanying him were Su Duoduo and Xu Yan, both of whom had experienced notable advancements in their cultivation. Su Duoduo had ascended to the 9th layer of the saintly realm, poised to break through to the Saint King realm upon her return to the sect. Meanwhile, Xu Yan had achieved a breakthrough to the 7th layer of the Saint King realm. Upon seeing Yin Huai, both were taken aback, with Su Duoduo exclaiming in a tone of urgency, Oh dear, junior brother, how have you managed to ascend to the Saint King realm? How will you endure the two tribulations? Chu Yin quickly added, there's no alternative. We shall see if Uncle Li has any solutions. Su Duo lamented. It's all my fault for not informing you beforehand that such a breakthrough was inadvisable. Yin Huai chuckled softly, offering reassurance. Fear not, esteemed sisters. I possess my own methods to navigate the tribulations. Their eyes conveyed skepticism, yet they felt powerless to alter the situation for the time being. At that moment, Xianxiafan's figure materialized before the trio, instantly surrounded by a legion of over 1,000 guards. Chapter 43 Xianxiafan. How unexpected. I never imagined that a wretched cur like you would inherit the legacy of Emperor Qinfeng. Xianxiafan glared at Yin Huai with a venomous expression, filled with a desire to devour him whole. The fury of witnessing a longtime foe seize an opportunity that he himself had missed ignited a blaze within him. Though he had not obtained the inheritance, he had nevertheless absorbed the celestial energy from the immortal pool, resulting in a significant enhancement of his own prowess. It was not until the palace of Emperor Qinfeng vanished that he realized someone had indeed acquired the coveted legacy. Despite his own ascension, jealousy consumed him as he recalled Yin Huai's formidable strength beneath the Qingqing mountain, instinctively concluding that it was Yin Huai who had claimed the inheritance. At that juncture, Yin Huai teased, "Ah, is that you, Prince? What a disheveled appearance after just a few days." Xianxiafan's expression darkened as he unleashed a manifestation of his unique physique. A five-clawed golden dragon emerged from the void, accompanied by resounding roars. Instantly, Xianxiafan's aura surged dramatically, amplifying the already formidable presence of his ninth-layer Saint King realm. Brat, surrender the Emperor's legacy, and I, the Prince, might spare your life. Otherwise, I shall make your two saintess sisters my playthings. Upon hearing this, both Su Duo and Chu Yin were filled with righteous indignation. How brazen of you, Prince. Yin Huai smirked coldly, summoning his sword. From this day forth, the Tianyu dynasty shall have no prince. Simultaneously, he communicated with the system in his mind. System, changed the backlash target to Xianxiafan, allowing that old eunuch to linger a while longer. Ding. Backlash target has been modified. Xianxiafan roared, arrogant fool. With that, he unleashed a punch, its imprint transforming into a massive dragon shadow that surged toward Yin Huai's face. Dragon Emperor Fist. Such petty skills dare challenge me? David's Heavenly Dragon. Celestial Rift's Flowing Light. A beam of sword light met Xianxiafan's fist, sending him hurtling backward, blood spurting from his mouth, disbelief etched on his face. Impossible. How can you possess such strength? As Xianxiafan was sent flying, his guards rushed forward to shield him, while a portion charged at Yin Huai and Su Duo. At this moment, Xianxiafan was still oblivious to the changes occurring within him. Taking advantage of the guard's delay, he hastened to recover his strength. Yin Huai chuckled coldly, showing no mercy. Celestial Rift's Flowing Light. As his mystical attack was unleashed, numerous guards fell, unable to withstand Yin Huai's current might. Xianxiafan, now aware of the abnormality within him, displayed terror on his face. How could this be? Why has my essence diminished so significantly? There was no time for contemplation as Yin Huai closed in on him. Prince, care to play? Su Duo and Chu Yin, engaged in their own battles, exchanged glances of disbelief upon hearing his words. Our junior brother truly retains a childlike spirit. However, Chu Yin pondered, this sword technique seems familiar. Where have I seen it before? Xianxiafan desperately evaded Yin Huai's assault, but Celestial Rift's Flowing Light was not limited to a single strike. It included a series of rapid attacks, a technique that Yin Huai had developed but not yet utilized. Today serves as an excellent opportunity for practice. Celestial Rift's Flowing Light technique. With a swift succession of 3 sword beams unleashed, Xianxiafan was unable to evade, and the backlash from his own essence struck him hard. He felt as if he were about to shatter. Bang! Xianxiafan was once again sent flying. Ignoring his injuries, he swallowed a medicinal pill, shouting, "You all hold him off. I must make a desperate stand." The guards, fueled by fervor, charged recklessly at Yin Huai. Yin Huai's sword light swept through, resulting in further casualties among the guards. Upon closer inspection, Xianxiafan had vanished without a trace. Yin Huai smirked coldly, "Humph. Trying to escape? Today, you shall surely meet your end." With that, he activated the grass character sword technique, slaughtering the remaining guards in mere moments. It is noteworthy that these guards numbered in the thousands, with many at the saintly realm level, including those at the 9th layer. Yet, they were ruthlessly eradicated by Yin Huai. Not sparing Su Duo and Chu Yin, he swiftly gathered the corpses. Subsequently, he waved the Emperor's banner, drawing in the souls of all those slain. Su Duo and Chu Yin were left utterly astonished. "Junior brother, what kind of treasure is this? It can collect souls? What do you intend to do with their bodies?" Yin Huai grinned, replying, "I simply cannot leave these poor souls unattended. they chose the wrong master. So I shall assist them in finding rest, and perhaps have their souls follow me in the future." Su Duo and Chu Yin exchanged skeptical glances. In her heart, Su Duo mused. Junior brother's actions seemed somewhat akin to those of a nefarious practitioner. Surely, he won't stray down a dark path? Meanwhile, Chu Yin thought, alas, who would have thought that the pain of his clan's annihilation would transform our once gentle junior brother into this? I must pay closer attention to him to prevent him from veering off course. Unperturbed by their musings, Yin Huai declared, "Esteemed sisters, I shall pursue Xianxiafan now. Take care of yourselves." Su Duo immediately responded, "I shall accompany you for mutual support." Chu Yin echoed, "Indeed, junior brother, Xianxiafan is treacherous and cunning. We should stick together to ensure your safety." After some consideration, Yin Huai did not refuse, thinking it would be pleasant to have two beautiful companions by his side. Little did he know, Su Duo and Chu Yin were intent on safeguarding him, worried he might stray from righteousness. Should Yin Huai discover their true intentions, he would undoubtedly protest in innocence, exclaiming, "I merely wield the Emperor's banner, albeit with a slightly darker hue. And I am only acting out of kindness to collect the bodies." Soon, the three vanished from sight. Yin Huai had anticipated this possibility during their earlier confrontation, leaving a mark on Xianxiafan in advance. Moments later, they found Xianxiafan in a desolate expanse. His condition was far from favorable, his aura was diminished, and he had fallen to the 7th layer of the Saint King realm. He could not fathom how his realm had inexplicably plummeted by 2 layers. Could it be that Yin Huai's swordsmanship possesses the ability to drain one's essence? How terrifying. This lad is far more formidable than Long Aotian. No, upon my return, I must inform my father, the Emperor, and ensure that this boy is eliminated. A fierce murderous intent flickered in Xianxiafan's eyes. At that moment, 3 figures appeared before him. With a murderous glint in his eyes, Yin Huai chuckled. "Where is the crown prince headed?" Xianxiafan was instantly drenched in cold sweat and could only feign calmness. "Yin Huai, do you truly intend to wipe me out completely? My father will not spare you." Yin Huai let out a cold laugh. "Is this your final words?" With that, he disregarded Xianxiafan entirely, in a flash of sword light. Xianxiafan's head flew from his shoulders. Summoning the human emperor banner once more, Xianxiafan's soul was ensnared within, and with a wave of his hand, his corpse was stored within his spatial ring. Su Duo and Chu Yin observed this scene with complex expressions, yet they understood. After all, Yin Huai's entire clan had met a far more tragic fate. "Little junior brother, do not grieve. In the future, come find your elder sister to play. I will show you my treasures," Su Duo consoled while stroking Yin Huai's head. Yin Huai smiled, aware that Su Duo was concerned he might fall into darkness, and reassured her, "Elder sister, do not worry. I am fine." Seeing this, Su Duo nodded in agreement. "And there's another little mouse, who can now be harvested." Su Duo and the others were puzzled, but then recalled Yang Zaisu, the one who had ensnared them in peril. Soon, the 3 figures vanished once more. Chapter 44. Yang Zaisu perished. The rules of the ancient barrier. At present, Yang Zaisu's condition was not much better than Xianxiafan's prior state. His cultivation realm had plummeted to the 3rd level of the holy entry realm. His aura was lethargic. His already gloomy visage appeared even more pallid, with dark circles resembling panda eyes. It was quite conspicuous. "Damn it, what on earth is happening? Where has my essence gone?" "No." A wretched wail echoed through the mountains. "I cannot remain in this relic. I must return to Tianyu. Only my father can save me." At that moment, a voice rang in Yang Zaisu's ears. "My dear son, I have come to rescue you." Upon hearing this devilish voice, Yang Zaisu felt as if a thunderclap had erupted beside him. He turned in terror towards the source of the voice, where a man and 2 women were observing him with chilling gazes. Yin Huai, grinning, said, "My dear son, where are you heading?" Recognizing the intruders, Yang Zaisu felt a surge of blood rush to his head, but could only feign composure. "Yin Huai, it was Yang Yusheng who annihilated your entire clan. It has nothing to do with me. Spare me today, and I shall kill Lu Ru Yin for you upon my return." Yin Huai's expression turned cruel as he swung his sword and declared, "Rather than you avenging me, I would prefer to personally ensure the annihilation of your entire Tianyu dynasty." Yang Zaisu's countenance turned pale with dread in his current state. He could not withstand this strike. "No, how can I die here? I have yet to ascend to the throne of Crown Prince. I have not yet claimed the imperial seat. No." With a final cry of despair, Yang Zaisu met his demise. Yin Huai skillfully retrieved the human emperor banner, capturing his soul and storing his body in the spatial ring. Once all was completed, Yin Huai felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Had Yang Zaisu not provoked Su Duo and the others, Yin Huai would have overlooked him. Given his treacherous nature, he might have truly managed to evade Yin Huai's notice for a time. Yet, How amusing it was that one cunning individual encountered another even more formidable. The outcome was evident. Dear sisters, the opportunities within the relic hold little allure for me. I intend to pursue the people of the Tianyu dynasty. You should seek your own fortunes. Su Duo pondered briefly before replying. Little junior brother, your elder sister can assist you. The minor opportunities in this relic are indeed of little consequence to us, but you must go to the ancient barrier. Chu Yin chimed in. Indeed, junior brother. Revenge need not be rushed. We will assist you. The opportunities at the ancient barrier arise but once every century. Yin Huai, curious, inquired, Oh, pray, enlighten me, dear sisters. Su Duo explained. The ancient barrier differs from Jinmen barrier and Zhonggu barrier. It is a realm where cultivators engage in duels to obtain opportunities. Cultivators can choose to ascend the ancient battle stage to accept challenges from all, or challenge those already on the stage. The one with the most consecutive victories will ascend the victory list and receive the ultimate boon from the ancient barrier, though its specifics remain unknown. Yin Huai nodded, contemplating that such a selection process should yield substantial rewards. Regardless, the people of the Tianyu dynasty would not emerge from the relic for the time being. He would pursue them after acquiring the opportunities from the ancient barrier. Soon, the trio of Yin Huai, Su Duo, and Chu Yin made their way to the ancient barrier. Along the journey, Yin Huai continued to inquire, Sister Su, is it only the top of the victory list that receives a boon? Su Duo replied, Not at all. Anyone who makes it onto the victory list will receive some opportunities, but the top position undoubtedly receives the best rewards. To enter the victory list, one must achieve 10 consecutive victories. This is the minimum requirement. At this moment, Chu Yin looked at Yin Huai with admiration. With your current strength, little junior brother, I am no match for you. I believe you can certainly secure the top position. Yin Huai smiled, but did not elaborate further. The three moved swiftly and soon arrived at the ancient barrier. At this time, Long Ao Tian, having exhausted his spiritual energy from successive battles, chose to descend and take a moment to recuperate, which was permitted by the ancient battle stage. This allowed new challengers to ascend the stage and continue to challenge his winning streak. Upon their arrival, the trio saw a list suspended in the air above the battle stage, with Long Ao Tian's name glaringly at the top, boasting a record of 49 consecutive victories without a single defeat. The second position was held by Wu Lingkong from the Sun God Palace, with 48 consecutive victories, a record following his defeat by Long Ao Tian. Xianxiaaudiobooks from the Wasteland Academy also shared the second position with 48 victories. At that moment, Wu Lingkong and Xianxiaaudiobooks were embroiled in combat on the stage. They were compelled to fight, as the ancient battle stage would automatically match those with identical winning streaks to determine who was truly the strongest. The trio of Yin Huai found a vantage point, watching the duel with great interest. Long Ao Tian immediately sensed the arrival of his junior sister. He soon spotted Yin Huai beside Su Duo, his expression one of surprise. First level of the Holy King realm? Has he broken through 2 major realms consecutively? Long Ao Tian murmured to himself. He then turned his attention back to the battle unfolding on the stage. After a round of attacks, Wu Lingkong laughed heartily. Ha, brother Yuzha, you have weakened since 3 years ago. Jiang Yuzha's expression darkened as he thought. This guy has grown stronger since 3 years ago, without using that move. I fear I cannot defeat him. Soon, Jiang Yuzha made a resolute decision, his expression firm. At this moment, a young girl clad in yellow, watching from below the stage, appeared tense, as if sensing Jiang Yuzha's thoughts. Her delicate face flushed red. Previously, at Qingcheng Mountain, Yin Huai had not had the opportunity to examine these two with the system. Now, he was observing their panels. Name, Jiang Yuzhe. Realm, 9th level of Saint King Realm. Identity, direct disciple of the principal of the Desolate Academy. Physique, ethereal divine body. Recent encounters. After entering the ruins, he successively obtained opportunities such as the Burial Ancient Pass, resulting in a meteoric rise to the 9th level of Saint King Realm. Subsequently, he dueled at the Taiga Pass and the Wu Lingkong battle platform, regrettably facing defeat and narrowly escaping death. Name, Wu Lingkong. Realm, 9th level of Saint King Realm. Identity, Saint Son of the Solar Divine Palace, Sequence 1. Physique, reincarnation body. Recent encounters. After entering the ruins, he inherited a quasi-imperial reincarnation body, propelling his cultivation to the 9th level of Saint King Realm. He then engaged in a fierce battle with Jiang Yuzhe at the Taigu Pass, ultimately defeating him. He intended to take advantage of the moment to eliminate Jiang Yuzhe, but was thwarted as Jiang Yuzhe possessed a life-saving technique. Yin Huai nodded, remarking, I never anticipated this smiling tiger would possess such fortune. His luck is indeed remarkable. He then observed the battle platform, where Jiang Yuzhe had unleashed his deadly move once more. Wu Lingkong, if you can withstand this strike of mine, I shall concede your prowess. Yin Huai could not suppress a smile at this revelation. He was astonished that even in a fantastical world, such a display of male pride persisted. Chapter 45, Feather Transformation Divine Sword Technique. Brother Yujie, I have undergone tremendous growth. It would be wise for you not to struggle in vain, lest you suffer further. Arrogant. Feather Transformation Divine Sword Technique. Final form. Ascending to immortality. A streak of azure light erupted from the void, transforming into a torrential rain of swords that surged toward Wulingkong. Yin Huai's eyes sparkled with excitement at witnessing this sword technique. What a splendid swordplay. Wulingkong's demeanor remained unchanged, a flicker of derision glimmering in his eyes as he formed a seal in the air. 6 paths of reincarnation palm. A colossal hand materialized in the void. Imbued with an essence of reincarnation, its overwhelming might sending tremors through Jiang Yujie's spirit. Bang! Jiang Yujie was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Wulingkong advanced, preparing to unleash another palm strike, his expression mocking. Brother Yujie, farewell. The young girl in a yellow dress wept profusely, exclaiming anxiously, Senior brother, be careful. Jiang Yujie was not one to surrender easily. He immediately activated his divine powers. With my blood, I shall seize the world's creation. Secret technique, feather escape technique. In an instant, Jiang Yujie vanished from the battle platform, reappearing below. Wulingkong was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for this escape. Alas, outside the battle platform within the Taigu Pass, life and death duels were prohibited. Otherwise, he could have slain Jiang Yujie then and there. At that moment, the young girl in the yellow dress, still in tears, rushed toward where Jiang Yujie had landed. She flung herself into his arms, crying, Senior brother, please wake up. Others from the Desolate Academy approached to assess Jiang Yujie's condition. Luo Qinghan produced a medicinal pill, offering it to him. Administer this, it will help stabilize your injuries. Cold Xinyan chimed in. You were far too reckless. The backlash from the Feather Transformation Divine Sword's final form is immense. How could you resort to such a self-destructive technique? At that moment, Jiang Yujie regained consciousness, looking at the tearful girl in the yellow dress, and gently patted her head. It's all right, Xiaochu, I am fine. Why the tears? The girl's name was Nangong Chu, ranked 5th on the Desolate Academy's heavenly list, and she shared a fateful bond with Jiang Yujie. You were too rash, senior brother. Jiang Yujie felt a bit awkward, striving to comfort Nangong Chu. However, his injuries were severe. Every now and then, he grimaced in pain, prompting her to chide him playfully. Yin Huai's gaze shifted to Jiang Yujie, deep in thought. He was envious of Jiang Yujie's Feather Transformation Divine Sword's ultimate technique. It was evident to him that this was a sword technique with significant backlash, perfectly complementing his own system. He slowly approached, with Su Duo following behind, puzzled. Double pupils activate. Springs awakening. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yujie's injuries healed significantly. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. The healing prowess of the ancient double pupils was astonishing. No wonder he remained undefeated. With such a healing ability, losing would be a challenge. Have you noticed? The young master of the Yin family has actually broken through to the 1st level of Saint King realm. What? Wasn't he at the 9th level of transcendence before entering the ruins? He has ascended 2 major realms. What opportunity did he encounter? Now, he should be concerned about the impending thunder tribulation. Indeed, once a cultivator reaches the Saint realm, they must begin facing thunder tribulations. Yin Huai will likely endure 2 thunder tribulations, the intensity of which will far surpass ordinary tribulations. Wulingkong exhibited surprise as he observed Yin Huai's actions. A surge of murderous intent swelling within him. Jiang Yujie, feeling his injuries had vanished, glanced at Yin Huai, bewildered. He then rose and bowed, saying, Thank you, fellow Taoist. Outside the ruins, he had witnessed Yin Huai slay Yang Yong of the Tianyu Empire, leaving him deeply curious about his power. However, he was puzzled as to why Yin Huai would choose to heal him, given that they were strangers. Nangong Chu, equally grateful, bowed to Yin Huai. Yin Huai waved his hand, smiling. Brother Jiang is too courteous. The Celestial Path sect and the Desolate Academy share a good relationship, and seeing your injuries were not severe, I merely extended a small measure of assistance. Jiang Yujie continued, This kindness I shall remember. Brother Yin, should you visit the Desolate Academy in the future, do come and share a drink with me. Ha ha ha, naturally. I feel a kinship with Brother Jiang at first sight. Jiang Yujie chuckled heartily. At that moment, Yin Huai shifted the conversation, inquiring with a hint of curiosity, Brother Jiang, I must confess, is your sword technique available for dissemination? I find it quite intriguing. Of course, should it relate to the inheritance of the Desolate Academy, consider it as if I never spoke. Jiang Yujie was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yin Huai would show interest in the Feather Transformation Divine Sword Technique. This was a technique he had acquired from a secret realm. For disciples of their immortal level forces, its grade was not particularly high, being a quasi-imperial sword technique. It was well known that immortal-level forces possessed countless quasi-imperial techniques. Their direct disciples would not lack for martial skills. Only emperor-level techniques were exceedingly rare and seldom passed down. Zhang Yujie could not fathom why Yin Huai would be interested in such a backlash-heavy sword technique. Brother Yin, to be frank, I stumbled upon this sword technique by chance. I wouldn't mind gifting it to you, but the backlash is quite severe. Upon hearing this, Yin Huai's interest piqued, and he replied, Brother Jiang, you may not know. I have a great appetite for sword techniques with backlash effects. If you are willing to teach it to me, I can exchange a quasi-imperial martial technique. Zhang Yujie was taken aback by Yin Huai's bold proposition. He felt the sincerity in Yin Huai's offer and responded, Brother Yin, there is no need for such formalities. Since you appreciate this sword technique, I shall bestow it upon you. With that, Zhang Yujie retrieved a tome and handed it to Yin Huai. Yin Huai perused it with satisfaction, pleased to acquire yet another backlash sword technique. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Since it's come to this, I cannot be stingy either. He then sought to gift Zhang Yujie a quasi-imperial martial technique. Seeing this, Zhang Yujie quickly interjected, his expression earnest. Brother Yin, our connection is as if we have known each other for ages. There is no need for such formalities. Moreover, considering the favor you have bestowed upon me today, it is only fitting that I present you with this martial technique. Observing Zhang Yujie's earnest demeanor, Yin Huai relented. You are indeed a brother I shall cherish. He chuckled heartily. Following suit, Zhang Yujie joined in laughter. Yin Huai then turned his gaze towards Wu Lingkong on the battle platform and addressed Zhang Yujie. Since you are unwilling to accept my martial skills, allow me to avenge you. With that, Yin Huai soared onto the stage. Zhang Yujie, taken aback, realized that Yin Huai, being at the first level of the Holy King realm, would likely not be a match for Wu Lingkong. However, with Yin Huai already on the stage, there was little he could do. According to the rules of the ancient battle platform, once one ascends, they must engage in combat until defeated or dead. Being knocked off the stage is considered defeat, as is any form of retreat, such as Zhang Yujie's secret of escape. If no one challenges the reigning champion for a prolonged period, the platform will randomly select an individual to ascend. Brother Yin, be cautious. If you find yourself overwhelmed, retreat from the stage promptly. Zhang Yujie cautioned telepathically. Chapter 46. Yin Huai versus Wu Lingkong. Yin Huai flashed a smile at the onlookers, then focused on Wu Lingkong, who maintained a congenial expression and even bowed slightly, saying, Brother, your demeanor is quite remarkable. Why not let us become friends? A hint of mockery flickered in Yin Huai's eyes as he declared with resolute confidence, Certainly. If you wish to befriend me, then receive my sword. With that, his aura surged, the pressure of the first level of the Holy King realm resonating powerfully around him. Wu Lingkong's expression soured, despite being 8 levels above Yin Huai. He felt an overwhelming pressure. However, surrender was not an option, and with a cold snort, he retorted, Then let me experience your esteemed techniques. Without hesitation, Yin Huai pointed his sword towards the heavens, summoning a tempestuous wind. Heavenly flowing light. Chu Yan, witnessing Yin Huai's sword technique once more, was struck with astonishment. Isn't this the low-grade holy sword technique from the Hall of All Laws? This technique harnesses vital energy. How could my junior learn such a perilous art? Filled with concern and curiosity, she fixed her gaze intently on Yin Huai, resolving to inquire further once the battle concluded. On the battle platform, Wu Lingkong scoffed disdainfully, unleashing his reincarnation body as he launched a powerful punch, instantly dissipating the sword shadows. Yin Huai shook his head, inwardly acknowledging, this sword technique still lacks the necessary power. This lad's ability to fight beyond his level is indeed impressive. Resolute, he enveloped himself in sword intent. Wu Lingkong, realizing Yin Huai's prior actions were merely a test, steeled himself for a serious confrontation. He resolved to unleash a thunderous assault upon Yin Huai. Prepare to receive my strike. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. In an instant, a fist imbued with reincarnation power materialized from the void, dazzlingly radiant. This aura was so potent it instilled a sense of despair, as if Yin Huai were but a fragile boat amidst a raging storm, poised to capsize at any moment. This move surpasses even the 6 paths of reincarnation palm in might. Brother Yin is in peril. Zhang Yujie observed with concern from below. In contrast, Su Duoduo watched with eager anticipation, her eyes fixed on Yin Huai. Suddenly, his sword intent erupted with vigor. Grass character sword technique. Grass character sword radiance. A colossal azure sword emerged from the void, slicing towards Wu Lingkong. Wu Lingkong hastily summoned his fist shadow to counter. Below the stage, Long Outyan's expression shifted. Has he truly mastered the grass character sword technique to this extent? Fascinating. A deafening crash resounded as the sword shadow pierced Wu Lingkong's shoulder, causing him to stagger back. The pain from the sword intent ravaging his shoulder darkened his countenance. You have provoked my wrath. Although Yin Huai remained unscathed, the force of the punch had surged his blood. This was the most formidable opponent he had faced since acquiring the Forbidden Sword Body. It seems I must break through the fourth taboo of the Forbidden Sword Body to dominate this fellow. Yin Huai contemplated his current power, confident that he could easily overpower an average Holy King at the 9th level. However, opponents like Wu Lingkong and Long Outyin, who possessed unique physiques and could battle beyond their level, required deeper reserves. Yet, Yin Huai felt no trepidation. Just then, Wu Lingkong bellowed once more, "Reincarnation body. Manifest. To witness my complete form. You may take pride in that, Yin Huai." Yin Huai scoffed disdainfully. "You are not yet worthy to see my full form. Double pupils. Manifest." Two distinct manifestations appeared in the void, shimmering brilliantly. A disc resembling a grinding wheel emanated a profound reincarnation essence, hovering above Wu Lingkong, significantly amplifying his aura. Yin Huai was undeterred, as two enormous double-pupil shadows emerged above him. In unison, they roared, "6 paths of reincarnation fist. Annihilation divine light." The clash of their powers was a spectacle of grandeur, bolstered by their respective physical manifestations. Yin Huai's annihilation divine light wielded immeasurable might. The shadows of the double pupils rained divine light upon Wu Lingkong, who countered with his own 6 paths of reincarnation fist, dispersing the annihilation divine light with relentless strikes. Good heavens! Brother Yin possesses such strength? It's utterly monstrous, Jiang Yujie exclaimed, unable to contain his awe. Luo Qinghan was momentarily stunned by Yin Huai's imposing presence. Just a short while ago, she had contemplated challenging him, but now she felt utterly dwarfed. The terrifying power of the double pupils was surreal. Long Outyin, however, wore a knowing expression, a slight smirk gracing his lips. The contest for the title will no longer be lonely. From this moment forth, I acknowledge Yin Huai's strength. Yet, the battle on the platform raged on. Seizing the opportune moment, Yin Huai activated the secret art of the word, calm the chaos technique. As he rushed towards Wu Lingkong, the latter's heart raced with alarm. Damn it! 6 paths of reincarnation palm. Indestructible golden body. Both combatants pushed their abilities to the limit. With the support of the annihilation divine light from the double pupils, the power of the calm the chaos technique surged beyond its previous limits, the sword light rampaging forth. Wu Lingkong soon realized that his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, panic rising within him. This lad is incredibly troublesome. Before he could think further, Yin Huai's speed was blinding as he closed in once more, forcing Wu Lingkong to evade. Yet, with his dwindling energy, his movements became sluggish. He was struck by several of Yin Huai's sword thrusts. Finally, a beam of annihilation divine light shot forth from Yin Huai's pupils, landing a heavy blow on Wu Lingkong's chest. He coughed up blood, fully aware that he had been defeated. Seeing Yin Huai relentlessly pursuing him as if to claim his life, Wu Lingkong hastily activated a secret technique to escape the stage, only to spit out another mouthful of blood afterward, his aura waning. The other members of the Sun God Palace rushed to his aid, administering healing elixirs. In contrast, Yin Huai emerged unscathed, brimming with vitality. With a disdainful spit, he declared, "I, Yin Huai, am the most loyal to my sentiments, Brother Jiang. I have avenged you." Jiang Yujie forced an awkward smile, scratching his head. "Thank you very much, Brother Yin." Upon hearing this, Wu Lingkong was overwhelmed with fury and fainted. The members of the Sun God Palace glared at Yin Huai with rage, which he naturally noticed. After consuming a medicinal pill, his internal spiritual power surged to its peak, and he proclaimed, "Not convinced? Care to challenge me?" The remaining holy sons of the Sun God Palace lowered their heads in submission. After all, as the foremost among the holy sons, Wu Lingkong was powerless against Yin Huai. They had no chance of confronting him. Noticing their inaction, Yin Huai felt no inclination to trouble them, as they held no grievances against one another. Although he desired the source of Wu Lingkong's reincarnation body to explore the potential of cultivating the 6-path reincarnation fist, this was not the opportune moment. He then turned his gaze towards the remaining members of the Tianyu dynasty, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Chapter 47. The Annihilation of the Tianyu Dynasty. At this moment, the remaining members of the Tianyu dynasty were led by 3 princesses, accompanied by their guards. The eldest princess, Yang Xiao, the second princess, Yang Qingcheng, and the third princess, Yang Qinghua, all sensed the murderous aura emanating from Yin Huai and instinctively tensed up. The young princess, Yang Qinghua, immediately lost her temper, shouting, "You lowly commoner! What are you staring at? Just wait until my brother arrives. He will deal with you." Clearly, the trio was unaware that Yang Fan and the others had already perished. Yin Huai chuckled, thinking that had it not been for the regulations of the ancient barrier, he would have already eliminated these remnants upon his arrival. "You may come up. I shall escort you to meet your esteemed elder brother," he uttered in an extremely indifferent tone. Yang Qinghua, filled with rage, attempted to ascend the platform to confront him. But Yang Xiao and Yang Qingsheng restrained her, saying, "Little sister, do not fall for his tricks. Yin Huai's strength should not be underestimated." Yang Qinghua shot a resentful glance at Yin Huai, well aware that her prowess was no match for him. "Where are my brothers? Why haven't they arrived for such an important opportunity at the ancient barrier?" Yang Xiao, upon hearing this, took out a communication device to contact Yang Fan. However, the device displayed Yang Fan's status in gray, indicating that he had perished. In shock, Yang Xiao turned to the others. "Elder brother has fallen." Yang Qingsheng and Yang Qinghua initially refused to believe her, but the terror in Yang Zhao's eyes quickly tightened their hearts. Yang Qinghua stammered, "How can this be? Elder sister, you must be mistaken. With elder brother's strength, how could he possibly fall?" At that moment, Yang Xiao recalled Yin Huai's words and swiftly turned to him, only to find him staring intently at the three of them, his expression inscrutable. Yang Xiao, as if confronted with some great horror, pointed at Yin Huai, exclaiming, "It was you. You killed Yang Fan." Yin Huai flashed a wicked smile. "Congratulations, you guessed correctly, but alas, there is no reward." Yang Qinghua glared at Yin Huai with immense fury, declaring, "You wretch, you are doomed. How dare you slay the crown prince of the Tianyu dynasty? There will be no refuge for you in the Anshan continent." Yin Huai disregarded the enraged Yang Qinghua and replied coolly, "You should cherish the air you breathe while you still live. The Tianyu dynasty is a place you shall never return to. I will strive to send your kin to reunite with you soon." Upon hearing this, Yang Qinghua could no longer tolerate Yin Huai's arrogance. She leaped toward the platform, with Yang Xiao and Yang Qingsheng unable to stop her. Yang Qinghua's eyes turned bloodshot as she roared, "I will make you pay for my brother's life." Liu Guang Divine Palm. Yet, Yin Huai dismissed her attack with contempt, executing the Pavilion of Calamity. With swift movements, he severed Yang Qinghua's divine technique, and she was reduced to mere fragments, scattered east and west. A cruel smile crept across Yin Huai's face, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Witnessing Yang Qinghua's demise, Yang Qingsheng was engulfed in sorrow and rage. "Scoundrel, you shall pay for this." "Little sister." "No." Yang Xiao was completely paralyzed by the shock, trembling as terror flooded her heart. Yang Qingsheng, blinded by fury, recklessly charged onto the platform, intent on a life-and-death struggle with Yin Huai. With a single strike of the Annihilation Divine Light, Yin Huai pierced through Yang Qingsheng's skull. He then shook his head. "Is this the caliber of princesses from the Tianyu dynasty? Truly disappointing." He then turned his gaze towards the eldest princess, Yang Xiao. At this moment, several rogue cultivators in attendance could not help but exclaim, "My heavens! The young master of the Yin family shows no hesitation in slaying such beautiful princesses. He is merciless. Unaware of the suffering of others, do not advise them to be kind. If my entire clan were annihilated, it would be fortunate not to fall into demonic paths. At least the young master of the Yin family only slays those of the Tianyu dynasty." This statement bore some truth. It was unexpected that the Yin family possessed such a talented young master. It could be seen as solace for the spirits of the Yin family members who had passed on. Long Out Yin observed the scene with great interest, not intervening. Eager to see whether Yin Huai would indeed eradicate all the remaining members of the Tianyu dynasty within the ruins. Su Duo and Chu Yin gazed at Yin Huai with expressions of sympathy, recognizing that his current mood was undoubtedly grim. Jiang Yuje, having understood Yin Huai's unusual demeanor through the explanations of others, regarded him with admiration. However, he was at a loss for how to console him, merely assigning someone to keep a close watch on the members of the Tianyu dynasty. Should any attempt to flee arise, he would notify Yin Huai immediately. Yang Xiao was now utterly frozen in fear. All those who had entered the ruins from the Tianyu dynasty had perished, leaving her alone. As the cold sweat dripped down her back, she thought, "I cannot die here." She desperately pleaded, "Yin Huai, even if you seek revenge, surely you cannot target a weak woman like me. I am completely unaware of your family's misfortunes." Yin Huai laughed heartily. "Not your concern. When Yang Yuxing annihilated my entire clan, my innocent clan brothers and sisters, did he offer them any chance at life?" Yang Xiao was momentarily stunned by the question. Indeed, were those individuals not innocent as well? At that moment, Yin Huai spoke again. "To be frank, as long as I live, you shall not escape this ruin. If you possess any courage, come forth and battle me. I will grant you some dignity." The crowd gasped in astonishment at his words. How ruthless! Yet, compared to the annihilation of the Yin family, perhaps it was not so severe. At least he offered these individuals some semblance of dignity. Following Yin Huai's declaration, several guards from the Tianyu dynasty soon stepped forward to challenge him. The individuals from the Tianyu dynasty were not cowards. Yin Huai's expression remained impassive as he unleashed one sword after another, resulting in a steady stream of casualties. Time passed swiftly. and soon only a dozen guards and Yang Xiao remained standing. The battlefield was a mountain of corpses. Yin Huai, however, felt no fatigue. His record of consecutive victories had reached an astonishing 99. In truth, Long Outyin could have challenged him long ago, during Yin Huai's 48th victory. But he refrained in order to prevent Yin Huai from surpassing his own record. Eventually, the two would face each other in battle. Yet, Long Outyin was in no rush. Being of the same sect, he intended to wait until Yin Huai had dealt with the people of the Tianyu dynasty. At this moment, Yang Zhao's complexion had turned pale. As she witnessed the guards falling one by one on the stage, her inner fear magnified infinitely, as if she herself were destined to be the next casualty. Yin Huai, relentless in his pursuit of angering the guards and Yang Xiao, compelled them to accept their fates one after another. He felt an unprecedented exhilaration. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a sensation since the annihilation of his clan. Soon, all of Yang Zhao's remaining guards were slain. In utter despair, she wept, tears streaming down her cheeks. Then, unexpectedly, she knelt before Yin Huai, pleading, "Please, spare me. I do not wish to die." Yin Huai paid her no heed, coldly stating, "I offer you a single chance. If you can withstand one strike, you may live." Conflicted, Yang Xiao realized that with all her guards gone, she could not possibly escape the ruins alive. The thought plunged her into a deep despair. After a long silence, she came to understand that Yin Huai would not show her mercy. Indeed, if he were to ascend to the status of emperor in the future, the Tianyu dynasty would undoubtedly meet its end at his hands. As she gazed at the man on the battlefield, she envisioned the inevitable downfall of the Tianyu dynasty and, with a bitter smile, resolved that rather than witness its demise, she would prefer to seek an early release from her suffering. With that, she stepped onto the battlefield. Chapter 48, Yin Huai versus Long Outyin. Observing Yang Zhao's composed acceptance of death, Yin Huai felt no stirrings within. On the day his entire clan perished before his eyes, he had vowed that should he ever have the chance for revenge, he would eradicate every member of the Yang family and obliterate the Tianyu dynasty entirely. Su Duo and the others made no attempt to persuade Yin Huai to spare her, merely sighing in lament. The grand princess of the Tianyu dynasty had not anticipated her demise would unfold in such a manner. The gathered cultivators expressed their astonishment. As these words were spoken, others instinctively distanced themselves, evidently fearful of being caught in the aftermath should this individual be struck by lightning. Yin Huai, however, acted decisively, with a flash of his sword. Yang Xiao met her end. She made no effort to resist, for she understood it would be futile. Yin Huai exhaled a breath of stagnant air, feeling his resolve grow even more steadfast. The emperor's banner was summoned forth, drawing in the souls of hundreds from the battlefield. After gathering the bodies, he paid no heed to the peculiar gazes of those present, silently awaiting the next challenger. Though he cared little for the opinions of others, it felt somewhat eerie to absorb the corpses into desiccated remains in front of such a multitude. Perhaps it would be best to wait until he returned to the sect of Celestial Path. Long Outyin observed this scene, feeling somewhat speechless, yet he ascended to the battlefield regardless. This spectacle diverted the attention of the many cultivators present. Long Outyin retained his defiant demeanor, exuding an aura of unparalleled coolness. He spoke calmly, "Your strength is commendable, but let us engage in battle. This contest will determine the position of champion." At this proclamation, a wave of excitement swept through the crowd. "Here it comes. The battle for the top position is finally upon us. I place my bets on Long Outyin. He is at the 9th level of the Saint King realm, with terrifying prowess. I too support Long Outyin. He possesses the celestial titan body. Unless one possesses the ancient saint body, I cannot fathom anyone who could stand against him. Indeed, had it not been for the constraints of the ruins, it was likely that Long Outyin would have already broken through to the void sovereign realm." Su Duo, however, wore an expression of concern, murmuring to herself, "I wonder if our junior brother can hold his own against the senior brother? He is only at the 1st level of the Saint King realm. It seems precarious." Yet she resolved to place her unwavering faith in him, believing that with his many hidden trump cards, he would surely find a way. Chu Yin observed Yin Huai and noted the calmness he exuded, which inexplicably eased her own anxiety. Jiang Yujie, on the other hand, appeared quite intrigued. It seems this will serve as an early showdown for the position of Daozi of the sect of Celestial Path. How fascinating. I wonder if Brother Yin can once again transcend the boundaries to defeat Long Outyin? Luo Qinghan gazed at Yin Huai on the battlefield, somewhat entranced. Clad in a black robe with white hair, he resembled an otherworldly celestial being, effortlessly capturing the attention of most female cultivators present. The other disciples of the sect of Celestial Path exchanged glances of disbelief. Yi Tian, a disciple of the unconscious peak, couldn't help but scoff. "Hey, is this a joke? We too are strong contenders for the position of Daozi, yet we are being so blatantly disregarded." The disciple from the hidden dragon peak, Ji Feng, chuckled lightly. Come now. Junior brother, the strength of Brother Long is indisputable, and our junior brother, while astonishingly talented, is still only at the first level of the Saint King realm. Competing against these two will be quite the challenge for us. Indeed, fate had played its hand. Xiao Ming from the falling sunset peak chimed in. True as that may be, I believe our junior brother might yet have a chance. The others were curious. Oh, what makes you say that? Qin Wu from the white cloud peak inquired. Long brother's celestial titan body grows stronger with each battle. Can our junior brother truly contend against that? Xiao Ming shook his head, smiling wryly. I cannot say for certain, but it is merely my intuition. I feel there is more to our junior brother than meets the eye. And what of that black banner he used earlier? Have any of you witnessed him wield it? Yi Tian nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed. It is a pity. Had Brother Long not entered the fray so soon, I would have relished the opportunity to test my strength against our junior brother. The group shared a laugh before turning their attention back to the battlefield. Yin Huai, noticing Long Outyan's signature crooked grin about to emerge, instinctively moved to tug at his mouth. Realizing this, he quickly interrupted himself with words. I have long wished to witness my senior brother's prowess. Ha! With that, he feigned an attack, successfully interrupting Long Outyan's impending grin. Yin Huai silently thought to himself, I nearly allowed this rascal to cast his spell. Though it seems a bit esoteric, I must remain vigilant. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Yin Huai. He mused, if I strike at his face, wouldn't that prevent him from twisting his mouth? Long Outyan, puzzled by Yin Huai's strange smile, thought little of it. He activated his celestial titan body and charged at Yin Huai for a close-quarters brawl. Yin Huai, undeterred, knew that while his physical defenses might not rival those of the celestial titan body, he possessed his rejuvenating eyes to mend any injuries. On the battlefield, Yin Huai found Long Outyan's body as unyielding as iron. His attacks failed to inflict any damage. In desperation, Yin Huai summoned the Sword of Unyielding Snow. As he unleashed the grass-script sword technique, Long Outyan sensed the energy contained within. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced toward Yin Huai, unwittingly starting to grin. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yin Huai swiftly unleashed a beam of annihilating divine light from his rejuvenating eyes. Long Outyan hastily dodged. Knowing he could not withstand such an attack, Yin Huai created distance once more with another sweeping wave of sword energy. As Long Outyan sensed that the probing was nearing its conclusion, he resolved to determine the victor. Yin Huai appeared to have deciphered his opponent's intentions. Withdrawing the Yu Wei Shui, he grasped the Ren Huang banner, which shimmered brilliantly. The initial clash of the Ren Huang banner commenced. This action was also a desperate measure, for Long Outyan's physical prowess was overwhelmingly formidable, rendering any attempt at suppression futile. Thus, he could only resort to the Ren Huang banner and gauge the situation. With a fierce roar, Long Outyan unleashed his might. Song Tian Ba Ti, White Tiger Divine Claw. Song Tian Ba Ti, Titan Arm. The two successive manifestations of his innate divine abilities surged with unimaginable power. In that moment, Long Outyan resembled a celestial deity descended into the mortal realm, exuding an aura of terror that was beyond comprehension. This was merely the power of his innate divine abilities without any external phenomena enhancing them. Yin Huai's fighting spirit soared, undeterred by the overwhelming presence before him. Zhong Tong Kai Tian, a more intense force of destruction emanated from his dual pupils, as if capable of tearing apart the very fabric of existence. Ren Huang banner, Wan Hun Si Sui, with the Ren Huang banner in hand, and bolstered by the latest divine ability of his dual pupils, Yin Huai and Long Outyan engaged in a fierce clash. The brilliance of the battlefield illuminated the arena, rendering the events within nearly invisible to those lacking sufficient cultivation. Boom, boom. It was unclear how long the two had battled, but with two thunderous sounds, they were both sent flying. Long Outyan appeared somewhat disheveled, his earlier composure shattered, with traces of blood seeping from his mouth. Yin Huai was similarly affected, with numbness in his arms and blood trickling forth, yet his aura remained undiminished. How intriguing. Truly a man worthy of the name Long Outyan. It seems that defeating him will require such measures. With this thought, Yin Huai resolved firmly in his heart. Chapter 49. The Forbidden Sword Body. Manifest. At this moment, Long Outyan's gaze toward Yin Huai shifted. He had not anticipated that this fellow would possess such extraordinary abilities, that dark banner could devour souls. And his previous attack on Long Outyan's spirit must have originated from it. If that is the case, let me defeat him in the most formidable manner. The spectators below were flushed with excitement, unable to contain their exhilaration. Wow, it's been ages since I've witnessed such an exhilarating battle. Is Yin Huai truly at the first level of the Holy King realm? Terrifying. I feel something is amiss. How could he possibly engage in combat at such a level solely with his dual pupils? Exactly, I sense something is off. Both sides are prodigies capable of fighting beyond their levels. The disparity shouldn't be this vast. Yet, here was Yin Huai, skillfully exchanging blows with Long Out Yin, who was at the 9th level of the Holy King realm. How absurd. As the crowd debated, Su Duo began to ponder. Subsequently, she and a few others could almost ascertain that Yin Huai must possess other forms or means. At this moment, Xiao Ming excitedly called out to a few of his fellow disciples from other peaks. Brothers, are you interested in a little wager? Let us bet on who will emerge victorious in this match. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's interest peaked. Ji Feng and Qin Wu joined in as well. Soon, they set up a betting pool. Strangely, both Yin Huai and Long Out Yin received the support of 2 individuals each. This meant that even the 4 of them were uncertain about the outcome of the battle. The remaining loose cultivators present no longer underestimated Yin Huai as they had at the beginning. After all, to have fought Long Out Yin to such an extent, only a fool would believe Yin Huai weak. The 2 combatants on the stage resumed their energies in a tacit understanding, neither rushing to attack. As they soon felt sufficiently restored, the battlefield once again surged with fighting spirit. Long Out Yin took the initiative, roaring, Song Tian Ba Ti, manifest, Ku Hai Zhong Jin Lian. From the void emerged a vast sea of suffering, with a radiant golden lotus blossoming forth from within. Instantly, Long Out Yin's aura surged significantly, revealing the power of the enhanced phenomenon. Yin Huai's gaze was resolute, his sword intent swirling around him, as the Yu Wei Shui reappeared in his grasp. At that moment, a wicked smile spread across Yin Huai's face. This is the true form of my being. Forbidden sword body. Manifest. In an instant, the crowd felt a chilling sense of foreboding, as if an unspeakable terror was about to unfold. Above Yin Huai's head, a shadowy figure began to coalesce in the void. This figure radiated vitality, surrounded by divine light, resembling an otherworldly being. What is this? So terrifying. I can feel the dread of annihilation beneath this figure. Just as the shadow solidified, countless shackles surged from all directions, ensnaring the figure resembling Yin Huai, rendering its movements exceedingly laborious. The energy contained within was nearly sealed by the shackles. At that moment, Yin Huai unleashed a furious roar. Forbidden release. Xian Wang Lin Jiutian. One sword to sever the mundane. The shadow of Yin Huai in the void shattered 3 of the 9 shackles in an instant. The figure's aura surged dramatically, and Yin Huai's energy increased exponentially, his combat prowess receiving a terrifying enhancement. The shadow then stood proudly like a celestial monarch. Following this, a colossal sword materialized in its hand, and with a single swing, the sound of the sword shattering the void echoed throughout. Yin Huai, wielding the Yu Wei Shui, followed suit and struck with the sword. The terrifying sword light contained unparalleled power. Though Long Out Yin was shocked, he remained composed, channeling the Song Tian Ba Ti and delivering a powerful punch in response. Song Tian Ba Quan. The humanoid shadow in the void effortlessly severed Long Out Yin's overwhelming manifestation. Simultaneously, Yin Huai's strike sent Long Out Yin sprawling out of the arena. Fortunately, Yin Huai had shown restraint. Otherwise, that blow could have easily claimed his life. Empowered by the enhancement of the forbidden sword body, even a casual strike from Yin Huai was nearly insurmountable, let alone a fully charged attack. He shook his head. Having not intended to reveal the forbidden sword body, but yearning for a full-fledged battle, he decided it was inconsequential. After all, his master would provide support. With this thought, the manifestation above his head gradually dissipated. Now, as for Long Out Yin, he was spitting blood, his aura diminished. Yin Huai leaped off the stage and approached him. To be honest, he held a deep admiration for Long Out Yin. He then activated his dual pupils. Awakening Spring. In the blink of an eye, Long Out Yin's injuries healed. Yin Huai smiled and said, "Senior brother, I apologize for my earlier offense." Long Out Yin's emotions were complex. He had not tasted defeat in a long time. No harm done. Thank you, junior brother, for your mercy. Yin Huai nodded with a smile. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. My heavens. Does that mean Yin Huai's last strike was not even his strongest? Terrifying. To think he is only at the Holy King realm. If he were at the Void Sovereign realm or the Divine Sovereign realm, how fearsome would that strike be? I believe a single strike could obliterate a second-rate sect without issue. Yi Tian and the others lamented inwardly, destruction. Whoever desires the position of Daozi can have it. With such a monster around, where is our chance? Nevertheless, they graciously approached to congratulate Yin Huai and offered words of comfort to Long Out Yin. At this moment, Su Duo was overjoyed, rushing to Yin Huai's side to praise him. Junior brother, you are simply incredible. Such an extraordinary and unparalleled constitution lies hidden. Chu Yin's expression turned inexplicably solemn, a hint of worry flickering across her face. Su Duo, filled with curiosity, inquired, Junior brother, what kind of constitution do you possess? At that moment, disciples of the Xian sect gathered around, eager to behold Yin Huai's elegance. Upon hearing Su Duo voice the question they all yearned to ask, they turned their expectant gazes towards him. Acknowledging the futility of concealment, Yin Huai replied, "The constitution I possess is known as the Forbidden Sword Body." Upon hearing this, Chu Yan's heart sank, her delicate face turning pale in an instant. Unaware of the underlying implications, Su Duo continued to praise joyfully, "Incredible, junior brother. This constitution is undoubtedly perfect for sword cultivation, yet I have never witnessed you wield it." Noticing Chu Yan's pallor, Yin Huai could only manage a wry smile. Just as he pondered how to explain, Chu Yan, her voice slightly hoarse, said, "Junior brother, congratulations. You." With a sigh, she ultimately refrained from completing her thought. She felt a deep sense of regret. With Yin Huai's innate talent, even without the forbidden sword body, he would surely be invincible. Yet fate seemed to mock him by bestowing such a constitution. Casting a glance at the exuberant Su Duo beside her, Chu Yan resolved to discuss this matter further upon returning to the sect. Noticing Chu Yan's reluctance to elaborate, Yin Huai chose not to explain further. However, it was not only Chu Yan who possessed keen insight. Chapter 50. A lifespan of less than 300 years? Luo Qinghan from the Desolate Academy had long sensed something amiss with Yin Huai's forbidden sword body. Perhaps due to her straightforward nature, Luo Qinghan looked directly at Yin Huai and candidly warned, "I have seen descriptions of the forbidden sword body in ancestral texts. It would be wise for you to refrain from cultivating it. Just focusing on the heavy pupil is sufficient." Her gaze was sincere, devoid of any mockery. Yin Huai could sense this and assumed that she was simply captivated by his charm. "No worries, I have my own methods to address the backlash of this constitution." Observing Yin Huai's calm demeanor, Luo Qinghan took him at his word and said no more. Chu Yan watched Yin Huai's resolute expression, feeling a pang of sympathy for him. He bore too much burden, sigh? She could only silently lament. The others assumed that the backlash was merely a consequence of the extraordinary skill Yin Huai had just displayed, paying it no mind. The previously unfamiliar disciples of the Xian sect grew much closer after this encounter. Meanwhile, Zhang Yujie and his companions from the Desolate Martial Academy engaged in conversation with Yin Huai and the others, creating a rather harmonious scene. The sons of the Sun God Palace had yet to recover from the impact of Yin Huai's previous strike. Wu Lingkong, having awakened, had been observing the battle. He had initially thought that Yin Huai would at most be comparable to himself, capable of forcing Long Outyin to reveal a fraction of his strength. To his astonishment, Yin Huai had triumphed over Long Outyin, despite the 8 minor realms that separated them. Wu Lingkong regarded Yin Huai with a mocking gaze, undeterred by the setback, and felt a sense of exhilaration within. "The forbidden sword body, the most short-lived constitution, huh? I had no means to counter your heavy pupil, yet you have unwittingly walked into a dead end." Yin Huai, recognizing the forbidden sword body, Wu Lingkong fully understood the implications of its backlash, and a smirk crept onto his face. The other sons, however, were not as composed, their expressions filled with dread. "My goodness, that strike could only possibly be countered by the Divine Sun. This young man's constitution is too monstrous. We must inform the Divine Sun at once so he can prepare accordingly." Wu Lingkong, with a disdainful smile, concocted a plan, stepping forward to congratulate Yin Huai. "Brother Yin Huai, your recent strike truly opened my eyes. It seems I must thank you for holding back." The others turned their attention towards him. Expressions of confusion etched on their faces. Zhang Yujie, well aware of Wu Lingkong's duplicitous nature, chose to ignore him. Yin Huai remained silent, curious about his intentions. Suddenly, Wu Lingkong feigned concern, "Alas, Brother Yin Huai, I am but a humble individual, yet I have seen descriptions of the forbidden sword body in ancient texts. Judging by the manifestation of your constitution earlier, you must have already breached the 3rd taboo. Please take care of your health. Even if your lifespan is limited, one must always look forward." After speaking, he displayed a facade of deep regret. Yin Huai laughed, thinking Wu Lingkong was merely attempting to mock him. "Is that all you've got? Spare me your nonsense." To his surprise, Su Duo erupted with anger, cutting in directly. Chu Yan's heart skipped a beat. Wu Lingkong, feigning innocence, replied, "Lady Su, you misunderstand. It is indeed true that Brother Yin Huai possesses the forbidden sword body. Historically, none who have held this constitution have ever lived beyond 300 years. This is common knowledge." Meanwhile, Wu Lingkong's heart was filled with scorn. "Humph. Even if your talent is unparalleled, once the terrifying backlash of the forbidden sword body becomes known, you will merely be a lamentable short-lived genius." "Ah." Su Duo stood stunned for a moment before her fury ignited, raising her hand as if to strike Wu Lingkong. Yin Huai swiftly intervened. "No, you will be expelled from the ancient barrier. You can't harm him, and you would miss the opportunity offered by the ancient barrier." After saying this, Su Duoduo calmed down. With tears brimming in her eyes, she looked at Yin Huai and asked, "Is what he said true?" Yin Huai pondered for a moment before nodding. Wu Lingkong was not mistaken, but he would not succumb to such a short lifespan. Upon seeing this, tears streamed down Su Duoduo's cheeks. However, she quickly steeled her resolve. Looking at Yin Huai with urgency, "Junior brother, we must leave. My master is a great emperor. He must have a way to resolve your constitution's issues. This opportunity at the ancient barrier can be forsaken." She reached out to grasp Yin Huai's hand, intent on taking him away. Chu Yen, observing this scene, recognized Su Duoduo's intentions and shook her head with a smile. Long Outyen frowned at Su Duoduo's grip on Yin Huai's hand. Yin Huai smiled at the anxious Su Duoduo, unable to resist ruffling her hair gently, and said softly, "Sister, even the sect leader has no solutions. Do not worry. I will find a way in the future. You need not fret. I am not on the brink of death." The onlookers witnessed this tender exchange, a wave of amused smiles spreading among them. Only Long Outyen scrutinized the scene, shaking his head afterward. He and Zhao Juli were particularly fond of this little junior sister, and seeing her so attached to Yin Huai, who possessed commendable strength, reassured him that he could protect her. Yet, concerned about Yin Huai's constitution, he resolved to consult Zhao Jili before fully entrusting Su Duoduo to him. As Long Outyen contemplated, his expression remained stoic, exuding an air of pride. Su Duoduo felt the warmth radiating from above her head, her cheeks flushing crimson as she glared at Yin Huai in embarrassment. "I am your senior sister. How dare you ruffle my hair? Let me return the favor. We're at 1 Tien here." Yin Huai pretended to flee, but after feigning capture by Su Duoduo, he grinned and allowed her to ruffle his hair in return. After some playful antics, Su Duoduo's spirits lifted slightly, yet the concern in her eyes persisted. Yin Huai found himself unable to offer her extensive explanations, resigning to the current situation. Wu Lingkong, perceiving that his words had little impact on the crowd, felt a sense of tedium and departed. Yin Huai, too, could not be bothered to confront him, instead swiftly redirecting his backlash target, successfully placing Wu Lingkong on the leaderboard. Meanwhile, a new cultivator had ascended the ancient battle platform, signaling the commencement of another round of conflict. Thus, the battles at the ancient pass continued for over 2 months. As the relic was nearing closure, Yin Huai felt confident that his top rank would remain unchallenged for the time being, prompting him to venture out in search of further opportunities. Su Duoduo wished to accompany him, but Yin Huai insisted she stay at the ancient pass to enhance her ranking and seize her own chance. Reluctantly, Su Duoduo acquiesced. As Yin Huai traversed a secluded forest, a sudden surge of divine energy assailed him from behind. Utilizing the secret of movement, he evaded the attack and turned to behold Bai Li Mukin, who had re-emerged after several days, his countenance shrouded in malice. Upon realizing that his ambush had failed, Bai Li Mukin swiftly retreated. Curiosity piqued within Yin Huai. Had his contingency plan not been triggered? Was Bai Li Mukin truly still alive? With these questions swirling in his mind, Yin Huai pursued him. Chapter 51. Breaking the Fourth Taboo. Empowered by the secret of movement. Bai Li Mukin could not shake off Yin Huai. Damn it! Why is this brat so difficult to kill? Bai Li Mukin had believed that his carefully prepared ambush would deliver a decisive blow to Yin Huai, but he was taken aback by how easily his attack was evaded. To conceal his survival, he refrained from entering the ancient pass, opting instead to covertly observe from outside for the moment Yin Huai would emerge. To his surprise, that moment had indeed arrived, leading him to this prime ambush location. Had Bai Li Mukin been aware that Yin Huai had already ascended to the top rank within the ancient pass, he would have certainly reconsidered his foolish decision. "Hey, Bai Li Mukin, where do you think you're going?" Yin Huai taunted, laughter lacing his words as he followed closely behind. "Damn it, how is he so fast?" Bai Li Mukin thought, frustrated. "You love ambushing so much. Let me return the favor." With a cheerful flick of his wrist, Yin Huai unleashed a wave of sword energy, compelling Bai Li Mukin to dodge hurriedly. Yin Huai seized the opportunity to pursue him, activating his heavy eye technique, annihilating divine light. Bai Li Mukin parried the divine light with a palm, dismissively retorting, "Don't underestimate me. I am no longer the same as before." Yin Huai regarded him with keen interest. It seemed he had encountered some fortuitous events that had significantly augmented his strength. With a silent resolve, Bai Li Mukin initiated the attack. Yin Yang annihilation, Yin Yang life and death decision. His palm struck forth like a tempest, unleashing a flurry of assaults upon Yin Huai. With eyes gleaming with determination, Yin Huai thought, "The Yin Yang body? I shall claim it." Heavenly opening of the heavy eye. In that instant, Bai Li Mukin felt a fierce, tearing sensation envelop him. "No, I am the holy son of the Sun God Palace." Moments later, Bai Li Mukin was torn asunder, his essence swiftly captured by the Imperial Sovereign banner. Time was of the essence. Rather than aimlessly seeking opportunities, Yin Huai resolved to absorb the gains from this encounter. With this thought, he gathered by Li Mukin's remains and sought a secluded area to perform the ancient abyss-devouring magic. Amidst the mountains, Yin Huai surveyed the multitude of corpses, letting out a sinister chuckle. Let us begin. I must first break the fourth taboo. System. Please change the backlash targets to that old eunuch and Wu Lingkong, while keeping Yang Yin unchanged. Ding. System acknowledges. Backlash targets have been modified. With that, the ancient abyss-devouring magic commenced, transforming the surrounding corpses into streams of energy that flowed into Yin Huai, purifying even the fundamental essence into refined power. The progress of Yin Huai's forbidden sword body in breaking the fourth taboo surged ahead. 3 days later, Yin Huai had completely absorbed the energy from all the corpses. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed through the void as if a terrifying thunder tribulation was about to descend, one far beyond Yin Huai's current capabilities to withstand. He gazed in astonishment. What the? Can the thunder tribulation break through the concealment of this relic? Does this mean that after breaking the fourth taboo, any further taboo breaking will require facing tribulations? Shaking off the questions, Yin Huai focused solely on confronting the impending thunder tribulation. Suddenly, the protective sword energy within him erupted violently. An extraordinary phenomenon manifested. Sweeping across the heavens, the ancient deity reappeared, wielding a sword, and with a single stroke, the thunder tribulation was cleaved into oblivion. The void returned to tranquility, and the anomaly dissipated. At last, Yin Huai's forbidden sword body had successfully broken through the fourth taboo. His cultivation, however, remained unchanged. Yet at this moment, should he face Long Outyin again, he could easily defeat him without relying on the forbidden sword body. If Long Outyin were to break through to the void sovereign realm, that would be another matter entirely. With my current strength, I could likely extinguish an ordinary void sovereign with a single strike. The timing of this outing could not have been more fortuitous. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the fourth taboo of the forbidden sword body. As a reward, you receive a forbidden sword body's inherent divine ability. System. Are you certain that this isn't the innate divine ability of the forbidden sword body that awakened upon breaking the fourth taboo? Why is it suddenly considered your reward? The host has a valid point. Is that it? You want to express any gratitude? The system fell silent again. And just as Yin Huai was about to leave in disappointment, the system's voice chimed once more. Ding. Rewarding the host with a quasi-emperor level sword technique, imbued with backlash effects. Yin Huai beamed with delight, adopting a fatherly tone as he remarked, Good child. No. Good system. Now you're behaving. System, please check my status panel. Host, Yin Huai. Age, 18. Current realm, first layer of the Holy King realm. Constitution, forbidden sword body, ancient heavy eye. Lifespan, 12,999 years. Cultivation method, ancient abyss devouring magic. Divine abilities, annihilating divine light, springtime bloom, secret of movement, 9-turn overbearing fist, heavenly pung 9 steps, void piercing finger. Heavenly opening of the heavy eye, imperial sovereign banner of 10,000 souls. Forbidden 8 desolation. Sword techniques, grass character sword technique, chaos regulation technique, heavenly gap flowing light. Forbidden sword technique. Weapons, you have yet to snow, imperial sovereign banner. Yin Huai stared at the newly added divine abilities and sword techniques, overwhelmed with joy. The forbidden 8 desolation needed no elaboration. The power of his sword techniques was already formidable. With the enhancement of the forbidden 8 desolation, their might would surely multiply beyond mere doubling. This was all before he had even comprehended the laws. Once he mastered the principles of swordsmanship, the potency of his techniques would undergo a transformative shift. The Void Sovereign Realm was one that required the mastery of law power for breakthrough. Among the rewards, the Forbidden Sword technique filled him with the greatest excitement. Reading the description, Yin Huai felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. System. The mysterious power mentioned here must refer to you, right? Thus, it is naturally this very system. Originally, I intended to present it to you only after you had shattered the 5th taboo. As expected, it is indeed so. To wield it at the cost of one's lifespan. How intriguing. Ha ha ha. Yin Huai chuckled ominously twice. I shall wait until we return to the sect from the ruins to study it further. For now, let us await the opportunities at the ancient pass. With this thought, Yin Huai soared into the void. Chapter 52. System tasks within the ancient pass. The competition on the leaderboard was exceedingly fierce. Yin Huai maintained his position at the pinnacle with an impressive streak of 120 consecutive victories. Long Outyin followed closely with 49 wins, while Wu Lingkong boasted 48 and Zhang Yujie 47. Xu Yan, Luo Qinghan, Su Duo, and others had also ascended to the top 10 of the winning streak. The remaining cultivators were striving diligently to climb the ranks. It was said that any who managed to break into the top 50 would be rewarded with an opportunity. with better rewards for higher placements. Soon after, Yin Huai returned to the ancient pass, with a mere 10 days remaining until the ruins would close. 7 days passed swiftly, and the battle platform of the ancient pass began to dissolve gradually. One could see phantoms of light piercing into the bodies of various cultivators. These were the opportunities bestowed by the ancient pass. I feel my cultivation speed has increased. How marvelous. I sense my comprehension has improved somewhat. Those who had already received their opportunities expressed their awe at the wonders of the ancient pass. Meanwhile, those yet to receive theirs flushed with excitement, eagerly anticipating their own fortunes. Yin Huai too was curious about what his opportunity would entail. Elevating my comprehension holds little value for me. It would be far more beneficial to receive an imperial weapon, he mused silently. Su Duo, standing a bit closer, overheard his words and looked at him incredulously. Junior brother, do you think imperial weapons are as common as cabbages? Our celestial Dao sect possesses only one imperial weapon on the surface. Yin Huai queried. Sister, is not the sect master an emperor? Cannot they forge a quasi-imperial weapon? Su Duo promptly explained. They can, indeed, but the materials are exceedingly rare, which is why few factions can craft imperial weapons for themselves. Yin Huai nodded in understanding. If only they would reward me with an imperial weapon, I have yet to present a gift to my master. He pondered where he might gather the materials necessary for forging an imperial weapon. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated. Ding. Host's intentions detected, triggering selective tasks. Option 1. Return to the celestial Dao sect and slaughter fellow disciples, subsequently imprisoned in the forbidden area to learn forbidden techniques. Reward. The immutable King Seal. Option 2. Return to the celestial Dao sect and poison Lin Yuran, upon discovery, imprisoned in the forbidden area to learn forbidden techniques. Reward. The dual cultivation method. Dragon and Phoenix prosperity technique. Option 3. Return to the celestial Dao sect and voluntarily inform Lin Yuran, persuading her to allow you to study forbidden techniques in the forbidden area. Reward. The extreme Dao imperial weapon, Ganjiang Emosia. Note. Ganjiang Emosia consists of a pair of dual swords, both extreme Dao imperial weapons. When combined, they may transform into a quasi-immortal artifact. Upon reading these options, Yin Huai could not help but exclaim inwardly, what the heck? System, do you doubt my unwavering devotion to my master? How could I ever commit such heinous acts? What dual cultivation method dares disturb my resolve? System, you are audacious. I refuse. I choose option 3. Ding. Host's intention detected. Option 2's reward has been merged into option 3. If the host completes the study of all forbidden techniques within 2 years, the Dragon and Phoenix prosperity technique will be awarded alongside the extreme Dao imperial weapon. Defamation. You are defaming me. After a passionate exchange with the system, Yin Huai suddenly sensed an invisible energy penetrating into his sea of consciousness. Upon focusing, he discovered that it was the opportunity bestowed by the ancient pass. The true dragon treasure technique. What? The foremost of the 10 fiendish treasure techniques. The true dragon treasure technique? The ancient pass actually possesses such a treasure. Yin Huai examined it thoroughly, overwhelmed with joy. With the true dragon treasure technique, his offensive power would ascend to new heights. Thus, all 50 individuals on the winning streak received their opportunities, and everyone soon departed from the ancient pass. With only 3 days remaining until the ruins would close, Su Duo turned to Yin Huai and inquired, Junior brother, do you still wish to explore for further opportunities? Yin Huai shook his head, replying, I have already garnered ample rewards from this journey. I intend to remain and cultivate until the exit of the ruins opens. Sister, will you continue to explore the ruins? Su Duo smiled. No more exploration. Since you wish to cultivate, we shall await the opening of the exit together. Chu Yin appeared hesitant to speak. Noticing her unease, Yin Huai encouraged her, Sister Chu, feel free to voice your thoughts. Chu Yin gazed at Yin Huai and asked, Junior brother, have you learned the sword technique of the Celestial Palace, the heavenly rift flowing light? Yin Huai was taken aback. Had he been discovered? Yet why had it taken so long for anyone to notice? He soon realized that the technique was rather obscure, hence no one had recognized it until now. Thus, he replied, Indeed, sister, but you need not worry. I possess methods to handle the backlash. Chu Yan's curiosity piqued, and seeing that Yin Huai had no intention of elaborating further, she refrained from pressing the matter. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Very well, but junior brother, you should refrain from using that sword technique too often. After all, it poses risks to your well-being. I shall not intrude upon your private moments any longer. You may cultivate. I shall see if there are any further opportunities. With that, Chu Yan flashed a playful smile at Su Duo, causing Yin Huai to blush. Su Duo playfully chided, Sister, what are you saying? How rude. Chu Yan chuckled, shaking her head as she transformed into a streak of red light, vanishing into the void. Thus, only Yin Huai and Su Duo remained in the vicinity, exchanging glances as an awkward silence enveloped them. Yin Huai broke the silence. Sister? Shall I begin my cultivation now? Su Duo nodded. Yes, I will guard you, do not worry. With that, Yin Huai immersed himself in cultivation. During the remaining 3 days, he intended to practice the true dragon treasure technique he had just acquired, which appeared exceedingly enticing. 3 days passed swiftly. Yin Huai successfully cultivated the true dragon treasure technique to the initial stage. Although he lacked the insight typically associated with sword techniques, it was nonetheless a commendable achievement. Meanwhile, Su Duo had protected Yin Huai for 3 days. Sister, thank you. Su Duo, intrigued, flashed a captivating smile. Oh? How does junior brother plan to express his gratitude? Uncertain if it was due to the cultivation of the true dragon treasure technique, Yin Huai found himself feeling parched as he gazed at Su Duo. Coupled with her charming personality and appearance, he sensed the stirring of a mischievous energy within him. Perhaps when we return to the sect, I could treat you to a drink? Yin Huai recalled that Su Duo had shown a fondness for alcohol during their first meeting, and thus made the suggestion. Su Duo's expression brightened momentarily, but then a hint of confusion crossed her face. How does junior brother know I enjoy drinking? Yin Huai's heart raced, realizing he had nearly revealed too much. Well, cultivators tend to enjoy wine. I merely assumed you might as well. Though puzzled, Su Duo chose not to press further. Instead, she looked forward to the prospect of returning to the Celestial Dao sect and sharing a drink with Yin Huai. Should you dare to stand me up again, you shall face dire consequences. Although I may not possess the strength to confront you, I will certainly seek my master to expose your vile deeds. Su Duo declared with a feigned ferocity. Yin Huai offered a sheepish smile in response. Chapter 53. The arrival of the great emperor. At that moment, a tremendous sound reverberated through the void as the entrance to the ruins materialized. Let us depart, senior sister. It is time to return to the sect. Su Duo nodded. Eager to return to their sect. Ever since she learned of Yin Huai's physical condition, her mind had been burdened with worry. She yearned to discover a remedy as swiftly as possible. At this juncture, figures began to emerge from Qingxing Mountain. The eunuch from the Tianyu dynasty wore a grim countenance, for he had inexplicably sensed a portion of his vitality ebbing away. The depletion of his essence angered him immensely. Just then, a glimmer from the jade pendant in his possession caught his attention, prompting him to examine it urgently. After gleaning the information within, terror suffused his face, quickly followed by despair, culminating in a furious roar. Who dares? Who is it that has the audacity to annihilate my royal family? The princes and princesses of the Tianyu dynasty? I shall ensure you have no place to rest in death. It turned out that Yang Yin had just informed the old eunuch that the life tokens of all the princes and princesses attending this expedition had shattered, including that of the crown prince. He then instructed the eunuch to detain everyone present, allowing no one to leave, as he intended to personally uncover the perpetrator. This course of action declared an unyielding vendetta against the Tianyu dynasty. He was determined to unearth the identity of the audacious culprit. It was no wonder the old eunuch reacted so vehemently. He feared he might soon be accompanying the princes and princesses to the grave. The thought of his imminent demise filled him with despair. Bailey Shi, observing the lamenting eunuch, chuckled. Old eunuch, what troubles you? You appear as though you've just lost your father. Could it be that your crown prince perished within the ruins? Ha! The old eunuch's fury reached a boiling point. Bailey Shi, do not revel in your triumph. None of you shall leave until the matter is resolved. Bailey Shi was about to unleash further taunts when an overwhelming imperial pressure enveloped them, leaving him momentarily speechless. An emperor? Li Zichang sensed the anomaly and discreetly reached out to Zhao Juli. At that moment, a figure clad in a dragon robe, exuding immense authority and majesty, descended upon the Tianyu dynasty. The old eunuch had just opened his mouth to plead for mercy when the formidable man effortlessly struck him down, reducing him to a mist of blood. This display astonished the onlookers, for the man was none other than Yang Yin, the sovereign of the Tianyu dynasty. Useless wretch, you have brought shame upon me, he spat, casting a withering gaze at the representatives of other factions, particularly fixing his menacing eyes on Bailey Shi, causing the latter to break into a cold sweat. He had not anticipated that a great emperor would grace such a place. However, Yang Yin refrained from taking action, merely issuing a warning with his eyes, for the Huangwu Academy also had its own great emperor, and should he slay their leading elder, it would undoubtedly provoke a cataclysmic confrontation. Yang Yin had recently felt his strength waning and was loath to engage in such a battle. Thus, Bailey Shi narrowly escaped calamity. After arriving at Qingxing Mountain, Yang Yin had only slain the old eunuch, and now his gaze turned toward the entrance of the ruins, seemingly awaiting someone. Li Zichang's eyelids twitched. His instincts warned him that Yang Yan's intentions were far from benign. Suddenly, he received a mental transmission. You continue your duty of welcoming disciples. I have arrived. It was Zhao Juli's voice. Finally, Li Zicheng managed to regain his composure. After all, the difference between a quasi-emperor and a great emperor was not trivial. Should Yang Yin fly into a rage, none would stand a chance against him. At that moment, Yin Huai and Su Duoduo appeared, joining Li Zicheng. Yang Yin seemed to sense their presence and turned to Yin Huai, inquiring, "You are the Yin Huai of the Yin family?" Yin Huai was naturally familiar with Yang Yin, for he had etched the latter's visage as a target within the system. "What, do you intend to kill me?" He replied, neither servile nor arrogant. He was aware of Yang Yin's purpose for coming, and he felt no fear. For Zhao Jili had already informed him of Yang Yin's intentions when he first arrived at Qingqing Mountain. At that moment, a white figure concealed within the void. Witnessing Yang Yin's murderous intent directed at Yin Huai, could no longer remain passive. In a flash, she appeared before him. The newcomer was Lin Yuran, who had followed Yin Huai and the others since their departure from the Xiandao sect. She surmised that Yin Huai might seize this opportunity to exact vengeance upon the Tianyu dynasty, yet she had not anticipated the arrival of such a formidable great emperor. Nevertheless, she felt no fear. A great emperor was merely that, and she must protect her disciple at all costs. Yang Yin meticulously scrutinized Yin Huai, then broke into a smile. "I see. The forbidden sword body. Ha ha ha. It appears the Yin family is destined for extinction." Lin Yuran's exquisite countenance hardened into a mask of frost, her heart brimming with murderous intent. Sensing her unease, Yin Huai gently grasped her hand, signaling her to remain calm. Lin Yuran was taken aback. She had never experienced such intimate contact with any male. A rush of unfamiliar sensations quickened her heartbeat, and she contemplated withdrawing her hand. Yet, upon perceiving the steadfastness and tranquility in Yin Huai's gaze, she restrained her impulse. She understood that he was trying to comfort her, although it was he who truly needed solace at that moment. A pang of sympathy surged within Lin Yuran for Yin Huai. Su Duoduo fervently contacted Zhao Jili, steadfastly remaining beside Yin Huai. Yin Huai then flashed a benevolent smile in Yang Yin's direction and remarked, "Whether the Yin family meets its end remains to be seen. But it seems you have already sealed your fate." He. Upon hearing these words, Yang Yin's aura surged violently, an overwhelming imperial pressure bearing down upon Yin Huai. Lin Yuran swiftly countered with her own pressure. Yin Huai regarded the enraged Yang Yin with a sinister chuckle. Yang Yin's furious voice echoed throughout the mountains. "Did you kill Fan and the others? You shall pay for this." "Yes, it was I who did so, and I did not spare even their remains. Out of pity for your sorrow, I shall generously offer you a severed head to take back for your memorial services." Ha! With that, Yin Huai hurled a severed head. That of Yang Fan, which had been rendered useless after Yin Huai had absorbed all of its energy. Yang Yin's eyes bulged with rage as he gazed at Yin Huai, his veins bulging, the murderous intent within him surging like a torrential river. "You wretch, you shall meet your demise." With that, a terrifying strike was unleashed, aimed directly at Yin Huai. Lin Yuran, vigilant, prepared to intervene and shield him from the blow. Just then, another wave of imperial pressure cascaded over the entire Qingqing Mountain, instantly dissipating Yang Yin's attack. Yang Yin glared at the newcomer, seething with rage. "Zhao Jili, do you truly wish to pursue a relentless vendetta against me?" Chapter 54, The Onset of the Imperial Battle. Is Lin Yuran's aspiration for the great emperor's realm in vain? At that moment, Zhao Juli's figure materialized in the void, clad in a cerulean robe, a hint of amusement lingering at the corners of his mouth. "Yang Yin, how dare you, a figure of the emperor realm, bully the weak? Have you no shame?" Yang Yin suppressed the fury within him and disdainfully replied, "Yin Huai is a rebel against Tianyu, having slain so many of my princes and princesses. What is wrong with me killing him?" Zhao Jili remained unhurried and calmly stated, "I shall not interfere in matters among peers, but if you choose to oppress the weak, I will challenge you to a duel. Yin Huai is a member of my sect and a contender for the position of Daozi. Should he ascend to this position, it would represent the honor of my sect. Therefore, you shall not lay a hand on him." Zhao Jili's words left no room for debate, and Yang Yin's expression oscillated between rage and pallor. "The crown prince is the very foundation of the Tianyu dynasty. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, I will not let this matter rest." Upon hearing this, the onlookers from the Tianyu dynasty were utterly astonished. This signified a retreat, a notion unfathomable given Yang Yin's usual tyranny. Realizing that Yang Yin was reluctant to engage in an imperial battle, Zhao Jili was somewhat taken aback. Pondering to himself, could it be that this old fool has recently cultivated some new technique and advanced further? Is he unwilling to reveal his true capabilities? At that moment, Yin Huai's voice echoed in his mind. "Master, confront him. He cannot defeat you, trust me." Yin Huai was well aware of the reason behind Yang Yin's retreat and thus urged Zhao Jili to take action. Yang Yin's rare appearance should not be squandered as an opportunity to make him suffer. Zhao Jili, his face darkened, jestingly scolded. You little rascal, causing me such trouble. Not only do I have to clean up your mess, but now you want me to act as your enforcer? You are quite audacious. Master, your words are misguided. Do you not wish for everyone to witness your prowess? This is a rare opportunity. Boldly showcase your formidable presence. After a moment of speechlessness, Zhao Jili turned to Yang Yin and asked, what explanation do you seek? I desire the ancient Chong Tong, of this individual. Hand over the ancient Zheng, and we can consider this matter concluded. Yang Yin understood that he was no match for Zhao Jili at present. With Yang Fan and the others already perished, it would be more prudent to extract some benefits from the sect. Zhao Jili scoffed, his expression laced with mockery. You must be dreaming. If so, let the battle in the outer heaven commence. Fury surged within Yang Yin, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He inwardly cursed Zhao Jili. One day, I shall annihilate his entire lineage. Yet on the surface, Yang Yin maintained the demeanor of an emperor. Zhao Jili, growing impatient, remarked, I say, Yang Yin, are you hesitating? Are you truly afraid to face me in battle? Here's the deal. If you can defeat me, Yin Huai shall be yours to deal with. What do you say? Yang Yin, rendered speechless by Zhao Jili's aggressive demeanor, found himself in a predicament. After a moment of contemplation, he steeled his resolve and declared, why would I fear a battle? As you say? With that, the two shattered the void and ascended to the outer heaven. Yin Huai gazed at Lin Yuran, who remained steadfast before him, feeling deeply moved. Master, I have caused you trouble. He lowered his head, akin to a child who had committed a misdeed. Lin Yuran gently patted Yin Huai's head, smiling as she reassured him, Little Huai, do not blame yourself. Your master will always be your strongest support. Hearing this, Yin Huai felt a swell of emotion. Lin Yuran's tenderness radiated like an ethereal being untouched by the mundane world. Very well, the Emperor's battle is a rare spectacle. You may observe it through the Zhongtong. It may prove immensely beneficial. Lin Yuran advised Yin Huai. Upon activating the Zhongtong, he was able to discern the techniques exchanged in the Emperor's battle. Their speed is astonishing. Is this what it means to be in the Emperor realm? Lin Yuran glanced at Yin Huai, a smile inadvertently gracing her lips. When an emperor strikes, every gesture embodies the essence of the Tao. To perceive even a fraction of their techniques is no small feat. Yin Huai nodded and turned to Lin Yuran, inquiring, when will you break through to the Emperor realm? Master? A serious expression crossed Lin Yuran's exquisite face as she pondered before replying, perhaps it will take another 100 years. Observing her earnest demeanor, Yin Huai felt a moment of daze. Quickly regaining his composure, he cheerfully exclaimed, then I wish for Master to ascend to the Emperor realm soon. Lin Yuran chuckled at him, and Yin Huai felt as if his heart had melted. Master smiled at me. She smiled at me. Suddenly, he recalled what Emperor Dustwind had said about Lin Yuran being a pity. Let me check Master S status panel. System, display Master S detailed panel. Ding. Loading complete. Name, Lin Yuran. Realm, Pre-Emperor, 9th Heaven. Physique, innate Tao body. Identity, sect leader of Xianxia Peak, sect of Immortal Tao. Recent events, initially intended to cultivate in the sect of Immortal Tao but, unable to set aside concerns for Yin Huai, resolutely decided to guard him in Qingqing Mountain. Upon reviewing the information on Lin Yuran's panel, Yin Huai's heart surged with murderous intent. What a nigh-nether forbidden land. Seeking death. After calming himself, Yin Huai contemplated how to resolve the issue regarding Lin Yuran's physique. Given that both Emperor Dustwind and the ancient ancestors of the sect of Immortal Tao had been unable to lift this curse with their formidable cultivation, its terror was evident. System, do you have any good solutions? Ding. It's simple yet complex. Yin Huai's face darkened. Speak plainly. Ding. If you break through to the Emperor realm, the curse will naturally dissipate. Yin Huai was rendered utterly speechless. Isn't that stating the obvious? How can one break through to the Emperor realm? Given her current condition, breaking through to the Emperor realm seemed hopeless. However, this system has another method. Yin Huai excitedly inquired, what method? Lin Yuran possesses the innate Tao body. If you can locate the primordial sacred body and allow her to devour its essence, she will evolve into the innate sacred body Tao embryo. At that point, not only will the curse be lifted, but the one who cast it will also suffer a backlash. Upon hearing this, Yin Huai was overjoyed. This method seemed reliable. But host, do not be too hasty with your joy. According to the system's knowledge, the primordial sacred body has not appeared in the fallen immortal continent for billions of years. Damn, where am I supposed to find the primordial sacred body? Chapter 55, An Unconventional Tribulation. That, of course, relies on this system. This system is omnipotent. There is nothing I do not know across the myriad realms. As long as you frequently trigger selective tasks, you might receive rewards related to the essence of the primordial sacred body. Moreover, this is merely version 10 of the system. Once this system upgrades to version 20, There will be a marketplace function, allowing you to purchase anything you desire. Yin Huai curiously asked, when will you upgrade? Currently, the energy is insufficient. You need to complete the task of entering the sect's forbidden area first before an upgrade can occur. Yin Huai's mood had finally improved somewhat. As long as there was a way to resolve Lin Yuran's curse, he would be content. What surprised Yin Huai was that Lin Yuran displayed no signs of despondency and remained confident in her ability to transcend to the great emperor level. Perhaps she, too, was aware of the means to break the curse, namely, by achieving that very breakthrough. Meanwhile, Yin Huai silently vowed, I must acquire the essence of the ancestral sacred body, no matter the cost. Thus, the master and disciple, each harboring their own thoughts, turned their gazes once more toward the celestial realm. The battle between Zhao Jiuli and Yang Yin raged fiercely, when suddenly, Yin Huai had an epiphany. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, he hastily swallowed a handful of explosive flame pills, crunching them delightfully. Old Bai, just watch, I shall obliterate you. Yin Huai felt an exquisite flavor enveloping him as he consumed the explosive flame pills. Soon, he recollected something else and retrieved a long-preserved 5 elements pill from his storage ring. Whether or not he comprehended the laws was of little consequence. He was simply famished and craved more pills to satisfy his appetite. Thus, he continued to stuff the 5 elements pill and explosive flame pills into his mouth like sugary confections, filling his cheeks to the brim. Su Duo, hearing the commotion, curiously looked at Yin Huai and inquired, Little junior brother, what are you eating? Yin Huai hastily swallowed and, feeling somewhat guilty, waved his hand dismissively, replying, nothing much. Just some fruits I collected from the ruins. Fruits? Are they tasty? I want some too. Yin Huai sensed that Lin Yuran might soon notice his peculiar behavior and quickly pulled Su Duo aside, saying, Sister, those fruits are rather sour and not enjoyable at all. I promise to find you some better ones when we return to the sect. Su Duo cast a skeptical glance at Yin Huai, scrutinizing him closely. She had an inkling that he was not being entirely truthful, yet she did not press the matter further. At that moment, the battle in the celestial realm reached its conclusion. The 2 great emperors once again descended upon Qingqing Mountain. Yang Yan's complexion was pale, and his vital energy was somewhat tumultuous. Although the backlash from the pills Yin Huai consumed had minimal effect on Yang Yan, it became evident during the confrontation. Yang Yin was struggling to suppress the discomfort within him while battling Zhao Jiuli. With Zhao Jiuli's formidable strength, Yang Yin was unable to endure for more than a few rounds before succumbing. Zhao Jiuli was astonished by Yang Yan's current state, sensing a significant decline in his power. Yang Yan, do you have anything left to say? Zhao Jiuli mocked him with a derisive expression. Yang Yin felt a surge of blood and energy, realizing he could not contend with Zhao Jiuli. With a cold snort, he vanished from the scene. Zhao Jiuli chuckled merrily, casually directing his gaze toward Yin Huai. Meanwhile, the 2 other indomitable factions, the Huangwu Academy and the Sun God Palace, were left speechless by the sight of Bai Lishi and Xikongzhen. When Yang Yin arrived, he exuded an air of grandeur, but now he was retreating in utter disarray. They could only imagine how terrifying Zhao Jiuli's strength must be. After a considerable time, they regained their senses. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the void. Yin Huai observed the brewing thunderstorm in the sky, knowing it was coming for him. Zhao Jiuli looked at Yin Huai and said, Kid, there were too many distractions earlier, and I concealed the heavenly secrets. Now that things have settled, you can proceed with your tribulation in peace. Lin Yuran also cautioned, Little Huai, be careful. Having broken through 2 major realms consecutively, the thunder tribulation will surely be formidable. Yin Huai nodded, signaling for them to rest easy, and then he faced the thunderclouds alone. To everyone's astonishment, a magnificent aura surged around him, accompanied by an incredibly terrifying sword energy. Just as they were taken aback, the manifestation of Yin Huai's forbidden sword body appeared. Once again, the ancient deity emerged, and with a single stroke of his sword, he dispersed the thunderclouds, leaving the sky clear and bright. Not only were the onlookers from the indomitable faction stunned, but even Yin Huai himself was left in disbelief. What was happening? Moments ago, he had merely felt a surge of energy within him, and then the manifestation occurred on its own, leading to the thunder tribulation being effortlessly dispelled. Was it that sword energy once again? Zhao Jiuli watched Yin Huai from a distance, deep in thought. Lin Yuran's face displayed admiration. She had not anticipated that he would navigate the thunder tribulation with such ease. Soon, the people on Qingqing Mountain began to disperse to their respective homes. Just as Yin Huai was about to depart with the main forces of the Xiandao sect, Xikongzhen stepped forward and addressed the disciples of the Xiandao sect, asking, I wonder if anyone has seen Bai Li Mu Chun, the holy son of my Sun God Palace? The crowd shook their heads in unison. At that moment, a subtle smile crept onto Yin Huai's lips as he spoke. Senior, it just so happens that I did see Bai Li. At the time, he was contesting with Yang Fan over a treasure, but alas, had I arrived a moment sooner, things would not have turned out like this for Bailey. As he spoke, he feigned a heartbroken expression. Knowing the truth, Su Duo and Chu Yan exchanged glances, nearly unable to suppress their laughter at Yin Huai's emperor-level acting. Xikongzhen quickly accepted Yin Huai's account. Thank you, young friend, for the information. With that, Xikongzhen departed, evidently to verify the claim. Yin Huai, however, remained indifferent, for no one had witnessed him slaying Bai Li Muchun. Even if someone had, Xikongzhen would not dare to seek trouble with him, especially with their own great emperor sect leaders still present. Bai Lishi, upon seeing Yang Yan's retreat, took the opportunity to mock Xikongzhen. Xikongzhen, why do you look as if your father has died? Surely, no holy son has met their demise, has he? Ha! Engaging in such banter, Bai Lishi felt that his trip had been worthwhile. Xikongzhen could only glare furiously at Bai Lishi, inwardly cursing him countless times. Before long, everyone from Qingqing Mountain had returned to their homes. At the Xianxiao peak of the Xiandao sect, Yin Huai produced a substantial amount of premium earth-hard essence. Master, this is the treasure I obtained from the ruins, a gift for you, Yin Huai said, looking at Lin Yuran. Lin Yuran was taken aback, and upon seeing that Yin Huai had gifted her earth-heart essence of the highest quality, she replied, Little Huai, you should keep this for yourself. As your physical issues have yet to be resolved, I can help you refine this earth-heart essence into pills, which will enhance the longevity effects considerably. Yin Huai shook his head, insisting, Master, this is my tribute to you. You have aided me immensely, and I have yet to repay you. Besides, I still have plenty of time ahead of me. I do not need these for now. You can refine them into youth-enhancing pills. I wish you eternal youth. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuran felt a sense of bewilderment. She couldn't help but think, youth-enhancing pills? Eternal youth? Do I appear that old? This ungrateful disciple. After a moment of internal grumbling, Lin Yuran accepted the earth-heart essence, although her gaze toward Yin Huai subtly conveyed a hint of grievance. Chapter 56, Confession. Yin Huai was perplexed. The thoughts of women were truly inscrutable. Recalling the matters concerning the forbidden area, he turned to Lin Yuran and said, Master, I have a request. Lin Yuran, setting aside her thoughts, responded, What is it? Master, I wish to enter the sect's forbidden area for cultivation. May I have your permission? Lin Yuran was quite surprised. How did Yin Huai come to know about the forbidden area? With a sense of curiosity, Lin Yuran inquired, Xiao Huai, how did you come to know about the forbidden grounds? Yin Huai pondered for a moment before responding, his demeanor unflustered. Master, I once encountered a fragment of consciousness belonging to the Dustwind Emperor within the ruins, and I received the Emperor's legacy. However, the Dustwind Emperor instructed me to return to the Xiandao sect to cultivate in the forbidden grounds, advising me to further learn those forbidden techniques, claiming it was sanctioned by our sect's ancestors. Thus, I wish to train in the forbidden grounds. Initially, Lin Yuran felt a wave of joy for Yin Huai, but her expression soon hardened. What nonsense from the Dustwind Emperor! His intentions are reprehensible. How could he instruct you to learn forbidden techniques? What rationale is there in that? Yin Huai felt an icy chill envelop the grand hall and involuntarily shivered. Observing Lin Yuran's furious demeanor, he could only attempt to soothe her with a smile. Master, please do not be angry. I cannot go back on my word to the Dustwind Emperor, and besides, what forbidden technique could possibly be more formidable than my own forbidden sword body's backlash? I have my ways to handle it, and will not act recklessly. Lin Yuran sighed as she gazed at Yin Huai, her tone shifting to one of concern. Alas, the forbidden techniques within the forbidden grounds are far from simple. To my knowledge, there exists a particular forbidden technique that, once executed, would result in the complete loss of one's cultivation, even drastically shortening one's lifespan. And that is merely one among them. The sect's forbidden grounds contain a total of 36 forbidden techniques, corresponding to the 36 celestial generals. Yet, no one has ever managed to master them all. Most succumb to the backlash and perish prematurely. Yin Huai listened with great excitement. Astonished by the existence of such rare treasures, he felt an overwhelming urge to rush to the forbidden grounds and begin his studies at once. It was well known that he, Yin Huai, was an avid learner. Lin Yuran, her expression somber, gently cautioned, You already possess the forbidden sword body. To pursue these forbidden techniques now would be unwise. I understand your desire for vengeance, and I will teach you all that I can. Even imperial-level techniques can be procured through my means. There is truly no need to delve into forbidden techniques. Lin Yuran gazed at Yin Huai with a tenderness akin to flowing water, her heart heavy with concern. Observing his master's worried expression, Yin Huai felt a pang of guilt, realizing it was unkind of him to cause her such distress. Thus, he resolved to demonstrate some of his abilities to reassure Lin Yuran. With this thought, he spoke in a gentle tone, Master, I truly possess the strength to handle these backlash issues. You need not worry. Just watch. With that, Yin Huai produced a handful of 5 elements pills and explosive flame pills, quickly consuming them. As he chewed, he remarked, "See, Master, I have ingested so many explosive flame pills and 5 elements pills, and yet my body feels no ill effects." Lin Yuran observed Yin Huai's anxious attempts at explanation, which appeared rather comical, and a smile involuntarily tugged at her lips. Upon comprehending Yin Huai's words, she swiftly grasped his hand, beginning to examine his body. Soon, she was astonished to discover that Yin Huai was in remarkably good health. The backlash effects of so many explosive flame pills and 5 elements pills were notoriously severe. It was unexpected that Yin Huai suffered no consequences. Lin Yuran couldn't help but exclaim, "How is this possible? Xiao Huai, what is going on?" Yin Huai chuckled softly, "Master, I am uncertain. I suddenly discovered that I seem to be able to ignore these backlash effects. Perhaps it is related to the Emperor's legacy." "Does this immunity extend to both techniques and pills?" Lin Yuran inquired. "Indeed, Master," he confirmed. "And what of your forbidden sword body? Can it also withstand backlash?" Lin Yuran asked eagerly, her gaze fixed on Yin Huai with anticipation. Unable to bear the thought of deceiving her any longer, Yin Huai nodded vigorously. Lin Yuran's face lit up with joy, her smile radiating in a way that was impossible to suppress. Yin Huai found himself entranced by the beauty of Lin Yuran's smile, his heart utterly captivated. "Wonderful. With this, your physical affliction is resolved, granting you more time to break through to the 10th level of the forbidden body." Lin Yuran felt a momentary lapse in composure, hastily regaining her composure. Then she noticed Yin Huai staring at her intently, causing her cheeks to flush. "Ahem, Xiao Huai. Let us go find the sect master. Do not lose focus." Yin Huai snapped back to reality, offering an awkward smile. "Yes, Master." In high spirits, Lin Yuran dismissed any thoughts of Yin Huai's momentary lapse. As Yin Huai quietly admired Lin Yuran's exquisite profile, they arrived at Wuji Peak. Lin Yuran sensed Yin Huai's gaze upon her, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her. This rebellious disciple, she did not deter his gaze. Knowing the power her beauty held over men, attributing it to his youthful exuberance, Zhao Juli noticed their arrival with a hint of curiosity. At that moment, Su Duo and Long Out Yin were engaged in conversation with Zhao Juli, recounting their adventures in the ruins. However, it was primarily Su Duo who spoke while Long Out Yin wore a sullen expression, only changing when the topic turned to his intense encounter with Yin Huai, which darkened his countenance. Coincidentally, Yin Huai overheard Su Duo's recounting and felt a surge of satisfaction at witnessing Long Out Yin's shifting expressions. "Junior sister, what is it? Do you have something to discuss?" Lin Yuran glanced at Su Duo and Long Out Yin before turning her attention to Zhao Juli. Zhao Juli immediately understood. Duo, Out Yin. "You two may take your leave and rest," he instructed. "Understood, Master." The two complied and withdrew. Before departing, Su Duo winked at Yin Huai, signaling him not to break his promise. Yin Huai could only nod in acknowledgement. Once they had exited, Lin Yuran recounted Yin Huai's circumstances and the Dustwind Emperor's words to Zhao Juli. Zhao Juli regarded Yin Huai with a skeptical expression. "Young man, did the Dustwind Emperor truly say that?" Yin Huai, maintaining his composure, replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, Master Uncle. It was our sect's ancestor who conveyed this to the Dustwind Emperor." Zhao Juli, intrigued, remarked, "Oh, look at you, calling me Master Uncle. I never thought I'd see the day. Isn't it only right for me to address you as such?" Yin Huai responded with a touch of bravado. Zhao Juli burst into hearty laughter, his gaze toward Yin Huai filled with approval. Subsequently, Zhao Juli conducted a thorough examination of Yin Huai's condition once more. "To think that even with my imperial cultivation, I cannot discern the nature of your immunity to backlash," he mused. With this, Zhao Juli made a decision. Chapter 57, Secrets. "In that case, you may proceed to the Forbidden Grounds. How much you learn will depend on your own efforts. Once you master these techniques, you shall be the Daozi of the Xian Dao sect." Yin Huai was taken aback by Zhao Juli's decisive response. Seemingly sensing Yin Huai's confusion, Zhao Juli smiled and explained, "Your innate talent is already unparalleled, and with the resolution of the Forbidden Sword Body's backlash issue, you are the most suitable candidate for the position of Daozi. However, preparations to access the Forbidden Grounds will require some time. You may return for now. Since the establishment of the Xian Dao sect, no one has ever mastered all 36 forbidden techniques. I hope you can break this record." After hearing this, Yin Huai bowed deeply. "Thank you, Master Uncle. I shall not disappoint your expectations." Zhao Juli waved dismissively. "Well then, it suffices if you refrain from causing trouble for your master and me in the future. Off you go." Yin Huai understood that Zhao Juli was looking out for his well-being and smiled in acknowledgement. "I will dare again." Just as Lin Yuran was about to follow Yin Huai out, Zhao Juli called out to her. Aware that the two had matters to discuss, Yin Huai decided to return on his own. Within the palace, Zhao Jiuli turned to Lin Yuran and remarked, "Junior sister, it seems you harbor some secrets." Lin Yuran had her suspicions but remained unperturbed. She trusted Yin Huai's character, confident that he would never act against the interests of the Xiandao sect. "I understand, however. Everyone possesses certain secrets they wish to keep hidden. I trust that Xiao Huai will not disappoint me." Zhao Jiuli nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this lad possesses an array of cunning abilities, even causing me, a grand emperor, to feel a tinge of caution. As you said, I too trust in his character. I hope he can master all forbidden techniques. Perhaps he might uncover the mystery behind the disappearance of our ancestors." Lin Yuran nodded in response. Meanwhile, upon returning to Xianxiao Peak, Yin Huai began inspecting the dull gray orb that Emperor Dustwind had previously bestowed upon him. "System, can you analyze this orb?" Ding. Detecting a fragmented imperial artifact, the Hongmeng Pearl. "No danger detected. Host may rest assured." "Oh, this seemingly worthless orb is actually an imperial artifact?" Curiosity piqued. Yin Huai extended his consciousness into the orb. In an instant, the once dull orb radiated a spectrum of colors, drawing Yin Huai into its depths. Before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself engulfed within. As he surveyed the world inside the orb, he became acutely vigilant. "What is happening?" Yin Huai noted that his surroundings were shrouded in a gray haze. Suddenly, a streak of light darted into his consciousness. Instantly, he began receiving information within his mind, all comprising Emperor Dustwind's insights and cultivation techniques. After a prolonged examination, Yin Huai was elated to discover 3 remarkable techniques: the Kunping Treasure Technique, the Indestructible Golden Body, and the Primordial Unity Fist. The remainder consisted of cultivation resources, quasi-imperial artifacts, sacred herbs, and elixirs of immortality, all stored within the Hongmeng Pearl. Ready for Yin Huai to summon at will. The Kunping Treasure Technique, yet another of the 10 fearsome techniques, definitely a worthy acquisition. Yin Huai mused internally. Perhaps due to his reluctance to become a disciple, Emperor Dustwind had withheld his core cultivation methods, which embodied the essence of an emperor's legacy. Nevertheless, Yin Huai felt content with his newfound treasures. As he perused the descriptions of the 3 techniques, he found himself irresistibly drawn to them. The indestructible golden body would fortify his physical form, addressing his current shortcomings. The Primordial Unity Fist, while perhaps not as potent as the True Dragon Treasure Technique or the Kunping Treasure Technique, provided area of effect attacks with considerable damage. After appraising all his gains, Yin Huai refocused his attention on the gray world within the Hongmeng Pearl. Suddenly, the scenery began to sharpen, as if a vivid tableau was unfolding before him. He beheld a colossal humanoid being standing upon a desolate land, devoid of life. At that moment, a black hole tore through the void, and a more imposing humanoid being emerged. The terrifying pressure emanating from it caused Yin Huai's hair to stand on end, even as he witnessed only its ethereal form. Could this be the fallen immortal continent from an era long past? As this thought crossed his mind, Yin Huai increasingly felt that he was witnessing a glimpse of the ancient fallen immortal continent. Then, it appeared that the being that emerged from the black hole had uttered something. Though Yin Huai could not comprehend its language, the being on the continent seemed to understand, letting out a furious roar as it charged into the void. The 2 formidable beings clashed in an epic battle. Before long, the being that had stood on the continent was vanquished, crashing down onto the land and causing seismic upheaval. Suddenly, Yin Huai heard the defeated being speak. "Even if your celestial form descends, you shall not step into my world. Die." Upon uttering this, a torrent of energy surged from all directions into the being's body. Yin Huai quickly sought the source of this energy, but found no trace. Once it absorbed all the energy, the being's aura swelled to a terrifying degree, seemingly surpassing that of the celestial being it had just battled. The celestial being, however, did not linger to speak further. It launched an attack. The fierce battle resumed. Time passed, and the being from the continent, on the brink of exhausting its energy, fixed a resolute gaze upon the celestial being. "Grant me death." With that, the being activated a secret technique, using its remaining energy to perish alongside the celestial being. Following the celestial's demise, blood spilled across the entire continent, revitalizing it and alleviating its desolation. As consciousness faded, the being's voice resonated throughout the land. "From this day forth, this realm shall be known as the fallen immortal continent." With a sudden jolt, the vision shattered, and the surroundings reverted to their previous grayness. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, Yin Huai exclaimed, "Wait, is this celestial really gone just like that? How absurd! Is this truly the origin of the fallen immortal continent?" His thoughts swirled. Could it be that the celestial still harbors intentions toward the fallen immortal continent? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. especially considering the being's words about the celestial's descent. Goodness, why must I witness such a spectacle? After a moment of internal lamentation, Yin Huai resumed his exploration but found nothing more of interest, leading him to exit the inner world of the Hongmeng Pearl. In the following days, Yin Huai continued his cultivation, unaffected by the visions within the Hongmeng Pearl. One day, he arrived at Wujifeng with a singular purpose: to keep an appointment. Su Duo was elated, eagerly recounting amusing tales from her travels alongside Yin Huai. Under the night sky, the two sat atop a peak of Wujifeng, sharing drinks and laughter in a warm tableau. Chapter 58, Entering the Forbidden Land. Brother, I heard from Master that you are to venture into the Forbidden Land tomorrow. Is that correct? Su Duoduo's eyes betrayed an undeniable sadness. Over the past 3 months, she had become increasingly captivated by Yin Huai's charm, her heart now wholly occupied by him. Though she could not pinpoint when her feelings had blossomed, each encounter with him sent her heart racing uncontrollably. Yin Huai, oblivious to Su Duoduo's inner turmoil, replied, "Indeed, senior sister." Just as Su Duoduo was steeling herself to voice something, Yin Huai suddenly turned to her. Unable to resist a playful tease, he remarked, "Senior sister, you wouldn't be reluctant to part with your junior brother, would you?" Su Duoduo's face flushed crimson at his words, and she pouted, "Humph. I would never miss a scoundrel like you." With a hearty laugh, Yin Huai continued, "I cannot predict how long my journey into the Forbidden Land will take, but once I return, I will surely seek you out again. Sister, do not worry about me." Su Duoduo understood that Yin Huai might be inclined to study those forbidden arts. Zhao Juli had not divulged much to her either. However, upon her return, she inquired about the matter of the forbidden sword body from Zhao Juli. Regrettably, Zhao Juli was at a loss. This left her feeling despondent for quite some time. Yet, she believed in Yin Huai's extraordinary nature, certain that he could break the curse and attain a new life. The gentle moonlight bathed Yin Huai's serene face, causing Su Duoduo to momentarily lose herself in thought. After a prolonged silence, she suddenly made a bold move, shifting her position to sit almost beside Yin Huai. Surprised, he watched as her delicate hand gently lifted his chin. Before he could fully appreciate Su Duoduo's ethereal beauty, her crimson lips swiftly brushed against his. "When you emerge from the forbidden ground, if you do not seek me out, I shall take your life." With that, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she dashed down the mountain. Yin Huai remained stunned, savoring the lingering fragrance at his lips and instinctively licking them. Quite sweet, he mused, shaking his head as he called out, "Sister, I understand." Hearing his response, Su Duoduo's lips curled into a blissful smile. "I thought you truly held no interest in me." The little junior brother was quite perceptive. Yin Huai smiled as he gazed in the direction where Su Duoduo had fled, amused by her audacity to surprise him. "This debt cannot go unpaid. Next time, I shall seek my revenge," he silently vowed as he departed from Wuji Peak. Back in her chamber, Su Duoduo's heart raced with excitement. After a while, once she had regained her composure, worry filled her eyes. She pondered whether her junior brother's practice of those forbidden arts would yield good or ill. Sighing, she resolved to also dedicate herself to her training, not wanting to fall too far behind Yin Huai. The night passed swiftly. The following day, Yin Huai and Lin Yuran arrived early at Wuji Peak, where Zhao Juli awaited them. Su Duoduo had also arrived at Zhao Juli's hall early. Despite the events of the previous night, which left her somewhat apprehensive about confronting Yin Huai, the thought of him possibly being inside for an extended period compelled her to rise early. At that moment, Su Duoduo dared not meet Yin Huai's gaze. Although she typically exhibited initiative towards him, this level of intimate contact was unprecedented in her life. Even now, the thought of it made her cheeks flush. Whenever their eyes inadvertently met, she quickly averted her gaze. Zhao Juli was the first to notice this and observed them with keen interest, nodding thoughtfully. Lin Yuran also looked at them with suspicion, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Sensing the tension, Yin Huai cleared his throat and asked, "Master Uncle, when shall we venture to the forbidden ground?" Zhao Juli chuckled, "You rascal, let us be off." With a wave of his hand, the four found themselves on the mountainside of the Xiandao sect. Before them stood a stone tablet inscribed with a multitude of runes. Zhao Juli swiftly performed hand seals while chanting incantations. Suddenly, a beam of radiant light shot from the tablet, soaring towards the heavens. Moments later, the scenery shifted, and they found themselves amidst a dense forest. Zhao Juli spoke, "Young Yin Huai, this is the forbidden ground. The 36 forbidden arts you seek lie beneath that waterfall. Best not to wander elsewhere, as this place houses many malevolent spirits, and your current cultivation is insufficient to confront them. I have placed barriers around the waterfall. Those entities cannot enter, so you may cultivate within with peace of mind. When you wish to leave, simply crush this jade pendant, and you will appear outside the forbidden ground." After hearing this, Yin Huai bowed deeply to Zhao Juli. "Thank you, Master Uncle." Zhao Juli nodded approvingly. Lin Yuran then turned to Yin Huai, advising, "Little Huai, I believe in your ability to master all the forbidden arts, but do remember to rest and not to overindulge." Understood? A warmth spread through Yin Huai's heart as he responded mysteriously, "Master, when I return, I shall present you with a surprise." Lin Yuran's frosty demeanor softened into a smile, acknowledging his words. Observing this exchange, Su Duo felt a pang of envy. She couldn't help but think, what could this surprise be? "Sister, I am off now. Let us gather again once I emerge from the forbidden ground." Su Duo snapped back to reality. "Be safe, and do not act recklessly." Yin Huai smiled, assuring her he understood, before soaring towards the waterfall. Noticing that Yin Huai had arrived, Zhao Juli said, "Let us depart. With that lad's in sight, I trust he will emerge in no time." Lin Yuran nodded, and the three vanished from their location. At the waterfall of the forbidden ground, Yin Huai had already arrived, feeling the barriers surrounding him. He couldn't help but marvel. Truly, the methods of the great emperor are formidable. Even true emperors cannot breach this barrier. After surveying his surroundings, Yin Huai found no records of the forbidden arts. Gazing at the waterfall before him, an idea sparked in his mind. Could it be? Open dual pupils. With the activation of his dual pupils, Yin Huai instantly discerned the scene behind the waterfall. Just as he suspected, there was indeed a hidden cave. What is this? A water curtain cave? Shaking his head, Yin Huai transformed into a streak of light and entered the cave behind the waterfall. Inside the cave, he was greeted by a grand jade bed and a large stone tablet at its head. As he approached, he discovered the tablet was inscribed with various forbidden arts and divine abilities. Yin Huai's expression brightened with joy. It seems this is the Xian Dao sect's forbidden arts. Precisely 36 in number, without a doubt. With that, he eagerly began to examine them in detail. Chapter 59, The Chu Family. Xian Dao Sect Forbidden Art 1, Reincarnation Technique. Xian Dao Sect Forbidden Art 2, Blood Curse, Heart Devour. As Yin Huai perused these forbidden arts, his astonishment grew by the moment. The reincarnation technique. Such a forbidden art that can reverse life and death. How terrifying. He exclaimed. What origins does the Xian Dao sect truly possess? It was no wonder Yin Huai was so taken aback, as each forbidden art inscribed on the tablet wielded immense power, and the backlash was equally formidable. Overwhelmed by shock, Yin Huai soon felt a surge of elation. System, can you transfer the backlash? Ding. Of course, please do not question the capabilities of this system. Delighted by the system's self-assurance, Yin Huai began to practice the forbidden arts one by one. At this moment, within the Tianyu dynasty, since Yang Yan returned to the dynasty after suffering a setback, he had entered seclusion. A small bell hovered above his head, and his aura gradually intensified. This bell bore an ancient essence, strikingly similar to the small bell taken from the Yin family by a mysterious individual. At this moment, Yang Yan opened his eyes, and with a thought, he appeared within the palace. An elderly eunuch approached to attend to him. Convey the order. The various armies may commence preparations. Await my emergence from seclusion, and I shall point directly towards the celestial Dao sect. The old eunuch knelt and replied, Yes, your majesty. After the old eunuch retreated, Yang Yan cast a cold, piercing gaze in the direction of the celestial Dao sect. Ever since his body began exhibiting numerous anomalies, he harbored suspicions that someone was clandestinely employing forbidden techniques against him. However, despite forcibly tracing back his memories with the might of an emperor, he discovered nothing. This only fueled his ire further. Yet, an instinct within him insisted that the troubles plaguing his body were undoubtedly linked to the celestial Dao sect. Consequently, he resolved to advance his cultivation before probing the sect regarding Zhao Juli. Without hesitation, he initiated an imperial battle at the foot of Qingqing Mountain. Zhao Juli, you must be the one behind this mischief. Humph. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that Zhao Juli was the culprit manipulating events from the shadows. After issuing his decree, Yang Yan resumed his cultivation. Meanwhile, Lu Rian remained anxiously in her empty chamber. Why has His Majesty not visited recently? Has he grown weary of me? With such questions lingering in her mind, Lu Rian could only commence her own training. It is worth noting that Lu Rian's innate talent paled in comparison to the former Yin Huai, yet her progress in cultivation advanced swiftly. She had already attained the first level of the transcendent realm. Naturally, when compared to Yin Huai's current prowess, her cultivation was but a mere fraction. Clearly, Yin Huai had no intention of allowing Lu Rian to perish so easily. At this juncture, within the celestial Dao sect, several direct disciples, having been chastised by Yin Huai, returned to the sect and embarked on fervent training. This scene brought great satisfaction to their master. Chu Yin remained unaware that Yin Huai had entered the forbidden grounds. Upon her return to the sect, she bid farewell to Wang Zhe, the master of the mysterious peak, and returned to her family. The Chu clan, her ancestral home, was an immortal family within the Tianmong holy domain, wielding power comparable to that of the Celestial Dao sect. However, unlike the Celestial Dao sect, the Chu clan was home to many ancient ancestors whose legacies had not yet faded, while the elders of the Celestial Dao sect had long since vanished. Upon arriving at the Chu family, Chu Yin immediately sought out her father. Chu Xiong, upon seeing his daughter return, burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, my dear daughter. You have finally decided to come back and visit your old father. Chu Yin feigned a look of grievance, saying, Father, I have been too busy with my cultivation. You scold me the moment I return. Just then, a gentle feminine voice chimed in. Who dares to scold my precious daughter? Chu Yin, upon seeing the newcomer, playfully leaped into her embrace. The newcomer was none other than Chu Xiong's wife and Chu Yan's mother, Zhao Hanru. Mother, as soon as I return, father begins to scold me. You must teach him a lesson, she exclaimed, sticking her tongue out at Chu Xiong. Zhao Hanru shot a glare at Chu Xiong and said, Chu Xiong, your daughter has returned with great difficulty. Why must you scold her? Do you think I do not exist? Faced with the impending wrath of Zhao Hanru, Chu Xiong felt utterly helpless. Yinner is my treasure. I could never bear to chastise her. Seeing her father's pitiful expression, Chu Yin found it amusing but promptly reassured Zhao Hanru, saying, All right, mother, I forgive father. You are the best. With that, she planted a kiss on Zhao Hanru's delicate face. Zhao Hanru embraced Chu Yin, her face glowing with maternal affection. By the way, Yinner, what brings you back? Is there something amiss? Or have you run out of cultivation resources? Is that rascal Zhao Jili not providing you with what you need? Chu Yin hastily clarified. No. Mother, I merely missed you both and wanted to come back for a visit. Zhao Hanru playfully poked Chu Yan's forehead, chiding her, You silly girl. Is there anything you cannot share with your mother? Chu Yin giggled, nestled against Zhao Hanru's chest. Actually, it's nothing much. I just wish to learn about a certain physique. There isn't much recorded in the sect, so I thought I might find relevant information here. At this point, Chu Xiong's interest was piqued, and he asked with a serious expression, Oh? What physique warrants my precious daughter's attention? Is it a troublesome matter? Chu Yin quickly waved her hands, explaining, Not at all. It's just that a junior brother in our sect possesses this physique and has suffered greatly. I want to help him. Sensing the underlying message in Chu Yan's words, Chu Xiong and Zhao Hanru exchanged surprised glances. Yinner, what is your relationship with this junior brother? Chu Xiong inquired. Without overthinking, Chu Yin replied, We are merely fellow disciples. What of it? Zhao Hanru wore a contemplative expression, while Chu Xiong refrained from pressing further. What kind of physique does he possess? Chu Yin responded candidly, The forbidden sword physique. Oh, the forbidden sword physique. What? The forbidden sword physique? Chu Xiong exclaimed in shock as he gazed at Chu Yin. Zhao Hanru was taken aback by Chu Xiong's reaction, and Chu Yin nodded, saying, Yes, father. Are you familiar with this physique? Eagerly, she followed up with, Father, do you have any means to resolve the backlash associated with this physique? Chu Xiong sighed and shook his head with a wry smile. My daughter, you overestimate your father. The backlash of the forbidden sword physique is not easily resolved. Historically, no one has ever overcome this issue. As he spoke, Chu Yan's expression dimmed. Zhao Hanru, observing Chu Yan's demeanor, curiously asked, Yinner, is this junior brother very close to you? Is he worth your personal effort in seeking a solution? Chu Yan replied, He once saved my life in the ruins, which is why I wish to repay him. Alas, it seems I am powerless to help. As she spoke, her expression turned sorrowful. Chapter 60, The Immortal Elixir. Since the first emergence of the forbidden sword physique in ancient times, there have been 9 instances recorded, yet none have survived past 300 years. I fear for your junior brother. The unspoken words lingered in the air, as Chu Xiong refrained from delivering a harsher blow to Chu Yan's hopes. Upon hearing this, Chu Yan stood in stunned silence. Zhao Hanru, equally astonished, regarded her daughter, who seemed utterly despondent, and sighed softly. Chu Yan, unable to accept the reality, pressed her father again. Father, truly, is there no other way? Chu Xiong helplessly shook his head and continued. Perhaps consuming elixirs that can extend one's lifespan may provide some aid, but the forbidden sword physique cannot be cultivated further. Breaking a single taboo will halve one's lifespan. If one insists on breaking the taboo, no amount of elixirs will suffice. Chu Yan's heart sank as despair washed over her for Yin Huai. His talent and potential were unparalleled. Why must fate be so cruel? Zhao Hanru, observing her daughter's desolation, pondered for a moment before asking, Yinner, do you have feelings for this junior brother? Chu Xiong also caught on and turned to Chu Yin, eagerly awaiting her response. Mother, what are you saying? The junior brother saved my life. I merely wish to repay him. Then, feeling somewhat awkward, Chu Yin quickly changed the subject. Besides, junior sister Su has a fondness for him. How could I entertain such thoughts? Upon hearing this, Zhao Hanru appeared contemplative, then smiled and shifted the topic. It has been quite a while since I last saw that girl duo. I find myself missing her. since your junior brother saved your life, our Chu family cannot remain idle. Zhao Hanru then directed her gaze at Chu Xiong. Understanding her intent, Chu Xiong cleared his throat and spoke. Very well, Yinner. Since you wish to express your gratitude to that young lad, I shall bestow upon you an immortal elixir as a token of appreciation for him. Upon hearing the mention of the immortal elixir, Chu Yin was momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with joy thereafter. Father, are you truly serious? Chu Xiong chuckled heartily. Indeed, when have I ever spoken falsely? Chu Yan's elation was palpable, although she could not alleviate Yin Huai's forbidden sword physique. Acquiring the immortal elixir was the greatest consolation. One must realize that the immortal elixir is exceedingly rare, even within the Chu family, a lineage of eternal standing. A single elixir could extend one's lifespan by millennia. How many would spill rivers of blood for such a treasure? Chu Yin was astonished that Chu Xiong was willing to part with such a precious item. Some of the elders in the clan were in dire need of such a life-extending remedy. Sensing Chu Yan's incredulous gaze, Chu Xiong smiled. Rest assured, while the immortal elixir is indeed valuable, it pales in comparison to your life. As for the elders, I shall handle the explanation. You need only accept it. Chu Yin nodded vigorously in response. At that moment, Zhao Hanru interjected. Yinner, the matter of the immortal elixir is of great significance, and I cannot allow you to venture alone to the Xiandao sect. How about I accompany you on this journey? I can also take the opportunity to express my gratitude to your little junior brother. Chu Yan's happiness soared upon hearing this. Thank you, mother. Hee. Zhao Hanru chuckled as she affectionately tousled Chu Yan's hair. After Chu Yan rested, Zhao Hanru sought out Chu Xiong to voice her concerns. She was perplexed as to why he would willingly offer such a treasure as the immortal elixir. Anticipating Zhao Hanru's inquiry, Chu Xiong remarked, Little Ru, you wish to ask about today's events? Zhao Hanru nodded in agreement. Chu Xiong continued earnestly, You may not be aware, but according to Yinner, that young man's talent is extraordinary. Otherwise, he would not have been taken under Lin Yuren's wing. Moreover, while the forbidden sword physique incurs severe backlash, its combat prowess is unparalleled and requires minimal cultivation resources. Even if his lifespan is indeed limited, it suffices to elevate his realm to that of a quasi-emperor, or even a great emperor. The immortal elixir is sufficient to prolong his dwindling lifespan. At that time, he shall undoubtedly be grateful to Yinner, and with a great emperor as protection, Yinner can safely cultivate to the emperor realm. Zhao Hanru began to understand, but inquired further. Is there not a protector in the clan? Chu Xiong sighed. Of course there is. However, that little junior brother of Yinner is of the same generation as her. Dealing with certain matters is far more convenient for him than for us old fogies. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hanru understood the significance of Yin Huai to Chu Yan. Remembering Chu Yan's unusual behavior from earlier, she expressed her concerns. Do you think Yinner might develop feelings for her little junior brother? Chu Xiong shook his head. I doubt it. Didn't Yinner mention that Duo has feelings for that little junior brother? Zhao Hanru fell silent. A mother knows her daughter best. She could sense that Chu Yan's feelings were indeed different. She certainly harbored affection for Yin Huai, though it might not yet have reached the stage of love. Zhao Hanru could only ponder silently, deciding to observe the situation when they finally met. The night swiftly passed. The following day, Chu Yin set off for the Xiandao sect with the immortal elixir and Zhao Hanru in tow. Upon her return, she learned from Su Duo that Yin Huai had entered a closed-door cultivation, and it was a death-sealing retreat. Zhao Jili had specifically instructed Su Duo to keep Yin Huai's whereabouts confidential and to ensure that no one learned of his training in forbidden techniques in the restricted area. Consequently, Su Duo could only mislead Chu Yan. Simultaneously, she was curious about Chu Yan's intentions for seeking out Yin Huai. As for Zhao Hanru, being the matriarch of the Chu family, she was personally received by Zhao Jili. At that moment, Su Duo couldn't help but inquire, Senior sister, what business do you have with your little junior brother? Chu Yin replied candidly, Isn't my junior brother troubled by his physique? I went home to seek my father's advice. Although there isn't a complete solution, my father, in gratitude for my junior brother saving me, specially gifted me an immortal elixir to present to him. Junior sister, the matter of the immortal elixir is of great importance. Do not disclose it for now. Clearly, Chu Yin trusted Su Duo immensely, revealing the details of the immortal elixir. Su Duo was taken aback, equally astonished by the grandeur of the Chu family. She had not anticipated Chu Yin to be so concerned for Yin Huai, which stirred a sense of urgency within her. Rest assured, senior sister, this matter is of utmost significance. I shall remain discreet. Su Duo was already aware of Yin Huai's current situation from Zhao Jili, but had been instructed to keep it confidential. As the secrets surrounding it were too crucial for Yin Huai, no one could be allowed to know. Had she not accompanied them to the restricted area and learned of Yin Huai's training in forbidden techniques, Zhao Jili would never have revealed such information to her. Thus, Su Duo found herself unable to explain much to Chu Yin, merely stating, "I am uncertain when the little junior brother will emerge from his retreat." Chu Yin initially intended to hand the immortal elixir to Lin Yuran, but after much contemplation, deemed it unwise. She resolved to wait until Yin Huai emerged from his seclusion to personally present it to him. Chapter 61. Receiving Rewards. Upon learning of Yin Huai's closed-door retreat, Zhao Hanru felt a twinge of regret. However, for Chu Yan's sake, she decided to wait and see at the Xiandao sect. And thus, time flew swiftly. 2 years passed. One day, a white-haired youth emerged from the forbidden area on the back mountain of the Xiandao sect. Time had left its mark upon his visage. After 2 years, Yin Huai's aura had become even more ethereal, shrouded in an enigmatic presence. Looking into his eyes was akin to being drawn into another realm altogether. At long last, he had mastered all 36 forbidden techniques within the stipulated time frame. Suddenly, he realized something. Pa. What stipulated time frame? I, Yin Huai, am certainly not of that ilk. At that moment, the voice of the system chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully mastering all forbidden techniques. Reward. The Supreme Emperor Weapon. Ganjiang Emocia. Ding. Detection confirms host has mastered all forbidden techniques within the stipulated time frame. Reward. Dual Cultivation Method, Dragon and Phoenix Harmony Technique. Ding. The system is about to undergo an upgrade. Please do not disturb. Yin Huai could not help but feel speechless. All right, system, so you choose to backstab me. Do you? Following this, 2 swords and a cultivation method materialized within the system space. Ignoring the cultivation method, Yin Huai took out the 2 swords and examined them closely. One sword glimmered silver, while the other radiated a purple hue. The silver sword was named Ganjiang, and the purple sword was named Emocia. The Ganjiang sword felt heavier in his grasp, while the Emocia was lighter. The immense energy contained within the 2 swords captivated Yin Huai. Clutching both swords, he was utterly enamored. On Xianxiao Peak, Lin Yuran, who had been in closed-door meditation, suddenly opened her eyes. Has Xiao Huai finally emerged? With that, her figure vanished from the spot. 2 years prior, Lin Yuran had left behind a means outside the forbidden area, ensuring she would be notified immediately upon Yin Huai's appearance. Just as Yin Huai intended to depart from the location, Lin Yuran materialized before him. Upon catching sight of Lin Yuran for the first time, the long-suppressed yearning within Yin Huai surged forth like a tidal wave. Master, your disciple has returned. Lin Yuran, feeling a wave of nostalgia, unveiled a smile that had not graced her face in quite some time, gently ruffling Yin Huai's hair. Little Huai has grown quite a bit. Although cultivators often spend centuries, if not millennia, in seclusion, Yin Huai had only been in retreat for 2 years. Yet, Lin Yuran felt an overwhelming sense of longing for her disciple, as if they had not met in an eternity. At that moment, Yin Huai beamed with a radiant smile. Master, I have accomplished much this time. I even have a gift for you. Lin Yuran had indeed remembered the surprise Yin Huai had mentioned, but she had not anticipated that he would bestow a gift upon her. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yuran discovered that he had astonishingly reached the 9th layer of the Saint King realm, with hints of a potential breakthrough. Little Huai, your advancement is remarkable. It seems you will soon catch up to your master. Yin Huai chuckled and presented the Emocia sword to Lin Yuran. From now on, let me protect you, master. Lin Yuran's enchanting smile returned, captivating Yin Huai as he gazed at her in awe. Very well, you shall be my protector. After speaking, she glanced at the sword in Yin Huai's hand, her pupils narrowing in shock. This is an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. Lin Yuran was astounded. It was known that even Zhao Juli possessed only one such weapon, which was the treasure of their sect. Master, this is a gift I specifically prepared for you. Do you like it? Yin Huai had unconsciously shifted from addressing her as you to master, but Lin Yuran remained oblivious. Waves of astonishment surged within her heart. Little Huai, this is an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. You should keep it for your own protection. Yin Huai shook his head. From the moment he had received the system task, he had resolved to gift the Emocia sword to Lin Yuran. Ever since their first encounter, she had provided him with immeasurable assistance, and her genuine concern upon learning of his forbidden sword body was deeply felt. Thus, Yin Huai was determined to repay her kindness. Master, please accept it. This is my heartfelt intention. Noticing Lin Yuran's hesitation, Yin Huai's thoughts shifted, and the Ganjiang sword materialized in his hand. The 2 swords gleamed brilliantly, resembling a pair of lovers reluctant to part. After some communication, Ganjiang finally settled down. Another extreme Dao Emperor weapon? Lin Yuran was taken aback. Master, I have another one. You can rest assured and accept it. Lin Yuran couldn't help but marvel at Yin Huai's extraordinary fortune. While others might never possess even one, he had acquired 2. Gazing at the exquisite blade of Emocia and the immense power it contained, Lin Yuran felt a stirring within her. Ultimately, she accepted the gift. silently vowing to break through to the Emperor realm as quickly as possible to aid Yin Huai in vanquishing the Tianyu dynasty. As for the curse afflicting her own constitution, Lin Yuran swore to shatter it. Thank you, little Huai. Your master is truly fond of it. Suddenly recalling something, Lin Yuran inquired, by the way, what are the names of these two swords? Yin Huai replied, Master's sword is called Embarks, and mine is Ganjiang. Lin Yuran murmured the name of the sword in her hand, Ganjiang, Embarks. For reasons unknown, her ears began to flush with a rosy hue, and she felt her heartbeat quicken slightly. Yin Huai also sensed Lin Yuran's unease, yet he feigned nonchalance. At this moment, Lin Yuran's thoughts became tumultuous. Why would this rebellious disciple gift me a pair of couple swords? Having accepted it, would returning it now cause him distress? Could he have intended this? No, it couldn't be. Little Huai surely doesn't realize these are couple swords. He must think of them merely as ordinary emperor weapons. Yes, that must be it. I cannot return it, for it would hurt little Huai's feelings. Thus, Lin Yuran finally managed to convince herself. Yin Huai, observing that Lin Yuran did not return the swords, felt an inexplicable surge of joy. Master, shall we depart? By the way, I discovered some secrets in the forbidden area and think it necessary to inform the sect leader and Uncle Master. After grappling with her inner turmoil, Lin Yuran's expression returned to normal. Although curious about what Yin Huai had to say, she nodded and, in an instant, transported them both to Wuji Peak. In the Grand Hall, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Lin Yuran and her disciple, Zhao Juli wore a perplexed expression. I say, junior sister, could we perhaps knock before entering next time? You startle me quite easily like this. Lin Yuran simply regarded Zhao Juli in silence. This left him feeling quite awkward. At that moment, Yin Huai spoke up. Uncle Master, I have returned. Zhao Juli had already noted Yin Huai's presence and now scrutinized him closely, nodding in admiration. Well, although you were learning forbidden techniques, it seems your cultivation has not faltered. Well done. Zhao Juli then inquired with curiosity, by the way, how many forbidden techniques have you mastered? I was fortunate enough to grasp all 36 forbidden techniques, Yin Huai replied. Both Zhao Juli and Lin Yuran were taken aback by his revelation. Regaining composure, Zhao Juli feigned calmness. Impressive, you have my former flair. Yin Huai, intrigued, asked. Uncle Master, does that mean you also know those forbidden techniques? Yin Huai's words were astonishing, and Zhao Juli cleared his throat. Naturally, but the backlash is too great for me to wield them. Yin Huai nodded in understanding, while Lin Yuran regarded Zhao Juli with a skeptical expression. Though she chose not to expose him, Zhao Juli then shifted the topic. Do you have anything else to discuss? Yin Huai replied, Uncle Master, I know where those ancestors of the sect have gone. Upon hearing this, both Zhao Juli and Lin Yuran turned to face him, disbelief evident in their eyes. Zhao Juli asked eagerly, what? How do you know? Where are the ancestors? Time rewound to a year and a half prior, when Yin Huai was preparing to cultivate the final forbidden technique. That day, while he was comprehending the forbidden techniques inscribed on the stone tablet, his consciousness was suddenly drawn into the stone. Within the world inside the stone tablet, Yin Huai encountered a message. Junior, we are the ancestors of the immortal Dao sect. Due to a great upheaval in the fallen immortal continent, we have departed from this world. Should any of our descendants possess exceptional talent and advance to the Emperor realm, they must come to aid us, as it concerns the life and death of all beings in the fallen immortal continent. The method to leave this realm lies within the forbidden techniques, and we can only hold out for another 10,000 years at most. Remember, after absorbing this information, Yin Huai was expelled from the stone. What? The ancestors have gone to fend off external threats, and can only hold out for a maximum of 10,000 years? Yin Huai's head was spinning with 1,000 thoughts. As he recounted this experience, Zhao Juli finally grasped the situation. So, where exactly did the ancestors go? Yin Huai, having deciphered the hidden information in the forbidden techniques, revealed the location. It was in a forbidden area located in the extreme southern part of the fallen immortal continent. Just as Yin Huai was about to disclose the precise location, a bizarre scene unfolded. At this moment, Zhao Juli and Lin Yuran could only see Yin Huai's mouth moving. Yet not a single sound emerged. Even the shape of his lips offered no discernible clues. Yin Huai soon recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly fell silent. Expressing his resignation, it appears there is no way forward. Zhao Juli wore a look of regret, but acknowledged the futility of the situation. Those capable of imposing such restrictions must undoubtedly surpass even the great emperors. By the way, Master Uncle, how long has it been since the ancestors vanished? This was crucial information Yin Huai needed to prepare adequately. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Juli replied, the last time I beheld my revered master was nearly 800 years ago. Upon hearing this, Yin Huai's heart sank. Both Zhao Juli and Lin Yuran noticed the change in Yin Huai's complexion and promptly inquired, what troubles you? Yin Huai, with a grim expression, responded, "The information indicates that the ancestors can only endure for at most another 10 millennia." Zhao Juli felt as though struck by a thunderbolt at this revelation. Lin Yuren's expression was equally grim, and the atmosphere around them grew increasingly frigid. What kind of terror could possibly compel the numerous ancestors of the Xian Dao sect to endure merely for 10 millennia? Zhao Juli queried in confusion. Yin Huai then proceeded to relay the origins of the fallen immortal continent he had witnessed during his encounter with the Dustwind Emperor's legacy. After piecing together the details, Zhao Juli began to grasp the situation. Currently, you are the only one aware of that location, and now the ancestors are in dire peril. Yin Huai, since you cannot speak of it, let us employ a different approach. Guide me, and I shall take you there. With my prowess at the Great Emperor level, I should be able to assist the ancestors. As Yin Huai observed Zhao Juli's eager demeanor, he was about to acquiesce when suddenly, a series of urgent chimes resonated throughout the Xian Dao sect, 9 tolls in total. This signified the approach of formidable adversaries. Upon hearing the bells, Zhao Juli could not help but smile, though his expression was dark. How fortuitous that they choose now to seek trouble with the Xian Dao sect. With that, Zhao Juli vanished from the spot. Lin Yuren swiftly took Yin Huai and made their way outside the sect. In an instant, the scene shifted. Outside the Xian Dao sect, countless soldiers surrounded the main gate, while in the void, the imposing figure of Yang Yin loomed, his aura extending for miles. Zhao Juli, upon witnessing this spectacle, chuckled with a sense of dark amusement. Just as he was consumed by rage over the ancestors' grim news, Yang Yin had come to deliver a beating. Without uttering a word, Zhao Juli seized Yang Yin the moment he appeared and pulled him into the realm beyond the heavens. The two engaged in a fierce and exhilarating battle in that celestial expanse. Meanwhile, the others from the Tianyu dynasty reacted swiftly, and at a command, they surged toward the Xian Dao sect to engage in slaughter. The Xian Dao sect had already activated its grand formation, and soon, countless disciples erupted from the array. Filled with indignation, the area outside the sect transformed into a battlefield. By the time Yin Huai and Lin Yuren arrived, the clash had already begun. An immortal war had commenced silently and unexpectedly. Xiao Huai, take care of yourself. I shall deal with some of the scoundrels from the Tianyu dynasty. Yin Huai smiled and urged, Master, exercise caution. Lin Yuren nodded and plunged into the fray of semi-emperor level combat. Yin Huai did not rush to engage. Instead, he activated his heavy pupils to observe the battle beyond the heavens. The true determinants of victory in this conflict lay within the battles at the Great Emperor level. He could clearly see that Yang Yin had improved significantly since their encounter at Qingqing Mountain. Without hesitation, regardless of Yang Yin's schemes, he was destined to perish today. Among the forbidden techniques Yin Huai possessed, there was more than one capable of inflicting backlash even upon a great emperor. With that, he stood amidst the void, murmuring incantations. By the essence of my bloodline, curse upon all living beings. Blood curse, devour the heart. A surge of blood from his heart detached from Yin Huai's body. And with the enhancement of his incantation, it transformed into a stream of crimson light that darted into Yang Yan's body. The great Emperor Yang Yan, not to be underestimated, instantly sensed the anomaly. Yet, it mattered not. As the system's backlash took effect, he experienced a momentary lapse in focus, and the blood light penetrated into him. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Juli struck with a sword, sending Yang Yin hurtling thousands of miles away. Yang Yin felt his vitality swiftly draining away, and a curse's power even began to affect his kin. Uffed, he spat out blood, his expression turning wild. Who dares? His gaze turned to Zhao Juli, fury igniting within him. Zhao Juli, you have forced my hand. Prepare to die? With that, Yang Yin summoned a small bell, chanting something softly. When Yin Huai beheld the small bell in Yang Yan's grasp, a thunderclap resonated in his mind. That was the very bell from the Yin family's ancestral hall. Chapter 63, The Immortal Battle 2. In that moment, numerous conjectures flashed through Yin Huai's mind. After a brief moment, he finally comprehended the truth. So it was Yang Yin orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. What irony! The innocent suffered due to the guilty, indeed. Yin Huai's eyes brimmed with bloodshot fury, a tempest of wrath brewing within his chest. At that moment, Yang Yin in the celestial realm took notice of Yin Huai. He recognized that the crimson light had originated from him. At long last, I have found you, you wretched scoundrel. Wuxiang Bell, Wuxiang, suppress the heavens and earth. Boom. Two colossal attacks, imbued with unparalleled might, surged toward Yin Huai and Zhao Juli. Zhao Juli's expression shifted dramatically. An ultimate emperor weapon. This is bad, Yin Huai. Yang Yin sneered. Worry about yourself first. As Zhao Juli saw the formidable attack hurtling towards Yin Huai, he felt utterly powerless, his heart ablaze with anxiety. He had no choice but to swiftly neutralize his own attack first, which was far more potent than the one currently directed at Yin Huai. Lin Yuran, noticing the perilous situation for Yin Huai, paled visibly. From her position, reaching him in time for rescue seemed implausible. Many in the Xian Dao sect sensed the overwhelming threat of the incoming attack. Though its might was at the semi-emperor level, it posed no challenge in exterminating Yin Huai. When Su Duoduo saw Yin Huai, dwarfed and vulnerable under the oppressive force of the attack, darkness enveloped her vision, and she cried out in despair, Yin Huai. Yet, Yin Huai had no time to heed these cries. His bloodshot eyes fixed on the incoming attack. If it is to be so, then let us battle. With that, a long sword of pure silver materialized in his hand. Ganjiang's sword, lend me your strength. Forbidden sword technique. Final form, annihilation of the ancient. Whoosh. With the enhancement of the ultimate emperor weapon, the might of Yin Huai's sword technique was cataclysmic. Yang Yan's attack was obliterated in the void by Yin Huai's strike. All present on the battlefield were left in stunned silence at this spectacle. Lin Yuran finally relaxed her anxious heart. With an emperor weapon safeguarding Yin Huai, there was no cause for concern. Immediately, she drew forth the Moxie sword, channeling its energy, and swept forth with a single stroke. Grass character Sword Ray. The several quasi-emperors of the Celestial Dynasty were utterly taken aback to see Lin Yuran wielding an imperial weapon. Why, my good fellow, if you possessed an imperial weapon, why did you not mention it sooner? Yet, Lin Yuran did not afford them the luxury of regret. With a swift sweep of his sword, the 10 quasi-emperors were obliterated. Turning his gaze towards Yin Huai, he observed him standing with flowing white hair, exuding a terrifying aura. Yang Yan, you shall pay for this. With a thunderous roar, Yin Huai formed seals with his left hand while wielding the supreme imperial weapon in his right, unleashing the forbidden sword technique. Destruction of the mortal wound. Forbidden sword technique. Annihilation of the ancient chaos. In an instant, all the divine beings of the Celestial Dynasty sensed 2 exceedingly formidable divine energies approaching. Boom. Some divine beings managed to evade, yet sustained significant injuries. One divine being perished beneath the onslaught of the divine technique. All eyes turned towards Yin Huai in the void. A divine being from the Celestial Dynasty was immediately filled with rage. Damn you, thief! You lack martial ethics. Meanwhile, Yang Yan in the outer heavens was utterly astonished. Impossible. Where did he acquire an imperial weapon? Not just Yang Yan, but Zhao Jiuli was also left bewildered. However, this was not the time for such inquiries. Zhao Jiuli swiftly unleashed his unmatched divine power against Yang Yan. Instantly, blood spewed from Yang Yan's mouth as his internal vitality surged tumultuously. Faced with Zhao Jiuli's assault, Yang Yan could only barely defend himself, all the while spitting blood. His lifespan was rapidly depleting, as Yin Huai was rampaging across the battlefield of divine beings. Armed with the imperial weapon and various forbidden techniques, as well as the forbidden sword technique, Yin Huai found himself without rival. The consequence of this was that Yang Yan's life force dwindled rapidly, and he sensed that he might perish that very day. Alarm bells rang in his mind, and his gaze towards Yin Huai grew increasingly sinister. He had already surmised that the discomfort in his body stemmed from Yin Huai's spell. This boy must be eliminated. Yang Yan hastily contemplated how to eliminate Yin Huai. At that moment, a quasi-emperor suddenly emerged on the battlefield of divine beings. His eyes burned with fury as he glared at Yin Huai. You insolent wretch! You seek death. With that, the terrifying divine technique of the quasi-emperor surged towards Yin Huai. Lin Yuran had been vigilant and swiftly extricated himself from the battlefield of quasi-emperors, arriving before Yin Huai. He then unleashed a sword strike using the grass character sword technique, sending the earlier quasi-emperor flying for miles. Lin Yuran turned to Yin Huai, concern etched on his face, and asked, Little Huai, are you unharmed? Yin Huai smiled reassuringly. I am fine, master. The two exchanged a glance, then joined forces to cleanse the battlefield of divine beings. The onlookers from the Celestial Dynasty beheld the two as if they were divine reapers descended upon the earth, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. Under the oppressive presence of their supreme imperial weapons, the elite forces of the Celestial Dynasty were left disarmed and fleeing in disarray. Yang Yan's mind remained fixated upon Yin Huai. As he unleashed various divine techniques, the injuries within him and the depletion of his life force grew ever more grievous. Yang Yan could not help but seethe with rage. At this rate, surviving until tomorrow would be a stroke of luck. Though the lifespan of an emperor is vast, it could not withstand the onslaught from Yin Huai. Realizing this, Yang Yan had no choice but to resort to desperate measures. He channeled all his cultivation to violently send Zhao Jiuli flying. Holding his breath, he swiftly formed seals with his hands. Sea of blood in the underworld, escape. In an instant, Yang Yan vanished from the outer heavens. This was a secret technique he executed at great personal cost, aimed at swiftly arriving at Yin Huai's side to eliminate him. Zhao Jiuli, noticing Yang Yan's sudden disappearance, felt a jolt of alarm. He quickly turned his attention to the battlefield outside the Immortal Path sect, only to see Yang Yin suddenly materialize behind Yin Huai. Lin Yuran noticed immediately and unleashed his strongest sword technique to strike. However, Yang Yin remained resolute, heading straight for Yin Huai. Rebellious traitor. Die. With that, he effortlessly brushed aside Lin Yuran's divine technique and unleashed a more powerful Emperor's palm towards Yin Huai. Lin Yuran could not intervene in time. A look of despair etched across his face. Little Huai? No. In that critical moment, Yin Huai once again invoked the forbidden technique within the forbidden techniques. Yin Yang reversal formation. With my blood essence. Reverse Yin and Yang. At that moment, Yang Yan's divine attack was swiftly absorbed into Yin Huai's body, then launched back at Yang Yin unchanged. Before Yang Yin could react, he was sent flying by this terrifying blow. At that moment, Zhao Juli arrived on the battlefield, dragging Yang Yin back into the outer heavens. At this moment, Yin Huai should have been utterly shattered, for the divine attack of an emperor was beyond what his body could withstand. Yet, this aligned perfectly with the conditions for the system's backlash. In that instance, Yang Yan's body in the outer heavens had already begun to fracture, blood seeping from the cracks. He felt exceedingly unwell, profoundly unwell. Chapter 64. The Assault on Celestial City. The battle had continued for so long that he had suffered too much backlash. Zhao Juli seized the opportunity, unleashing a torrent of divine techniques upon Yang Yan, who was now on the brink of collapse, unable to confront them head-on. But Zhao Juli would not relent, and a colossal palm descended upon Yang Yin with overwhelming force. Yang Yin was once again sent flying, his body fracturing inch by inch. After neutralizing Yang Yan's onslaught, Yin Huai did not remain idle, continuing to unleash divine techniques and forbidden techniques. Although some of the forbidden techniques were beyond his current cultivation level, they sufficed for the moment. The fierce battle raged on for 7 days, and ultimately, Yang Yin could no longer withstand Zhao Juli's relentless assaults and was on the verge of perishing. He had contemplated fleeing, but Zhao Juli was like a madman, relentlessly pursuing him. In his heart, Yang Yin could not help but lament. Have I truly erred? How could the Yin family harbor such a defiant young man? I refuse to accept this. Just as he was poised to make a last-ditch effort to drag Zhao Juli down with him, Yin Huai had already anticipated this. After unleashing 3 consecutive forbidden techniques, Yang Yin was far from able to take Zhao Juli down with him. His mere survival was a miracle. Even Yin Huai had lost count of how many times he had employed forbidden techniques. Zhao Juli summoned forth his strongest strike once more, and Yang Yin could only watch as this terrifying blow descended upon him, utterly helpless. I am not willing. Boom. With a resounding crash, Yang Yin was utterly vanquished at the hands of Zhao Juli. At that moment, the skies erupted with thunder, followed by a rain of blood. The fall of an emperor brought sorrow to the heavens and earth alike. Upon witnessing Yang Yan's demise, Yin Huai shouted, "Master Uncle, hold on." With that, he sprinted towards the outer heavens at breakneck speed. Zhao Juli looked at Yin Huai in confusion, uncertain of his intentions. Yin Huai flashed a grin at Zhao Juli. "Master Uncle, look over there." Zhao Juli instinctively glanced backward, only to find nothing. As he turned back, Yang Yan's corpse had vanished. Realizing it was Yin Huai's trickery, Zhao Juli could not help but scold with a laugh. "You little rascal, snatching spoils right from under my nose." Yin Huai smiled and said, "Master, this corpse is of great use to me. Consider it a gift, and in return, I shall present you with an imperial weapon." Upon hearing this, Zhao Juli glanced at the Ganjiang sword in Yin Huai's hand, and then at the Moxie sword held by Lin Yuran below. "Is that sword from your master?" Yin Huai nodded. Zhao Juli knew that Yin Huai's forbidden technique played a significant role in vanquishing Yang Yan. He had no intention of competing with him for Yang Yan's corpse, so he smiled and said, "In that case, remember that you owe me an imperial weapon." Yin Huai was overjoyed. This was an immense gain for him. Not only had he avenged his grudge, but he also acquired a corpse of an emperor-level being. At this moment, Zhao Juli handed the Wuxiang bell, which Yang Yan had previously wielded, to Yin Huai. "Here, this belongs to your family. Make sure to keep it safe." Yin Huai looked at Zhao Juli, feeling a mix of emotions. The Wuxiang bell was an artifact his grandfather had retrieved from a secret realm. They were unaware that it was an imperial weapon, merely considering it a mysterious object that warranted preservation. They had no idea it would bring calamity upon the Yin family. By chance, Yang Yin discovered the existence of the Wuxiang bell. To seize it without attracting attention, he orchestrated the charade involving Yang Yuxing and Lu Rian. Of course, the Wuxiang bell that Yin Huai's grandfather had brought back was a broken imperial weapon, which Yang Yin had now restored. As Yin Huai accepted the Wuxiang bell, his eyes reddened, and his voice trembled slightly. "Thank you, master." Zhao Juli smiled, ruffled his hair, and then turned to head toward the battlefield of the Xiandao sect. Yin Huai tucked away the Wuxiang bell, suppressing his complex emotions and returned to the battlefield. The moment the Tianyu dynasty learned of Yang Yan's demise, any will to resist evaporated. They all expressed their surrender. Except for a few diehard loyalists who became corpses, this immortal battle concluded in less than 10 days. The news swiftly spread across the entire fallen immortal continent. All immortal-level forces were left in shock. Could it be that Zhao Juli had advanced further? He had actually slain Yang Yan? Many emperors speculated about Zhao Juli's current strength, yet none dared to make a move, well aware of Yang Yan's fate. After the battle, Yin Huai gathered the corpses of all those who perished in the Tianyu dynasty. Due to the overwhelming number of dead, his storage ring was quickly filled to capacity. At that moment, Su Duo kindly prepared 10 additional storage rings for him, allowing him to barely manage. Of course, many disciples from the Xian Dao sect had also fallen, and Yin Huai dared not collect those, fearing he might incur Zhao Juli's wrath. The remaining members of the Xian Dao sect watched as Yin Huai cleaned up the battlefield. Wherever he passed, he first waved the emperor's banner to collect the souls, then began to pack the corpses. This sequence of actions left many disciples and elders bewildered. Even the candidates for the Dragon Outyan's position stared in shock. However, since Zhao Juli had tacitly approved of this, no one interfered and simply followed Yin Huai. Soon, Yin Huai had finally completed his collection of spoils. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with elation, though he maintained a facade of sorrow. Zhao Juli looked at him speechlessly and then cleared his throat, saying, "Everyone, since the Tianyu dynasty dared to invade our Xian Dao sect, it is now time to retaliate. The remaining elders will lead the charge into the capital of the Tianyu dynasty, Tianyu City. Kill, kill, kill." The disciples shouted their battle cries with fervor. Yin Huai's eyes sparkled once more, filled with excitement. There was no time to inspect the spoils. He joined the main force heading to Tianyu City. By now, the internal situation of the Tianyu dynasty had descended into chaos. Ever since Yang Yan's soul lamp extinguished, panic gripped everyone. "This is bad. His Majesty has passed away. Someone come quickly." The news quickly spread throughout Tianyu City. All members of the royal family were hastily packing their belongings, preparing to flee. Upon hearing this news, Lu Rian felt as if struck by lightning. No, it can't be. Absolutely impossible. His Majesty's cultivation at the emperor level, unrivaled in the world. How could he fall? You must be spreading lies. With that, she struck down the maid who had delivered the message. Lu Rian's heart raced with turmoil. Listening to the sounds of chaos erupting within the palace only heightened her agitation. After a long while, she barely managed to calm herself. "No, I cannot wait for death. I must leave Tianyu City and plan my next move." With that, Lu Rian hurriedly changed into a different outfit and flew toward the palace exit. Just then, the fastest group of disciples from the Xian Dao sect had already arrived outside the royal palace. Zhao Juli stood in the void, maintaining order to prevent any unforeseen events. The other disciples were engaged in fierce combat with the remnants of the Tianyu dynasty's forces. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Rian's dwindling hope was utterly shattered. At that moment, she saw a face she never wished to encounter. Chapter 65, A Bountiful Harvest. Although his hair color had changed and his features had become even more handsome, Lu Rian recognized him at first glance. Yin Huai. Yin Huai seemed to sense Lu Rian's gaze and looked up at her, revealing a delighted smile. In a flash, he appeared beside Lu Rian. Observing her attire, Yin Huai remarked, "Oh, where's Miss Rian off to?" Lu Rian's heart sank. She had completely failed to notice how Yin Huai had approached. One could only imagine how terrifying his current strength must be. Realizing she was likely doomed, Lu Rian's expression turned to one of despair. Yet, Yin Huai paid her no mind and continued speaking to himself. "Do you know why you have survived until now?" Lu Rian snapped back to attention, her face a mask of confusion as she looked at Yin Huai. Yin Huai smiled wickedly. "Because I want you to experience the same pain as I do." What a pity, Yang Yuxing will never know this feeling. The sensation of an entire family being annihilated is something few ever get to experience. With that, he seized Lu Rian and vanished into the distance. Witnessing this unfold, Lin Yuran felt puzzled, unsure of where Yin Huai was taking the woman. Could it be that Xiao Huai intends to? With this thought, Lin Yuran hurriedly followed suit. The Lu family estate. Ever since the news of Yang Yan's demise broke, all the elders of the Lu family had gathered to discuss how to express their loyalty to the Xian Dao sect. After all, moving forward, the Heavenly Sword Sacred Realm would likely be dominated solely by the Xian Dao sect. If they didn't quickly ingratiate themselves, they might miss out on the opportunity to benefit. Just as the discussion heated up, a servant wailed, "No, no, it's terrible. Elders, someone has invaded our Lu family." Upon hearing this, the elders were instantly furious. Who dares to be so audacious? How dare they oppose our Lu family? Seeking death, are they? With a loud crash, the door was kicked open. The elders were left dumbfounded, staring at the young man in a black robe with white hair, their expressions filled with rage. The young man was none other than Yin Huai, who had arrived at the Lu family. "You insolent fool." With that, a God Realm elder lunged at Yin Huai, intending to annihilate him with a single strike. Yin Huai let out a cold laugh. With a swift motion, he drew the Ganjiang sword and struck down that palm. At this moment, Yin Huai's combat prowess, augmented by the divine weapon, was fully capable of contending against those of the divine sovereign realm. This was precisely why he dared to venture alone into the Lu family. However, the elders of the Lu family were far from calm. They did not recognize Yin Huai, but having witnessed his recent display of annihilating a divine sovereign's power with a mere sword strike, they were rendered hesitant to act rashly. The Grand Elder stepped forward and inquired, "Might I ask who you are and the purpose of your visit to our Lu family?" His demeanor was courteous, yet Yin Huai merely waved his hand, casting Lu Rian aside. "Lu Rian, take heed. This is the torment you inflicted upon me that day. Today, I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine from the Lu family." With that declaration, Yin Huai, disregarding the despairing gaze of Lu Rian, harnessed the Ganjiang sword to unleash a massacre. Various forbidden techniques were simultaneously cast. Before long, after his spree of slaughter, only Lu Rian remained alive among the Lu family. As she beheld Yin Huai diligently cleansing the battlefield, she perceived him as a terrifying monster. Yin Huai, with a nonchalant tone, remarked, "Do not look at me like that. From the day I survived, I vowed to eradicate the Yang and Lu families. Today marks merely the completion of one." Lin Yuran had been following closely behind Yin Huai. From the moment he arrived at the Lu family, she discerned Lu Rian's identity. Though she harbored a desire to slay her in place of Yin Huai, she restrained herself, silently guarding him against any unforeseen events. Once Yin Huai had gathered all the spoils, he glanced not once at Lu Rian before raising his hand to extinguish her life. For Lu Rian, this was a swift release. Having witnessed her kin perish before her eyes, she had long wished for death. Yet, Yin Huai had sealed her spiritual power, rendering her powerless to act, forced to merely observe. Then, Yin Huai turned his gaze to Lu Rian's lifeless body and shook his head. With another strike, it was reduced to powder. After the soul banner collected the remnants, Yin Huai declared, "This shell is unworthy of enhancing my cultivation." With that, he vanished into the void, heading towards the imperial palace. Meanwhile, within the palace, disciples of the immortal Dao sect were scattered everywhere. The royal family had been nearly annihilated. Aside from those royal members stationed in other cities, no Yang family member within Tianyu City had escaped. Zhao Juli understood that leaving the corpses behind would serve a purpose, so he promptly ordered the battlefield to be cleared. He was aware that Yin Huai harbored many secrets, yet he had no intention of probing. As long as Yin Huai remained within the immortal Dao sect, there was no need for further words. Before long, Yin Huai returned to find the battlefield already tidied up, a twinge of regret surfacing within him. At that moment, Su Duoduo approached, holding 3 storage rings. "Junior brother here? Take this." Yin Huai, puzzled, asked, "What is this?" Su Duoduo replied, "Corpses. Don't you have a penchant for collecting them?" Yin Huai's expression darkened, realizing it had escalated to a habit. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, he decided to accept them. At that juncture, Chu Yin and Long Outyin approached, each presenting 2 storage rings. "Here, junior brother." Observing the knowing glances exchanged between the two, Yin Huai was at a loss whether to feel joy or sorrow. With teary eyes, he accepted the 4 rings. Subsequently, disciples from various peaks of the immortal Dao sect continued to present him with storage rings, all filled with corpses. No longer conflicted, Yin Huai instead beamed with joy, expressing gratitude to each brother and sister who contributed. Lin Yuran watched the jubilant Yin Huai and shook her head, a subtle smile dancing at the corners of her lips. Su Duoduo, witnessing Yin Huai's happiness, felt a surge of joy within her. Chu Yin too smiled at Yin Huai. Thus, it wasn't long before everyone began their return to the immortal Dao sect. With all matters concluded, the resources of the Tianyu dynasty had been thoroughly plundered by the immortal Dao sect. If anyone gained the most from this, it was undoubtedly Yin Huai. In the grand hall of the immortal Dao sect's council, all the elders and peak masters gathered, including Yin Huai and several of the peak masters' chosen disciples. They were present. Zhao Juli spoke from the elevated position, recounting the gains of their expedition. Upon hearing, the assembly erupted in cheers. Zhao Juli then addressed several matters before dismissing everyone. Through this battle, Zhao Juli came to understand certain truths. Initially, he had intended to take Yin Huai to rescue the ancestors from the Forbidden Grounds. Now, he decided to wait. Had he brought Yin Huai there earlier, the immortal Dao sect might have already perished. Having come to this realization, Zhao Juli understood that as long as the immortal Dao sect had yet to produce another emperor capable of stabilizing the situation, he could not depart. Thus, he turned his gaze toward Yin Huai, preparing to fulfill his promise. Chapter 66. The Position of the Dao Child. Yin Huai, prepare yourself. In 7 days, I will convene the grand ceremony for the ascension of the Tao child. Yin Huai looked at Zhao Juli and bowed, saying, "Yes, Master Uncle." Shortly thereafter, he intended to return to Xianxia Peak. Upon exiting the grand hall of Wuji Peak, he found Chu Yin waiting for him. As soon as she spotted Yin Huai, she rushed to his side, saying, "Junior brother, do you have a moment? I have something for you." Since Yin Huai had been in seclusion for so long, Zhao Hanru had already returned to the Chu family. Chu Yin could only wait patiently for him, only to be delayed further by the outbreak of the Undying War. Yin Huai, intrigued, asked, "Senior sister, what is it?" Chu Yin handed him a storage ring and said, "First, congratulations on avenging your grievances." She smiled sweetly before continuing, "Junior brother, I know you are suffering from the backlash of the forbidden sword body, so I specifically sought this undying divine herb from my family, hoping it can assist you." Yin Huai was taken aback. "Wait, what is going on? Undying divine herb?" Realizing the significance, he hurriedly replied, "Senior sister, this is too much. Such a precious item, I cannot accept." He attempted to return the storage ring. However, Chu Yin insisted, "Junior brother, please do not refuse. This is also my father's intention. After all, you saved my life in the ruins." Yin Huai wanted to decline further, considering the herb's immense value. Yet, Chu Yan's expression turned serious as she said, "Enough? If you refuse again, I shall be quite upset." Yin Huai chuckled helplessly, feeling deeply moved. "Senior sister, I shall remember this favor. Should any difficulties arise in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Chu Yan beamed, saying, "Understood, I won't hold back. Focus on your cultivation. By the way, the undying divine herb significantly enhances longevity. So based on your constitution, it's best to use it later." Listening to Chu Yan's meticulous advice, Yin Huai gazed at her ethereal beauty, feeling his heart race. He found himself momentarily entranced. After their exchange, noticing Yin Huai's rapt attention, Chu Yan felt a mix of shyness and joy. "Junior brother, is there something on my face?" Yin Huai snapped back to reality, offering an awkward smile. "No, nothing at all, senior sister." Chu Yan suppressed the turmoil within her heart and bid farewell to Yin Huai. "I shall return to my cultivation. If you have time, do come to discuss the way with me." Yin Huai nodded, "Certainly, senior sister, I will remember." With that, Chu Yan soared into the sky. As Yin Huai admired her retreating figure, a voice interrupted his reverie. "Is she beautiful?" "Indeed, she is lovely, gentle, and intelligent." With a certain allure, Yin Huai murmured. He abruptly turned to find Su Duo, her expression tinged with unmistakable jealousy. Startled, Yin Huai exclaimed, "Senior sister, when did you arrive? Does it matter to you?" Watching Su Duo turn away with a haughty demeanor, Yin Huai couldn't help but chuckle. "Here, this is for you. Wear it during the Daozi ceremony." With that, Su Duo tossed him a storage ring, containing a unique Daozi robe, a ceremonial crown, and most importantly, a token signifying his status as Daozi, along with a personal sword, though merely of the sacred weapon tier. Yin Huai accepted it with delight. "Thank you, senior sister. By the way, how did you prepare this so quickly?" Su Duo replied, "I began preparing as soon as you entered the forbidden area." "I see," he nodded. Su Duo then declared, "I'm leaving now, you insolent junior brother." "Humph." Casting him a proud glance, she turned to depart. Yet, Yin Huai was not one to let her go so easily. With no one around, he stepped forward, grasping her hand and pulling her back. Caught off guard, Su Duo stumbled into his embrace. Yin Huai looked down at her, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "Is my senior sister feeling jealous?" Her cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, "I am not." "Who's jealous?" Struggling to rise, she exclaimed, "You dare to take liberties with your senior sister. How brazen." Yin Huai chuckled, "If we're talking about liberties, it was you who initiated it with your junior brother." With that, he gazed tenderly at Su Duo, momentarily entranced. She halted her movements. At the height of emotion, Yin Huai leaned down and kissed her. Su Duo shyly closed her eyes. After a long moment, they parted. Flushed with embarrassment, Su Duo pouted, "You naughty junior brother, always picking on me." Yin Huai smiled at her. "Do you like it, senior sister?" Su Duo playfully punched him. "You letcher." With that, she stepped away from his embrace. "I'm off to cultivate now." Yin Huai chuckled. "Go ahead, senior sister. I shall return to reflect on the gains from this venture." Though slightly dejected, Su Duo retorted, "Oh." Yin Huai, perceiving her hidden feelings, reassured her. "I will seek you out once I finish my seclusion, senior sister." A flicker of joy blossomed in her heart. "Humph, hurry then," she replied before making her way back to Wuji Peak. Yin Huai watched her retreating figure with keen interest before departing himself. At Xianxia Peak, within his grand hall, Yin Huai examined the treasures within the storage ring, his face alight with uncontainable joy. During this immortal battle, he had no interest in the corpses below the sacred realm. Most of his acquisitions were from sacred kings, void venerables, divine venerables, and those on the brink of emperor status. In such a scenario, his storage ring was filled to the brim with 10 corpses. One can only imagine the bounty he had reaped. Yet, what held the utmost significance for Yin Huai was the corpse of Yang Yan. I wonder what surprises this emperor's corpse shall bestow upon me. Contemplating, Yin Huai resolved to first devour the emperor's body. He activated the ancient abyss-devouring magic, causing Yang Yan's corpse to slowly shrink. As Yin Huai absorbed its essence, the entire immortal Dao sect erupted with excitement. Everyone learned that he was on the verge of ascending to the position of Daozi. Surprisingly, all disciples congratulated him, with not a hint of jealousy or rivalry. The direct disciples from various peaks were remarkably compliant. If one were to ask why, it was quite simple. Everyone had witnessed Yin Huai's formidable prowess during the battle at the sect's entrance. His enigmatic powers and imperial weapons were not typical tools of a mere sacred king. Even his abilities could withstand an emperor's strike. Who would dare oppose him? Thus, with the enthusiastic cooperation of all, the news of Yin Huai's ascension to Daozi spread rapidly throughout the nearby sacred domains. The immortal Dao sect also sent invitations to various factions, welcoming them to observe the ceremony. Chapter 67. Crossing the Tribulation. Meanwhile, Yin Huai took 4 full days to completely devour the emperor's corpse. Truly, the might of an emperor necessitated such a lengthy absorption. Gazing at the now desiccated Yang Yan, Yin Huai effortlessly crushed it into powder. As for his cultivation, he had now surpassed the Void Venerable stage, reaching the first level of the Divine Venerable realm. The emperor-level corpse had propelled his cultivation to new heights. Suddenly, the skies darkened, crackling with thunder and lightning, ominous clouds swirling. The atmosphere was imposing, as if heralding the end of days. Observing the terrifying storm, Yin Huai chuckled wryly. Once again, I've broken through 2 major realms. This time, I'll have to rely on myself. With that, he vanished from the hall, appearing in the void above in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuran sensed the impending tribulation and surmised that Yin Huai had broken through the Void Venerable stage. She promptly emerged to assess the situation. However, upon sensing Yin Huai's aura, which was characteristic of the Divine Venerable realm, she was left utterly flabbergasted. Has he directly advanced to the Divine Venerable realm? This is bad. The power of this tribulation will be doubled. Lin Yuran felt anxious, wishing she could disperse the thunderclouds for him. Yet, she knew she could not. Intervening would only amplify the storm's might. Yin Huai, noticing Lin Yuran's gaze, called out to her, "Master, do not worry. I have my own methods to navigate this tribulation." This reassured her slightly, for she had faith in him. How could he advance so swiftly? At this rate, he may soon catch up to me. Pondering this, Lin Yuran resolved to break through to the Emperor stage soon. Within the immortal Dao sect, all sensed the terrifying lightning tribulation. Heavens, what kind of tribulation is this? How can it possess such might? Who is attempting to cross the tribulation? No idea. But judging by the power of the tribulation, it must be at least a divine venerable crossing. Could it be that our sect is about to gain another quasi-emperor? Yet, no elder had announced any intention to break through recently. Following Yin Huai's appearance, the disciples were in an uproar. Look, isn't that the Daozi? Many disciples began to refer to Yin Huai as Daozi in advance. It truly is. This is his tribulation. My goodness, what strength does Daozi possess now? His aura seems to indicate the Divine Venerable realm. Has a Divine Venerable truly attracted such a terrifying tribulation? This is astounding. The Daozi's talent is truly unparalleled. Upon your mention, it appears that Daozi is merely 18 years of age, is it not? An 18-year-old at the Divine Sovereign realm. Such a precedent seems non-existent across the entire fallen immortal continent. Goodness, Daozi's talent is indeed terrifying. At that moment, the thunder tribulation had fully gathered. The heavens were shrouded in dark clouds, crackling with lightning and booming with thunder, while Yin Huai stood resolutely against the firmament, unperturbed. At this juncture, Su Duoduo had arrived outside Xianxiao Peak, her little hands tightly clutching the hem of her garments, her brows and eyes betraying her anxiety. Under the watchful gaze of the multitude, the swirling lightning tentatively split into a slender bolt, hurtling directly towards Yin Huai. With unwavering focus, Yin Huai declared, "Open, double pupils." Suddenly, the extraordinary phenomenon of the double pupils manifested in the void. A beam of annihilating divine light shot forth from the double pupils, aiming straight at the bolt of lightning. The collision between the divine thunder and the annihilating divine light resonated across the entire immortal Dao sect. Moments later, both energies exhausted themselves, dissipating into the ether. Yin Huai understood that this was merely the beginning. The true lethal strike lay ahead. Nevertheless, he remained unhurried. This wave of thunder tribulation had been weathered, yet the thunderclouds were already brewing the next onslaught. Yin Huai, cautious as ever, examined the information regarding the backlash target within the system and found there was no one left. Originally, Wu Lingkong still remained on the list, but during the earlier slaying of Yang Yan, he had forgotten to remove him, resulting in Wu Lingkong meeting his demise before Yin Huai could even employ a few forbidden techniques. Contemplating his options, Yin Huai decided to let the individuals from Crescent Valley absorb the backlash on his behalf. System changed the backlash target to Crescent Valley's leader, Duan Yun. Had there been anyone available, he might have forgotten about such a foe as Crescent Valley. Ding! Backlash target has been modified. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Divine thunder descended once more from the stormy clouds. This time, 5 bolts struck down, each more potent than the last. Yin Huai bellowed in fury, grass character, sword technique. The snowy sword instantly materialized in his grasp. Swish, swish, swish. 3 sword beams swept across the divine thunder. Yet, the 5 bolts did not dissipate. Rather, they accelerated toward Yin Huai with increased ferocity. Unyielding, Yin Huai summoned his immortal body. A golden divine light enveloped him, and after a moment, the divine thunder shattered the shield. Yin Huai was forced back several steps, a tingling sensation coursing through his body. He chuckled softly. How intriguing. Lin Yuran, witnessing this scene, felt her heart tighten. Su Duo, in a state of panic, feared for Yin Huai's safety. Soon, the thunderclouds unleashed another barrage of divine thunder. This time, an astonishing 15 bolts descended, prompting Yin Huai to exclaim, "By the heavens! Is there no honor in combat anymore? Humph! Forbidden 8 desolations." With a low roar, his aura surged dramatically. The Forbidden 8 desolations amplifies the power of any sword technique. Grass character sword technique. Peacekeeping technique. Yin Huai executed 2 sword techniques in rapid succession, an immensely challenging feat, achievable only by the most exceptional geniuses of the sword path. The divine thunder showed no regard for his genius, crashing down upon him with ferocity. Once again, intense conflict erupted between his sword techniques and the divine thunder. After a prolonged struggle, the 15 bolts dissipated. Yin Huai stood amidst the void, resembling an undefeated myth. Yet, as if incensed, the thunder tribulation roared louder. In an instant, 30 bolts of divine thunder fell from the sky. Undaunted, Yin Huai advanced to meet them. Grass character sword light. True dragon divine art. True dragon claw. Boom, boom. The twin divine abilities met several bolts of divine thunder, but Yin Huai remained steadfast. Divine dragon's tail. Kuanpeng divine art. Soar into the heavens as a rock. A colossal dragon phantom lashed its tail fiercely against the divine thunder, while another massive Kuanpeng phantom lunged at the bolts, infusing its world-destroying might into itself. Just as another bolt was about to strike him, Yin Huai executed the line character secret in a flash. Yet, the divine thunder relentlessly pursued him. Yin Huai summoned forth another divine ability, Primordial One-Chi Fist. A terrifying fist shadow, coalesced from spiritual energy, surged toward the divine thunder. The 2 forces collided violently, resulting in the divine thunder's dissolution. However, after unleashing a series of formidable divine abilities, Yin Huai found himself gasping for breath. Damn, had I known, I would have shattered the taboos before breaking through my realm. Yet, regret was futile. The divine thunder descended once more. This time, a staggering 50 bolts. Chapter 68, I will wait for you. Yin Huai could only respond with utmost seriousness. Once more, an extraordinary phenomenon emerged in the void, the double pupils. The forbidden sword body. The manifestations of these 2 extraordinary physiques stood resplendently in the air. It was the very phenomenon Daozi had once displayed within the ancient ruins. Thus, Daozi still had some hidden cards. Some inner sect disciples who had witnessed the battle at the ancient barrier immediately identified it, while those unfamiliar with such phenomena gazed in astonishment. Forbidden 8 desolations. A surge of forbidden power enveloped Yin Huai, dramatically enhancing his combat prowess. Following this, he unleashed a series of sword techniques to confront the thunder tribulation. Forbidden sword technique. Swish, swish, swish. The annihilating divine light, augmented by the double pupils, became even more formidable. Yet, more divine thunder loomed, ready to strike Yin Huai. Open the heavens with the double pupils. The power of the double pupils erupted once more, tearing through the divine thunder. In short order, all 50 bolts of divine thunder were vanquished. However, the thunder tribulation seemed to sense something unfathomable, becoming increasingly terrifying. Yin Huai sensed that this was likely the final strike of the thunder tribulation. Yet, the thunder tribulation appeared particularly averse to the forbidden sword body. As the last bolt lingered, brewing ominously, Yin Huai could only prepare himself for the impending onslaught. Lin Yuran discerned the unusual nature of the thunder tribulation and felt an urgency in her heart. Zhao Jiuli, observing the shifting storm clouds, murmured, "Is the forbidden sword body truly so intolerable to heaven and earth?" The response came in the form of 100 bolts of divine thunder cascading from the storm clouds. Each bolt had been amplified to a terrifying degree, at least 3 times more powerful than the previous strikes. Yin Huai's lips twitched in irritation as he cursed vehemently. What the hell? Damn it, heavens! In this dire situation, Yin Huai unleashed his full combat potential. The extraordinary manifestations revealed even greater strength. With various divine abilities augmenting his form, utilizing the line character secret and Kunpeng divine art, Yin Huai moved swiftly, dodging several bolts of thunder tribulation. However, the relentless bolts turned and pursued him. With no other options, Yin Huai invoked his immortal body once more. Yet, in mere moments, the divine thunder breached his defenses. The enhanced divine thunder was utterly terrifying. Blood seeped from Yin Huai's mouth, yet his spirit remained undiminished. He continued to unleash an array of divine abilities to counter the onslaught. Damn it, you forced my hand. Forbidden technique. Destruction and death technique. A terrifying divine ability surged toward the divine thunder, causing dozens of bolts to instantly dissipate. Just as Yin Huai was employing the forbidden technique to weather the tribulation. Within the Heavenly Sword's sacred domain at Crescent Valley, Duan Yun had been biding his time ever since he learned of Yin Huai's induction into the immortal Dao sect. The loss of his beloved son at the hands of Yin Huai sent Duan Yun into a furious rage. At that moment, in the Yunluo mountain range, he was on the brink of locating Yin Huai, only to be thwarted by Lin Yuran, who had arrived first. Duan Yun had but one son. Yet the formidable power of the Xian Dao sect compelled him to relent. Fenger, I vow to avenge you, he cried out in despair. He had heard that not long ago, the Xian Dao sect had annihilated the Tianyu Empire, rendering his plans for revenge temporarily on hold. I hope you can understand your father's predicament. Nevertheless, rest assured, I have already made contact with individuals from the demon realm. I will ensure that Yin Huai experiences a fate worse than death. With these words, Duan Yun exited the chamber, grief-stricken. At that moment, Duan Yun felt a tumultuous surge within him and coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. His cultivation level began to waver, as if he were about to plummet. He was filled with dread. What was happening? How could a peak quasi-emperor like him suddenly experience a decline in his realm? The situation struck him as exceedingly strange, prompting him to meditate and recuperate. Yet, the backlash from the destruction and death technique was not so easily dispelled. Coupled with the fact that the forbidden sword technique demanded a sacrifice of lifespan, Duan Yun felt a significant portion of his vitality dissipate. Panic engulfed him. In the span of merely 15 minutes, his cultivation plummeted from the 9th to the 5th level of quasi-emperor. He hastily retrieved various precious herbs and holy medicines, consuming them in hopes of suppressing this bizarre phenomenon. Meanwhile, within the Xian Dao sect, after a fierce battle, the thunderclouds finally began to dissipate. Yin Huai was not unscathed, his form drenched in blood. However, his imposing aura remained undiminished. As the storm clouds cleared, he noticed numerous disciples observing the spectacle, their faces alight with exhilaration. Yin Huai struggled to maintain his composure as he descended slowly, reflecting inwardly. Having just put on a grand show, I cannot falter now. In this moment, he resembled a drunken man attempting to walk a straight line to prove his sobriety. Lin Yuran quickly approached to support Yin Huai, producing several high-grade healing elixirs. After placing the pills into his mouth, her anxious expression finally eased. Su Duo also wished to rush forward to assist Yin Huai, but she was not as swift as Lin Yuran, and could only cast him a longing glance. Yin Huai responded with a reassuring gaze, indicating that she need not worry. Before settling into meditation, the recent tribulation had nearly exhausted his spiritual energy, and he silently resolved to seek a formidable body-refining technique in the future. Otherwise, each tribulation would leave him at a significant disadvantage. With the aid of the elixirs, Yin Huai swiftly regained his strength, and his power of the Zhongtong, began to recover significantly. A vibrant aura enveloped him as the green light of his Zhongtong radiated around his being, and his wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. After a considerable amount of time, he restored himself to his peak condition, with the exception of the Zhongtong power, which required a more gradual recovery. Observing his revival, one of the disciples shouted, "The Daozi is invincible. The Xian Dao sect is eternal." This proclamation ignited a fervor among the crowd, and soon all the disciples echoed in unison, "The Daozi is invincible. The Xian Dao sect is eternal." Their excitement was understandable, for the combat prowess Yin Huai had just displayed was comparable to that of a quasi-emperor, who could remain unaffected by such a display. Moreover, he was merely 18 years old, with a promising future ahead. Yin Huai smiled at the throng of disciples. At that moment, Su Duoduo's cheeks flushed with excitement as she waved her tiny fists. Lin Yuran, too, revealed her enchanting smile. Since taking Yin Huai as her disciple, she had lost count of how many times she had smiled. It marked a noticeable change in her demeanor. Yin Huai then addressed the assembly. Thank you all for your kindness. I have successfully completed my tribulation. You may return to your cultivation. Yes, we shall heed the Daozi's command. The disciples replied as they dispersed, and Yin Huai shook his head with a smile. At that moment, a familiar figure gazed upon Yin Huai's spotlighted presence, feeling an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Alas, he has already attained the status of a divine sovereign. I truly am unworthy to be a disciple of the Xianxiao fairy. With a sigh of resignation, this solitary figure faded into the distance. Once Lin Yuran confirmed that Yin Huai was out of danger, she returned to the Xianxiao Peak Hall. Su Duo, glancing at Yin Huai, hesitated to speak. It seemed he sensed her thoughts and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Sister, do not overthink it. Regardless of my cultivation level, you will always hold a place in my heart." Upon hearing his words, Su Duo's face turned crimson as she playfully retorted, "Who asked you to keep me in your heart? You insufferable junior." Yin Huai chuckled and pinched her cheek. "Sister, I will be in seclusion for a few days. When I emerge, I will take you to Qingtang City for a visit." Su Duo's heart tightened at the mention of Qingtang City, as it was where they had first met. At that time, Yin Huai had certainly been unaware that she was Xing Luo. Excitement bubbled within her. "You better not go back on your word," Yin Huai assured her with another affectionate tousle of her hair. Subsequently, Su Duo returned to quietly await his emergence from seclusion, while Yin Huai resumed his meditative retreat. Upon returning to his chamber, he immediately entered a focused state, consuming the corpses of quasi-emperors, divine sovereigns, and void sovereigns. Simultaneously, his forbidden sword body was rapidly advancing, nearing the breakthrough of the fifth taboo. As time passed, a day slipped by. The fifth taboo of the forbidden sword body was shattered, and once again, a manifestation appeared. An ancient deity held a divine sword, cleaving the brewing thunder tribulation in twain. The disciples of the Xian Dao sect, witnessing the tumultuous storm, initially believed another was about to undergo tribulation. Yet, they soon beheld the unique manifestation of Yin Huai dispersing the thunderclouds with a single stroke. Stunned silence enveloped them. What is the Daozi up to now? The thunderclouds have been cleaved apart. How terrifying. Yin Huai, having anticipated this scene, resumed his cultivation. He still possessed a considerable number of corpses at his disposal, albeit of lower realms, mainly void sovereigns and divine sovereigns. However, it was better than nothing. Any enhancement was welcome. Upon checking Duan Yun's status, he noticed that the exclusive avatar had begun to flash red. It seemed this individual was nearing his breaking point. It appeared he would need to visit the Forbidden Land in the extreme south soon. If he could locate those responsible for the disturbances within the Forbidden Land, he would ensure they experienced the consequences of their actions. With this thought in mind, Yin Huai activated the ancient abyss devouring magic and resumed his training. The corpses within his storage ring were rapidly consumed, and soon, a series of dried corpses materialized. Thus, the day of the Daozi's investiture ceremony arrived. All factions within the Heavenly Sword's sacred domain gathered, for the Xian Dao sect now stood unrivaled. None dared to offend them. The Chu family from the Tianmong sacred domain, the Huangwu Academy, the Sun God Palace, and others were also present, along with representatives from the Tianji sacred domain's Yunmiao Heavenly Palace. And even demon cultivators from the 3,000 caves of the demon realm came to offer their congratulations. As for whether these individuals arrived with sincere congratulations, that remains uncertain. Zhao Juli arranged for Li Zichong, the peak master, to attend to these guests. Subsequently, he instructed Su Duo to check whether Yin Huai had emerged from his seclusion. Su Duo was quite fond of this task and skipped merrily towards Xianxiafang. At Xianxiafang, within the chambers of Yin Huai, he finally opened his eyes after many days of seclusion. With a sigh of relief, he realized he had completely devoured all the corpses. Yin Huai felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, to the extent that he believed he could defeat a quasi-emperor with a single punch. Of course, he might still struggle against an actual emperor, but he certainly would not be forced to resort to forbidden techniques as he had with Yang Yan before. System. Take a look at my status panel. Host, Yin Huai. Age, 18. Current realm, first level of Divine Sovereign. Physique, Forbidden Sword Body, Ancient Heavy Eye. Lifespan, 112, 999 years. Cultivation method, Ancient Abyss Devouring Demon Art. Divine abilities, World Destruction Divine Light, Spring of Abundance, Walking Character Secret, 9 Revolutions Overlord Fist, Celestial Ping's 9 Steps, Void Breaking Finger. Heavy Eye Opening Heaven, Emperor's Banner of 10,000 Souls Devouring Marrow, True Dragon Treasure Art, Kuanping Treasure Art, Indestructible Golden Body, Primordial Unity Chi Fist, Forbidden 8 Desolations. Sword Techniques, Grass Character Sword Technique, Peacekeeping Technique, Celestial Gap Flowing Light, Forbidden Sword Technique. Weapons, Ganjiang Sword, Yue Shui, Emperor's Banner. Forbidden Techniques, 36 Forbidden Techniques of the Celestial Tao Sect currently available. Annihilation, Injury, Death, Decision, Blood, Curse, Heart Devouring, Yin Yang Returning to Origin Formation. After reviewing the details, Yin Huai nodded in satisfaction. The only shortcoming was the lack of a formidable body refinement technique, which he needed to address. Deep in thought, he was suddenly alerted by a notification. Ding. Host's intention detected, initiating optional mission. Upon seeing the enticing rewards before him, Yin Huai rubbed his eyes in disbelief. 8-9 Profound Techniques. The essence of the primal ancient saint body. System? Are the rewards truly this generous? The 8-9 Profound Techniques were an exceptional method for enhancing physical strength. I must choose 3. This would also provide a solution to his master's physique, which thrilled him immensely. This series of tasks aligned perfectly with his desires. I can only express my apologies, Kik. At that moment, Lin Yuren's voice echoed in his ears. Xiao Huai, come out quickly. The ceremony for the Daozi's ascension is about to begin. Your senior sister is waiting for you. Yin Huai acknowledged her call. At this point, Su Duo was in Lin Yuren's grand hall, where an awkward atmosphere lingered between them. Lin Yuren's frosty demeanor made Su Duo hesitant to approach her. Their exchanges had been minimal. Just then, Yin Huai arrived. Observing the notable increase in Yin Huai's aura, a smile broke through Lin Yuren's icy visage. This scene left Su Duo, who had been closely watching Lin Yuren, utterly astonished. So Lin Shirshu can smile. My goodness. Yin Huai approached Lin Yuren and cheerfully remarked, Master, I have broken through another taboo. Lin Yuren nodded with a smile, praising, Xiao Huai is truly remarkable. Your master is proud of you. It seems you will soon catch up to me. She teased gently. Yin Huai shook his head, replying, Master, I still have much to learn from you. By the way, after the Daozi ceremony, I have another surprise for you. He spoke mysteriously, piquing Lin Yuren's curiosity. Noticing Su Duoduo's presence, she maintained her authoritative demeanor as a master. As long as you have that intention, it suffices. Now, prepare to attend the Daozi ceremony. After which, Yin Huai nodded in agreement. Understood, Master. He then went to change his attire, playfully making a face at Su Duo as he passed, nearly causing her to burst into laughter. Chapter 70, Provocation. At the venue of the Celestial Tao Sect's grand ceremony, representatives of various immortal-level powers had taken their respective seats. Zhao Juli occupied the main seat, his delight evident. At this moment, Chu Yin was recounting the details of the immortal battle to her mother, Zhao Hanru. Upon hearing about Yin Huai's various accomplishments, even Zhao Hanru, a quasi-emperor, was taken aback. She couldn't help but think, no wonder Chu Yin holds Yin Huai in such high regard. Now, her curiosity about Yin Huai intensified. She was eager to see what he looked like. Others were engaged in their own conversations. I heard this Daozi from the Celestial Tao Sect is only 18 years old. Indeed, I heard he's already at the Sacred King realm. What is so great about the Sacred King realm? My family's son is a void respect level powerhouse. Upon hearing this, many gazes turned towards the direction of the Sun God Palace. There sat a tall, handsome man in a golden robe, calmly sipping tea. This individual was none other than Qin Shuj, the strongest among the younger generation of the Sun God Palace. Numerous young female disciples found themselves involuntarily glancing at Qin Shuj, wishing to throw themselves at him. However, Qin Shuj remained stoic, having witnessed such scenes countless times before, rendering him unfazed. Just as the crowd fervently discussed Qin Shuj's talents and looks, Yin Huai made his entrance. Dressed in a white robe adorned with blue golden dragon motifs at the waist and cuffs, with the emblem of the Celestial Tao Sect's Daozi on his left chest. Yin Huai's impeccably styled white hair lent him an air of noble elegance, making him appear untouchable. His striking features had already captivated countless admirers from the Celestial Tao Sect. Wow, today's Daozi is even more handsome. I absolutely adore him. If only I could spend the night with the Daozi. Sister, shall we go together? Absolutely. At this moment, Qin Shuj turned his gaze towards Yin Huai and noted that the latter indeed possessed greater handsomeness, causing him to frown slightly. Chu Yin noticed Yin Huai as well and said to Zhao Hanru, Mother, that is my little junior brother. Zhao Hanru scrutinized him and nodded. Indeed, he is quite the striking young man. Suddenly, Zhao Hanru seemed to realize something alarming, her pupils widening. Yenner, your little junior brother has already reached the divine sovereign realm? Chu Yin nodded. Yes, Mother, he broke through a few days ago. Zhao Hanru was profoundly astonished. To achieve the divine sovereign realm at such a young age. This little junior brother of yours is likely no ordinary person, Zhao Hanru mused. At this point, Yin Huai approached Zhao Juli's location, with Lin Yuren and Su Duo already seated. Upon reaching Zhao Juli's side and listening to his instructions, Yin Huai nodded. Once all was ready, a voice rang out across the venue. The ceremony for the Daozi's ascension officially begins. What followed were a series of intricate ceremonial procedures, which Yin Huai meticulously completed. By the time all formalities were concluded, evening was drawing near. As the Daozi, Yin Huai was about to deliver his speech. Esteemed fellow disciples, as well as esteemed guests from afar. After a segment of oratory, Yin Huai abruptly shifted his tone. Today is a splendid day. On behalf of the Celestial Tao sect, I would like to initiate a grand competition among peers. Whoever secures first place in this competition shall receive a quasi-emperor weapon as a reward from me personally. And yes, I shall participate as well. With Yin Huai's declaration, the venue erupted in excitement. What does the Daozi mean by this? It is quite evident that the so-called grand competition is merely Daozi's provocation towards all his contemporaries. Does that mean Daozi will be besieged? It matters not. I have faith in Daozi. No one can bring him to harm. Indeed, considering that Daozi has surpassed even the terrifying tribulations of the heavens, what do his peers amount to? And as expected, the situation unfolded precisely as Yin Huai had anticipated. Almost all the youthful members of the immortal level forces were incensed. How dare Daozi exhibit such arrogance? Yes, indeed, it is utterly brazen. I shall participate in the contest. I desire the quasi-imperial weapons. Many disciples were exhilarated, eager to acquire the quasi-imperial arms. Yin Huai chuckled inwardly. Having completed the first step, the subsequent actions would be straightforward. With that thought, Yin Huai continued, well, since everyone is so fervent, let us commence the grand competition. Zhao Juli gazed at Yin Huai with disbelief, then turned his eyes to Lin Yuran, as if to say, look at the fine disciple you have taught. Lin Yuran remained silent, quietly observing Yin Huai. Regardless of his decisions, she would support him. Su Duoduo gazed at Yin Huai with stars in her eyes, finding him extraordinarily handsome today. She was utterly captivated. Meanwhile, on the other side, the son of the Sun God Palace, Chen Chuj, fixed a sharp gaze upon Yin Huai, as if attempting to see through him. At that moment, a youth, seemingly imbued with demonic energy, soared onto the battle platform that had long been prepared. With a mocking glint in his eyes, he provocatively addressed Yin Huai. Daozi of the Immortal Path sect, do you dare to engage me in battle? Yin Huai smiled and instantly vanished from his original position. When next observed, he stood upon the battle platform, while the previously arrogant youth lay prostrate beneath it. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Yin Huai then spoke again. In that case, I, Daozi, shall accept challenges from all present today. Should any of you manage to defeat me, the quasi-imperial weapons shall be yours, and you may even come at me together. He concluded with a provocative expression, inciting the ire of the talented youths and stirring another uproar. Damn, this is too arrogant. I can't take it anymore. With that, numerous prodigies took to the stage to challenge Yin Huai, but without exception, they were all sent flying. The onlookers soon realized that in a one-on-one contest, they had no hope. Thus, after a discussion, dozens of prodigies decided to mount a collective challenge against him. Everyone was astonished. They had not expected these individuals to shamelessly band together. Yet Yin Huai remained unfazed. The system had not yet indicated task completion, leaving him uncertain of the circumstances. Perhaps he would provoke even more people, he mused silently. In the blink of an eye, he dispatched the group of prodigies from the battle platform. At this moment, Chen Chuj finally adopted a serious demeanor. How intriguing, there exists such a figure among his peers. Then allow me to test you. With that, Chen Chuj prepared to ascend the stage for battle. However, someone else had already seized the initiative. Upon closer inspection, it was an individual from the 3,000 caves of the demonic realm, clad in a black robe, exuding overwhelming demonic energy. His visage was fearsome as he addressed Yin Huai with an air of oppression. No one from the 3,000 caves may be insulted. With that, he launched a palm strike towards him. 10,000 demons palm. Yin Huai scoffed, casually swatting the attack aside. Is this all the prowess a demon cultivator possesses? His derisive words instantly enraged all the practitioners of demonic arts. Chapter 71, The Proposal. How audacious. Another demon cultivator leaped onto the battle platform. This one possessed a profound aura, having reached the Void Lord realm. Upon seeing him take the stage, the other demon cultivators from the 3,000 caves were elated. It is young Master Feng Mohan. The young master is about to act. That Daozi is doomed. Yin Huai regarded him with a calm demeanor and replied nonchalantly. The young master of the 3,000 caves, intriguing indeed, no longer concealing his might. Yin Huai's aura surged forth, dominating the arena. The crowd was left in disbelief. What? He is actually at the God-Sovereign realm? How is this possible? At that moment, Feng Mohan began to feel a twinge of regret. The power emanating from Yin Huai was formidable, and he lacked confidence. Chen Chuj, observing Yin Huai, felt a flicker of apprehension in his gaze. He then took flight to the battle platform. With a smile, he remarked, since Daozi is so eager for a contest, let us engage you in some amusement. Yin Huai merely replied, Is there anyone else? The crowd was astounded. Jiang Yujie, having heard of Daozi's grand ceremony, joined the disciples from the Wangxia. Observing the spirited Yin Huai on the platform, Jiang Yujie couldn't help but exclaim, after 2 years, Brother Yin has truly become increasingly formidable. He turned to a young man clad in a blue robe, noticing the fierce determination in his eyes, and shook his head. At this moment, with no one stepping forward, Yin Huai decided not to wait any longer. Gentlemen, let us begin. Feng Mohan and Chen Chuj exchanged glances before launching their attacks. Various techniques rained down upon Yin Huai like a tempest. With a single sweep of his sword, a dazzling light erupted, sending both adversaries flying. The spectators were left dumbfounded. After a long pause, someone finally spoke. Is this truly the full extent of Daozi's power? These are two prodigies of the Void Lord realm. To think they could be defeated in a single strike. What kind of strength does this Daozi of the Immortal Path sect possess to be so terrifying? The expressions of the defeated Feng Mohan and Chen Chuj darkened, filled with fury. Damn, how could he be so strong? Chen Chuj could not comprehend. Feng Mohan, too, found it unfathomable. As representatives of the immortal-level forces among the younger generation, they felt as if Yin Huai stood before them like an insurmountable mountain. At that moment, the young man in the blue robe from the Wangwuxian could no longer contain himself and leaped onto the platform. Observing this, a woman clad in white from the Yinmag Tengong followed suit. From Wangwuxian, Jiang Daoyuan. From Yinmao Tengong, Su Fans Wang. Both offered a bow. One should not strike those who bear a smile. Yin Huai nodded in acknowledgement and returned their greeting. From the Immortal Path sect, Yin Huai. With that, Jiang Daoyuan and Su Fans Wang took the lead in their assault. Yin Huai was keen to gauge their strength, engaging them in a fierce exchange. After a vigorous confrontation, he had discerned the full extent of their abilities. Subsequently, he ceased his playful manner, summoned his sword intent, and unleashed another sweeping strike. Jiang Daoyuan and Su Fans Wang were vanquished. Haha, delightful. Daozi, wait for me to break through to the God's sovereign realm. Then I shall come seek you for a battle. Jiang Daoyuan declared with great ease. Yin Huai admired his spirit and replied, as you say, Brother Jiang, I shall await our duel. Jiang Daoyuan nodded and returned to his place among the Wangwuxian disciples. Su Fans Wang cast a deep glance at Yin Huai before returning to her position in the Yinmao Tengong. From that moment on, no other youths dared challenge Yin Huai. Word spread that he had now earned the title of the foremost individual among the younger generation. Yet, Yin Huai paid little heed to such accolades. After the conclusion of the competition, the system finally resonated in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards granted. 1 ancient holy body essence. 8-9 profound art. At last, it was accomplished. Yin Huai was currently filled with exuberance. Upon returning to the location of Zhao Jiuli and the others, Zhao Jiuli couldn't help but chide him with a laugh. You little rascal. Have you reveled in the spotlight enough? Yin Huai chuckled sheepishly. He hadn't intended to draw attention to himself, but the allure of the system's rewards was simply too tempting. What my esteemed master said is true. I did this to bring fame to our Xiandao sect, he replied. Once these words left his lips, Zhao Jiuli found it difficult to retort. At that moment, Lin Yuran spoke up. Xiao Huai, you are now a Daozi and capable of establishing your own peak. Have you decided where you wish to go? If you favor Xianxiao Peak, I can relinquish it to you. Upon hearing this, Yin Huai was taken aback. Did it mean he would have to part ways with Lin Yuran? That could not be allowed. Thus, he replied, Master, I wish to remain at Xianxiao Peak alongside you. After all, I have no intention of taking disciples, so there is no need for me to establish my own peak. Hearing Yin Huai's response filled Lin Yuran with joy, while Zhao Jiuli regarded the pair with a gaze full of inscrutable interest. After a while, a knowing smile emerged on his face. Very well, then it shall be as you wish, Lin Yuran affirmed. Yin Huai felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, Chu Yin arrived with Zhao Hanru. Zhao Jiuli courteously nodded to Zhao Hanru, for she was the matriarch of an illustrious family, and etiquette must be observed, though not excessively. Zhao Hanru smiled at Yin Huai, saying, Indeed, you are the Daozi of the Xiandao sect. This young man seems quite remarkable. Yin Huai gazed curiously at her and the nearby Chu Yin. Chu Yin then explained, Little Daozi, this is my mother. She visited 2 years ago when you were in seclusion. Realization dawned on Yin Huai, and he responded, It is an honor to meet you, esteemed elder. Zhao Hanru beamed, clearly pleased with his demeanor. Humble and composed. How rare. Your future achievements will undoubtedly be boundless. She exclaimed. Haha, it is all thanks to my master's teachings, he replied. At this point, Zhao Hanru turned her attention to Lin Yuran, who was inherently reticent and merely offered a brief gesture. Yin Huai then addressed Chu Yin, Senior sister, what did you just call me? Chu Yin paused, Daozi? What of it? Yin Huai sighed. Senior sister, it would be better if you simply called me junior brother. Chu Yin, puzzled, responded, Isn't the title of Daozi more esteemed? Why would you not favor it? Zhao Hanru observed the two with thoughtful eyes, recalling her husband's advice before their departure. She then directed her gaze towards Lin Yuran and Zhao Juli, saying, I believe my daughter and the Daozi are quite compatible, sharing a mutual affection. Why not allow them to become Dao partners? This declaration left Yin Huai and Chu Yin momentarily stunned. Lin Yuran also seemed taken aback, while Zhao Juli internally acknowledged the likelihood of such a development. Chu Yin, regaining her composure, blushed deeply. Mother, what are you saying? Su Duo, who was beside Zhao Juli, felt as if struck by thunder upon hearing this news, her face paling. Meanwhile, an unsettling chill enveloped Lin Yuran, causing her to feel inexplicably anxious. Noticing Su Duo on the verge of tears, Yin Huai quickly interjected, Esteemed elder, this may not be appropriate. Zhao Hanru and the others turned their attention to him. Oh, why is it inappropriate? Do you think my daughter unworthy of you? This pointed question drew all eyes back to Yin Huai. He clarified, not at all. It is simply that I already have a Dao partner, and I fear it may cause distress to senior sister. Zhao Hanru waved her hand dismissively. What does that matter? Which prodigy lacks a few romantic interests? Such matters are trivial. Confronted with her boldness, Yin Huai found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Chu Yan's face flushed even further. Zhao Juli, sensing the entertainment was drawing to a close, cleared his throat and remarked, Cough. Since Madame Zhao has brought it up, why not allow these two youngsters to establish a betrothal now, with the wedding to follow at a later date? He then turned to Lin Yuran and inquired, What do you think, junior sister? Yin Huai wished to protest, but a glance from Zhao Juli silenced him. Lin Yuran felt a twinge of discomfort at this juncture. Yet she understood the power of the Chu family's influence. If Yin Huai could garner their support, it might propel him to even greater heights. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement. She recalled that Chu Yin had previously brought Zhao Hanru to visit Yin Huai, seemingly to deliver something of significance. Though she was unaware of the specifics, it appeared that Chu Yin was indeed a commendable girl, well suited to Yin Huai. Seeing Lin Yuran acquiesce, Zhao Juli was about to announce the decision when he caught sight of Su Duoduo's sorrowful expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Duo, come here. Su Duo approached, looking rather pitiful. Zhao Juli gestured for Chu Yin to step forward and then proclaimed, Yin Huai, today we shall establish a betrothal for the three of you. You mustn't let them down, do you understand? Yin Huai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that this meant Su Duo was included as well. How splendid. He promptly responded, I shall abide by the elder's decree. Lin Yuran observed Su Duoduo's incredulous joy and couldn't help but feel speechless. So, the Dao partner her disciple referred to was indeed Su Duo. This rebellious disciple had quite the romantic entanglements. Lin Yuran mused silently, but chose not to intervene. Zhao Hanru exhibited minimal reaction. As she had previously stated, a talent like Yin Huai was bound to have numerous admirers, and it was hardly surprising. In fact, she felt it was somewhat lacking. The most elated among them was undoubtedly Su Duo. After a cacophony of excitement, joy flooded her heart as she continually glanced at Yin Huai, ignoring the fact that Chu Yin was also engaged in a betrothal with him. Upon noticing Su Duoduo's gaze, Yin Huai found himself both amused and perplexed, offering a response. As for Chu Yin, she was utterly bewildered. She had merely introduced her little junior brother to her mother, and somehow, she found herself entangled in a betrothal. Countless thoughts swirled in her mind. Who am I? Where am I? What has happened? Finally, as Zhao Juli, Zhao Hanru, and Lin Yuran engaged in light-hearted conversation, discussing the timing of the engagement ceremony, Chu Yin snapped back to reality. Her face flushed crimson as she stole a glance at Yin Huai before quickly averting her gaze. Am I truly to be betrothed to my junior brother? What if he doesn't like me? Sigh. Given how close she is with her senior sister, she might not accept me. What should I do? With a plethora of thoughts racing through her mind, Chu Yin felt her spirits dampen slightly. Deep down, she recognized her feelings for Yin Huai. Otherwise, she would have outright rejected the idea earlier. At last, after discussions among Zhao Juli, Zhao Hanru, and Lin Yuran, an engagement date was set. Now, as Su Duo gazed at Yin Huai with eyes brimming with affection, she also noticed the hint of despondency on Chu Yan's face. After a moment's contemplation, Su Duo approached Chu Yan. Yin Huai, who had been exchanging glances with Su Duo, was taken aback when she suddenly ignored him and sought out Chu Yan instead. He watched nervously, fearful that a confrontation might ensue. However, unbeknownst to all, Su Duo whispered something into Chu Yan's ear, causing her face to redden visibly. She then cast a fleeting glance at Yin Huai before hastily averting her gaze. Yin Huai, bewildered, could not fathom what Su Duo had said, especially as Chu Yan, who had previously appeared disheartened, now seemed somewhat elated. After much contemplation, Yin Huai decided not to dwell on it, as long as there was no impending conflict. Eventually, the crowd dispersed, and Yin Huai and the others set their engagement date for the following month. Upon returning to Xianxia Peak, night had already fallen. Eagerly, Yin Huai made his way to Lin Yuran's grand hall. "Master, I have matters to discuss with you." In an instant, Lin Yuran appeared before him, a delicate fragrance wafting into Yin Huai's senses. She had changed into a new outfit, a flowing purple gown that accentuated her elegant and ethereal demeanor. Her bare feet, unadorned, appeared like snow against her jade-like skin. This was the first time Yin Huai had witnessed his master in such attire, and he found himself momentarily entranced. Lin Yuran's ears flushed slightly as she cleared her throat. "Ahem, Xiao Huai, what is it you wish to discuss?" Internally, she chided, "This ungrateful disciple, even with a fiancé, dares to gaze upon me so." Snapping back to reality, Yin Huai replied, "Master, are you aware of your physical condition?" Lin Yuran was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Yin Huai had discerned her plight. "Of course, I am aware. However, I shall break the curse and ascend to the realm of the emperor." Yin Huai smiled and said, "Master, there is no need for such complications. I possess a method that can aid you in shattering the curse. In fact, your condition may even advance further." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuran's expression shifted to one of disbelief. "Xiao Huai, are you truly serious?" Yin Huai affirmed, "Master, observe." He then produced the essence of the ancient sacred body, which began to tremble as if attempting to flee. Quickly, he reined it in and urged, "Master, please set a restriction." Lin Yuran recognized the item's extraordinary nature and promptly imposed a seal. Once the essence stabilized, Yin Huai elaborated, "Master, your constitution is known as the innate Tao body. If you absorb this essence, you can elevate to the innate sacred body Tao embryo, completely obliterating the curse." He extended the essence toward her. Lin Yuran gazed at the object before her, astonished. Innate sacred body Tao embryo, the third-ranked physique among the top 10? Yin Huai nodded affirmatively. "Xiao Huai, this item is incredibly precious. I can sense the immense energy it possesses. If given to someone with a mundane body, they could immediately attain a physique nearly equivalent to the innate Tao body. I can break the curse by transcending to the emperor. You should keep this for yourself." Upon hearing this, Yin Huai frowned, anticipating Lin Yuran's reluctance. He urged, "Master, it is likely that the ancient sacred body has yet to appear in this world. You should consume it. Should you create an ancient sacred body, it may provoke calamity from the heavenly Tao." While Yin Huai exaggerated for effect, it proved effective. If you absorb it, the benefits will far outweigh merely possessing an ancient sacred body. Lin Yuran felt a flicker of temptation and inquired, "Xiao Huai, how did you come to know about the ancient sacred body?" Yin Huai responded without hesitation. "There are records of such a physique among the forbidden techniques in the restricted area. The fusion of the ancient sacred body and the innate Tao body results in the transformation into the innate sacred body Tao embryo, which bears great advantages." As she absorbed this information, Lin Yuran felt ripples of emotion within her. She had not anticipated that Yin Huai would be so concerned for her. Even procuring the essence of the ancient sacred body, the imperial weapon he had previously gifted could be returned, but this essence was another matter entirely. Observing Yin Huai's sincere expression, Lin Yuran's heart, long encased in ice, seemed to be infused with a mysterious force, beating rapidly. She stared at him for an extended moment, her cheeks unwittingly flushing. What is happening? Why does this ungrateful disciple appear more appealing with each glance? Could it be that No, this cannot be. I am his master. Yet, pondering his unwavering concern and the treasures he had gifted her, she wondered if Xiao Huai might appreciate her frigid demeanor. Lost in her thoughts, Lin Yuran found herself growing increasingly bashful. When Yin Huai noticed her prolonged silence, he assumed she remained unwilling to accept. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Yuran suddenly said, "Xiao Huai, thank you." At this, Yin Huai turned to her, only to discern an unusual hue upon her face, which left him perplexed. "Master, do you feel unwell?" "Ahem, no, not at all. I shall enter seclusion now. Take care of yourself," she replied hastily before fleeing. Yin Huai was left even more bewildered. What has come over Master? Why is her face so flushed? Shaking his head, he departed. After delivering the ancient sacred body essence, Yin Huai returned to his quarters. He gazed at the 8-9 profound art within his consciousness and commenced his cultivation. He had grown disillusioned with his physical form and was finally equipped with a suitable technique to refine. As the night unfolded, Yin Huai successfully cultivated the 8-9 profound art to its foundational level. Clenching his fists and feeling the transformation within his body, he could not help but exclaim, "Truly, the 8-9 profound art is remarkable. Should I encounter a thunder tribulation again, my body should withstand it for quite some time." He felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, within the Zhao Juli Hall, an elder presented a list detailing the various factions attending the Daozi Grand Ceremony at the Heavenly Sword Sacred Domain. There were numerous factions, and Zhao Juli struggled to recall them all. However, one first-rate faction had notably been absent. Zhao Juli quickly recalled which one it was, muttering, Moon Crescent Valley. Do they dare defy my Xian Dao sect's unification of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Domain? At that moment, within the Moon Crescent Valley, an elder expressed concern, Valley Master. Will our absence from the Xian Dao sect's Daozi Grand Ceremony truly go unpunished? Duan Yun cast a sidelong glance at the elder and replied dismissively. To the Xian Dao sect, what is Moon Crescent Valley but a mere trifle? They will hardly concern themselves with such matters. With that, he returned to his own affairs. Once the elder departed, a flicker of darkness flashed in Duan Yun's eyes, vanishing as swiftly as it appeared. He then entered a secret chamber. Inside, a shadowy figure emanating malevolent energy awaited him. Duan Yun spoke. When shall you commence your actions? The Xian Dao sect will soon turn its attention towards Moon Crescent Valley. The shadowy figure responded in a cold, emotionless tone. Have you prepared everything I instructed? Duan Yun replied. As per your directions, all preparations are complete. The chilling voice of the shadow echoed once more. Then await the Xian Dao sect's arrival. They shall undoubtedly stumble into a grave misstep. Now, you may leave. With that, Duan Yun was expelled from the secret chamber, yet he bore no resentment. This entity had bestowed upon him boundless power and promised revenge. He was willing to sacrifice anything for it. Within the Xian Dao sect, Zhao Juli scrutinized the intelligence regarding Moon Crescent Valley, plotting to set an example. He intended to demonstrate to all factions within the Heavenly Sword Sacred Domain that this was now the dominion of the Xian Dao sect. After contemplating for a moment, Zhao Jili believed it prudent to provide Yin Huai, Su Duo, and Chu Yin with an opportunity for training. Yuya Valley was not a formidable power, with its only expert being the Valley Master, Duan Yun, who was merely at the third level of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Given Yin Huai's strength, he should be able to subdue it with ease. With this thought in mind, Zhao Jili instructed Su Duo to fetch Yin Huai. Naturally, Su Duo was elated and skipped away excitedly. Zhao Jili couldn't help but remark, "Ah, how fleeting is youth." Shaking his head, he resumed attending to the affairs of the sect. At that moment, Yin Huai had just finished practicing the 8-9 mysterious art when he heard the voice of the system. Ding. System upgrade complete. Welcome to version 20 of the system. Curiously, Yin Huai inquired, has it just finished upgrading? What new features have been added? The system responded, Dear host, the system now includes a shopping mall feature, where resources can be exchanged for system points. After waiting for a moment and finding the system silent, Yin Huai asked, is that all? Ding. Yes, host, came the reply. TCH, let me see what treasures the mall has to offer. With a thought, the shopping mall interface appeared before him, dazzling his eyes with a plethora of goods. Various physiques, such as the innate chaotic sacred body, innate sacred body Daote, and the forbidden sword body, could all be purchased with system points. This was merely the section for physiques. There was also a section for elixirs, featuring an array of top-tier pills, including those that had severed their inheritance. Among them, the most notable was the Breaking Immortal pill, which, as its name suggests, could increase the probability of breaking through to the realm above the Great Emperor. The weapons section and countless other rare treasures could also be exchanged for system points. Naturally, the better the item, the more points were required. System, how does one acquire these system points? Ding. Dear host, system points can be obtained by completing optional tasks, with the points varying based on the task's nature. Yin Huai scoffed, so it's just random, huh? Indeed, host. Yin Huai glanced at the top-ranked physique. The innate chaotic sacred body, which required a staggering 100,000,000 system points. What a lofty goal. Indeed, it's quite expensive. But it matters not, as I have no need to change my physique. With this thought, Yin Huai turned his attention away from the system mall. Just as he intended to seek a kiss from Su Duo, he discovered she had already arrived at his quarters. A smile crept onto Yin Huai's lips as he observed Su Duo inspecting his room. Since their engagement, she had been free to enter Xianxiafans at her leisure. Suddenly appearing behind her, he embraced her. Su Duo was startled, but the familiar scent belonging to Yin Huai quickly calmed her. What are you doing, you naughty junior brother? She exclaimed. Doesn't my senior sister want to embrace me, huh? The warm breath from Yin Huai tickled Su Duo's ear, rendering her weak at the knees. You mischievous junior brother, stop fooling around. My master has summoned you. Regaining her composure, she looked at Yin Huai, ignoring her words. He gazed at his alluring senior sister and leaned down for a deep kiss. Junior brother. Su Duo gasped, her cheeks flushing crimson as she melted into his embrace. Did you like it, senior sister? Yin Huai teased, a mischievous grin on his face. Su Duo playfully chided. Enough of this, we need to head to Wujifeng. Nodding, Yin Huai took her hand, and they departed from Xianxiafans. Inside the grand hall of Wujifeng, Yin Huai and Su Duo soon arrived, shortly followed by Chu Yin. For the past few days, Chu Yin had been avoiding both Yin Huai and Su Duo, unsure of how to confront them. Upon seeing them, she felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her. Fortunately, Zhao Juli spoke up. Yin Huai, there is a matter requiring your attention. It's a perfect opportunity for some training. Yin Huai turned to Zhao Juli and asked, "What is it, Master Uncle?" Both Su Duo and Chu Yin looked at Zhao Juli with curiosity. "It's nothing major, just exterminating a first-rate power." Upon hearing this, Yin Huai was left speechless. However, upon reflection, he realized that their sect was now immensely powerful, and annihilating a first-rate power was indeed a trivial matter for the current Xiandao sect. By the way, that first-rate power is called Yuya Valley. Prepare yourselves and set off. Also, bring along some disciples and elders. Surprised by the mention of Yuya Valley, Yin Huai recalled that he had killed its young master, but he had yet to join the Xiandao sect at that time. Why did Zhao Juli suddenly wish to eradicate Yuya Valley? With confusion, Yin Huai inquired again, "Master Uncle, what has happened with Yuya Valley?" Zhao Juli explained, "They were absent during the Daozi grand ceremony. It's as simple as that. Since they dared to disregard my Xiandao sect, they must bear the consequences of our wrath. This is also an opportunity to demonstrate to all forces in the Heavenly Sword's sacred domain the fate of those who offend my Xiandao sect." With this, Yin Huai understood. He did not perceive any wrongdoing in this course of action. As an immortal level power, it was essential to assert their stance. Otherwise, if they continued to indulge, wouldn't all manner of rogues ride roughshod over the Xiandao sect? "Yes, Master Uncle, I shall not disappoint." Pleased with Yin Huai's attitude, Zhao Juli allowed the three to depart. Once outside the hall, Yin Huai spoke first. "Senior sister, is there anything you need to prepare?" "I don't need anything," Su Duo replied. Chu Yin chimed in, "Neither do I, junior brother." Yin Huai nodded. "In that case, let us depart and select some disciples and elders." Both agreed. After some time, they finally selected all the necessary personnel. Over 20 elders at the Divine Sovereign Realm and more than 50 elders at the Void Sovereign Realm, accompanied by thousands of outer sect disciples. The group set forth towards Yuya Valley in great numbers. Throughout the journey, Su Duo discreetly observed Chu Yin. She had sensed Chu Yin's avoidance in the past. To be honest, when she heard that Chu Yin was to be engaged to Yin Huai, she felt a pang of distress. She even wondered if it was Chu Yin's intention. However, upon reflection, Su Duo realized that Chu Yin's reaction had indicated ignorance of the situation. Given that Su Duo and Chu Yin had always shared a good relationship, she felt no overwhelming resentment. Aware of Yin Huai's talents, she knew he would encounter more women in the future and that she must secure her position to receive more affection. With this in mind, Su Duo sought opportunities to converse with Chu Yin. Initially, Chu Yin felt a bit shy facing Su Duo, but under Su Duo's cheerful advances, she soon relaxed. As they traveled, the two chatted and laughed, their gaiety making Yin Huai's heart swell with joy. Before long, they finally arrived at Yuya Valley. Yin Huai refrained from acting impulsively and first employed his divine sense to scan the valley's condition. He found it eerily quiet, almost suspiciously so. Furrowing his brow, he became alert. Open, twin pupils. He activated his dual pupil, employing its inner vision to survey the entirety of Crescent Valley. What he beheld left him utterly astounded. The concentration of dark energy was overwhelming. Could there be demonic cultivators within? The current Crescent Valley seemed to be enveloped by some mysterious force, and even with his dual pupil, Yin Huai could not discern the specifics. He could only perceive the dense malevolent aura. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he turned to Su Duo and Chu Yin, saying, "Sister, you two must exercise caution and not stray too far from me. There is something peculiar about this place." They exchanged glances, recognizing the seriousness in Yin Huai's demeanor, and nodded in agreement. He then addressed the elders present, stating, "Be vigilant. Crescent Valley may not be as simple as it appears." The group acknowledged his warning. And with that, Yin Huai led them into the valley. As soon as they entered, the heavens shifted dramatically. The entrance through which they had just come was abruptly sealed. Yin Huai maintained his composure, continuing to probe his surroundings. The malevolent energy was so potent that it nearly rivaled that of the demon realm. However, for him at this juncture, as long as his opponent was not an emperor, he was prepared to engage. Under the scrutiny of his dual pupil, he detected a figure hastening towards them. Moments later, an elder cloaked in black materialized before them. "At last, I have caught up with you." Upon seeing Yin Huai, his eyes widened in shock. A tempest of fury surged within him, but he swiftly quelled it, fixing Yin Huai with a frigid gaze. "I did not expect to ensnare such a substantial prize. Surely, the newly appointed disciple of the immortal Dao sect perished here. Zhao Juli must be feeling the loss, Yin Huai interjected, "Old fool, who gave you the audacity to laugh? How dare you steal the title of disciple?" The black-cloaked figure was taken aback that Yin Huai's focus lay on this matter rather than questioning his sinister intentions. Nevertheless, he soon dismissed such thoughts, retorting, "Umph. I cannot be bothered to waste my breath on you. You shall all perish." With that, he began to chant incantations, summoning numerous demonic apparitions from the surroundings. These apparitions were formidable, all hovering around the Saint Realm, ample to contend with the outer disciples of the Immortal Tao sect. Additionally, several formidable figures at the Divine Sovereign level emerged, followed by an apparition at the Quasi-Emperor level, exuding a tremendous aura of malevolence. Yin Huai observed with keen interest. How intriguing. Is this the means of the demonic cultivators? Upon hearing Yin Huai's inquiry, the black-cloaked man scoffed, "Humph. How could a frog at the bottom of a well comprehend the might of a true master?" Yin Huai smiled, choosing to ignore him. He had recognized the identity of this individual from the moment he appeared. It was none other than Duan Yun, the leader of Crescent Valley. Chapter 75, Shadow Demon God. The disciples of the Immortal Tao sect regarded the terrifying demonic apparitions with growing apprehension. Yin Huai chuckled, stating, "If you possessed other means, I might have found this troublesome. But summoning these abominable entities is precisely what I desire." A sense of foreboding rose within Duan Yun, prompting him to ask, "What do you mean?" Yin Huai did not respond, but instead summoned the Human Emperor banner into his hand. "The heavens are boundless. All shall be encompassed by my banner. Spirits of mischief, you shall find no refuge." Since the last battle of immortality, the Human Emperor banner had received a substantial infusion of power, and now Yin Huai was reluctant to deploy it lightly. The energy contained within was colossal, its potency vastly superior to its initial state, rivaling even that of Emperor-level weapons. As he waved the Human Emperor banner, all the demonic apparitions were drawn into it. Some of the higher-ranked apparitions struggled, but those of lower rank succumbed without resistance. Transformed into energy absorbed by the banner, Duan Yun was left in a state of shock. What is this thing? Regaining his wits, he hastily activated a secret technique to command the Quasi-Emperor apparition to assault Yin Huai. However, in an effort to counter the banner's might, the attacks of the Quasi-Emperor apparition appeared feeble and ineffective. Meanwhile, within a hidden chamber, a humanoid apparition observed the unfolding scene. Upon witnessing Yin Huai brandishing the Human Emperor banner, its pupils dilated in disbelief. How is this possible? Where did this boy acquire such a formidable weapon? He is a veritable nemesis to our kind. After a moment of shock, the apparition regained its composure and coldly declared, "It seems the plan must be altered. This child must die." With that, it transformed into a wisp of dark energy and vanished from the chamber. Back with Yin Huai, he was engaged in a fierce battle with the Quasi-Emperor level apparition. To his astonishment, this apparition was significantly stronger than an ordinary Quasi-Emperor cultivator, even under the suppression of the Human Emperor banner. This is quite interesting, but it ends here. With that, a phenomenon unfolded in the void. Dual pupil manifest. Annihilation divine light. Countless rays of annihilation descended upon the apparition. Duan Yun was filled with terror. How can this be? You are merely at the divine sovereign level. How do you possess such strength? The response came from the furious roar of the apparition. In an instant, it was obliterated beneath the power of the dual pupil, with the residual energy fully absorbed by the Human Emperor banner. Witnessing this, Duan Yun's expression shifted from astonishment to unbridled rage. "Yin Huai, you will pay for my son's death." With that, he charged at Yin Huai wielding a longsword. Yin Huai smirked. "Which son are you referring to?" "Oh, I remember now. It's Duan Qingfeng, isn't it?" Dodging Duan Yun's strike, Yin Huai regarded him with a mocking gaze. He sought to provoke Duan Yun in this manner. Suspecting that the current state of Crescent Valley was orchestrated by a hidden mastermind, Duan Yun, a mere quasi-emperor at the 3rd level, could not possibly command such a multitude of demonic apparitions. As Duan Yun's fury boiled over upon hearing Yin Huai's taunt, he failed to notice that Yin Huai had directly identified him. As he prepared to charge once more, a dark energy enveloped him. Instantly, Duan Yun regained his composure, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity, and the malevolent aura surrounding him surged. Yin Huai refrained from acting rashly. Soon, Duan Yun's cultivation level ascended dramatically. Quasi-Emperor 4th level, Quasi-Emperor 5th level, until he reached the pinnacle of the Quasi-Emperor 9th level. At this moment, Yin Huai's expression grew grave. Is he just a hair's breadth away from the Emperor realm? Duan Yun then spoke, his voice markedly altered from before. "Boy, surrender your weapon, and I may grant you a complete corpse." Yin Huai coldly regarded him, silently communicating with his system. "System, who is this individual before me? Please check his profile." Beep. Query complete. Race, human. Realm, Quasi-Emperor 9th level. Physique, golden spirit body. Identity, leader of Crescent Valley. After reviewing the profile, Yin Huai finally understood the source of the distinct malevolent energy. Demonic cultivators, at their core, were still human, even when practicing demonic arts. Their aura would not be so overwhelmingly sinister. Only true demons could exude such a dense malevolence. Yin Huai's expression remained unchanged, but he began to send a message to Su Duoduo and Chu Yin in secret. Sister, look for an opportunity to escape quickly. I will hold this person off. Su Duoduo, puzzled and about to say something, was interrupted by the voice of the shadow demon god attached to Duan Yun. You shall not escape, boy. It would be prudent for you to comply. Yin Huai wore a look of resignation, realizing that even the art of communication would not allow him to evade his adversary. Thus, he boldly declared, in that case, senior sister, please withdraw to a safe distance to avoid being splattered with blood. The shadow demon god scoffed at Yin Huai's attempt at humor. Humph, seeking death. With that, he unleashed his formidable demonic powers upon Yin Huai. With a swift motion, Yin Huai positioned Su Duoduo and the others behind him while summoning the Jiang Gang sword to his hand. Grass character's sword technique. With a flick of his blade, he swiftly distanced himself from the shadow demon god. The latter, taken aback, exclaimed, an imperial weapon? How can one of your cultivation level possess such a treasure? This could be advantageous for me. With that, the shadow demon god launched another attack. Su Duoduo and Chu Yin noted that Duan Yun appeared markedly different from before. An elder, seasoned in experience, spoke up, ladies, it seems that Duan Yun has been possessed by a being of the demon clan. Furthermore, this entity's strength is formidable, likely reaching the realm of a demon emperor. Upon hearing the elder's words, Su Duoduo and Chu Yin were filled with urgency. Chu Yin asserted, our junior brother cannot hold on much longer. We must contact the sect. Nodding in agreement, Su Duoduo hurriedly produced a communication device to inform Zhao Jiuli. However, the signal was lost. The area had been sealed off. Desperation etched on her face. Su Duoduo lamented, no, the Crescent Valley must be shrouded in these demonic energies. We must find a way to escape in order to reach my master. Observing Yin Huai engaged in fierce combat in the void, Chu Yin saw that he had unleashed all his might, yet still could not overcome the demon emperor. She steeled herself, realizing that if they could breach the seal of the Crescent Valley, even for a fleeting moment, Zhao Jiuli could be made aware of their plight. With the strength of an emperor, he could arrive in an instant. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Chu Yan's mind. It appears I must employ that secret technique. Turning to Su Duoduo and the elders, she declared, I possess a method that can temporarily break this spatial seal, but it will require time, and with my current strength, I can only maintain it for a brief moment. Junior sister, seize the opportunity. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Su Duoduo urged, senior sister, do not hesitate to perform the secret technique. We shall protect you. With determination in her eyes, Chu Yin settled into a meditative posture, beginning to invoke the secret art. Chapter 76. Intense battle. Meanwhile, Yin Huai was deploying every tactic at his disposal, yet still found himself unable to contend with the shadow demon god. The latter was astonished by Yin Huai's prowess. Is this truly the strength of a deity-level cultivator? I retract my previous statements. Should you choose to join my demon clan, I can assure you a breakthrough to the emperor level within a century. Yin Huai laughed derisively. What audacity! A mere insignificant demon clan dares to entice me? Enraged, the shadow demon god retorted, foolish child. If that is your stance, then you shall not be spared. With that, the malevolent energy surrounding him surged to a terrifying intensity, as if one glance could draw a soul into an endless abyss. Unfazed, Yin Huai wielded the human emperor banner in his left hand and the Jiang Gang sword in his right, shouting, Demon God descends. Annihilate and obliterate. A fearsome magical light descended from the void towards Yin Huai. With a fierce roar, he unleashed the forbidden sword technique. Open the heavens with twin eyes. With precision, he advanced, his dual eyes paving the way with an overwhelming aura of divinity. After exerting all his strength to dispel the shadow demon god's attack, another onslaught followed in rapid succession. Demon Emperor's otherworldly strike. Yin Huai swiftly maneuvered the human emperor banner to defend himself, cursing, damn it. So this is how you wish to play. Utilizing the character technique and Kunpung's treasure, he deftly evaded the incoming assault. Standing firm in the void, he proclaimed, Forbidden 8 desolations. Empower my form. True dragon technique. The heavens and the dragon slayer dance. A magnificent golden dragon materialized above Yin Huai, who then pointed his sword at the shadow demon god, sending the dragon hurtling toward him. Boom. Yin Huai did not relent. Fully aware that this attack would not harm the shadow demon god, he charged alongside the dragon, but the latter scoffed, humph. Childish tricks. Triple demon seal. With 3 resounding strikes, the dragon was shattered. Yet Yin Huai surged forward, invoking the open the heavens with twin eyes, and the forbidden sword technique once more. Under the enhancement of the forbidden 8 desolations, his powers surged exponentially. The shadow demon god dared not underestimate him. However, at that moment, Duan Yun's physical body was beginning to revolt against him, nearing collapse. His lifespan had been nearly exhausted. Were it not for the shadow demon god's manipulation, Duan Yun's body would have already disintegrated. Sensing this anomaly, the shadow demon god was momentarily distracted, failing to evade Yin Huai's attack. With a sickening sound, the shadow demon god was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth. Cursed body, what is wrong with this vessel? This foolish creature is utterly useless. Realizing Duan Yun's demise, the shadow demon god was consumed by fury. Yin Huai, too, sensed something amiss with Duan Yun and, upon checking the system, discovered that he had inadvertently caused his death. With no other option, Yin Huai redirected his vengeful intent toward the shadow demon god. Ding. Host. The demon clan before you is merely a projection of the shadow demon god. Your target for retaliation is the true body. Yin Huai was taken aback. So, I am not retaliating against this mere projection? Indeed, it will not be affected by the backlash. Yin Huai sighed, yet deemed it inconsequential. If the backlash could not take effect, so be it. He still possessed hidden cards, and if necessary, he would outlast his adversary. Suddenly, Yin Huai's eyes widened in alarm as he witnessed the shadow demon god advancing towards Chu Yin. Shadow demon god, how dare you? Su Duo and the others recognized the imminent threat posed by the approaching shadow demon god. The latter had sensed the instability of the sealed space and discovered that it was due to Chu Yan's actions. Consequently, he resolved to eliminate her and her companions first. Observing the elders preparing to defend themselves, the shadow demon god sneered. You are but ants, utterly unaware of your insignificance. With a fierce gesture, he unleashed a powerful magic strike towards Chu Yan. Yin Huai, reaching the peak of his speed, could only intercept the shadow demon god's attack in her stead. Damn it! Forbidden technique. Yin Yang reversal formation. With my essence blood, reverse the Yin and Yang. Boom. Upon witnessing Yin Huai selflessly shield her from the impending attack, Chu Yin could not help but exclaim, no. However, to her astonishment, Yin Huai emerged unscathed, having positioned himself protectively behind her. The shadow demon god was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Yin Huai had dared to absorb his full force strike on behalf of this female cultivator. Is this a forbidden technique? How can this be? Wasn't the forbidden technique of the immortal Tao sect thought to be lost to time? How could he possibly wield it? Moreover, it appears he has not suffered any backlash. The shadow demon god seemed to be grappling with an intellectual conundrum, unable to fathom how Yin Huai managed to employ such a forbidden technique. Meanwhile, Yin Huai was striving to maintain his composure. The rapid journey coupled with the hasty invocation of the forbidden technique had caused a tumultuous surge of energy to roil within him, compelling him to fight back the urge to expel blood. Yet, he promptly summoned the power of his Zhongtong to heal himself. Revitalized and rejuvenated, Yin Huai quickly regained his strength. This spectacle left the shadow demon god seething with frustration. After exerting so much effort to inflict damage upon Yin Huai, he found his opponent restored in an instant, leaving him at a loss as to whom he might seek redress. Seeing that Yin Huai was not gravely harmed, Chu Yin resumed her efforts to dismantle the sealed space with renewed vigor. Yin Huai, discerning Chu Yan's intentions, charged once more at the shadow demon god. The latter, now fully aware of Yin Huai's capabilities, could no longer regard him as merely an ordinary god sovereign. You have forced my hand, boy, he bellowed. Secretary, blood demon transformation. In an instant, a crimson light propelled Yin Huai backward, while a second beam of blood encircled the shadow demon god himself. Within mere moments, Duan Yun's physical form was entirely consumed, and the shadow demon god coalesced into a swirling amalgam of dark mist and bloodlight. Yin Huai sought to intervene, immediately invoking the power of his Zhongtong, Annihilation Divine Light. A terrifying beam of divine radiance hurtled toward the shadow demon god's dark essence. Yet, the shadow demon god was swifter, merging the bloodlight into his being in an instant. Consequently, the Annihilation Divine Light was dissipated within the depths of the black mist. Moments later, a colossal, pitch-black humanoid silhouette emerged from the swirling darkness, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure with each step. Yin Huai felt the weight of this presence. This was the shadow demon god's complete form. Albeit merely a projection, it possessed the might of a half-step demon emperor, equivalent to a half-step great emperor among the human race. Yin Huai did not rush into an assault. Instead, he flexed his neck, adopting a posture of confidence. Your aura is rather impressive, but today, you shall still meet your demise. With that proclamation, Yin Huai initiated the first strike, destructive mortal wound technique.